You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20. Chapter 1401, Pain and Sorrow 1. Rough night, huh? Hogg asked. You can say that. Lith sighed, looking at his council amulet and the many notifications that Falwell sent him about his family and the kingdom. Even the usually cheerful bartender gasped at the news that Belias had almost fallen, and was eager to read the chronicles of the 3 battles on the kingdom's interlink. Do you still have some of that crimson Garuda? Depends, are you going to steal another keg? Hogg replied. No. Then I do have some more. The bartender offered Lith a beer mug filled with the red ale, being careful to never show him the source, just to be safe. Thanks, you won't believe what happened to me tonight. Lith gave him a report about the latest events and the progress they had made in tracking the missing children. Hogg was his contractor, so Lith felt obligated to keep him posted. Between a snack and a drink, Lith managed to relax. He also told Hogg about the quarrel between Baba Yaga and the Master without revealing the latter's identity. Lith had no idea of the professor's plans, nor of how much Vaster's role as the Master had affected his life, so he preferred to keep the secret for himself. The only things Lith knew about Vaster's alias was that the abomination hybrids worked for him, and so did the rockworm and the empowered abomination who had come to retrieve the orc's violet crystal. The first point was irrelevant to Lith, and the other 2 he could understand. Gremis, the rockworm, had only done his job while trying to protect the crystal, while the abomination had attacked Lith without the Master's permission. If Vaster wanted me dead, he would have sent Xenagrosh, Tezca, or any of the hybrids, since I'm no match for them yet, he thought. Great Mother Almighty, Hogg whistled in surprise. And here I thought my life was fucked up. I heard about the children of divorced parents having 4 parents, but you basically have 6. Each one of the sides of your life force has a lovely couple worried for you, he chuckled. Elena and Roz for the human side, Salark and Ligoin for the beast side, and now the Master and Baba Yaga for the abomination side. Yeah, except that those kids receive lots of gifts from their parents in the attempt to buy their affection, whereas I just have a bunch of meddling assholes who claim to know what's best for me, Lith said with a scoff. Aside from my human parents and Salark, I've got only troubles from the others. That's what parents normally do to their children. You must consider yourself lucky just because they didn't inflict permanent emotional scars on you, unlike it happened to Drina. Haw pointed with the glass he was cleaning at one of his barmaids. She looked like a pretty young woman in her early 20s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall with blonde hair and red eyes. She had a small set of golden wings on her back, horns on her head, and a knee-length golden tail coming out of her spine. Either she is a god-tier cosplayer or some kind of hybrid, Lith thought. Is she a wyvern? Yes. Hogg misunderstood his question and cut him short. She's still got trouble with shapeshifting, but customers find her cuter for that. That asshole of Zedros kicked her out without awakening her after Drina befriended a human. Not knowing how to shapeshift and Zedros being Zedros, bad things happened. Let me guess, Zedros killed the human, and you picked her up like a stray, giving her a safe place from her father, Lith said. No, they ran inside my bar in search of shelter, and I warped the tavern away. Her human girlfriend works in the kitchen, and Drina serves at the tables in exchange for lessons about magic. Hogg shrugged. Does everyone here have a story? Lith asked. Yes, pick that guy in the corner for example, he. Save it for someone who actually cares? Lith snarled at the chatterbox bartender. I just came here to tell you that as soon as the sun sets, Scarlet Vladian and I are going to find out what happened to the kidnapped undead. Don't get your hopes up. If the Master is right, they are already dead or soon to be. That's not the reason I hired you. I wanted you to save them. Why are you still here instead of looking for them? Hogg clenched the glass that he was cleaning so hard that it cracked, forcing the spells imbued in the tavern to fix it. No, you hired me to find out the truth, and that's what I'm doing. Vladian can't leave his city exposed, and Scarlet would never leave Nika unprotected, Lith said while asking for seconds. If we find someone still alive when we get there, you have my word that I'll try to bring them back alive. If they don't compromise my safety, of course. Lith Verhin, you're such a piece of work that I would love you had a middle name. I wonder how you managed to get a single woman to love you with such a shitty attitude. Hogg snarled, but served him anyway out of habit. I've never claimed to be nothing but a bad person, but I'm really good at it, Lith said with a grin. Then another update appeared on his amulet, making his face turn pale, and his glass be consumed by chaos beyond what any spell could repair. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Distar Marquisate, Distar Household, an hour back. After the few minutes, she needed to stop puking and let the tonic and nutrients potions stored in her tattoo take effect. Miriam Distar, Lord Commander of the Queen's Corps, had returned home. After stepping through the gate of her household, she shapeshifted her Featherwalker armor into a sky-blue day dress and sat heavily on her favorite armchair. Good gods, the sun has barely risen and I'm already dead tired. She mumbled to herself while browsing the good, the bad, and the horrible news on her army amulet. The Mother Earth potion had ceased its effect after returning Miriam to her peak condition, but due to the overuse of Tyrus's breathing technique, it had barely had any effect left. What the heck? She was so shocked that if not for the exhaustion plaguing her body, she would have jumped up. Has Magur turned upside down? Vaster finished first, then the corpse, and Manohar ended up last. This order is exactly what I predicted, but in a reversed order. It's a crazy world, huh? A male voice said while a dart of pure energy struck Miriam in the chest with enough force to crack her Featherwalker armor and make her cough out a mouthful of blood. She had been so tired that she had failed to notice either the figure hiding in the dark corner of the room, and the fact that the array in the room had been turned off. She got back to her feet with a kip-up while infusing herself with all elements. Seeing the deep blue archmage robe he wore, and what lay under it answered all the questions that she had ever since Lark's death. 5 rays of different colors came out from the fingers of his right hand, each one infused with a different element. Chapter 1402, Pain and Sorrow 2. Miriam rolled on the floor, dodging the fire and the freeze ray, but she was forced to use the little mana she had left to boost the Featherwalker armor and conjure a barrier to stop the remaining 3. She pressed the emergency rune on her amulet, yet nothing happened. I've made sure that no one will interrupt us, dear Marchioness. The blue-robed figure kept pouring one spell after another, forcing Miriam to sacrifice her favorite furniture to save her own life. The good thing about common items enchanted to last was that they offered a brief but decent protection. How did you manage to do this? She asked in the hope to buy some time. She had no spell at the ready, little mana, and a battered body, whereas her opponent had ambushed her while at his peak condition. Unlike Miriam, he had spent the night in the comfort of his home, waiting for the opportunity to strike at any of those who had received one of his cards. The problem of hosting so many parties, of having so many guests in your home, is that studying its defenses is easy. One needs just to scan them one bit at a time in order to understand their workings. He replied while casting nonstop. How does it feel to be trapped inside the place that was supposed to keep you safe? To have your personal fortress turned into a prison? The enchantments protecting the house made it impossible for Miriam to burst through a window, while the air-blocking array he had laid kept her from flying, blinking, and even from using her amulet. You may have violated this place, but I still have the home advantage. The Marchioness inserted the small violet crystal in the fissure of her amulet so as to trigger the emergency gate as soon as it gained a shred of a signal. Then she threw the amulet with all of her might against a corner of the room. She hadn't survived that long without planning even for the most unlikely scenario. The corner hid a very small trapdoor that could only be opened from the inside. When the amulet hit it, the trapdoor offered only minimal resistance before letting it fly out of the house and in the middle of the street, outside the area of effect of the air-sealing array. No playtime then, what a pity, he said with a sigh. Bring it on, Miriam said while holding her polearm in a defensive stance. The moment the army amulet connected with the kingdom's emergency line, the distress signal went through, and royal guards came out of the gate that the Marchioness had opened. All they found was a hole in the wall of the living room and her butchered body left in plain view. The culprit had left the word, "Past," written on the wall with her entrails. He had also hung her intestines to the ceiling after wrapping them around her limbs, making Miriam look like a puppet held by an invisible hand through bloodied strings. Space. City of Lightkeep, Hogg's Traveling Tavern now. I'm really sorry, Lith, but Balker's copycat just killed the Marchioness. We arrived a few seconds after the gate opened, just like with Lark, but it was already too late. Gianni showed him the images of the crime scene through the army amulet. It had taken Orion quite some effort to boost the signal enough to reach Lightkeep. Gianni wanted to give him the news in person and answer any questions he might have. Just how, she was no pushover. Lith remembered well their conversation about the corpse and spirit magic. He and Solus had used their respective mystical senses to study her. Miriam had a bright violet core and a perfectly refined body that made her a nut almost impossible to crack. Solus wanted to weep as much as Lith, but there was no time for that. Lith was doing his best to keep his abomination side from going haywire, but with limited success. His right hand had turned black, and it took both of them effort just to not make it spread. I know that as well. After the murder, I was informed about her side job so that I wouldn't waste my time investigating dead ends. Gianni still knew nothing about Awakened and the corpse. She only knew that Miriam was a decorated officer of a Black Ops squad. Whoever did this, they are much more cunning, patient, and powerful than I predicted. They timed the attack in the worst possible moment not only for the Marchioness, but for the kingdom itself, just like during the Blackest Day. On top of that, to kill Miriam and arrange her corpse like that in such a short time, they must have overwhelming power. Miriam may have been exhausted, but managing to kill her so quickly speaks volumes about our opponent, Gianni said. Agreed, Lith said with a snarl. The relationship he had with Miriam was more about business than feelings, yet her death hit him as badly as Lark's. The Marchioness hadn't just been the ruler of his region. She was also the Lord Commander of the Queen's Corps and his most reliable political ally. It was only thanks to Marchioness Distar that not one, but 3 units of the Corps had been assigned to his family. All the arrays, the rewards, and the security measures he had built over time were also partly her doing. Whenever people like Darius, Archmage Quart, the head of the Mage Association, Headmaster Onia of the Black Griffin, or any disgruntled lord of the Keller region had tried to harm Lith's career, Miriam had been his most stalwart defender. Unlike Gianni, she had no hidden agenda. She only did it because she considered it the right thing to do. Now, for the first time ever since he had enrolled in the White Griffin, both his family and his public reputation were left unguarded. For all those years, Miriam Distar had been the safety net behind his family's protection and Lith's neutral political stand. A safety net that now had been taken away from him, leaving the evaluation of every action he would take from that moment in the hands of bureaucrats and politicians who had never spent a single day in the field. People who cared more about protocol and official procedure than efficiency. People who could be bribed or swayed for their own gains. Lith had always taken Miriam's absolute loyalty for granted, and now Maga crumbled below his feet. How long will it take to have a new Lord Commander? Lith asked as his aura clawed to escape, and his eyes burned akin to small suns. It's a very important political charge. Days, maybe weeks if not months, Gianni said, worried by the lights in her house flickering as more of the shadows in the room came to life with each passing second. The small dimensional door the amulets created was enough to carry a sliver of Lith's fury over to the Erna's household that, unlike the tavern, had never been shielded against Awakened. I'll call you back as soon as I discover something. Gianni out. She hung up the call and the room returned to normal. Chapter 1403, Shared Misery 1. Well. One little mystery explained, 100 big mysteries unanswered. My daughters know all about Lith, and yet they never mentioned his abilities to me for all these years. Kids these days, Gianni said with a deep sigh while she changed her plans according to her latest discovery. Meanwhile, in Hogg's Tavern, Lith didn't take the abrupt ending of the conversation well. He roared in fury and released his blue-violet aura since there was no point in hiding it anymore. The arrays of Lightkeep were even stronger than Belias's, but this time there wasn't Camilla with him. Lith had no reason to hold back. That bastard, they are following their plan, killing the people close to me one after another. I've got no time to waste. I need to find who's taking the undead children and have Vladian move his fucking undead ass. The traveling tavern started to rumble and Lith's body to turn black. Calm down, Lith, Solus said, trying to find the right words in the middle of her own grief. Don't you remember what happened in Giera? Surrendering to your abomination side takes much more than it gives. No matter how much power you gain, there's no one here deserving your fury. You would just become a monster that feeds on anyone just to survive. Have you already forgotten what you did to me the last time it happened? Those words froze Lith in place, allowing him to realize the madness possessing him. He wouldn't hurt Solus again, no matter the reason. We have to keep a cool head and predict their next target. If the culprit follows Balker's methods, then they must first clear all the past cards before moving to the present. We must warn your professors. They are the only ones left with the past card, Solus said as his abomination side subsided. I'd like to see them try. As long as Marth is inside the White Griffin, he's a god. Manohar is Manohar and Vaster is a monster. If Xenagrosh and the other abomination hybrids live with him, attacking Vaster is suicide, he replied. Damn it, I need help, Lith said the moment he noticed that, despite his and Solus's best efforts, the abomination side still run rampant, exploiting his emotional distress to escape from its bounds. Fuck me sideways. The more often my abomination side breaks free, the harder it gets to regain control and keep the chaos from destroying my body. I can't afford another slip-up when I'm alone. I'm on it. Hawk cast the Tier 3 spirit spell, Chill Area, something he had created to deal with powerful patrons too drunk to control their own actions. The spell used darkness to sap their strength, light and earth to conjure a straitjacket harder than diamond, and water to make it flexible. Lith's abomination side didn't like darkness and tried to hide under his skin to evade contact. Guys, we need a team effort, Hogg said once he noticed the damages that chaos inflicted upon his spell every time they clashed. Chill Area wasn't meant to harm its mark, just to restrain them, whereas chaos had only one purpose: annihilation. The waiters and kitchen staff joined the effort, feeding Hogg's spell their own spirit magic tendrils to boost its power. After permanently hiring someone, the bartender usually awakened the strays he picked up and made them his apprentices. It was the only way to exploit the council to protect them from whatever past they were running away from and to get a reasonably waged workforce. 2 birds with 1 stone. Their efforts combined with that of Lith and Solus soon beat the abomination side into submission. Once the balance between his life forces was restored, Lith made sure to be calm in both body and mind before leaving the tavern. You forgot to tip Dude, Drina said. This asshole doesn't pay me enough, and because of you, now I need to take the rest of the day off. How dare you? I gave you a home, delicious meals, I awakened you, and you work my ass off every day for a measly pay, the wyvern snarled. Once I'm done with my apprenticeship, I'd like to be able to afford more than a rat's nest. Lith gave everyone a tip equal to the entire bill and left. His life was worth more than a couple of silver coins, and as a healer, he too liked to be paid for his services. Once he returned to Vladian's house, he discovered that the Scorpicore had a face as long as his own. Mirim is dead. The Scorpicore's voice was firm, but her eyes wept. Nika was now able to move thanks to Scarlet's array and hugged her aunt without saying a word, just to let the Scorpicore know that she wasn't alone and that Nika was there for her. Did you know Martianus Distar as well? Lith asked. Since her first year of academy, Scarlet replied. She was the future lord of the Distar region and the person responsible for the White Griffin Academy, so her mother sent Mirim to me. We got along quite well. I helped her study as a student, as a mage, and I even trained her once she joined the corps. She was my friend and a good one at that. Then you know what I'm about to ask you, Lith said. I know and I understand your reasons, yet my answer is no. The Scorpicore shook her huge head, licking Nika's face and enjoying her kind embrace. Why? Lith clenched his hand so hard that his knuckles popped. Because that would mean playing into our enemy's hand. I can't rule out that the person who kidnapped the undead and killed Mirim is the same person. The timing is too damn perfect to not be suspicious. Mirim's death happened while the both of us were away and the horsemen attacked. They knew that her death would make our blood boil and probably expect us to charge forward like morons because of our grief, Scarlet replied. Her words made Lith and Solus snap out of their grief, realizing how impaired their minds still were. Your enemy is doing more than just killing. They are taking away everyone you hold dear, the people that make your life worth living. Your enemy wants you to become a blood-frenzied beast and to destroy with your own hands everything you have built. Don't you ever forget that humans are nothing more than particularly cunning animals, and that the reason why normal beasts lose to humans before evolving into magical beasts is that we lack intelligence. After the evolution, instead, humans lose to us because they get so obsessed with what they are that they forget who they are. Don't let your enemy turn you into a mindless beast, but never discard your feelings either, the Scorpicore said. I strongly believe that evolution doesn't make our races more different so much as it brings us closer. Evolution gives intelligence to beasts, conscience to plants, and if I'm right, it tries to force humans to look beyond their own nose. To remind them that they're not the only sentient species on this planet. The key to our strength is balance, the same that keeps your life forces together. Chapter 1404, Shared Misery 2. The hunger of an abomination, the fury of a beast, and the cruelty of a man make you who you are. Be their rider, not their steed. Don't let them rule you, but don't discard any of them either. Just keep them in check, make them work for you, and unleash them against whoever killed Miram. Just like I'm going to do with our current enemy first, Miram's killer second, and Balker once I have enough power, Scarlet said. The Scorpicore had never forgiven the blood Magus for killing her friends, nor did she ever forget about her revenge. Scarlet would let her violent emotions simmer, but never grow cold. You are right, I need time to calm down and we need Vladian's help, Lith said. Exactly. We had an easy time against the altered Emperor beasts because our opponents were failed prototypes. We can't afford to face the final product with an unstable mind. We need to calm down first. Scarlet gave Lith a strong tea that he accepted before going to rest. What about me, Auntie? Can I come as well? Nika asked. No, child. You are sorely lacking in battle experience. If even a deranged prototype bested you, there's no way you can beat an even stronger and cunning opponent. Nika opened her mouth to say that she was stronger than everyone thought, and that she had learned from her mistakes. The young vampire wanted to declare herself a strong, independent woman, capable of protecting herself. Then Nika remembered Kalla's words about teenagers believing to be the only ones with half a brain, and realized that, aside from bravado, there would be no substance behind her words. You're right, Auntie, I'm powerful, but I'm too green to be of help. I'd just be a liability, Nika said. That's my girl, Kalla said, hugging her daughter and cleaning her from head to toe again. Mom, have mercy. There was no one besides Scarlet there, but being licked like a puppy was still embarrassing beyond belief. Good girl, Scarlet joined the licking. Once we get back home, I'll make a warrior out of you. Meanwhile, in the nearby room, Lith used his council amulet to contact Falol and have her safely put him in contact with Camilla. The army and the communication amulet didn't work in Lightkeep, and he was in dire need to hear her voice. I'm sorry for not being there earlier, but Jeannie left in a hurry to warn you and make sure that her daughters were all right, leaving me to secure the crime scene. Camilla's eyes were bloodshot, but her voice was calm, and the only expression on her face was of worry for him. Please don't apologize, you were just doing your job. Thanks for being always here for me, Lith said. I know it's the dumbest question in the world, but how are you holding up? Barely. Lith told her about his abomination side going out of control, and Scarlet's theory about the culprit's perfect timing. Good gods, Camilla inwardly forgave Hogg for his past rudeness, and typed everything on her army amulet, sharing the Scorpicore's thoughts with Jeannie. All the while never averting her eyes from Lith's. Don't worry about us. Everyone is safe and there are royal guards visiting those who received the cards, she said to calm him down. You have no idea how much I miss you right now, Lith said, longing for her warm embrace. I miss you more. Camilla extended her hand for him to touch. She knew that holograms were intangible, but Camilla still wanted Lith to know that she was there with him. Gods, you two are so cute, Falol sniffled, feeling the sudden need for a boyfriend to exchange cuddles with. Better than any romance play I have ever seen. They had completely forgotten that the council amulet required its owner to work, and that the Hydra had been there the entire time. Space. After the sun set on the surface, the sunstones lit Lightkeep as clear as day, while its inhabitants awoke from their forced slumber. Vladian ate one of the remaining captured Emperor beasts, while Nika consumed the other. She used the meditation technique that the firstborn had passed on to her to completely absorb both their life force and mana. I'm really sorry for your loss. I'm ready to move whenever you are, Vladian said after making sure that the city arrays held still and mobilizing the city army. One question, Lith said. I know that we are not related or even friends, but don't you think it would be better for you to share with me the secret of the Violet Core? I'm almost there anyway, and we could use all the power we can get. Absolutely not, they both said in unison. It has nothing to do with our relationship. It's a matter of protecting your future, Scarlet said. Being taught is akin to use a gate. Sure, you reach your destination in a single step, but you miss the whole journey. You don't fight, don't experience different foods and cultures. You never have the opportunities to question yourself or your motivations. Getting there by yourself until the last step means discovering what only you are capable of, what makes you unique. The Scorpicore showed him her ability to turn darkness into light and vice versa at will. Constructs turned into spheres of destruction and then into healing spells. It wasn't a matter of just changing the element, but even the nature of the spell. Lith looked at her in awe as Scarlet turned the original hard light construct into all kinds of darkness and light spells without the need to spend more mana. I agree with the Lord, Vladian nodded. What you lose in the process greatly exceeds your gains, Baba Yaga didn't awaken even her firstborns because she wanted us to be independent from her. Teaching you our ways would keep you from discovering your own, and it would be a short-sighted move exactly because you're so close to finding your unique answer. On top of that, you wouldn't have the time to get accustomed to your new body and powers. Please try to calm down and clear your head while I make the final arrangements to keep my family safe during my absence. The firstborn left to say goodbye to his wife and son, while Lith pondered their words. Fuck me sideways, they are right. I've still got my head up my ass. We need to relax, Solus, he thought. Lith sat on one of the doorsteps and closed his eyes, focusing solely on his breathing. Not to use a breathing technique so much as to clear his mind from the turmoil that made it hard for him to focus like usual. It was the perfect method to calm down, but only for someone capable of actually emptying their mind. Lith's brain abhorred void even more than nature does, so it formed random thoughts to fill the empty space. Okay, this isn't going to work unless we learn how to Zen. Let's use Fallow's meditation techniques instead, Solus said. The Hydra's incomplete domination technique required Lith to focus on the elemental flow inside and outside his body, merging them into one. As soon as the task allowed Lith to stop worrying, he moved to circulate fusion magic throughout his body. Chapter 1405, Altered Beasts 1. Then, after all 6 elements moved freely through Lith's body like currents in the ocean, he weaved spells with his vortexes without moving. The focus that the various exercises needed brought the grief to a halt. It wasn't much and it wouldn't last long, but at least Lith managed to put aside Miriam's death for the time being and focus on the task at hand. The thought that whoever had killed Lark had just doubled the score that Lith had to settle enraged him beyond what words could describe. Yet he followed Scarlet's advice, leaving those feelings to simmer without bottling them up. They were there, ready for use, safely stored in a corner of his mind. I don't know what you think, but to me, our technique seems incomplete, as if we're missing the last piece of the puzzle, Lith said, referring to his method to refine the vortexes into auxiliary cores. Agreed, it's the right method, but it lacks something, Solus nodded. Even against Kaisel you failed to stabilize them. There must be something else you have to do, but I can't figure out what. Same, Lith inwardly sighed. Do you mind replaying everything that Falul taught us about domination and spirit magic, also include Baba Yaga's speech? The good dominance, the incomplete dominance, or both? Both, he replied as Solus brought to the surface of his mind all the recollections they shared of those past events. Lith kept playing them over and over in his head, adding the memories of his fights against the Vagrash and Kaisel. He studied how his body changed according to the refining of his vortexes and tried to make sense of it. Then Vladian returned and snapped him out of it. I'm glad to see you managed to take a short nap. Are you feeling better now? He asked. Yes, Lith Honesty replied. Good, while you rested I scanned the area. The eyes have picked up a trace, but I can't be sure until we leave Lightkeep's borders. Between powerful cord people, artifacts, and arrays, there are too many inputs even in tutorial mode, Scarlet said. They took out their respective wings and flew out of the city without using spells, never turning off the air sealing array. Once they reached the spot where the kidnappers had blown their warp gates, Scarlet activated the Eye's advanced mode. The tracks are still fresh, and with what Baba Yaga has taught me, tracking them down will be much easier than following Balker, she said while taking flight again, but this time using air magic to boost her speed. Their enemies had gone to great lengths to hide their tracks, but now that the eyes of Menadian knew the energy signature of the ambrosia, there was no place on Maugr where whoever had it flowing through their veins could hide from her. The group flew at great speed, but slow enough for the eyes to pick up an ambush and for them to react accordingly. Scarlet kept a mind link active with her allies, sharing solely what they needed to know in the case the enemy managed to split them up. Don't ask me how, but they noticed our arrival and have prepared a welcoming party. Scarlet stopped abruptly after half an hour of high-speed flight. Since they are kindly coming to us, let's prepare a few gifts for them while we wait. The Scorpicore shared with the others the latest coordinates of their destination and started to weave her best set of spells. Vladian did the same, and Lith went beyond that. He had Solus assume her glove's form and took war out of its sheath. Contrary to his usual strategy, he went all out from the beginning of the fight. One use of invigoration is worth pummeled someone to death and vent part of the rage that plagues me since I learned about Miriam's death, he thought. All of the meditation techniques in the world can't keep me calm, especially if the one behind the kidnappings is the same person who murdered my people. Yet I can't face such a mastermind without a cool head. I need to take it out on one of their accomplices. What the fuck? Lith and Scarlet blurted out in surprise when the enemies entered the scope of their mystical senses, allowing the two to scan them properly. One of them was a lindworm, a lesser dragon that was supposed to have a long, snake-like body with only 2 arms. Yet the creature had also a set of stumpy hind legs and 2 small atrophied wings coming out of its back. Another was a behemoth, a lesser griffin. It looked like an enormous red feline with a long mane coming out of its spine along with several long, jagged bone spikes. 2 long horns came out from the Crimson Emperor beast's shoulders, protecting the sides of its head. The long tail allowed it to balance its weight while the creature stood on its hind legs, while the violet feathered wings on its back looked too pretty for such a feral creature. Behemoths were supposed to have taken mostly the lion part from the griffin body, and not to have any bloodline power except for Tyrus's uncanny physical strength. Yet the creature had half of its body covered in feathers and silver bolts of lightning crackled around its body. The other 2 creatures, a drake and a female sphinx, were respectively a lesser dragon and griffin as well. They both showed enhanced features of their guardian ancestor and powers they weren't supposed to have. To make matters even worse, each one of them was an awakened. Be careful, they all smell of ambrosia. Vladian warned Lith and Scarlet via the mind link before losing himself in his fury. Seeing the bloodline of the Guardians resurfacing to such an extent on 4 creatures each about 20 meters, 66 feet, tall meant that hundreds of undead had been sacrificed. Vladian knew how Arthan's madness worked and how much energy went wasted in the process. "How dare you filthy mongrels feed on my children, on my brethren?" he roared while charging ahead of his allies. "Who the fuck do you think you are to judge us? Just because we do not belong directly to the Guardian's bloodline, we're no mongrels. It's because of people like you that we have been forced to do this," Menia the behemoth said in outrage. She activated the life maelstrom that now coursed through her body and struck the firstborn with a bolt of silver lightning. The simple act made her weep with joy, feeling the griffin's side fill the void she had felt her whole life. Vladian took it in full and cursed his own stupidity. Unlike all other kinds of attacks, Life Maelstrom ignored enchanted protections and dealt more damage the more riled up the victim was. Life Maelstrom had no destructive power by itself. It would simply overcharge someone's core, body, and enchanted items beyond the point they could be controlled, making them go haywire. By the Red Mother, I'm such an idiot, he thought. I warned Lith about keeping his fury in check just to do the opposite myself and fall into a stupid trap like a rookie. Chapter 1406, Altered Beasts 2. While Menia's attack ate at him from the inside, Tark the Lindworm hurled a blast of origin flames mixed with the corrosive breath typical of his species that eroded both Vladian's blood core and equipment. Once I get out of here, I'll find all those who called me worm in the past and melt them with my acid flames. Not even true dragons have such power. I'm not just one of Ligaon's failures anymore. I'm the first of a new species that's better than the original, he thought as he hurled flames non-stop. Soulless analysis, Lith said. Something is off as fuck, she said, trying to make sense of the scene in front of them. Yes, they are awakened. Yes, they are similar to a guardian's bloodline, but everything else is fucked up. No one has a core above deep blue, and their body refining has been forcefully brought on par with their cores in a sloppy but efficient way. My guess is that those who already had a blue core died of awakening, leaving those with a bright cyan as the only survivors. Is that good news or bad news? Lith asked. Bad. Due to their mass, they are still stronger than you, and even though they are magically weaker, it's not by much. On top of that, they might have a breakthrough at any moment now, Soulless replied. Lith, I'll take care of the altered Sphinx. Life Maelstrom is a hassle to face. If you don't know what you're doing, so I'll leave the Drake to you, Scarlet said via their mind link after the eyes gave her a status report identical to Soulless's. Like his companions, the Sphinx was overeager to get rid of the lesser part of his species. Cunia breathed a jet stream of deep blue origin flames at Lith just because he could. There was no strategy behind it. He just wanted to lose himself in the power of the dragon bloodline and in the ecstasy that ambrosia gave him. Seriously, what kind of a moron is he? Lith replied in kind, and his violet-blue origin flames made short work of the opponents, carrying with them the power of the explosion that conflicting flames caused. Cunia screamed in pain as he snapped out of his delusion of invincibility. The origin flames ate at his body and mana at the same time, while the explosion ripped several of his scales off. Lith didn't leave the Drake any time to recover and unleashed both of the final sunsets from his spell-holding ring, drowning him in a sea of black flames. Cunia's orichalcum armor had already been weakened by the origin flames, so he didn't hesitate to sacrifice it to save his life. He overcharged the pseudo-core of the armor to cause a powerful explosion that spread outward from his skin, dealing him no damage and blasting all of Lith's attack away. "Cool spell, bro. Do you do it like this?" His dragon eyes allowed him to understand Tier 5 spells after seeing them once. Drunk on his newfound powers, Cunia unleashed 5 final sunsets, one for each one of his left hand's fingers. "Indeed, can you copy this as well?" Lith didn't falter and activated the penta-elemental Tier 4 spirit spell, Piercing Explosion. An emerald ray as thick as an arm pushed the final sunsets that Lith failed to dodge away, thanks to its light and earth aspects, while using water to cool down the flames that came too close for comfort. Piercing Explosion's tip spun on itself at high speed like a powered drill thanks to the air aspect, having no problem getting through the Drake's thick scales, bones, and muscles. Then, once it reached the middle of his body, it exploded while releasing the darkness aspect. The Drake died on the spot, with no lungs left to use invigoration nor a heart to pump blood through his veiled eyes. Lith panted heavily but refused to use invigoration. He looked at the others with life vision to assess if they needed his help and if the energy that he had left would have been enough. Fuck me sideways. Some dragons are really capable of learning spells on the fly. Luckily, even if the altered Drake survived, he had no way to copy Piercing Explosion unless someone had taught him how to weave spirit magic spells. Lith thought. Meanwhile, Scarlet was toying with her opponent on purpose. The more time she stalled, the more information the advanced mode of the eyes would collect. She had no time to read it during the battle, but the Scorpicore could always do it later. Vladian can fend for himself. We need all the knowledge we can get to understand the nature of our real enemy, she thought, eager to avenge Mirim in the cruelest and most painful way. "Stop running, you coward," Zog the Sphinx said in outrage as the Scorpicore easily dodged all of her attacks and refused to fight back. No matter how much life Maelstrom the Lesser Griffin used, it wasn't enough. The physical gap between bright blue and deep violet was big, but that between deep blue and bright violet was simply enormous. Scarlet was smarter, more experienced, and careful, whereas her opponent was high on ambrosia. To make matters worse for Zog, she had no idea how to use properly the powers that she had gained from awakening. A few days weren't enough to even scratch the surface of the many skills that only awakened had. "I hate you," the Sphinx yelled as she used Life Maelstrom directly on her body and core, making them both evolve to the mid-blue level. "Are you insane? Stop it!" Scarlet blurted out in surprise as the eyes of Menadian warned her that they had yet a long way to go with the scan. "Then you stop dodging," the Sphinx said, diving on her like a bird of prey with the claws of her 4 limbs aimed at Scarlet's head and chest. "Your wish is my command." A wave of the Scorpicore's paw activated the Tier 5 spirit spell, Amber Prison. An emerald construct intercepted Zog in midair, encasing her inside what looked like a giant precious gemstone made of spirit magic. Zog's claws were powerless against it, and so were her enchanted knives and even Life Maelstrom. Scarlet had faced enough griffins to devise a spell capable of circulating the silver energy, so that instead of harming her spell, Life Maelstrom actually enhanced Amber Prison to a hardness between adamant and Davros. "You tricked me," the Sphinx yelled. "No, you did this all by yourself. Now either tell me who sent you or shut up. I'm done with your madness," the Scorpicore said. "But I'm not done with you." Zog consumed all the Life Maelstrom she had left, triggering a second breakthrough and reaching the bright blue core. Unfortunately for the Sphinx, the only thing that had kept her body together after the previous forced breakthrough was the silver energy coursing through her being that amplified Zog's physical prowess. Now that the pressure of the core had become even greater and she had no Life Maelstrom left, the Sphinx exploded like a gruesome firecracker, painting Amber Prison red. "Analysis at 20%, the eyes mercilessly said. Chapter 1407, 2 as 1-1. "Fuck, my only hope is that Vladian is still messing around with." Scarlet's hopes died the moment she saw Lith sitting on a stone, eating some jerky and drinking a tonic. Right after shrugging off Life Maelstrom's effects with life aura that turned the Firstborn's physical strength into a defensive wall, Vladian had unsheathed his sword, Primordial Thirst, and decapitated his opponents. If the gap between a deep blue and a bright violet mana core was big, that with a full red blood core was even bigger. The moment Vladian had taken the gloves off, the creatures were already dead. They just didn't know it yet. "This is odd," he said. "The last time we fought against more than 2 Guardians' bloodlines, whereas this time they were either lesser griffins or dragons." "My thoughts exactly," Lith and Scarlet said in unison. Probably being able to use Origin Flames or Life Maelstrom was the prerequisite to become a prototype, but what the real project is after are griffins and dragons. Zedros, Lith remembered all too well the father of all Wyvern's obsession with becoming a dragon. "Impossible," Scarlet shook her head. "He knows nothing of healing magic and you can't improvise yourself an expert. Besides, if he really was capable of something like that, Zedros wouldn't have spent the last 1,500 years whining. Although..." The Scorpicore adjusted the eyes to have an approximate idea of their location. They had flown for too long, and she had focused on the energy signature too much for caring about the direction they moved. "You're too paranoid, kid," Scarlet said while sighing in relief. Zedros was one of the few elders of the council that would give her a run for her money. "We haven't moved back to the kingdom, we're even deeper in the empire." "Can you show me?" Vladian asked. After drinking the blood, he needed to return to his peak condition and fix his equipment, storing the rest in his dimensional object to give it to his children later. Scarlet tapped the eyes, making a 3D holographic map appear. It showed both the surface and the underground network of tunnels they had traveled through. "I can't wait for you to be able to do the same," Lith said, brimming with greed and envy. "Same here, but never forget that I'm more than a piece of your equipment, I'm your partner," she said. "I never thought of you otherwise," he replied, giving her the equivalent of a telepathic embrace. "By the way, do you want me to try and retrieve the eyes of Mom?" "Thanks, but no thanks," Solus chuckled at the joke, grateful for his thoughtfulness. "There's no point for us in collecting all the pieces of Mom's set since I'll probably have all of their abilities once I fully recover. I took the hands only because the Kalgans abused them, whereas Scarlet is a good person. She uses the eyes like you would, so I'm fine with her keeping them." "Great Mother Almighty," Vladian said. "We're exactly in the middle of the Eclipsed Lands. At this point, I don't need the eyes of Menadian to know our destination. We need to go here." The firstborn pointed with his finger at an underground location a couple of dozen kilometers away from them. The place was in the middle of nowhere, with no settlements either above or below the ground. "What's so special about it?" Lith asked, taking the words out of Scarlet's mind. "It's located on the borders between 3 awakened lords, so each one of them assumes that the others will guard it and does nothing. Also, it's the perfect place to set Arthan's madness. Here there's Lightkeep, here Nightingale." Vladian tapped in several points of the map where the undead cities were hidden, yet revealing no pattern. "Okay, you lost me," the Scorpicore said. "All the cities are distant as fuck from each other and from your so-called perfect place. I can't see them forming an array even if I squint my eyes and tilt my head. What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about a powerful mana geyser left in a no-man's land, so close to the Eclipsed Lands that someone capable of using warp arrays can reach them all in one step from there." "Is it clear now?" the firstborn said. "How can 3 regional lords not care for a mana geyser?" Lith was flabbergasted. "Because there will be nothing useful there for at least 500 years, and each region has more than one," Scarlet replied. "Once metals or crystal form, they'll settle it with a spirit duel, but until then, no one gives a damn." "Do I have the time to recover naturally, or do I have to use invigoration?" Lith asked. "Let's rest a bit." Scarlet consumed a tonic and food as well, giving her violet core and the several auxiliary cores in her body the nourishment they needed to replenish her mana. Tier 5 spirit spells are all-powerful, but also ungodly mana expensive. If our enemy has weaponized a geyser, we need to make every use of invigoration count. "Mortals," Vladian scoffed. As an undead, he only needed to feed in order to instantly recover his strength without wasting precious uses of a breathing technique. As an awakened, however, invigoration would only give him mana, so he still needed a source of life force to keep his blood core balanced. The silver lining was that any kind of life force worked, even one poor in mana, since that would be obtained from the world energy. Scarlet used that time to read the information that the eyes had collected by analyzing the altered Sphinx, and shared it with the others. "It's just a hypothesis, but the only way to awaken someone and refine their body at the same time requires either a bloodline legacy or forbidden magic. We might be dealing with an awakened," she said. "Can't we call the council then?" Lith asked. "First, they would never make it in time. Second, we've got no proof. Those altered beasts would have died in a few hours anyway. Plenty of people found faulty ways to awaken in the past. As long as they die, the council doesn't care, just like for Liquid. Sadly, it made sense. Stopping people from performing elaborate forms of suicide was just a waste of time. The council only cared for awakened. They lacked the numbers and the will to bother with every greedy madman looking for immortality. It took Lith's group half an hour to recover their mana, since their bodies had suffered no damage, and they had each used just one spirit spell. Once they resumed the chase, Scarlet soon noticed that Vladian's prediction was correct. The energy signature they were chasing was exactly located over the mana geyser. On top of that, the closer they got, the stronger the signal became. Order and chaos, there must be hundreds of liters of ambrosia there. How many people died for this madness? She thought. It took them a few minutes to come close to their destination. They stopped a couple of kilometers away from it, so to study the arrays protecting the area and the number of guards they had to face. Contrary to their expectations, there were neither guards nor arrays. Chapter 1408, 2 as 1-2. The three awakened even used array detecting spells to spot inactive magical formations that even mystical senses wouldn't pick up, but to no avail. What the fuck? Lith voiced everyone's thoughts via the mind link. What point did it have sending those 4 guys against us just to leave us a clean path? They did it to make us overthink. Vladian was amazed by the brilliant ingenuity of their enemy. We saw guards, so we expect guards. We know there is a geyser, so we expect arrays. Our paranoia is our own enemy, making us waste precious time for nothing. That or to make us think that the road is clean and lure us into a trap, Lith replied. What trap? I can't smell anyone but us. What do your eyes see? Vladian said with a scoff. Several energy signatures, but none is moving, and only 3 of them are powerful. The rest are either newborn undead or living beings close to death. Both of them haven't much time left, Scarlet replied. Vladian activated life vision and darted forward, ignoring his centuries of experiences screaming at him to be cautious. I've played this trick in the past too. The more cunning the opponent, the more they will plan and think ahead. No defense is the best defense, since they will not stop looking around until they realize there's nothing, he said while the others followed him from a safe distance. Vladian was the strongest of the group, and he could instantly heal without affecting his strength, whereas Lith and Scarlet couldn't afford to be injured before the fight even started. Lith cursed at Vladian's stupidity for half a kilometer before realizing that the firstborn was right. Life vision, mana sense, array detecting spells, they kept coming negative, and the group covered in seconds the space that his paranoia would have made him waste hours searching for traps. Maybe the traps are in the second half, he thought, slowing down further to let Vladian take the full brunt of whatever lay ahead. Yet nothing happened. The firstborn arrived at their destination unscathed, yet the vision that appeared in front of his eyes surpassed most of the horrors he had seen during his long life. A huge glass tank, over 30 meters, 100 feet, high and 20 meters, 66 feet wide, had been built right in the middle of the mana geyser. Around the tank, members of different species of lesser dragons had been arranged into 3 concentric circles. Countless tubes drained their blood, extracting and purifying Ligaon's residual essence before feeding it to the person whose gigantic body floated in the tank. 2 smaller tanks, one at each side of the geyser, had been filled with newborn undead and their nourishment. They were constantly fed, yet their black cores couldn't stabilize into blood cores, because the life force they assumed was instantly drained from them and fed to the main tank. Just like Kala had explained Lith during their lessons, newborn undead and abominations were both born with a black core that allowed them to feed on anything, making them universal donors of life force. The only difference between them was that Baba Yaga's children would stabilize and turn their black core into a blood one, thanks to the absorbed life force becoming a counterpart to chaos, whereas abomination wouldn't. You came here faster than I expected, a silvery feminine voice said. It's amazing how you managed to arrive early, and yet it's already too late. My dear friend Zedros has already turned into a mighty dragon. All that's left to do is stabilize his condition. Thrud Griffin stood in front of them, wearing Arthan's armor, and with the sword of Arthan hung to her hip. The enchanted protection had changed its shape to easily accommodate and support her swollen belly from the midterm pregnancy. Jakra the Emerald Dragon stood by her side, wearing a full suit of adamant armor, as the Mad Queen pointed at the giant tank behind her. The purple liquid that filled it was losing its color by the second, becoming as clear and transparent as water. The moment his body becomes accustomed to its new condition, Zedraz'll come out and take care of you. Until then, I can't let you ruin my precious experiment, Thrude said. Cedra, Scarlet lost her cool as soon as the eyes of Menadian recognized the energy signature of her godson. The four-headed Hydra was wired to the tank as well, in the innermost circle of lesser dragons, and was barely alive, to the point that even calling it living was a stretch. Cedra's blood had been drained, leaving behind a mummified body. His life force and mana flow were still there yet, giving the Scorpicore hope that he could still be saved. Scarlet ignored Thrude's rants and charged forward with all the speed that her perfect body enhancement and her bright violet core allowed to her. Yet Thrude moved so fast that in comparison the Scorpicore looked frozen in time. She gave the Emperor Beast a backhand slap that sent Scarlet crashing right between Lith and Vladian. The Scorpicore was literally back at square one and injured at that. Only then did she look at the eyes readings about the Mad Queen. Fuck me sideways, Lith, Scarlet, and Solus thought in unison. Thrude's core was still rainbow-colored, but every single of the colored beams was brighter than ever. Her physical prowess now put even Vladian's to shame. According to both the eyes and mana sense, only Baba Yaga was stronger than her. Maybe. I feel like crap just saying it, but there's still hope if we aim our attacks to her belly. Even that crazy woman must have feelings for her child, making her pregnancy a weak point that we can exploit. Lith said the others via the mind link. He had never kept war out of its sheath for so long, and controlling the fury of the angry blade became more difficult with each passing second. Are you insane? The Scorpicore and the Firstborn replied in unison. Are you even from this planet? Don't you know what pregnancy does to a powerful mage? No, I don't, Lith felt awkward admitting it. It makes them more powerful, sometimes even doubling their abilities, Scarlet said. What? How? Lith remembered the words from Lakra Silverwing's book stating that women were naturally more powerful mages than men. If the Scorpicore was telling the truth, then pregnancy had to be one of the reasons why the most powerful mages in Maugur's history were female, be they awakened or not. Where do you think the theory behind cursed objects comes from? Vladian said. Mother and child are one, 2 mana cores and 2 life forces in one body. Even if a newborn is weak and their core red, it still amplifies the mother's abilities. Normally, a mana core can't exert its full force without injuring the body. It's the phenomenon we call mana abuse. The child's core, however, drains the excess energy and uses it to nurture their body. At the same time, the child's life force is mixed with the mother's, making it grow much more powerful and violent to protect the new life inside of her. On top of that, if the baby belongs to a powerful bloodline, the effects are much greater. Chapter 1409, Awakened Blood 1. Long story short, if that dragon is the father, we're fucked. Scarlet summarized the situation for Lith. I don't get it, I've already met Thrude. I understand how pregnancy works now, but how could she being pregnant affect her equipment as well? The last time that I fought Thrude, it wasn't this powerful. Lith asked, yet everyone was at loss for words. They had no way to know that, thanks to her experiments, Thrude had altered her bloodline for good. She had used the madness to amplify not only Tyrus's blood, but Valoran's as well. Now she was akin to a direct descendant of the first royals that had chosen to embrace their griffin nature instead of turning into a human. The Arthan's equipment was a perfect replica of Sifil's, and now it recognized Thrude as Valoran. The Arthan set had now fully unlocked its true potential, forever replacing the will of the first king with that of Thrude, thanks to half of her blood belonging to Valoran. We can still aim our attacks at her belly, correct? Lith said, receiving only insults in reply. Hey, the kid may be innocent, but I'm not going to die just to be a gentleman. Most of those people were innocent as well, but Thrude didn't give a fuck about it. I say we return her the favor, he said. Fuck my life, he's right. Scarlet bit her tongue to keep her rage in check. We must save Cedra. I'm not letting another child die at the hands of a madman or cruel fate. The trio charged forward, but only the Scorpicore and the Firstborn met Thrude in battle. Jakra stepped in, intercepting war with his own bastard blade, Dragonclaw. Are you insane, my queen? 3 against 1, let me help, he said. 3 against 2, actually. Thrude caressed her belly as she needed but one hand to stop with Arthan's sword the adamant blades that extended out of Scarlet's forepaws and Vladian's primordial thirst. The runt makes no difference, but I'll leave it to you if that's what you want, honey. Her words made Jakra blush in embarrassment, but they didn't make him any less fierce of a fighter. Walk away, little brother, this is no place for you. the Emerald Dragon said while pushing Lith back thanks to the massive gap in mass between them. Lith had a perfectly refined body, but Jakra's real form was that of a dragon weighing several tons with a physical prowess that not even most awakened beasts could compare to. Leave now, and you have my word that no harm will come to you. My queen is done with her project, and there is no point in further bloodshed. Depends. Are you the ones who killed my friend Lark and Marchioness Distar? Lith never stopped his attacks, quite the contrary. He used his words as a diversion while he circulated fusion magic and cast spells with his body. No matter what Jakra said, the timing of the events was too suspicious. Fighting Thrude was dangerous, but if she was the one threatening everyone he loved, letting her go was even worse. The Emerald Dragon's honest surprise made Lith's hope to have found the sender of the Bulker cards crumble. I'd never heard a fellow dragon. Really, then who are those guys linked to the tank? Lith snarled as a barrage of cantrips rained on the Emerald Dragon from every side, yet Jakra didn't even bother defending. His adamant armor had crystals of 7 different colors grafted on its surface, making it immune to such puny spells. They were white, red, blue, orange, black, silver, and yellow. Those are imperfect beings, lesser dragons, Jakra said with a spite that had nothing to do with the slave spell that the Golden Griffin had imposed on him. Yet I wouldn't have harmed them either. We did nothing to them. It was their masters sacrificing them for the greater good. What? Lith said in surprise. He had Solus assume her hand's form, and add the mass of her stone doll form to that of his armor, while never stopping his attacks and accumulating world energy. Do you really think that Zedros is the only one who wanted to ascend? Who do you think were those guys you fought before coming here? Jakra replied, noticing something odd. Not only did Lith continue to waste mana and effort casting cantrips, but also it was becoming harder to push him back when they clashed. The Council and the Guardians left behind so many abandoned children that all I had to do was to offer them a hand and give them hope. Thrude snarled as Vladian managed to shrug off his paternal instincts and took the kid gloves off. As for Lark and Distar, they were loyal servants of the kingdom. When I find the filthy traitor who dared to kill them, I'll make them an example that will be still sung centuries from now. Our interests align, little brother, Jakra nodded at her words. Walk away and we'll take care of the problem for you. My queen even plans to take revenge on Bulker for betraying her beloved country. On the one hand, a bloody, possibly deadly fight, and getting the help of 2 powerful beings on the other. Lith didn't care for the undead nor for Cedra. They were already dead, and avenging them would bring him no advantage. Thrude was a problem of the kingdom, not his own. Yet the thought of Zedros becoming a dragon, of what might happen if the Mad Queen ever sat on the throne, was hard to set aside. One last question. Do you know who killed my people? Lith lunged at Jakra's head, who deflected war, only for the wormling to flick his wrist and exploit their combined strength to strike with doubled speed. No, we were too busy with this project to meddle with the kingdom's internal affairs. Jakra grunted, needing all of his strength to deflect the blade. This makes no sense, he thought. Lith is just a humanoid wormling. How can he be so strong? How can he become heavier and stronger by the second? Vladian, 2 fully developed horns came out of Lith's forehead, a long tail from his back, and the second set of wings was atrophied no more. I swear on Raydusk's life that I can find out who they are. The firstborn couldn't afford the wormling walking away. The 2 of them were slowly overpowering Thrude. If the Emerald Dragon joined the fray, however, the tide of the battle would turn. Sorry, big brother. As long as I'm paid, I always follow my job through. Lith hurled a jet stream of origin flames that met Jakra's halfway, causing a big explosion that pushed them away and threw Thrude off balance. The Scorpicore and the firstborn didn't miss the opening, unleashing their respective best spells. Scarlet conjured the Tier 5 Spirit Magiclight Mastery spell, Spirit Mastery. The Hexa-elemental spell used her hard light constructs to further enhance its speed and durability, doubling the amount of light element. The final result was a tidal wave of emerald golden energy as hard as orichalcum, yet as fluid as water that flooded Thrude without harming Vladian. Chapter 1410, Awakened Blood 2. The emerald gold construct avoided the firstborn and attacked the Mad Queen from every side with the power of all elements at the same time. Spirit Mastery also dodged Thrude's spells and sword unless they would hit its master, working as a defensive wall that took no free hits. It doubled Scarlet's attack prowess and guaranteed her survival in the case she failed to defend. Dozens of birds with one spell. Vladian instead unleashed his Tier 5 blood magic spell, Immortal Ruler. Blood magic was the awakened undead equivalent of spirit magic and packed as much as a punch. The vampire converted part of the mana and life force stored in his full red blood core to manifest a rain of blood blades as big as a drop and as sharp as adamant. They would follow their target until they had pierced through its flesh and turned it into shreds. Would have you really abandoned them if Jakra knew the identity of the one behind the Bulker cards? Solus asked, almost afraid of the answer. Please, Scarlet is no friend of us. Back when we first met, she tried to kill us both and then she spilled our secrets without a care. Had not Falul been Falul, we'd be fucked as fuck. As for Vladian, he didn't even want us in Lightkeep. He only let us in because Nika asked him to and because he needed us. If it was up to me, I'd gladly walk away from this mess. Lith replied with thoughts as cold as his blade. Yet the answer to your question is no, I wouldn't. Scarlet is precious to Nika and Kala, hence she's precious to me as well. As for Vladian, his death would pain Baba Yaga and you care for her. She's the only person left from your old life you can still freely talk to, and I'd never let you down, Solus. Never. His honest sincerity and worry for her moved Solus to tears. There was little good left in Lith, but it still could make him raise mountains and split oceans for the sake of the people he loved. Last but not least, I've got my professional pride on the line. As long as I'm paid, I always follow my job through. You know that. That last part bummed her big time. Meanwhile, to dodge the emerald gold and blood-red avalanche, Thrude had been forced to step back until she reached the first outer rim of lesser dragons. She had discovered at her expense that Immortal Ruler defended its caster as well. Every time one of her spells or her blade was about to reach Vladian, the blood droplets would merge and turn into a flexible shield that stopped her attacks. She had nothing at the ready that could stop such powerful spells, and she wasn't an awakened. Yet, you guys are amazing, she said with a huge smile on her face that sent a shiver down her enemies' spines. Thrude lit 4 of the 7 gems on Arthan's sword, unleashing a quadra-elemental spell that was supposed to be impossible for someone without a tower. Staunch Griffin conjured a rock wall as big as the tunnel and infused with darkness, air, and fire. The black flames evaporated the blood and eroded the emerald tide, while the solid rock wall stopped their advance. On top of that, the air element repelled the enemy's spells by creating an air barrier, and by mixing itself with the black flames to generate timed explosions akin to small raging novas. In a confined space, the shockwaves bounced off the walls, doubling their intensity and forcing the other spells to exhaust their mana even faster to protect their respective owners. Scarlet cursed Thrude's insane equipment and used that time to use Aura, her breathing technique to recover the lost strength, while Vladian did the same. The firstborn vampire was certain to be stronger than the Mad Queen, but Arthan's equipment made it akin to fighting 2 awakened at the same time. I really needed worthy opponents to get accustomed to the most recent changes I did to the madness. The kingdom praises you for your sacrifice to make it grow even stronger, Thrude said. There's only so much that the sword can do. She's no awakened, so as long as we keep her from casting more spells, we'll get the upper hand the moment she runs out of those she has at the ready. Vladian said via the mind link, and Scarlet nodded. Both of them had achieved the power of the violet core for long enough to learn how to cast all kinds of spells with their bodies. They could cast several of them at the same time while fighting, no matter their tier, whereas Thrude needed time. A time that they had no desire to give her. Can you override control of the geyser? Lith asked while parrying Jakra's flurry of feints and thrusts. No, Zedros did a great job with his arrays. What I can do is to take control of the still free energy, but it might take a while, Solus replied. It's better than nothing, do it please. Way ahead of you, she said with a smirk to which he smirked back. After the fight with Kaisel, Lith had come up with a strategy that he could use any time that Solus was with him. He would use everything he had learned about his vortexes to turn them into auxiliary cores, and she would compress his body. Usually the more the vortexes turned into quasi-spheres, the more mass Lith gained and the more he increased in size, bringing him to proportions he wasn't used to. A single step moving him for meters, being forced to mind the ceiling, and his extra limbs made him a worse fighter than he was in his human form. To make matters worse, it also made the Scalewalker armor and war pointless. The armor was too small for a giant over 4 meters, 14 feet, tall, and the angry blade was reduced to a mere kitchen knife in his hands. Solus, however, had practiced her body sculpting technique countless times on him, and now she knew Lith's life force like the back of her hand. As the vortexes turned into spheres and Lith's body grew in size, she compressed it, keeping Lith's proportions to those he was most familiar with. Jakra had more and more difficulties restraining Lith's movements because the gap between their mass shrunk as their fight went on. Sure, the wormling had a long way to go before weighing a single ton, but the more mass Lith gained, the more effective his body refinement became. To put it simply, if the mass determined the raw physical prowess of the fighters, body refinement was akin to a multiplier that made every single gram-ounce of Lith's muscles produce a more explosive power. "Are you really just a wormling?" Jakra said as the mere clash between Dragonclaw and War produced now a shockwave that propagated through their armor and into their bodies. "You have no idea." Lith used his Tier 4 spirit spell, Piercing Explosion, that produced a tetra-elemental ray of energy aimed at the dragon's head. According to Lith's and Solas's estimates, it should have dealt a huge damage and created an opening for more. Chapter 1411, Golden Dragon 1. Yet Jakra simply took a deep breath and hurled what looked like a cone of bright blue origin flames. Lith was prepared to counter them with his own, but it was pointless. The flames moved akin to a living being, wrapping themselves around Piercing Explosion without letting a single tongue of fire move past their target. Jakra hurled the flames non-stop, so that once the spirit spell hit his armor, it had become so weak that Piercing Explosion posed no threat to his Kingslayer armor anymore. "What the fuck?" Lith and Solas thought in unison, before remembering that Jakra had remained a prisoner of the Golden Griffin for almost 500 years. The Cursed Academy granted upon its students an immortal body that would heal even when ground to dust, keeping them prisoners and driving them insane. During that time, Jakra had endlessly fought for everything, from food to the right to sleep. His mastery over the origin flames had reached a peak that could be equaled, but hardly surpassed. Lith then cast 3 volleys of the Tier 2 spirit spell, magic missiles, to strike at the Emerald Dragon from every side. Even if a single missile was unable to deal damage, the violence of the impact would create an opening that Lith would exploit. Jakra shrugged at the 15 emerald projectiles the size of a dagger, and emitted a violent burst of origin flames from his body, without letting them deal any damage to his armor. Once again, the flames eroded Lith's spells to the point of making them harmless. "I'm sorry, little brother. You should have accepted my offer." Jakra took the kid gloves off and charged at Lith, aiming to end the fight before his status of awakened could matter. Meanwhile, Vladian and Scarlet attacked Thrude from opposite sides, forcing her to suffer the attacks of either of them. Arthan's armor took off the brunt of the damage, but fatigue and wounds kept piling up. With no time to cast spells nor to cure her wounds, Thrude was already panting heavily. Then, a gurgling sound and the clatter of moving glass made the contestants stop. "I have risen," Zedros's voice roared throughout the cave. He laughed maniacally at the sight of his brand-new set of arms and of his gigantic body covered in golden scales. Now his appearance closely resembled that of Gentor, the Golden Dragon, one of Ligaon's most talented sons. "Thanks, brother. You and your wife have played your part. Feel free to sit and leave everything to me. I want to put my new body to the test, and those ants will make a fine meal," he said to Jakra. The lesser dragons had provided him with the blood from Ligaon that he needed while the undead with the life force, but he was still hungry. "Don't listen to that idiot and keep fighting. He needs help just like you need to experience what an awakened can do," Thrude said while ignoring the two-pronged attack from the Scorpicore and the Firstborn. She activated the purple gem on Arthan's sword to blink away while also making the space unstable at the same time. The two awakened could see both her entry and exit point, but not follow her. The use of dimensional magic would have backfired, wounding them deeply due to the collapsed space. They could only curse the mastery behind the blade and conjure a quick wind barrier. Zedros the dragon sneered at Thrude's words and charged forward. He had the speed and the mass of a freight train while running with his maw opened, ready to swallow both the Scorpicore and the Firstborn in a single bite. Vladian needed but a wave of his hand to stabilize the space, while his left cross timed with Scarlet's headbutt to perfection. They hit Zedros's chin together, sending him to crash against the right wall with the same ease as if he was still a wyvern. "What the fuck?" Zedros felt his body full of energy, and his mass was dozens of times greater now, so he needed half a breath of invigoration to understand what was happening to him. Vladian had always been stronger than a violet-cored elder dragon, and even though Scarlet couldn't say the same, her body had reached perfect body refinement. just like Zedrose's body after training it for decades. Zedrose's dragon body, however, was mostly comprised of new flesh that had yet to undergo any refinement. Only the base from his old self still had the power that awakening had granted it. The rest was no different from a non-awakened dragon. Oh shit! Zedrose had barely the time to process his mistake when Vladian's right uppercut sent his head slamming against the ceiling, and Scarlet's shattering winter spell froze his skin while sending shockwaves throughout his body. I stand corrected. I beg of you, help! The dragon released a burst of origin flames from his body to get rid of shattering winter and keep the vampire at bay, but his opponents simply adjusted their strategy. Told you so? Thrude giggled as she blinked behind Vladian and then blinked again, taking the firstborn away with her. Thanks to the baby in her belly and to the activation of the vortex of her rainbow core, the short respite had been more than enough to bring her back to her peak condition. Oh shit, Scarlet echoed as she realized to be on her back foot. Without Vladian, the dragon had superior physical prowess, mass, and a battle experience that her flimsy 300 years couldn't compare to. Watching Zedrose's moving, she had noticed how he was already accustomed to his new body. The father of all wyverns had often been arrogant, but never conceited. During the various steps of Arthan's madness, he had shapeshifted into a dragon form to get used to the extra limbs and mass. He had yet to fully master the dragon form, but the practice allowed him to avoid making rookie mistakes and to adapt his strategies as a wyvern to his new body. To make matters worse, she knew that her light mastery couldn't compare with Zedrose's. Lith and Scarlet were now in the same situation, facing alone a superior opponent. Lith's body had already reached the maximum mass that it could achieve without the violet core, and his aura had turned almost entirely violet, yet no breakthrough had taken place. Jakra had still the mass and Origin Flame's mastery advantage coupled with the outstanding equipment that the pregnant Thrude had crafted for him. What's your status with the geyser? Lith asked while racking his brain for a way to turn the tables. With his over 900 years of life, 500 of which spent fighting day and night in the Golden Griffin, Jakra's battle experience was simply overwhelming. On top of that, his swordsmanship had reached such mastery that often Lith stared at it in amazement. Bad, even now that Zedrose has gotten out, the madness still sucks its energy. You need to destroy it. On my mark, Solus replied. Lith stopped stepping back and blocked the dragon claw with a strength that surprised Jakra. At the same time, he hurled a raging river of violet origin flames at point-blank range, engulfing the emerald dragon before he could react. Chapter 14:12, Golden Dragon 2. Jakra tried to emit a burst of blue origin flames from his body, but they came out barely bright cyan, and Lith's flames devoured them before moving on to his armor. I don't know which one of your creations performed this miracle, but you are not the only skilled forgemaster in this room. Jakra had no idea that it was Solus draining the surrounding world energy to have weakened his flames and enhanced Lith's. He just assumed that it was the effect of one of his artifacts, and activated the Kingslayer armor's barrier. Thrude was well aware of the powers of all Guardians' bloodlines, and had made sure that her spouse had the tools to counter them. In the case of Origin Flames, they didn't discriminate between caster or foe. They would eat at everything they met. Hence a powerful barrier that sprung out with enough speed would produce a shockwave that would send them back against their master. Lith cursed his bad luck, took a mental note of the trick, and then stepped back to not get burned by his own flames. Yet it wasn't enough. The wave of fire forced him to jump to the sides, leaving himself open from head to waist. Or so Jakra thought until his watchful eyes noticed a rune where Lith's feet had been until a second ago. Oh shit! Only then did the emerald dragon notice that while stepping back to defend from his attacks, Lith's steps had traced a perfect circle, and that by blocking the last lunge, Lith had thrown Jakra right in its middle. The earthbound array was just Tier 3, but Tier 3 gravity magic. The emerald dragon felt his joints crack and had to let himself fall onto the ground to relieve part of the pressure and keep his body from folding onto itself like origami. I would have much preferred keeping him still while the origin flames burned his physical and magical strength, but this will have to do, Lith thought while using invigoration to recover part of his strength. The gravity array and the use of multiple spirit magic spells had drained him. Jakra, instead, had yet to use a single spell. He had relied mostly on his bloodlines and equipment's powers to preserve his strength. Origin flames are much more versatile than we thought, Solus pondered while preparing her next strategy. Also, I don't know if this plan would have worked against an awakened. If life vision revealed them the runes while you stepped back, I doubt they would have remained inside the magic circle. That's a worry for another. A pillar of origin flames destroyed the array and cut Lith short. Jakra had just used one of the abilities of his Emerald Dragon bloodline, Emerald Boost, which allowed him to enhance all skills based on life force or spirit magic. That was a brilliant move, little brother. When I teach that trick to my child, I'll make sure they remember your name, he said while standing up as his blade's enchantments healed his body. Meanwhile, even though Scarlet was in an even worse situation, she fought with a fury and determination that put Liths to shame. Zedros was a much better fighter and had greater mastery over origin flames than Jakra, yet he had to tread with caution. The Golden Dragon had no equipment at the ready big enough for his new body, whereas the Scorpicore was covered from head to paw in adamant. On top of that, her tail injected a powerful acid whenever it stung, and her rage seemed to know no bounds. "You worthless old piece of crap!" Scarlet roared, seeing Cedra's body slumped over the floor after the madness had stopped working. She could still see the small hatchling that played with her fur, the kid that she had helped learning how to read, write, and cast first magic. The Scorpicore could almost feel Cedra's agony and hear his pleas for help. She could even hear those of all the young lesser dragons that surrounded the madness, screaming for their mothers, or at least for a merciful death. Scarlet could hear the pleas for help of the undead children that had no idea what they had done to deserve such a cruel death by starvation. "Cedra is your apprentice, a fellow lesser dragon. How could you do that to him? To all of them? Aren't you dragons supposed to treasure your family?" The Scorpicore unleashed her Tier 5 spirit magic spell, Tyrannical Roar. It manifested the aspects of all elements, using air to create a powerful shockwave whose strength was boosted by fire while water froze the target. Earth locked the enemy's movements, light needles pierced their body, and darkness coated everything else. Lesser is the keyword here. Zedros hurled a powerful stream of bright violet origin flames while activating his own Tier 5 spirit magic spell, Dragon Wall. "Dragons never treated me like family. They considered us as servants at best, mocking the wyverns for their need to borrow the council's strength to survive. As for Cedra, he got what he deserved. Back in my days, we didn't coddle our apprentices. They were disposable tools for their masters. The council changed its policy only after the Second Young Blood Revolution. I endured much worse than that. If he dies, it's only his fault for being a weakling." The flames, coupled with the emerald wall, completely suppressed Scarlet's spell, and then turned into an avalanche that threatened to sweep her away. "His fault, he's just a baby," Scarlet yelled at the top of her lungs as a golden pillar engulfed her, starting her final world tribulation. She had waited for a long time for it to trigger, not knowing that it wasn't up to Magus to do it. Only the Guardian candidate could activate the last tribulation by calling upon her with all of their might until they became one. Scarlet's body started to swell and change, doubling its size. Her fur morphed into red scales as thick as a shield, and a pair of feathered wings appeared on the Scorpicore's back. The muzzle became a fiery slate. Only her eyes remained visible along with a second set of eyes that appeared on her forehead. Scarlet's mane turned into raging violet flames, hot enough to blacken the ground below her. "I'm glad you achieved your dream, Zedros. Your triumph will make your death even more pathetic, you fucking Lizzie." Despite her strong words, a tribulation never influenced its own outcome. The Scorpicore may have looked terrifying, but her strength was no different from before the Golden Pillar forced Scarlet to assume her Proto-Guardian form. The only change was that all Guardians and all white-cored beings on Magus had their consciousness forced to bear witness of the events, no matter what they had been doing. "The cat finally made it," Ligon said, yet there was no happiness in his voice. The thought that his old friend might still die, and the sight of the atrocities that his rebellious son had committed to become a dragon filled his heart with dread. "A tribulation means nothing, only the outcome matters." Salark's voice was stone-cold as she stared at the father of all dragons with anger. Chapter 1413 Evolutions and Demons, Part 1. "Two of yours against one of ours. It's no wonder I always broke up with you, Ligon," Salark said. "You're an incompetent idiot that can't even keep his own house in order." "First, I'm the one who always breaks up with you." "Debatable," she replied with a sneer. "And second, I'm not going to apologize because I don't rule over my children like a tyrant. I let them search for their own happiness whereas you turned yours into your private army," Ligon snarled. "How dare?" "Stop bickering like a married couple," Tyrus shut them up. We've been summoned to bear witness and prepare for the changes in the balance that these events will have, no matter their outcome, not to point fingers. Baba Yaga inwardly thanked both Magur and Scarlet for bringing her there. She burned Zedrose's and Jakra's faces in her mind, swearing to take revenge upon them in the case her allies failed. How dare did they do that to my children? If any of those vermin put their filthy hands on Effie, their agony will be the matter of legends, the Red Mother thought. Damn, this is really bad. Another guardian might be born, and Effie is in a danger much worse than death. Silverwing was worried sick, cursing Magur for forcing her to watch without letting her interfere. I want to save her from Lith, not make her fall into even worse hands. Heck, to save her from the dragon and Zedrose, I'd rather let her live with him forever. Fucking monsters, stay away from my niece. Lakra had only prayed twice in her life. The first time for finding Rifa Menadian alive, and then for finding Elfin alive. This was the third time, and she prayed with all of her might for Scarlet and Lith to win. Magur sat in the middle of the overlapping circles that the spectators formed. The white cord people, being much smaller in form, were positioned below the guardians who watched at the events from above. The consciousness of the planet had a different appearance for each one of them, yet all of its forms had a slight smile. Magur wanted them to understand that good or evil were irrelevant, only positive change mattered. She had stopped the guardians from pursuing the master, because his hybrids were the key to save her long-lost children, and from pursuing Thrude, because she had done more to push evolution forward in a few days than most races in millennia. Thrude and the master used disturbing and despicable methods, yet they had shown to the rest of her children that nothing was impossible, that there was a wrong way and a right way to do things, but there was always a way. Abominations had always given up on finding a way back among the living, just like all species had grown complacent, accepting the limits of their current state instead of challenging them. In a cruel, twisted way, both Vaster and Thrude were pioneers to unexplored fields that had always been considered just a myth by those who had failed to achieve them. Now, however, no one could deny their existence anymore. Not when the living embodiment of those fields threatened everything that all of the races had always taken for granted. In the meantime, Zedrose looked at Scarlet's proto-guardian form, and a smug expression replaced the fear that had twisted his face until a second back. Her mana core was still bright violet, and her extra mass didn't affect her physical prowess. What a day, I get to become the father of a new race of dragons and to kill a guardian in her crib. Run, cat, run! He laughed maniacally at the top of his lungs as he unleashed another Tier 5 spirit spell, Mana Storm. Scarlet cursed both the limited space of the cave that made dodging situational at best, and the huge dimensions of her opponent that took most of the space in front of her. The tribulation is the least of my worries, she thought. If Zedrose gained the powers of a dragon bloodline along with its appearance, things are only going to get worse. On top of that, in this situation, I can't use gravity magic. Without an array to contain its effects, any spell would affect Lith as well. I might use spirit gravity magic, but each spell consumes too much mana, and unlike Zedrose, I'm quite tired already. Zedrose traced an arc of emerald green light in the air with his right forefinger. The crescent moon-shaped energy mass released a barrage of emerald bullets made of pure mana, each one with the power of a cannonball. The volley generated by Mana Storm was so quick and powerful that being struck by just one projectile meant that countless others would quickly follow, pummeled a target as small as the Scorpicore to death. Scarlet compressed her form with body sculpting, becoming the size of a house cat. It allowed her to move nimbly enough to charge forward and dodge every single bullet, sometimes even using them as stepping stones to gain more momentum. Only once she came out of the emerald blizzard did she turn back to her original size and activated a second primordial roar. Her personal spell not only dealt Zedrose heavy damage, but the mix of cold and vibrations slowed down his movements. The Scorpicore knew where the vitals of a dragon were, and stung at them with her scorpion tail with surgical precision. The acid it released burned holes through both scales and flesh, making Zedrose scream in pain. Yet it wasn't enough. Compared with the huge size of an over 2,000 years old dragon, those wounds were painful but not life-threatening. Zedrose used a healing spell to fix himself and struck at the Scorpicore with his right fist. The hit opened a crater in the wall, and Scarlet was right in the middle of it. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and sprung away before the following spirit magic-infused fist could reach her. She wasn't faring well, but Lith was doing no better. He had failed to buy enough time for one full use of invigoration, and Jakra was seconds away from nailing him to a wall. Origin flames, battle experience, swordsmanship, the Emerald Dragon outmatched Lith under every aspect. The only reason why he was still alive was thanks to his ability to cast spells during the fight. I pity you, little brother, so young and yet so strong. I wonder what heights you might have reached if only you had chosen your allies more wisely and lived long enough to reach your full potential. Jackra said with honest regret, making Lith feel even worse. Soulless Plan E, he said while conjuring the demons of darkness. The spirits of the dead that still lingered near the madness drank avidly from his spirit magic, fusing themselves with the shadows of the cave until they obtained a new body. Plan E is a go, Soulless replied, using her own mana to keep the constant onslaught of spells that hammered at Jackra up. The demons of darkness came from Lith, and from him they drew their strength. Even though they shared the same energy signature, Soulless's mana was pointless because they had a different bloodline, something that she couldn't reproduce even through their bond. Chapter 14:14 Evolutions and Demons, Part 2. While Soulless filled his body with fusion magic, treated his wounds, and shared with him a part of her vitality, Lith was free to fully focus on the demons. Jackra stopped for a moment, staring in awe at the gigantic shadows that towered over him, and so did Lith. It was the first time that, instead of looking like humanoids made of darkness, the demons resembled how they looked in life. A four-headed hydra that looked like Cedra wrapped its long necks around Jackra, while a wyvern spat a black mass that closely resembled flames on the Emerald Dragon. A lindworm charged in outrage, quickly followed by several species of lesser dragons that Lith had never seen before. Yet all their fury and power couldn't exceed Lith's, and they only managed to stop Jackra for a few seconds. Seconds that Lith exploited to use invigoration and rack his brain in search for the missing piece of the puzzle. What the heck am I doing wrong? Why, no matter how many spells I cast and how much elemental energies I circulate, does my core remain bright blue? He thought as his memories flashed in front of his eyes. Dominance isn't something you can perform as a conscious action. It's a reflex you merely guide along the right path. Falul's voice echoed in his mind. True magic isn't about hand signs and words. It's about imagination and willpower, Lith's own voice as a child said. When the time comes and you'll gain the power necessary to break free, don't try to resist nor to control its flow. You must become one with that power, but without letting it take over your mind, just like you did with Effie until now, Baba Yaga's voice said. Then everything made sense as the images of his date on the beach with Camilla resurfaced. He remembered her words about having fun, and how the sand had formed a mosaic of Carl without Lith putting any effort or focus behind the act. Fuck me sideways, Kami was right. I'm so focused on my work, on my paranoia, that I never learned to just enjoy what I do. Magic is more than a tool, it's more than a sequence of runes. Magic is everything I am, Lith thought. Just because I don't think about it, it doesn't mean that my core stops beating, nor does my mana flow stops. Everything I do, everything I feel is an act of magic. I don't control the power, I am the power. How could I have been so blind? What seemed so simple was actually far from it. If not for the countless hours spent practicing magic, discussing it with his friends, for everything that Lith had learned during his travels, it would have just been a bunch of pretty words. What gave them meaning was the experience he had piled up, the moments he had spent doing nothing but stupid tricks to entertain the kids or to make Camilla laugh after a bad day. Training and studying had given him power, but only stopping to contemplate his achievements and to enjoy the marvel that magic was had allowed Lith to truly understand its meaning. Very few reached the violet core simply because they failed to see it as something more than a power source. Those stuck at the blue core considered magic as they did with their clothes and their equipment. Something they owned instead of something they were. Soulless, I need you to stop helping me. Don't cast spells against Jackra and stop using fusion magic on me, Lith said via their mind link. Have you gone insane? It's only thanks to our joined efforts that you are barely holding out, she replied. I know that, but Falul was right all along. Being together makes us stronger, but at the same time, it hinders our personal growth. I finally understood why I went this close to the violet core against Kaisel and failed ever since. Because back then I didn't think, I acted, and the only reason I managed to do that is that you weren't there to help me. Lith shared with her his revelation, making Soulless curse. Do you trust me? He asked. Always. She stopped doing anything but draining the world energy to weaken Jakra's origin flames, and using all the energy she got from the mana geyser to enhance Lith's equipment. Soulless had merged her stone form with his sword and armor for a while, but her active role in the battle had kept her from changing their properties much. Now that she had gone to a passive stance, she focused on their pseudo-cores, controlling them as a power core would. At the same time, Lith stopped casting spells consciously with his body. He just visualized what and where he wanted to conjure his spells and willed for it. Alas, knowing and doing are usually worlds apart. Now that the barrage of weak but annoying spirit spells was gone, the Emerald Dragon's sword reached its target with increasing frequency. Without Lith's body casting advantage, Jakra could focus on readings his movements and patterns. Dragonclaw pierced Lith's left shoulder first, and then opened a long cut from below the armpit to the hip. Whenever Lith focused too much on the blade, Jakra would switch to a one-handed grip and punch him with the now free hand. The hit would make Lith falter and focus on the fist long enough for the blade to strike. It was a simple but effective strategy that made use of the Emerald Dragon's superior skills. Neither their battle experience nor their mass could be compared. The 500 years spent inside the Golden Griffin had been a nightmare, yet they had also forced Jakra to fight some of the best warriors of the kingdom non-stop. Compared to that, Lith's 19 turbulent years were barely a speck of dust. The fight turned for the worse with each exchange, despite the help from the demons of darkness. They were too weak and made of darkness, not chaos, so the Kingslayer armor was enough to deal with them. Its barriers kept them at bay, while its automatic counter spells destroyed their ethereal form. Lith, however, didn't give up, and neither did the demons. While the Wormling learned to listen to the flow of his own mana and guide it rather than ordering it in the right direction, the souls of the deceased roared in outrage. They left the battlefield, making Jakra sigh with sadness and baffling Lith. "You truly are an anomaly, little brother. I had never seen a faulty bloodline power before. This will make our fight last even less," the Emerald Dragon said. "I only agree with your last statement, big brother," Lith said while resuming his attack with renewed fury. He daydreamed about a hail of spells manifesting around Jakra and attacking him from every side, yet nothing happened. The strike, however, came faster and stronger than the Emerald Dragon had expected, forcing him to block it instead of his usual dodge and counter routine. The clash between War and Dragonclaw sent shockwaves solely throughout his body, leaving Lith unaffected. "What the fuck?" Jakra said while completely unaware of the wave of demons of the fallen that charged at him from behind. Chapter 14:15, The Final Step, Part 1. The souls that Lith had summoned didn't belong to long-dead people like usual. They were the spirits of those that Zedros had sacrificed to turn himself into a dragon. They didn't get to possess any corpse but their own. It boosted their strength and fury beyond what Lith had ever accomplished before. As the darkness that animated the souls eroded the bodies, it also empowered them, restoring a part of their original powers. At that moment, despite being covered in wounds, Scarlet found the strength to curse at Lith via their mind link that she had never broken. "What have you done? You don't produce undead but lesser abominations. Without a body, no healing can bring Cedra back." "I didn't do anything. The souls acted of their own will. Besides, do you really think I could conjure the demons of darkness from someone alive? You've seen the Hydra shade. The body may still be here, but Cedra was already dead before our arrival," Lith replied. Scarlet averted her eyes from Zedros for a second, recognizing in the Cedra demon the techniques and spells that she had taught him. The Golden Dragon didn't miss the opening and clapped his hands while she was in midair, squashing her like a bug. The adamant armor and the Scorpicore's physical prowess allowed her to survive, so Zedros hurled a jet stream of bright violet origin flames that hit her full on. "I'm so sorry," Scarlet wept as her fury and will to fight abandoned her. "I've failed you, Cedra. I've failed all of you." She looked at the demons of the fallen, grieving their death even though she didn't know them. "You were just lost children no one cared about, innocents who accepted help from the wrong people out of despair. Your pleas for help always fell on deaf ears because people like me were always too busy to listen. Coming here was pointless. Even if we win, the only lives we can save are our own." Scarlet suddenly felt calm. Her eyes stopped crying and revenge became nothing but a childish tantrum to her. "Please forgive me, lesser dragons. I can't bring you back, but at least I can make sure that what happened to you will never happen to someone else." Scarlet stared at Zedros as determination replaced rage and Maugre heed her call. The golden pillar that surrounded the Scorpicore turned white as Scarlet evolved once more. Her appearance became that of her proto-guardian form, but her height at the Wither was now 30 meters, 100 feet, and her mass was the real deal. Maugre gave Scarlet everything she needed. from the flesh and blood to the mana necessary to sustain her new majestic body. "Come forth, my child. Come forth, Sekhmet, the guardian of children," Magus said while looking Baba Yaga in the eyes and reminding her of the role that she had refused millennia ago. The Red Mother wept, moved by Scarlet's personal sacrifice and by the regret for not being brave enough to take the mantle of guardian. In her new form, Scarlet felt rage no more, just pity for the dead children and for Zedros, who had stooped so low as to kill his own offspring just to achieve such a measly power. "I feel sorry for you, Zedros. You were Ligaon's direct offspring, one of the most powerful light masters that Magur has ever seen, and the progenitor of a powerful bloodline, yet nothing was ever enough for you," she said. "Instead of entrusting your dreams and knowledge to your children so that they might rise where you couldn't, you clipped their wings. You hoarded everything you could because you couldn't stand the thought of being surpassed. You are one of the most pathetic beings I have ever met, but this doesn't mean that I will give you a merciful death. My first act as a guardian will be to make an example out of you," Scarlet roared, sending the dragon crashing against the back wall with just the air pressure that her voice produced. "She acts all high and mighty, but the reality is different," Zedros thought. "She has yet to get used to that body and power. I barely felt a hitch. It was all bark and no bite." His analysis was spot on. Scarlet was full of raw power she had no idea how to use. Unfortunately for him, their situation had now been reversed. Zedros had picked the cave for its privacy, and because his massive size would give him a huge advantage in the case someone found them. Now, however, between his gigantic body and Scarlet's even bigger form, there was no space to dodge or play it smart. It would be a slugfest where strength would matter above all, and the Sekhmet had the power of a guardian. "It seems that the tide has turned, little brother." Jakra needed but a few swings of Dragonclaw and its enchantments to turn the demons of the fallen into shreds, stopping their onslaught while their bodies regenerated. Yet each time he did it, Lith could get half a breath of invigoration and renew his strength. Failure after failure, Lith never stopped picturing the attacks in his mind until it became as easy as having a random thought about what to have for dinner. "I have to kill you quickly before." Alas, before had already come to pass. A sudden hail of Tier 1 spells of all 7 elements cut the Emerald Dragon short, giving the demons of the fallen the second wind they needed. Attacked from every side, Jakra faltered and war bit deep into his flesh. "My thought exactly," Lith said as his mass started increasing again, and his vortexes spun faster than ever before, making their edges finally overlap. The vortexes formed perfect bright blue spheres, becoming auxiliary cores that allowed Lith's mana core to reach the deep violet level. Much to everyone's surprise, a silver pillar came from above while a black pillar came from below, both engulfing Lith. Yet this time they didn't clash but merged into a single silvery black pillar. The room that was already filled with world energy from Scarlet's tribulation now brimmed with it, and the demons of the fallen changed once again, becoming demons of the flames. Each one of them had now black flames surging out of their bodies that held the same magical power of a final sunset. "Rise, my child, rise, Tiamat, the father of all demons," Magur said while Lith's 3 life forces merged into one. He was a hybrid no more. The human, emperor beast, and abomination sides crossed the barriers separating them. Each one of them lost its respective nature and turned into something new. There were no impurities to expel, only the need for new mass and for strengthening his flesh, bones, and scales beyond their former limits. Emerald flames engulfed Lith's body as it started to grow and change. The light pillar nurtured Lith's incomplete form, protecting him during the entire evolution process. His height reached now 20 meters, 66 feet. His horns, tails, and wings reached full maturity. The left wing of the second set was covered in red-veined black feathers, and the 6th eye, the yellow eye of air magic, opened. Chapter 14:16, The Final Step, Part 2. The elements started to flow clockwise from one eye into another. From the yellow eye on the left side of his forehead to the red one, from the red eye to the silver one on his cheek. Then from silver to orange, from orange to black, and from black to blue. Once the circle was complete, all of the elements flowed as one into the 7th eye in the middle of Lith's forehead. The vertical eyelid opened slowly, giving Jakra the impression of watching at an emerald moon rising. That changes nothing. The emerald dragon reverted to his original size and form, matching Lith's height once again while his equipment grew in size accordingly, fitting his dragon body like a glove. Even though now their mass was on par, Lith had lost his armor and weapon in the process. Both the Scalewalker armor and war were smaller than toys for the Tiamat's body. He has no experience with this size nor control over his powers. Evolving to the violet core just widened the gap between us in my favor. Or so Jakra's thought until Lith struck at him with a front kick that also packed his Tier 4 spirit spell, piercing explosion. Unlike the Tiamat, the Emerald Dragon had no protection while shape-shifting, leaving his body completely open. The kick and the Emerald Pillar sent Jakra flying back. He crashed against Arthan's madness, turning it into a pile of scraps. Now that the Mana Geyser was free for the taking, Solus drained every drop of world energy from it. She regained her tower mass, and used the merging with War and the Scalewalker to reshape her form into equipment that Lith could use. The sword he wielded and the armor he wore were of a lackluster, dull gray, yet they brimmed with the power of a mage tower. Thanks for believing in me even when everything was lost, Solus. Lith thought as he let his mana flow freely from his core through his shoulder, arm, hand, and into Solus's sword. Save the thanks for later. First, we have to take care of this jackass. I'm afraid he's under Hariol's slave spell, but we don't have the luxury to care for it, she said while letting Lith's mana merge with her own and flood War. Agreed, now that I've gotten the violet core, I can't defeat Jakra without your help, Lith replied. We can only do it together, they thought in unison. Salark was right when she said that no person could be won with a sword because weapons are nothing but tools. Yet Solus wasn't a tool. She was a person, and the master of the tower that now was not only part of her body, but also a part of War. Lith and Solus were as one, making them unwittingly weave their first blade Tier spell. The air crackled as an ominous emerald glow shrouded Tower War. The blade produced a slash that cut through Dragonclaw's adamant and the Kingslayer armor, opening a deep gash in the chest of the Emerald Dragon. What? Jakra and Thrud said in unison, as she warped her companion to safety and collapsed the space behind them to cover their escape. In the meantime, in the other half of the cave, Zedros couldn't dodge to save his life, literally. Lith and Jakra were now so big that they took the rest of the available space, locking him into place. Scarlet's claws gouged one of his eyes out as they crossed his face and chest, ripping away all the scales that they met. A dragon was strong, but a guardian was stronger. The Sekhmet's cantrips had now the power of Tier 4 spells, and her spirit spells reached new heights. Scarlet severed Zedros' right arm and then the left, returning him to a wyvern-like appearance. Was it worth it? She asked with a thunderous voice. Was it worth taking all those lives just to feed your ego? Nothing will remain of you, not even the memory. I'll make sure of it. Scarlet used her Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, that struck at the golden dragon like a guardian tier spell. Zedros' scales turned into ice while the light and earth spikes pierced through his body, covering it in cracks. The vibrations from air shattered Zedros into bits, and the darkness turned the bits into dust. Less than 1 minute had passed since Scarlet had evolved into a guardian, yet the battle had already ended. Vladian reappeared soon after, coughing out a mouthful of blood due to a deep wound that went from his chest to his back, missing his heart by a hair's breadth. I'm glad to see you fared much better than me, he said while using invigoration to heal, now that he didn't have to worry about his companions anymore. Thrud may not be an awakened, but she's stronger than anyone I ever faced. She can use Life Maelstrom, she has unparalleled physical prowess, and her equipment is out of this world. She let me live on purpose to not anger Baba Yaga. Tell that to someone who cares, Scarlet said while wincing in pain. Becoming a guardian had given her more than just power. It has also created a bond between the Sekhmet and Magur through which now flowed countless information. During the fight with Zedros, the white pillar had protected Scarlet's mind, but now that it was gone, she felt her sanity slipping away. She couldn't care less about Thrud or Vladian's grievances with her. All she wanted was for that crippling pain to stop. Come to my house, sister, Ligon said via a mind link. Its dimensional space is isolated from Magur, and it will give you the opportunity to get adjusted to your new form. Even Salark's desert is deserted in name only. Its life forms would call upon you as well, drawing you crazy unless you know how to block them. Thanks, old lizard, but there are a few things that I have to do first, she replied while turning towards the Tiamat. I have to go now and I don't know when or if I'll return to the Griffin Kingdom. I entrust Kala and Nika to you. Take care of them as I would and bring them home safely. I have no use for this anymore, so I want you to give it to Kala. Scarlet handed the eyes of Menadian to Lith after removing her imprint from them. You and I are both going to have a hard time. We've lost much today, and only time will tell if our gains are worth the price we paid. Farewell." The Sekhmet took a step forward and disappeared through a gate that moved her inside Ligaon's biomes. Lith had to squint his eyes to see the minuscule gold-rimmed pince-nez that now lay in his hand. "Fuck me sideways," those were the first words the newborn Tiamat spoke. He tried to shapeshift by calling upon his human side, but it wasn't there anymore. The black sphere of his abomination side had turned into an elliptical void, at the center of which burned a big, deep violet star. Countless smaller blue stars surrounded it, and each one of them was connected to the other stars, and with the dark space around them by what looked like a thick red thread. Chapter 14:17, Paying Your Dues, Part 1. The violet star at the center of Lith's life force received the energy from the smaller ones through the thread, amplifying it before sending it back to them. The red energy allowed the stars to resonate with the void and to beat with it in unison. The darkness didn't just feed upon the stars, it also kept them apart so that each one of them could grow without colliding with the others. "It seems I'll need Falul's shape-shifting lessons sooner than I expected." Lith inwardly sighed after failing multiple times to change his form without magic. "Maybe and maybe not," Solus pondered. "My guess is that the red thread is the remnant of your human side. You didn't lose it, it just changed. Try to focus on that." Lith followed her advice, following and amplifying the part of the melody of his new life force that reminded him of the human melody the most. His body slowly shrunk, compressing his mass back into a human form while his life force folded to resemble one. Yet it wasn't the same as before. The Tiamat was Lith's new nature, and turning into a human felt akin to wearing an old set of clothes that didn't fit well anymore. "Maybe you just need to get adjusted to your new condition as well," Solus said in an attempt to ease his mind that was already running to the worst-case scenario. "Maybe," he replied. Even back on Earth after Ezio's death, Derek/Lith had always felt like a monster, like something that just wore a human skin and that couldn't become one, no matter how hard he tried. Now he feared that what had once been just a mental scar had suddenly turned into reality. "Lith, are you all right?" Vladian asked after waiting for him to move for a few minutes. The many wounds on Lith's body and the damage to his armor made the firstborn vampire worry for him. "I'm not," Lith replied after fixing everything with invigoration. "Usually I'd try to convince you to give me the eyes, but I owe you and Scarlet too much to let my greed for a powerful artifact blind me. You have my deepest gratitude." Vladian gave him a deep bow. "Gratitude? And for what? Everyone is dead, Thrude has escaped, and I bet 1 month of my annuities that she has gotten everything she came for," Lith replied. "The only question here is how much did we lose and how much did we gain?" "I disagree. Zedros is dead, we have avenged our fallen, and now that we know how Thrude's new madness operates, we can find her the moment she makes another attempt," Vladian said. "Good for you, because I instead have just lost a big chunk of myself, one of my most powerful allies, and I have to give my teacher the worst news a parent can receive. On top of that, I don't give a shit about Hog's reward anymore. I've reached the violet core on my own and turned into a monster for it," Lith said with a snarl. "Let's go back to Lightkeep. I want to go home, give the bad news to everyone, and hope that Camilla will not break up with me for this." Space. Free country of Estos now. While contemplating the gains of her latest success, Thrude Philodaren Griffin wore one of the kindest and warmest smiles that Jakra the Emerald Dragon had ever seen. In front of her stood hundreds of Emperor beasts that she had rescued from the clutches of their power-hungry masters, and that were now willing to follow her to the Golden Griffin. "Thank you very much, Lady Griffin." A young rock gave her a deep bow of gratitude. "If it wasn't for you and Lord Jakra, the very same Thunderbird that the Council had assigned me as a master would have sacrificed me to turn herself into a griffin." "Don't thank me, Orsat." Thrude made the rock stood tall while her voice sounded genuinely sad. "I apologize for being unable to find something better than just destabilizing their bodies after Zedros shared the ambrosia with them. If only I was more capable, many more might have been saved." "That's not true, Lady Griffin," a Scorpicor said. "You took care of us the whole time and did your best to ensure our survival. You're not even an awakened, yet you managed to put a leash to all those monsters. What you've done is a miracle." Thrude inwardly laughed, but her face showed nothing but the kindest motherly expression. After Author and having defeated Manohar along with an entire squadron of spellbreakers, Thrude knew that humans couldn't hinder her plans anymore. She had only 2 enemies left, the Awakened Council and the Undead Courts. Now, however, neither of them would be a threat to her any longer. By helping Zedros to become a dragon, she had killed an entire flock of birds with one stone. She couldn't care less about the father of all wyverns' ambitions. Yet by experimenting on him, she had the opportunity to study the bloodline purifying process and focus on that specific ability of Arthur's madness. That way, she had found a way to turn herself into a griffin and her unborn baby into a dragon-griffin hybrid safely, increasing her powers by several folds. Also, in exchange for her help, Zedros had taught her the awakening method that belonged to the wyvern bloodline. Thrud had involved in the project other members of the council, not only to have enough guardian blood for her purposes, but also to have Zedros awaken their most loyal followers and make sure that the wyvern wasn't tricking her. After her body modifications had killed the rest of Zedros' accomplices, and Scarlet had killed the newborn golden dragon, Thrud had gained a small army of young emperor beasts angry with the council. They would follow her to the golden griffin, where she would safely awaken them all, and according to Jakra, their loyalty would somehow be set in stone. On top of that, there was a reason why she had chosen to kidnap young undead instead of creating them from scratch. Making a greater undead required time and focus, but her real goal had been to split forever the eclipsed lands from the undead courts. The neutral faction had asked both the council and the courts for help, yet they had either ignored its pleas or attempted to blackmail the firstborns. The council had offered them a deaf ear, suspecting the eclipsed lands to provide support and comfort to the enemies they were at war with. The undead courts, instead, had demanded to the awakened undead to join the war effort along with their armies, and to provide them with food and artifacts. Now that the truth had come to light, the eclipsed lands had cut ties entirely with both organizations, leaving Thrud free field for her plans of conquest. The war would keep weakening the kingdom, the courts, and the council so that when her army of awakened came, they wouldn't have the strength to stop her. Their short-sightedness and petty grudges had made those old monsters dance at her tune like puppets. "We are so close to victory, my love," Thrud said after making sure for the 10th time that Jakra's wounds were healed and that his equipment was self-repairing itself. Chapter 14:18, Paying Your Dues, Part 2. Once we reach the Golden Griffin, you, I, and everyone inside will awaken, creating the strongest army that Magur has ever seen. No one will be able to stop us, and the throne will finally be mine. Are you sure you want to awaken now? What about the child? Not even the slave spell could keep Jakra from expressing his worries for his unborn baby. Silly man, she giggled, kissing his forehead and putting his hands on her belly. Of course I'm going to wait, but it's not going to be long anyway. I can feel that the moment is nigh. Our child can't wait to meet their parents. Jakra could feel the stirring and kicking reverberating from inside her soft skin. The thought of becoming a father made him incredibly worried and happy at the same time. On the one hand, he considered the baby as the only good thing that had come out of his enslavement. On the other hand, the moment it was born, one of the bloodiest wars the Garland continent had ever seen would start. The Emerald Dragon didn't want for his child to be enslaved as well, nor to make them grow during such horrible times. Space. The city of Lightkeep now. After telling Kala and Nika the events that had unfolded that night, and giving the White Scarlet's legacy, all that was left to do was to deal with the consequences of the mission's failure. I can't believe that Aunt Scar is gone, Nika sobbed, weeping blood tears. Hush, child, she's not dead. Our friend has just become something that goes beyond our wildest imagination and probably needs some time to get the hang of it, Kala replied. She's just become an immortal being. Centuries might look like a second to her, and by the time she returns, all of us might be all dead, Nika cried even harder. Sooner or later, you're going to become a lick and you'll abandon us as well. I hoped that at least I would have been able to rely on Aunt Scarlet, but now, once you're gone, I'll be all alone forever. Nock is not going to live long anyway, and you'll forget about me the moment you step inside that damned lab of yours. Kala wanted to console her daughter, but she recognized the truth behind her reasoning and remained silent. Don't worry, my little Robin, Vladian said. I'm not going anywhere and you'll be always welcome in my home. You are my goddaughter and this will always be your family. Lith sat on a sofa with a blank stare on his face, hoping that Baba Yaga would pop up at any moment to ask her for guidance, yet nothing happened. His human form felt alien to him, whereas his newborn instincts as a Tiamat poked at his brain that didn't know how to make sense of them. This isn't the outcome I had hoped for, but you upheld your part of the bargain and I'll do the same, the firstborn said. Kala, this white crystal is what you need for your experiments, yet I pray you'll never use it. He gave the white a gemstone the size of an apple, making Lith wonder how much the Eye of Kalga was actually worth. Nika, I'm willing to impart you the secret awakening technique of my bloodline and to make you into one of my children. Even in the case that you lose your mother, you'd always have a father. Vladian wiped her tears, hugging her tenderly. During the last few days, he had seen so much death and madness that even one of the original children of Baba Yaga felt the weight of his mortality. Lith, I promise you that I'll spare no effort to find out the identity of the killer of your friends. Even if I have to tear the undead courts apart, I will give you the answer you seek, he said. Wait, you don't know? Based on Hogg's words, I assumed everything was ready to be delivered. Lith snapped out of his reverie, yet his words held no fury. For some reason, everything felt distant and insignificant to him. Even talking to Vladian seemed just a waste of his time. I never trusted you nor your group. As Hogg must have told you, I heard about this while I was visiting the undead courts. Someone had paid them an ungodly price in exchange for some of their most secret knowledge and artifacts. I didn't want to get involved in an open war with the courts, but at this point, I don't care anymore. I know where to start my research and who question for answers. Even if I have to face the horsemen themselves, I'll find out the truth. Vladian and Lith exchanged their council runes so as to be able to communicate. After that, Lith stood up and prepared to leave. Any chance I can have a talk with Baba Yaga? He asked. I tried to contact her, but to no avail. I've left her several messages so that the moment she answers to me, I'll send her your way. Vladian was unaware that the Red Mother was still busy saving Dawn's life. Thanks, are you two ready? Lith said to Kala and Nika. I'm not coming back. I want Uncle Vladian to awaken me and gain the power I need to protect Mom from whoever sent her that card. Nika's eyes burned with a deep red flame that turned the light of undeath in her eyes into blazing torches. I'm sorry, Scourge, but I'm going to stay as well. The White shook her head. I'm not going to leave until I'm sure that Nika awakens safely. Also, as long as I'm here, whoever is targeting me will be forced to alter their plans, and the Council can redistribute their escorts. On top of that, I need time to learn how to use the eyes, and the libraries of Lightkeep will help me find a way to achieve lickhood, lessening the risk of leaving my children orphans. Whenever you need me, I'll just be one call away. I'll go back on my own then, Lith said while moving toward the door. I can't allow you to go home empty-handed like this. Hogg wore a grieving expression, feeling guilty for having dragged him into that mess. The traveling tavern will bring you straight back to Dirio's without the need to face those ruffians of the Council. He can do that? Lith asked Vladian in surprise. Yes, I've made an exception for his tavern in the city arrays. It's not as fast as a proper city gate for security reasons, but it sure beats the alternative. The firstborn nodded. Moving the traveling tavern required both Vladian's authorization and Hogg's mastery of dimensional magic. The staff had to leave the building so that the barkeep could shrink it in size and bring it out of the ceiling array's borders. Once outside Lightkeep, the tavern warped on its own several times until it reached the outskirts of the capital of the Distar region. The whole journey took them barely an hour, most of which they spent over mana geysers to recharge the tavern's warp drive. Here, take them. I've been saving them for my disciple, but neither of us needs them anymore. While they waited, Hogg handed Lith 2 Davros ingots. Chapter 1419, Gains and Losses, Part 1. The metal was solid, yet 1 second its surface was white with black veins all over it, and the next the two colors reversed their positions. Davros absorbed the light instead of reflecting it, changing its appearance as if there were two colliding forces inside of it, battling for dominion. 2 ingots weren't enough to make anything out of them, but more than enough to start studying its properties and practice Lith's origin flames. I guess you don't need my technique to reach the violet core, correct? Hogg asked with a sad smile. Correct, Lith nodded, putting the ingots inside his pocket dimension. Do you want me to keep the events of Lightkeep a secret from the Council? Let them know, Lith said with a scoff. Scarlet becoming a guardian will make them realize their foolishness, while my becoming a new species will make them value me even more. I can give up to a little privacy if it means more protections for my beloved ones. If even Baba Yaga can't protect her children alone, what does that say about people like you and me? Hogg nodded and opened the door of the traveling tavern. I'm sorry if I can't bring you all the way in, but Dirio's has dimensional ceiling arrays. We have to walk a bit. Once everyone got out of the building, Hogg stored it inside his dimensional item. The arrays of most cities of the kingdom stopped solely warps, not dimensional items. Lith didn't wait for them and flew straight at the city gates, and from there to the Distar household. The hole in the wall had yet to be repaired, while several constables and members of the Knights Guard looked for the slightest clue. Brynja sat on the doorsteps of the house, bawling her eyes out, and not caring one bit for openly showing her grief. She wanted the whole kingdom to feel guilty for letting her mother die a dog's death and do the impossible to find the culprit. The moment she saw Lith, she ran into his arms, hugging him tightly for an entire second before taking a step back and slapping him with all the strength she could muster. "Where the fuck have you been? I've been calling you all night and day. Mom might have called you and you wouldn't even know. What kind of hero lets the woman who took care of him for so long die? Where were you when my mother needed you the most?" Her voice was filled with rage and grief as she desperately searched for someone to blame for what had happened. "Miriam didn't call me. It's the first thing I checked when I got the news of her death." The sadness in his voice made her fury disappear. Without it, there was nothing holding Brynja together, and she started to cry again. Lith embraced her, sharing her pain and grief as if they were siblings. "I'm sorry for not arriving sooner, but I was hunting down the one who killed Lark. If I dropped everything to come here, it would only have made Miriam's death pointless," he said. "Did you find them?" She looked at him with a crazed frenzy in her eyes. "Not yet, but I will," Lith said with a stone-cold voice that held promises of infinite pain. "Soon." "Soon," he nodded. "When it happens, I want to be there to watch." Brynja hid her face in his chest while clawing at his back as if to squeeze the life out of the object of her hate. "You have my word," Lith said. "Space." Lith and Solus investigated the crime scene to the best of their abilities, but to no avail. The culprit had once again left no trace of their passage aside from the defiled corpse of their victim and the damage to the household. Even the members of the Knights Guard with their amazing forensic devices failed to find a single strand of hair or a drop of blood. Solus turned into her eyes form, but aside from a massive headache, she gained nothing from it. The raw amount of information from the Distar household, and the guard forced her back into her ring form after barely a few seconds. "By my mom, now I understand how Scarlet felt when Baba Yaga unlocked the advanced mode. I wish I had some kind of filter as well that gave me access to more information than Mana Sense, but not so many either," she sighed. "Maybe once you go back being a tower, you can check if that interface you discovered after Silverwing broke in now has some other functions related to the eyes. I doubt that Menadian ever planned on the tower having a portable form." "According to Baba Yaga's words, fusing your dying body with the tower must have been a last-ditch effort," Lith replied. "I hope you are right, otherwise until my power core stabilizes, this form will be utterly useless," she said. Once they were done, Lith took the gate from the local branch of the Mage Association and stepped through the gate in the barn of the Verhin household. The sun was about to rise, but its light gave him no joy. Ever since Lark's death, Magur had become a darker place to him. Miriam's murder made sunlight even duller, and the thought that by the end of that day, Camilla might break up with him made Lith feel as if Magur had split open under his feet, ready to swallow him whole. After losing the last semblance of his humanity, Lith's world was filled with so much darkness that losing the light that her unconditional affection bestowed upon him was too much to bear. Less than 24 hours had passed since the death of Martianus Distar, yet Lith found all the members of his family assembled together in the living room, waiting for his return. Aaron and Lyria tried to run to his legs, but their respective magical beasts stopped them. Onyx and Abominus growled at Lith, baring their fangs as the mana from their best spells filled the air. "Stand down, it's really me." Lith's tone held no threat nor outrage. It was flat as if he was reciting the alphabet. "Bad Onyx, bad. How can you be so mean with my big brother?" Aaron struggled, but the Shife held his clothes between her teeth without letting him go. "Abominus, how can you not recognize Uncle Lith?" Lyria asked. "It's not their fault, it's mine," he said while looking at his relatives in the eyes one at a time. "Many things happened during my short absence. One of them made me reach the violet core." Lith shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, with his 7 eyes now fully opened, and each one shining with the light of its corresponding element. He used his tail to drag a chair while folding his wings around his shoulders and hips. "Cool," the kids said in unison, admiring his glistening scales that now had become thicker and bigger. "Why is that a bad thing?" Elena threw a worried look at her son. There was something different with Lith, and it wasn't just grief. She had seen him after Protector had faked his death and after Lark's murder. Chapter 1420, Gains and Losses, Part 2. Both times Lith had been shaken in different ways, but always riddled with emotions. This time, instead, he looked depressed, sad, and resigned to some kind of impending doom Alina wasn't aware of. Yet, I'm sorry, Mom. If I ever have children, this is how they will look once they get out of their mother's womb, he said while unfolding his wings and turning around to let everyone see his demonic appearance. They might carry a shred of the Verhin blood, but I need to perform blood resonance on myself to make sure of it. Did you discard your humanity, son? There was no spite nor disgust in Roz's voice, only honest worry. No, Dad. Unlike other hybrids, I had no choice to make. Once my core reached the violet, my two life forces merged into one. They transformed into something I've never seen before and turned me into this thing, Lith replied. How is it called? Alina asked, forcing herself to smile and accept that the only way she had left to see her son's human face was him wearing a mask. Tiamat. When I transformed, I heard Magur call me Tiamat, the father of all demons. Super cool. Unlike the adults, the kids considered Lith becoming a four-winged war machine solely as a reason to celebrate, something to brag about with their friends. Was the form that you had until a few seconds ago just body sculpting? Renas said, asking the question on everyone's mind. It's not body sculpting, but it's not my true form either. It's just one of my faces. Lith shape-shifted back into his human form, not knowing how to better explain the feeling he had without his scales. The adult side of the family sighed in relief, considering his worries only the consequence of Miriam's death and of his pessimistic nature. I'd stop planning my marriage if I were you. Before the end of this day, I'm going to tell Camilla everything, and she is likely to break up with me, Lith said with a snarl, considering their size as an attempt to belittle his condition. Please, you said that before telling her about your hybrid nature, and again, before telling her that you were an awakened, Tista said, remembering what Solus had told her about how worried Lith was every time he had to open up to Camilla. I'm certain that she is going to be fine and accept it just like we do. It might take some time, but she isn't the type of woman to turn her back on you just because of this. You don't understand, Tista. I'm going to tell her everything. Lith emphasized the last word while showing his right hand to her. The others had no idea what the gesture meant, and failed to notice the stone ring for the umpteenth time, considering it the perfect accessory for someone as miser as Lith. Only Tista realized the full implications of those words by recognizing Solus's ring. Good gods, if Camilla reacts like anyone but me did when discovering the deep bond between them, they are bound to either break up or at least take a break from their relationship. Both events would have a severe effect on our entire family. The children have gotten close like cousins, and Zinnia is now one of Mom's best friends. If Lith and Camilla break up, everything will come to an end, or at least things will be awkward for a while, she thought while looking at Alina. Then Tista's eyes fell on her own hands, and for a moment she saw them covered in black scales. She shuddered at the thought that once she reached the blue core, she might fully become whatever her brother was and lose her humanity as well. Best case scenario, the next time Tista promoted her core, she would just turn into a hybrid, and only once she reached the violet core would she be forcefully turned into a Tiamat. No matter whether her body would react like that of a normal hybrid or of Lith, her core had now a cap that required a heavy price to be unlocked. Suddenly, accumulation and breakthroughs had lost most of their luster to her eyes. Since I don't want to drag Camilla in this mess any further until we clear our situation up, I'm going to do something important now. Don't be scared. Lith stood up and opened the door of the house. My siblings keeping watch of this house, please come in. His voice was barely a whisper, but he knew that thanks to their heightened senses, the phoenixes would manage to hear it in the silence of the night. Suddenly, three shadows that surrounded the Verhin household in a triangle formation gained a third dimension and assumed human form. The appearance of Kreven, Lenana, and Jay-Het made the temperature drop a few degrees. Phoenixes were creatures of light and darkness, making their presence enhance both the splendor of the sun and the void of its absence. Much to everyone's surprise, the space between the Verhin and the Yavel household distorted as well, taking the form of a majestic pitch-black wolf with 10 tails. The members of the Queen's Corps quaked in their boots, recognizing some of the members of Salark's nest, yet it was the appearance of the Filgja that covered them in a cold sweat. There was something in the aura surrounding him that made even the moonlight grow duller. What are you looking at, kids? Tezca snarled at the phoenixes. I'm his sibling as much as you are. Lith and I are both abomination hybrids, something truly rare, whereas phoenixes are a dime a dozen. Lith didn't actually call upon the Filgja, but he pretended to have been intentionally vague to summon them all. The phoenixes didn't like Tezca's attitude nor his disrespect, yet they recognized him as one of the oldest abominations still alive on Magur. Even Salark respected his knowledge and power, so they sucked it up. The massive amount of magical power that the four creatures released even while in a relaxed state shook the nerves of the members of the Queen's Corps, to the point of bringing their minds to the edge of madness. Yet the mental fortitude they had developed on the battlefield allowed the soldiers to overcome their fear and perform their duty. The members of the Corps drew their weapons and started to chant their spells until their captain stopped them. Wait, Archmage Verhin isn't moving from the door and isn't reacting to the sudden appearance of those strangers either. They might be his guest, and we cannot afford a diplomatic incident between the kingdom, the desert, and the Verhins. Locrius's calm voice reassured his soldiers, but his hand had already activated the army amulet, making reinforcements stand at the ready. Between the warping array and the gate in the barn, it would take them but a split second to get there. The captain was covered in nervous sweat, but when he saw Lith greeting the four monsters inside his house like old friends, he knew everything was all right. Everyone, they are Creven, Lenana, and Jahet from Grandma's side of the family. Lith introduced the phoenixes one at a time. This is Tezca. He's in charge of our security from the abomination side of the family. Chapter 1421, Camilla and Solis, Part 1. Howdy, kids, Tezca said with the bearing of someone too old to care about etiquette. Guys, this is my family. I assume that you already know every one of them, so I won't bother you with long introductions, Lith said. Are you really a phoenix? Aaron looked at Creven and under his mantle, finding him underwhelming. You got no plumes nor fire. Yeah, Lyria nodded while caressing the soft and pleasantly cold fur on Tezca's long tails. Uncle Lith and Uncle Doggy here are much cooler. You guys are plain. The Filgja chuckled at the phoenix's expense, while Lith massaged his temples in annoyance, and the parents apologized on behalf of their respective kids. Tezca was too ancient and wise to be angered by children's quips. His response to being called a doggy was to lift the kids on his tails that he rolled up in makeshift but fluffy seats. Aaron and Lyria screamed in excitement while looking at the room from a height that allowed them to look down on everyone in the room. They were akin to mice riding atop of a dragon, and they acted just as cocky. Lighten up, brother. We've all been hatchlings at some point in time. Lenana chuckled as well and unfolded a pair of emerald wings engulfed by green flames. Awesome, the children screamed in unison as they grabbed at her feathers and discovered that the flames didn't burn. They just tickled their skin. Why did you call us here, brother? Creven could hear both his siblings and his mother telling him to take the stick out of his ass via their mind link, yet he kept his usual stern look. I want you to tell Grandma that I've reached the deep violet. Lith shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, noticing how the phoenix's attention was entirely focused on his only feathered wing. I remember her being interested in my final form, and this is it. How tall? Creven said while touching both a membranous and the feathered wings while examining them with bloodburn, his breathing technique. About 20 meters, 66, I think, Lith replied. Also, please tell her that I plan on visiting her as soon as I can. My family and I need to get away from here for a while and live without an axe constantly hanging over our heads. That's a regular height for someone your age, Creven nodded. As for your visit, Mother says that you are welcome whenever you want. Just send her the word and she will link the gate in your barn to that in her tent. How do I do that? Lith asked. You tell us and we'll relay the message to her, Lenana said, taking Lyria off Tezca's tail and putting the child on her shoulders. Can I become as beautiful as you are when I grow up, Auntie? At Lyria's age, beauty and power were almost the same. Lenana had chosen a plain appearance, but in the eyes of the young girl, she was more stunning than Tista. Sure, as long as you work hard and don't slack off, everything is possible. What about me? Tezca asked. I've been trying and failing to contact Xenagrosh for a long while now. Could you please thank her on my behalf and tell her that I'd like to meet her in person again? Lith said. I will be my pleasure. Tezca ruffled Aaron's hair and handed him to Lith before taking his leave. Wait, before you go, there's something you all need to know. Lith had Renat take the kids away before calling Orion. With Miriam dead, he was the highest-ranked official Lith knew that could relay his report to the royals. Once everyone was assembled, Lith projected a hologram that showed the events in Lightkeep. He depicted himself solely as a human, to not give away either his Tiamat nature or his abilities as an awakened. He gave Vladian most of the credit of the fight against Jakra, keeping the rest as it had happened. At the mention of Thrud's name, the royals joined the call despite the late hour. "Interesting," Tezka said once the story was over. "This sure explains a lot." Kreven spoke with Salark's voice as he acted as her herald. "Archmage Verhin, are you telling me that the Mad Queen has now access to the powers of the Guardian's bloodlines?" King Meron asked, while pondering what move he would do next in Thrud's shoes. He couldn't hear or see the others in the room thanks to the amulet's settings, thinking he was alone with Lith. "Zedrose turned into a dragon, that's all I know for sure. Yet judging from her silver eyes, Thrud shares the blood of the first queen just like your majesty. It would be foolish of her not to attempt to gain such power," Lith replied. "I agree," Meron nodded. "This will postpone the gala even further than Miriam's death did. Not that anyone cares at this point, but I'd suggest you to stay in a safe place and take some rest. We all need it." Meron out. "Why did you show it to us?" Tezka asked while also pointing at the phoenixes. "Nandi was there as well, and I'm sure that you'd have learned about it anyway from Vladian." Unbeknownst to Lith, the Minotaur had already sent a full report to the organization. Yet seeing the battle with his own eyes allowed the ancient abomination to grasp more than what words could express. "As for you," Lith nodded at his siblings from the desert, "it's only a matter of time before Thrud pulls something in Grandma's turf. At this point, sending feathers against her would be plain suicide." "You have my thanks," Salark replied. "Yet now I have to tell the old lizard that another of his descendants went rogue. This will surely ruin our date." "You're what?" The room exploded in unison, Kreven included. "I'm ancient, not dead. Salark out," she said with a sneer, uncaring for their opinion. After the guest left, Lith went to his room. His tired body didn't worry as much as his mind that bordered on a nervous breakdown. Too many things had happened too fast. Miriam's death, Scarlet's disappearance, and the loss of his humanity. Those events overloaded his brain respectively with grief, worry, and uneasiness. Luckily for him, he fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. The gravity array Lith had set up protected the furniture, and no one disturbed his sleep, letting him rest as long as he needed. Only once Camilla arrived for dinner did they wake Lith up. They found him back in his Tiamat form. Lith had shapeshifted in his sleep to be more comfortable, retaining only his reduced height. "7 eyes open and 1 feathered wing? Congratulations, babe. You finally did it." Camilla did her best to smile despite all of her worries and kissed him on the mouth before he could fully turn back into a human. No matter how much Lith changed on the outside, he was always the same person to her. "Thanks," he replied with a sadness that worried yet didn't surprise her. Camilla knew that, due to the mission, Lith didn't have the luxury of time to grieve the loss of his friend, and that the metamorphosis was bound to have taken away another bit of his humanity. In the past, they had talked several times about how worried he was about what would happen in the case his life forces merged into one. Chapter 1422, Camilla and Solus, Part 2. "You look awful. When was the last time you had a proper meal?" Camilla took his hand and dragged Lith to the table laden with food. "I think I had a beer and a few meat skewers at the same time Miriam died," he said with a guilty voice. "Your dinner and her demise are in no way related, silly." She hugged him, doing her best to put aside how tired she was after a sleepless night due to being forced to work a triple shift. Despite all that, she had still found the time to go back home and change into her lucky clothes, those she had worn during their first date, hoping to cheer him up. "You're home now and that's all that matters. Welcome back," Camilla said while kissing him again. "Thanks." Lith knew that he sounded like a broken record, but his brain refused to work properly. The thought that those might be the last moments they spent together made him feel as if someone was tearing his heart to shreds. Yet he managed to conquer his fears enough to use invigoration on her, bringing Camilla back to her peak condition. "Gods, thank you. We constables could use a pot of invigoration instead of that strong bitter tea we have to drink to stay up all night," she said with a chuckle. Camilla had no idea that Lith had done it not only because he worried for her, but also so that once he told her about Solus, fatigue, and stress wouldn't impair her judgment. In a way, he was just covering his ass. After setting up another gravity array, the pleasant meal raised everyone's spirits, but aside from the kids, the mood was still heavy. Aaron and Lyria told Camilla all about their new aunt and uncles and how cool they looked, even conjuring some sketchy holograms of them. "I'll tell you everything after dinner," Lith answered the silent question in her eyes. Now just relax and enjoy our meal. After dinner, all that Camilla wanted to do was going to their room, listening to Lith's story, and then cuddling themselves to sleep. She needed his warmth to dispel the horrors she had been forced to face in the last 24 hours. Yet Lith insisted on taking a stroll in the Tron woods, and she respected his wish. Maybe he needs some privacy away from his parents, or maybe he needs to show me something that doesn't fit in the house. Camilla thought, not knowing that both of her guesses were right. Lith showed her the same hologram of the events in Lightkeep he had projected earlier. Yet this time he showed the whole truth. Also, when the story arrived at the part where he had reached his violet core, he shapeshifted into his full Tiamat form and lifted her on the palm of his hand. "This is how I really look like now. This is who I am," he said. Camilla recognized the pain Lith's voice had every time he revealed one of his secrets to her, and he feared that she might turn her back to him because of that. "Wow, you're taller than most trees now. Aren't you afraid that the Queen's core will spot you?" She tried to sound more excited than scared while she noticed not only the changes in his appearance, but also those in his personality. There was some kind of cold detachment in his voice that she had never heard before, as if he didn't just grow taller, but also more distant. Lith had often told her that the alterations to his life forces made him feel more and less than human at the same time, yet she had never noticed it. At least not until that moment. Camilla could see him and hear him, recognizing in the Tiamat in front of her the man she loved. Yet there was also something alien about him that scared her. "Don't worry about that. I made sure that we aren't followed and that we're alone for as long as we need," Lith replied, moving through the woods with the graceful and silent movements of a predator. "There's more?" she asked in confusion. "Yes, there is. Now that I've changed, I want you to realize that I'm not the man you knew anymore and to think carefully before answering the question you knew I'll ask you when I'm done," Lith said. "Tiamat human, who cares?" Camilla said. "You don't even need to use magic to shapeshift, which makes you still a human. Even if you weren't, you would still be the person I know and date for almost 3 years. She took a long pause, pondering her next words. Camilla was tired of lying to herself and to Lith, so she clenched her fists tightly before speaking again. "Scratch that. I don't care if you're human or not, and you know it. What you don't know, because I've always been too much of a coward to come forward first, is that IL. "Don't," Lith cut her short. "I'm the biggest coward here because I let us move forward while always dragging a huge part of my past behind, hidden in my shadow. Before you finish that phrase, I want you to know who I really am. Until then, you know only half the truth." Camilla felt her head spinning as she tried to make sense of Lith's words. "Half," she echoed in astonishment. "You already told me you're a hybrid, an awakened, and even a potential guardian. What more could be the other half?" "Not what, who?" Lith replied while putting her down in front of the mana geyser. "Are we waiting for someone? Do you have to introduce me to Magus, to your brother from a past life or something?" she nervously asked. "Or something. Did you ever wonder why I never brought you to my labs, or where I disappeared with my friends for days at a time? There's a reason I can move through the kingdom faster than anyone else, and you're about to find out." Lith shrunk into his human form, showing Camilla his stone ring before throwing it onto the ground. Before she could ask him anything, a broken tower erupted from below. The building was over 12 meters, 40 feet, high, with the floors from ground to second intact, while the third had its roof covered in debris, but close to being completely fixed. Even a non-mage like Camilla, who had been in contact with enough powerful mages and artifacts, could feel the tremendous power coursing throughout the tower. The mana in the area was so thick that it made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. "Is this what I think it is?" she asked. "Yes, it's a mage tower, and yet it's far more than you can possibly imagine." Lith opened the door for her, letting Camilla inside the lobby. The entire floor was covered by the softest and warmest carpet that she had ever touched during his travels. The hand-woven tapestry depicted the shared history of Lith and the tower in a circular picture. In the first slot, Lith was still a 4-year-old kid picking up a rock. In the last one, there was the scene of him and Camilla walking through the door. Chapter 1423, The Weight of Truth, Part 1. "How is this possible? You can't have updated the tapestry before my arrival. Even my attire is identical to that depicted, and you had no idea I would shapeshift my uniform into my lucky clothes," Camilla asked. "Camilla Yavel, this is Solus. She's both my partner and the mind behind this tower. Solus, this is Camilla Yavel." Lith waved at the door of Solus's room that slowly opened, letting a being made of light out. Solus looked like a short woman, about 1.54 meters, 51, tall, made of golden energy, and with long golden hair that floated in the air as if she floated underwater. She wore a simple day dress that covered her from the neck to the ankles. Solus had chosen loose clothes of a dark blue color that didn't emphasize anything of her proportions to not appear as a threat to their relationship in the slightest. "What do you mean, your partner?" Camilla's brain felt like someone had dropped it into tar and then frozen it. "It's just as you see in the carpet. I found Solus back when I was a kid and she was just a rock. We grew together, helping each other through thick and thin. She never left my side nor I did hers. If not for her, I would have died hundreds of times. She's the reason why I'm so successful, why I could save Zinnia from Falmug, and why I can craft artifacts like no other mage can," Lith said. "Okay, now you're scaring me. Tell me what the heck is going on and do it in a way that actually makes sense, please." What scared Camilla the most wasn't just the surprise so much as the mutual affection she could feel between them. On top of that, if half of what Lith had just said was true, then her relationship with him was bound to be shallow and short-lived compared to that they shared. Explaining this with words would take a long time, and it would be impossible for you to not misunderstand everything. It's easier if I show it to you. Lith extended his hand to her while Solus mirrored his movements. Camilla usually would trust him with her life, but the more she remembered how many times she had seen the stone ring, the more she could feel her certainties falter. Camilla hesitated for a second before taking Lith's right hand and Solus's left, while they held their free hand together, forming a full circle. Camilla knew his life by heart, so Lith only projected into her mind the parts about Solus that she wasn't aware of. It allowed him to give her a perfect understanding of his relationship with Solus without the risk of ambiguities or of poisoning Camilla's mana core. Camilla watched at Lith saving the cracked stone from the Rise Maw, Solus helping Lith to just hide his game at first, and soon becoming his moral compass. Seeing how they had supported each other, going through things that would have broken most people, Camilla considered their bond to be marvelous, sweet, and utterly unbearable. "Really, she was there during our first dates, and even when we spent our first night together," Camilla said in outrage. "Yes, but I've shown you that Solus knows how to give us privacy. Also, after a while, she stopped coming with me when—" "Oh yeah, great. She magically covers her eyes and ears and I'm supposed to feel better. Or at least you the one who decided to leave her behind while dating me, or was even that her idea?" Camilla cut him short, unable to distinguish what part in their relationship had been Lith and what was just Solus's influence. "We decided it together," Lith said, stabbing Camilla's heart once more. "I wanted to understand how deep my feelings for you were, and Solus didn't want to play third wheel." "That's rich. She felt like a third wheel?" Camilla said while clenching her hands so hard that she made them bleed. "I was the third wheel in this sick play of yours all along. Tell me one thing. Was I some kind of replacement for the body she doesn't have? Who were you thinking about while we slept together? You've never been anyone else but Camilla to me, and you were my first and last thought every time we spent the night together, not Solus." Lith held her by the shoulders while looking at Camilla straight in the eyes. The good thing about having spent 3 years together was that she was now able to tell at a first glance when Lith spewed a blatant lie. Camilla inwardly sighed in relief at his honesty. The bad thing, however, was that in the end, it didn't make her feel any better. Camilla had given Lith 3 years of her life and all the love she was capable of, only to discover that there had always been another woman in his life. A woman closer to him than she could ever hope to be. Betrayal, rage, and envy ravaged her heart, making every possible answer that Lith could give to her hurt just the same. 3 years? Why did you wait for so long before telling me something so important? Were you playing with me, or were you just waiting for Solus to have her body back before breaking up with me? Camilla asked. I didn't tell you for obvious reasons. Solus is a mage tower. I own a mage tower, something that's supposed to exist only in the legends. How could I share such a dangerous secret with a woman I barely knew? We met in the army, and you knew everything about cursed objects. If I told you that I had bonded with a woman that lived in my head, not only would you have never dated me, you would also report me to the military. I would have become a test subject in some secret compound, and everything I worked so hard for would have been ruined, Lith replied. You are right, she nodded, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm down. If our position were reversed, I wouldn't have told him anything either. A mage tower is something big enough to trigger a war between the 3 great countries. On top of that, after seeing how the military treats the lost cities, after seeing what Dawn did to Akala, It's only normal that Lith didn't trust me with the truth. Being together for less than 1 year, and with all the bumps we had in our relationship, it would have scared the crap out of me. I would have begged him to ask the royals for help, and probably even exposed him if he refused to be split from his artifact. Without knowing what I know now, without all the incredible things that I've witnessed and learned during these 3 years, my prejudices would have gotten the better of me, Camilla thought. Then why gods, why even though I know that he's right doesn't my heart hurt one bit less? She started to cry, unable to hold herself together any longer. You've kept this secret for so long. Why are you telling me now? She asked amid tears. Because the more time we spent together, the more keeping Solus a secret from you weighed on my conscience until it became unbearable. Yet I didn't tell you because I was a coward, and I was afraid of losing you. Chapter 14:24, The Weight of Truth, Part 2. Now, however, after losing part of my humanity, I decided that instead of giving you bits of truth, it was time to let you know everything so that you could make up your mind one last time. This is it, Camilla. There are no more secrets between us. This is how I look and how my children will if I ever decide to have any. As for Solus, she's more than an artifact. She's my partner and my best true friend. If we want to keep moving forward together, you must be ready to honestly accept Solus because I will never give up on her, Lith said. So you're ready to give up on me but not on her? Camilla asked. It's different. You are not a part of me but someone I want to be part of my life. I can't and I won't force you to do anything. I'm just giving you a choice, Lith replied. What point does my choice have when you've already made yours? Camilla said with a snarl, unwilling to hear one more word of that sick joke any longer. She opened the door of the tower and then turned toward Lith one last time. How could you do this to me? How could you lie like that and keep a straight face for 3 whole years? I loved you, Lith Verhin. She slammed the door behind and ran toward the Verhin household under Tista's watchful eye. She had followed them only to make sure that, if the worst happened, Camilla would get home safe without anyone bothering her. I love you too, Camilla Yavel. Lith whispered to the closed door without moving for several minutes while he checked on Camilla via the tower's sentries. Yet he didn't say it out loud to her, because it would have been nothing but a cheap low blow. The word love isn't enough to justify my actions. Camilla has every reason to be shocked and indignant. Maybe this is what Baba Yaga meant when she explained to me about love. If I really care for her, I must let Camilla go, Lith thought. This is different from when Floria broke up with me. This time I'm not giving up on her so much as giving Camilla the time and space that she needs to make her decision. If I tell Camilla that I love her and propose to her now, she might give me an emotional answer that would last only until she calms down. Then, she might regret her decision and change her mind, bringing us back to square one. The moment Camilla crossed the warp gate in the barn, Lith's knees buckled up. Then why gods, why even though I know that I'm doing the right thing doesn't my heart hurt one bit less? He started to cry, unable to hold himself together any longer. Space. Camilla arrived at Belias in such a state that she was stopped by the desk sergeant. It took her some effort to convince the soldier that she hadn't been the victim of any crime and that she just wanted to go home. Once Camilla finally reassured the woman enough to let her go, she reached her apartment and slammed the door behind. Lucky clothes, my ass, she said while taking them out of the scalewalker's dimensional space and throwing them in the trash bin. Then her eyes fell on the mystical glow of the camellia that she always carried on her. Camilla stared at the magical flower in hatred, seeing it as the embodiment of the pain and deception that Lith had put her through during the last 3 years. It will be a pleasure watching you wither, little fucker. She took it out of her breast pocket and clenched it with all of her strength, before realizing that she had imprinted it out of habit. Camilla wanted to throw the camellia in the bin as well, but her hand refused to open. The magical flower held many precious memories, some of which belonged to the happiest moments of her life. Camilla thought back at Lith making her fly through the sky, giving Zinnia sight, life, and helping her to get divorced. Camilla remembered all the hours that she and Lith had spent together in their home. Camilla realized that she wouldn't hear his voice ever again, that his steps wouldn't echo through the house anymore, that they would never make breakfast for each other again. Suddenly, it wasn't just the lights being still off that made the house dark so much as the thought that, from that moment onward, all of those things that had lighted up her heart during the last 3 years were lost forever. Camilla kept clenching and imprinting the camellia, crying her eyes out as she felt as if she was a stranger in her own home. Space. Neither Lith nor Camilla made a secret of their breakup, so Tista's worst-case scenario, came to be in all of its unpleasantness. Both the Yavel and the Verhan family couldn't understand what might have ruined their relationship so abruptly, yet they couldn't ask their respective relative for an explanation to not make them feel even worse. After confirming that neither of them knew what the heck had happened, Alina and Zinnia had to avoid each other for a while, being forced to assume that their respective loved one was the real victim. Only the children went on with their lives like usual, since their parents found it stupid to involve them in their problems. They had to cancel all the plans for the marriage and wait for the moment when one of the two former lovers felt like opening up to them. While the two families tried to make head or tails of the situation, the news that Lith was single again spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom and beyond its borders. Noble dames invited him to their houses, and the royals found the most implausible excuses to arrange a date for Lith with the princesses, hoping that at least one of them could make love spark. Emperor beasts were much more straightforward. Many women of powerful species from the council contacted him to know if he was interested in mixing his bloodline with their own. If Lith really was a new species born from Ligain's and Salark's blood, then it should have been possible to add another guardian to the mix. To have some privacy, Lith moved from his house to the tower. His parents believed that he was actually living with Falul, and Raz secretly hoped that by living together the Hydra would catch him on the rebound. Lith, however, would leave the tower only for the meals, spending the rest of the time experimenting with his new body to bury himself in work and don't think about Camilla. Too much. I know that I owe my parents an explanation, and that they have the right to know about Solus as well, but I don't have the strength to go through another emotional roller coaster. At least this way I can avoid all those stupid suitors and allow Solus to feed on the full power of my deep violet core. 2 birds with 1 stone, he thought. As for the Hydra, she didn't take Cedra's death well. Chapter 1425, Filling the Void, Part 1. After learning what had happened to her youngest son, Falul had closed herself inside her lair for a few days to grieve him. The council felt guilty for what had happened and offered her reparation. After all, had they intervened when Vladian had requested their help, maybe they would have exposed Zedros's mad plan, and many of their youths would still be alive. Cedra wasn't the first child Falul outlived, yet she didn't resent them any less. She blamed the council in general, and all the Guardians' bloodlines in particular, for their carelessness. From Lith's report, it was clear that the father of all wyverns would have never succeeded if not for so many like-minded emperor beasts treating their apprentices like the scum of Magur. After the events in the eclipsed lands, the council had decided to rediscuss the rules and the protections regarding their youths, hoping to find a way for such a tragedy to never happen again. Kaisel the Wyvern ended up taking his father's place, as he had always wanted. The Wyvern's bloodline needed a new elder in the council, and his older siblings had no desire to get mixed with politics. Yet they wanted to stand tall among their peers, and to get rid of the mark of infamy that Zedros had cast upon them all, so they taught Kaisel both the secret of the violet core and the basics of spirit magic. During that time, Falul accepted only the visits of her friends like Phila the Behemoth and of Lith. Even in her grief, she knew that between the traumatic events that he had lived, the metamorphosis of the violet core, and the breakup with Camilla, the young Tiamat needed all the guidance he could get. With Scarlet and Calla gone, there was no one that she trusted enough to care for him more than they did for political plays. Phila was a great woman, but her seat in the council affected all of her actions, and in his weakened status, Lith was easy prey. I know this is the stupidest question in Magur, but I have to ask it anyway. How are you feeling today? Lith had gone to visit her 2 days after his breakup, yet Falul had learned about Cedra's fate from Calla 3 days back, the same night he had left Lightkeep. Like crap, you. Falul slouched on her favorite couch, surrounded by bottles of alcohol and plates of sweets. Same, hope this helps. Be careful because it's cold. Lith offered her a huge bowl filled with some kind of thick cream. Half of it was deep brown, while the other half was milky white, and both were covered in chocolate chips. What's that thing? She could smell a sweet scent filling her nose. I call it ice cream. It works miracles after a breakup, so I thought it might also help you with grief. Lith replied while taking one of Falul's bottles. He took a bowl for himself out of his pocket dimension, sprinkling abundant red dragon over the ice cream, mixing them together before using round chocolate cookies to scoop the ice cream. Isn't it early for drinking? Falul asked. The sun has set for a couple of hours already. It's late enough for me. She had lost track of time, but being close to the winter solstice, Darkness would fall early. Fallow followed his lead nonetheless, tasting the weird dessert with and without the alcohol. Good gods, it's delicious. Have you ever thought about selling ice cream? I did, but the recipe is too simple. Any magico could make it, and I would lose the exclusive faster than you can say seconds, please, Lith replied. Well, it would make a lot of people happy. Ice cream would be a great gift for all living creatures on Magus, Fallow said. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I've got no intention of becoming the DeLorean Magus nor the Wonka Magus. I'm not going to share anything unless I receive proper compensation, Lith said. The who Magus? Fallow had never heard about Earth's fictional pastry chefs. Nothing. Do you want some cookies? Lith said, eager to change the topic. Yes, please. What about the miser Magus, then? Alcohol and biscuits gave the ice cream the extra kick it needed to lighten even Fallow's mood. Sounds much more appropriate, he nodded. They ate in silence, grieving alone together. Lith drowned the loss of Miriam, Camilla, and of his humanity while Fallow tried not to think of Cedra's final days. One big bowl was enough for Lith, but just a snack for a Hydra. Luckily for her, Lith had brought 7 bowls, 1 for each head. Once they were both done eating and quite tipsy, Fallow asked, Did you come just for bringing me some ice cream, or is there something you need? I know that I'm a jerk for bothering you so soon, but one of the reasons I had to leave my home is that the floor can barely hold my weight now. How do you Emperor beasts keep yourself from being discovered if you weigh so much? Lith asked. Gravity fusion. Once you know how to circulate 6 elements at the same time, you can mix them to behave akin to a human, Fallow replied. Does it mean that things like spirit fusion or dimensional fusion also exist? Lith suddenly felt happy, but also very sleepy. And what they would do, she chuckled. Fusion magic already ignores arrays, and dimensional fusion would kill you, unless you can survive your organs and blood warping around, of course. All right, point taken, Lith nodded. When can you teach me gravity fusion? Not today, that's for sure. The Red Dragon is a liquor for those of our size, created with the purpose of making us pleasantly intoxicated. I'm not going to mess with gravity magic until I sober up, and neither should you. How is Solus doing? She asked. She's in the same shit as us, plus she feels guilty for me and Camilla breaking up, Lith replied. An awkward silence ensued while they tried to find something to talk about that wouldn't make their mood turn sour again. Yet both of them could only think about their respective issues, making the Red Dragon bottles sing an alluring tune that only they could hear. You should better leave. If we drink more, we might end up doing something that we'd regret tomorrow, Fallow said, pouring herself another drink. Agreed. Before I go, I want you to have these. Lith sealed her glass with a layer of ice and handed Fallow a pair of enchanted black gloves. Are these what I think they are? The moment her breathing technique, Lifestream, gave her a grasp of the artifact's nature, excitement instantly sobered the Hydra up. Yes, they are the hands of Menadian. The king of Kalga used them to keep the water out of the city and fuel the arrays. I have no use for the hands, so I want you to have them, Lith said. Are you drunk, or are you proposing to me? This is a priceless treasure. How can you say that you have no use for them? The hands can turn even a crappy forgemaster into a capable artisan, and that's the least they can do. Fallow pushed them toward Lith, but he pushed them back. Chapter 1426, Filling the Void, Part 2. I have my own means, don't worry about me. Also, I'm not drunk, nor has pain turned me into an idiot. I've already lost Lark and Miriam. Gianni can't use them, and my professors have their own means to defend themselves. You're the only awakened I know that has received the present card, and I trust you enough to know that you won't abuse the hands nor ask me questions I'm not ready to answer, Lith said. I'm giving them to you because if the bastard who killed my friends decides to stick close to Lucia, you're their next mark. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you, even though I could have prevented it. I'm speechless, Fallow said while imprinting the hands and testing their powers. The Hydra now only needed a flick of her fingers to conjure all kinds of forgemastering circles and keep them stable for a long time like only a mage tower could. I need a mana geyser to tap into their full power, but they are an amazing tool as they are already. Fallow put them away before taking Lith's hands into her own. Thanks for the beautiful gift. I can see what Camilla sees in you and why she stuck with you for so long. Saw, Lith corrected her. Sees, Fallow insisted. As someone older than you who has gone through a lot of breakups and failed relationships, let me give you an unsolicited piece of advice. No matter your race, death is part of the cruel game that life is. Lark, Miriam, and Cedra are dead, but Camilla is not. I'm not telling you to wait for her nor to forget about her. Only time will tell whether your goodbye will last for a while or forever. Just don't give up on your feelings solely because they bring you pain. Otherwise, all that will be left of you is a lick who remembers nothing but the nature of his work. Fallow took a pause to let Lith ponder her words. One more thing, she said once his deep meditative state brought Lith to snoring. Now that you've reached the violet core, it's the perfect time to develop a more complex breathing technique. There's nothing wrong in those you used until now. But once you start practicing accumulation again to further promote your mana core, you'll discover it incapable of tapping into the auxiliary core's full potential. Invigoration will suffer from the same problem, turning out to be subpar especially during battle. The mother of all hydras invented Lifestream after achieving the violet core as well, and all of us work to improve it once we reach your current level. Our breathing technique is so powerful thanks to the collective work that awakened hydras share among them for centuries, keeping us from being forced to rediscover the same principles over and over again. Fallow said. Wait a second, I remember that Scarlet had a unique breathing technique even when she was still bright blue. Was she a genius or what? Lith asked, fighting against his drowsiness. Neither, she was just way older than you. Scarlet remained stuck at bright blue for centuries, and even though vortexes don't work as well as auxiliary cores, with enough time, talent, and effort, one can research a powerful breathing technique like her aura even at the bright blue core. Fallow replied. Now, before you go back to your secret hideout to sleep, can I have some more, please? She held an empty bowl of ice cream like a beggar asking for spare change. I thought you hated the cold and it's almost winter. My birthday is around the corner. Lith raised an eyebrow in disbelief. I do, but your heating system brings spring every day into my cave, so a bit of chill in my mouth doesn't bother me. Fallow shoved the bowl in his face over and over. I don't bring a cartload of ice cream on me during late fall. This is the recipe. Lith handed her a very small piece of paper. And you make it like this. Lith mixed the milk, sugar, eggs, cream, powdered chocolate, and vanilla together with magic. Spirit kept the ingredients apart when necessary while water magic cooled them down. After less than 5 minutes, Fallow's bowl was now half filled with vanilla and the other half with chocolate ice cream. Thank you for your generosity, O miser Magus. Fallow chuckled while giving him a small bow. Then she took a massive amount of ingredients from her dimensional amulet and prepared a hydra-sized serving. Bye, she kicked him out, to enjoy a bit of privacy while she ate like no lady would in presence of a witness that wasn't her companion. Fuck me sideways, that red dragon is really something. I must buy some for myself and keep it away from humans or they'll die of alcohol poisoning. Lith barely managed to go back to the tower and ask Solus to wake him up for dinner before falling asleep. How did it go with Fallow? She asked him, obtaining snoring in reply. Solus sighed deeply, worried about both Lith and their relationship. My nourishment has improved greatly since he got the violet core, and by spending almost all of our time together in the tower, my power core grows stronger by the day. Yet everything else is at an impasse. We both have yet to recover from Miriam's death, but Lith is still devastated by losing part of his humanity and Camilla in less than 1 day. I waited for so long for him to be single, but making my move now would be really a cheap blow. On top of that, trying to build anything on top of this emotional swamp would have paper-thin foundations. All I can do is bide my time and stay close to him like I always did. She sighed again, laying on the bed beside Lith, holding him in a hug. The 3rd floor of the tower was nearly complete. Solus hoped that with it, her human body would return as well. Space. Later that evening, Lith dined with his family after rest, and a touch of invigoration had taken care of the hangover. The mood was as heavy as always, and everyone walked on eggshells around him. They had no idea how to ask for what reason Camilla and him had so abruptly ended their relationship. What are your plans for the future, dear? Alina kept vague so that Lith could open up to her or dodge the question with the same ease. First, I need to learn gravity fusion. Setting up an array every time I have to sit somewhere is getting really annoying. Then I have to work on a new breathing technique. Lith replied, eating his serving of stew with a grave face as if the fate of the world depended on it. I think your mother was talking about your birthday, son, Roz said. The social event can be easily avoided using the same reasons that made the gala get postponed again. Do you mean the death of my friends? Agreed. Lith cut his father short. He hated when people believed that just not mentioning death would make him feel better. Actually, he hated a lot of things of late. Chapter 1427, Solus and the Family, Part 1. Yes, but we would still like to celebrate your birthday, Roz said. What's to celebrate? The day when you lost a son and gained a monster. Lith shapeshifted for a split second, making the adults shudder and the kids ask for an encore. I understand your pain, Lith, but it's not a good reason to behave as if you're the only one grieving. Alina stood up from her chair and moved near to him. She cupped his face, forcing Lith to look her in the eyes, in the hope to snap him out of that edgy self-loathing demeanor. I knew Trekwell Lark before you were born, and I spent more time with Miriam than you ever did. Every time there was a gala that I couldn't attend due to my lack of manners, I entrusted you to her. After your return, Miriam would spend hours telling me every single word of praise you received and how well you handled those who provoked you. They were good people and my friends. I miss them more than you can possibly imagine. Yet you are my son, and you need me more than I need to cry. So please, don't you dare to call yourself a monster again, because that's the only thing that I can't bear right now. No one in this house cares about how you look or how your children will. All that matters to us is that you know that this is your family and that everyone here loves you. She embraced him, soon joined by Roz. Also, telling us why Camilla broke up with you would surely help us to understand your feelings, Renaa said. Renaa, her parents said in unison, bursting Lith's eardrums. What? Too soon? Not really, Renaa shook her head. I don't want him to relive everything, just to tell us what happened and maybe stop acting as if it's the end of the world. We can't help Lith if he doesn't open up to us. Renaa is right, Lith sighed. Let's finish our meal, put the kids to bed, and then I'll tell you everything. Aside from the kids complaining about having to go to sleep early and their claims about being able to keep a secret, the room remained silent until the end of the dinner. Space. Blood Desert, Salark's tent. Inside one of the few bedrooms on Magur capable of withstanding the passion of two guardians, right now. The desert's overlord had gone on her date after receiving Lith's report about the events of Lightkeep. Ligaen and Salark had rekindled more than one kind of spark between them straight after dinner, and they had just finished their business. Why did you want us to keep our human form? Wasn't it kind of awkward for you? Ligaen said amid pants while dabbing a bit of sweat with the bedsheets. Are you kidding me? That felt amazing. It's true what they say. Practice really makes perfect, and you clearly practiced a lot. She chuckled while hogging the sheets to make herself a makeshift dress while she took something out of a chest on the other side of the tent. Order and chaos, you're the least romantic woman I've ever dated. You make even a compliment sound like a dirty joke, Ligaen said. Wait, was this a date? I thought you hated being associated with me. Salark feigned ignorance. Not as much I hate booty calls or being considered the one-night-stand guy of the god of forgemastering, he replied with a scoff. We're not kids. If you want us to be together again, just grow a spine and say it out loud. Salark brought a couple of glasses of Red Dragon and offered one to Ligaen, who blushed in embarrassment. Not only because of her words, but because they both knew that he had created that liquor ages ago with the purpose of getting her drunk. She was the red, and he was the dragon, making it an intimate inside joke between them. No, I'm not, he replied too fast to be believable. Too bad, because I'd like to. Salark lied down on the bed on her side in a sensual way while sipping her drink. Maybe it's because seeing our baby Lith all grow up is stirring my maternal instincts, but I'm willing to give another try at mixing our bloodlines. Please, he is not our baby. It must be one of Magur's tricks, but only they know why they did it. Ligaen snarled. Well, if Magur did it, then why can't we do it as well the old-fashioned way? Doesn't the idea pique your scientific curiosity? She replied. Wait, did you really call me here for old time's sake, or did you plan on using me from the beginning? He stood up, throwing a reproachful look at her. I don't see why I can't combine business and pleasure, she giggled. If it works, we can make Magur a better place. Also, if I do get pregnant, I could use the baby's help to craft a new masterpiece above the guardian level. Suddenly Ligaen understood why she had chosen the human form for their romantic encounter. He stared at her flat, sensual womb like a pro-gamer would at a cheater. Even guardians would receive a temporary and significant boost in power while pregnant. If the father was of comparable might with the mother, she would end up doubling both her physical and magical prowess. It was one of the things Ligaen envied the most about Salark and Tyrus. Talking about mixing bloodlines, I think I know what Thrud is planning and how she managed to craft the Kingslayer armor. Being pregnant of a dragon must have boosted her griffin abilities to the point that there's no telling what level her forgemastery has reached, he said. What do you mean, what griffin powers? She's just a human, Salark asked. Think about it. The The prototypes belong to the lesser dragons, phoenixes, garudas, and griffins. Don't you find it suspicious that no Leviathan nor Fenrir was involved? Salark was about to object that one ocean of distance was a considerable obstacle, but the presence of garudas made her reasoning crumble. Yes, very, she nodded while racking her brain for an answer. We know that she found a way to turn a wyvern into a dragon by refining the remains of my blood. Hence, it's safe to assume that rather than help Zedros out of the goodness of her heart, she did it to use him as a test subject without endangering her baby. Ligon said. Phoenixes and garudas were only meant to study respectively Origin Flames and Life Maelstrom. Thrud needed as many subjects as she could in the first phase of her research to find a way to safely trigger those powers. Then she focused solely on dragons and griffins because that's what she really needed. Dragons for Zedros, griffins for herself, and both for the baby. Great Mother Almighty! All guardians knew that Tyrus was far from being omnipotent, but being the first of their kind, she was the object of their admiration. Are you telling me that she might be carrying the griffin version of Lith? Maybe, or maybe she just wants her child to get the best of both worlds no matter what life force they choose once the child becomes of age. Ligon replied. Chapter 1428, Solus and the Family Part 2. Ligon had actually failed to consider the Griffin-Dragon-Lith hypothesis, and it made him shudder. A being capable of using both Origin Flames and Life Maelstrom would have been a potential threat to the balance. We must call Tyrus and inform her immediately. Salark activated the mind link between them before Ligon could stop her. Don't I we? Salark, to what I owe the pleasure of Magur Almighty, I can never unsee that. Tyrus didn't like the image of her best friend stark naked and covered in sweat that popped in front of her eyes. Stop being such a prude, we've seen each other naked plenty of times. Salark laughed her ass off. While bathing in thermal springs, not while exchanging fluids. What's Ligon doing there and naked at that? Tyrus asked. Well, you see, when a man and a woman like each other. Salark made a circle with the index and thumb of her left hand while bringing the index of the right inside of it. But Tyrus cut off the conversation before the Overlord could finish her sentence. Space. Village of Lucia, Lith's house, after the end of the dinner. Despite their boastful claims, the kids fell asleep before the grown-ups were done clearing up the table. Between the pleasant warmth of the fireplace and the softness of the fur of their magical beast friends, tiredness closed their eyes without them even noticing. Is it safe to leave the kids alone? Renaa bit her lower lip out of stress. Since when are they alone? One magical beast in each bedroom, 3 phoenixes, 1 abomination wolf thingy, and 3 squads of the Queen's Corps stand guard outside 24/7, Lith said with a scoff. Even Balker would rather kill himself than try to attack us here. Everyone felt reassured by those words, remembering how much those godlike creatures seemed to care for the children. Lith opened a warp gate leading in a random direction, warping around a few more times, always relaxing the space behind them to keep people from following their path. The last dimensional door led them in front of the clearing in the Tron Woods, where the Mana Geyser waited for its master. Guys, this is where I fought the Wither alongside Protector and the other kings of the woods. He said to explain why the vegetation was so thin and only young trees grew there. Even after years from the fight, there wasn't enough food to sustain wildlife, making the area as empty and silent as a natural graveyard. This is terrifying, but how is it related to Camilla? Renaa asked. Lith took off his stone ring, showing it for a second to his family before throwing it on the ground. The ruined Tower of Menadian rose up slowly, taking the appearance of the 4-story building that Camilla had seen just a few days back. Everyone stared at it in awe and amazement, almost too stunned to notice that someone among them didn't share their feelings. Almost. Let me guess, Raz said to Tista, you already knew about it, correct? Correct, she nodded, and so does Nalrond, Protector, Celia, and the Erna sisters. Lith's relatives inhaled sharply. Each one of them had a hard time not feeling hurt for his lack of trust, and not expressing their outrage for knowing about it last. Seriously, you told Nalrond but not your own mother. Alina had tried her best being understanding, but that was too much even for her. What Tista has failed to mention is that I told her only because otherwise she would have died of awakening. The same happened for Floria after I rescued her from the Famer mines. I couldn't let them die, so I had to tell them. Nalrund knows about it because we hid in the tower while running away from Dawn. As for Protector, after my attempt at saving his life, he shares all of my memories, remember, Lith said with a sigh. It sort of makes sense, but only sort of. It still doesn't explain why Camilla broke up with you nor why you didn't tell us sooner, Roz said. To be honest, learning about important stuff after your girlfriend pains my father's heart. I told Camilla first because, if you knew, you would have given me such a hard time that she couldn't possibly miss it. Now please get in. The answer to all your questions is waiting for you, and this is no metaphor, Lith said while opening the door for them. Inside, the circular carpet had been updated once again, showing in its last panel the coming of the Verhin family. It's bigger on the inside, they said in unison, gasping at the wide space around them. Even the tower's lobby was bigger than the first floor of their house. Guys, this is Elfin Althena Menadian, but she will always be Solus to me. She's my lifelong partner, my other half, and my best friend. Lith waved at the stairs that lead to the first floor of the tower. Solus came down slowly, hoping that by making a different entrance she would also obtain a different outcome. She still felt terrible for the breakup, and feared that by revealing her existence, Lith might ruin his relationship with his family as well. What everyone saw walking down the stairs was a golden fairy that looked like a creature out of one of the stories that Lith projected for the kids. Solus looked like a short woman, about 1.54 meters, 51, tall, made of golden energy, and with long golden hair that floated in the air as if she floated underwater. She wore a simple deep blue mage robe over a shirt and pants. She had chosen clothes that resembled Lith's archmage robe to both emphasize their bond and stress out that their relationship was more about business than romance. At least so far. Solus didn't want them to think that Lith had cheated on any of his girlfriends, nor to be blamed for his unsuccessful love life. Solus, you already know everyone. She's been with me ever since I caught that huge boar in the woods years ago. Solus has walked by my side all the way through the academy, the army, and everything life threw at me, Lith said. Are you telling me she's your magical mistress? Alina said, glaring at Lith with a fiery gaze that would have burned Maugre to cinders. Did Floria break up with you because of her as well? Because you were already married? The my other half part explained Roz why despite his many talents and even more outstanding achievements, his son was still reluctant to settle down. Lith already had a family that he kept hidden from his other family. I'm deeply ashamed of you three, Renna said while pointing at Tista, Lith, and Solus. Lith, how could you play with the hearts of so many good women without feeling an ounce of remorse? Tista, how could you enable such toxic behavior? No matter how much you admire Lith, you should have told us. As for you, Renna stared at Solus, realizing that she knew nothing of the fairy's past or motivations. I demand an explanation. How did you seduce my little brother into this mess? Chapter 1429, Ins and Outs, Part 1. Solus fell onto her knees, crying in humiliation. The people that she had dreamed to meet her whole life barely knew her name, and yet they had already judged her, deeming her unworthy. Solus turned to a shade of purple, and so did all the lights in the tower. Tista ran to her side, hugging Solus, who clung to her, and hid her face on Tista's shoulder. Seeing the light of that small creature flicker with each one of her sobs, made the Verhin family feel deeply ashamed of their mindless outburst. If she's not a homewrecker, I've just stepped all over that poor girl out of prejudice, Alina thought. If she is a homewrecker instead, I'm playing into her hand and making her the victim. I must hold my tongue and trust my son. I'm such an idiot. Roz's eyes moved from Lith to Solus, not knowing what to do. It's no wonder Lith didn't tell us earlier. He made everything he could to let us know how important this woman is to him, and yet we're treating her like crap. Judging from her tears, the pain in Lith's eyes, and Tista's worry, I get the feeling that I'm going to kick my own ass later, Renna thought. If Lith and Tista shut me out of their lives because of my big mouth, I'll never forgive myself. The three of them could see that their reckless words and mistrust had added more suffering to the sadness that Lith already carried. I'm really sorry that you've got to endure all this, Solus, but I did warn you about what would happen once others discovered about you. Our relationship is baffling at best, he said while hugging and patting Solus in an attempt to console her. Yeah, the only silver lining is that at least everything is going according to your plan. She half sobbed and half cried in the arms of her friends. The family felt now more than embarrassed by their behavior. Lith seemed to have predicted their reaction down to the smallest detail, making his choice of not introducing Solus to them before seem more than reasonable. Both Lith and Solus had gone through many hardships, so if he expected her to receive a rough treatment all along, Lith was likely to have waited for the moment when the blow would hurt as little as possible. Now that he was single, they couldn't see Solus as a threat for Camilla. and due to her almost human appearance, they had treated Solus as a person instead of as a cursed relic attempting to manipulate their beloved Lith. Mom, Dad, Renah, the existence of a mage tower is already a world-breaking news, but this is not only the Tower of Menadian. It is also the home and body of my best friend. I didn't introduce her to you earlier for more reasons than I can count. On top of that, words cannot express or explain the depth of our bond nor the uniqueness of our relationship, Lith said while helping Solus to stand up. Now, however, I know how to use mind links with anyone. I can show instead of telling and let you witness with your own eyes our shared past before casting any more rushed judgments. Lith extended his right hand to Raz and the left to Senton, while Solus held Tista with her left and offered her right hand to Alina. They all exchanged looks for a few seconds before holding hands and forming a circle where Lith and Solus stood at the opposite sides to perfectly balance the mana flow. Once again, they had to avoid both the sensory overload and the mana poisoning that a prolonged mind link might cause. Luckily, his family already knew by heart the most crucial events in Lith's life, even Senton. Renah had told him about Lith being a prodigy ever since he was a child, describing to Senton the feats that her brother had accomplished before their marriage. Lith and Solus had to show them only the extra parts of their stories, those that the two of them had performed in secret. They showed the Verhin family how Solus had helped Lith hunting, mastering his abilities as an awakened, and becoming the man he was. From the boar hunt and through Lark's mission until their fight against Jakra, the Verhins witnessed how their communion brought them closer than words could describe, and how it was the only reason why Lith had been able to overcome impossible odds his whole life. After the part about Lith was over, they also showed the Verhins everything they knew about Solus's past. This time it wasn't about Camilla accepting Solus, but about Lith's family understanding that they had one more hidden member for years. They saw the memory of baby Solus, her father's death, and then her own, followed by the never-ending loneliness that Solus had experienced after Menadian's death until Lith had found her. Some parts weren't real memories, just reconstructions of the events, yet they hurt nonetheless. Once the projection was over, the members of Lith's family found themselves crying, even Tista. She already knew Solus's story, but she had never lived it before. They cried out of joy, sadness, grief, and compassion at the same time, moved to tears by the emotional roller coaster they had just lived. The previous anger fought hard against those revelations, giving them mixed feelings about Solus. After the mind link was broken, it took everyone a few minutes of silence to sort their respective feelings and make up their minds. As often happened, Alina's motherly heart found its way while the others were still lost in thought. "Thank you so much, Solus," Alina said while hugging the small figure made of light. "Thank you for dedicating your whole life to protect my son from this world and even from himself. Without you, he would have probably lost his way and we him. I apologize for what I said earlier. I believed that you were a threat to Lith's happiness, whereas you're the only reason why he can strive for it, and so can we. My entire family owes you a debt of gratitude that can never be paid back." Alina kissed Solus's forehead and then her eyes, wiping off her tears before turning towards Lith. "As for you, young man, how could you let this poor girl live in your shadow for so long? You should have told us, or at least me, much sooner. Solus is a broken soul just like you. She has lost her family, and she could have used a mother just as much as you did." "I thought about it countless times," Lith replied. "But a talking stone arouses more fear than compassion, and without the mind link, my words would have sounded emptier than a bard's tale." "Your words pain me, but you are right." Alina gave a deep bow to Solus as an apology. "Without the mind link, after those horrible things like the Black Star, Tezca, and Dawn, I would have probably called Mirim for help the second after you turned your back to me, believing that you needed to be saved. Don't worry, Alina, I understand why. The fact that you empathize with such blatant lack of trust doesn't make it any better, quite the contrary." Alina cut Solus short and hugged her tightly. Chapter 1430, Ins and Outs Part 2. You have been with Lith every moment of his life, becoming closer to him than any member of this family could. You are the closest thing to a twin he has, and the daughter that I was never allowed to know. Alina cupped Solus's face, caressing it with so much love and tenderness that Solus cried again, but this time out of joy. "I'm so sorry for never being a part of your life, and I know there's no way I can make up for the lost time, but I would like to try anyway, if you'll allow me to. Would you give me the privilege of calling you my daughter?" "Yes," Solus said amid tears. "Then you can call me Mom if you want to." Elena hugged Solus, keeping her as close as she could. Solus's knees buckled as the emotion from her lifelong dream coming true overwhelmed her. Elena didn't let her go, helping her to sit on the tower's floor while one after the other the members of their family joined them in the embrace. Words had become meaningless, just noise that would have tainted that moment. Lith joined them last, happy that one of the most important people of his life didn't have to hide anymore. From that night onward, Solus would be able to share with him every single important moment of his life. Space. A few days later, Falul called her apprentices to resume their lessons. The Hydra had enough of grieving and stress-eating. She needed a distraction, a connection with the world of the living that would keep her mind off the death of her son. Morak and Nalrond were there as well. They noticed that Falul was now a few centimeters thicker in every direction. She had enjoyed too much alcohol and too much ice cream for too long. In the last few days, the Erna's girls had called Lith and Solus often, but they didn't visit them because they knew all too well that Lith didn't take huge breakups well. He and Solus needed some time on their own. Contact amulets allowed the Erna's sisters to keep in touch with them, and also to leave them alone the moment they had overstayed their welcome due to the mood swings of their hosts. "What did I miss exactly?" Morak asked at the sight of the raggedy group. "You have gained some weight, you look like a hobo, and the rest of you looks like you just returned from the front lines." He said to Falul, Lith, and the girls in this order, obtaining a right cross from the Hydra as a sign of appreciation. "Rude, I don't look like a hobo." Lith's clothes were clean due to their spells, but he had a thick beard and looked like someone who drank too much and didn't bathe often. Staying in the tower to avoid suitors and bores also meant too much time alone to think, while Solus let her new family know her as well as she knew them. Lith had become quite addicted to the Red Dragon, and he didn't give a damn about appearances anymore. "I took several huge blows recently, but I'm soldiering up like usual," he said. "Yeah, right," Solus said with a sneer. "If by soldiering up you mean listening in a loop to 2 depressing songs and then punch the walls until you bleed, then you're doing one heck of a job." Lith listened to Sarandrion's Ashen whenever he thought about how Camilla must have felt after the breakup, and to Johnny Payload's Wounded whenever he wallowed in self-pity, drinking himself to sleep. "Why didn't you stop him?" Floria asked. She had never seen Lith look so shabby because, after Protector's alleged death, she had taken care of him, and because back then the scarce facial hair he had could hardly be called a beard. "Believe me, I tried, Elena tried, everyone tried. We only ended up arguing and making him warp away. Lith is just too strong, no one can help him unless he lets them," Solus replied. "I can see that most of you didn't slack off during this forced break," Falul said while kicking Morak to the ground to burn a few extra calories and examining the girls. They had all done their best to overcome the gap between them and Lith, training until exhaustion just to bathe, sleep, and start over again. Only Falul's ban on breathing techniques did keep them from working non-stop. "Can you please check my body now?" Tista asked. Ever since Lith had left for Lightkeep, she had done everything she could to achieve a body with the perfect level of muscles and impurities that the Hydra had shown her. After learning about the risks of losing her humanity once her mana core reached the blue, Tista's determination had faltered, but seeing Solus's and Lith's past had strengthened it once again. "Compared to what the two of them have gone through, my life is a fairy tale. I'm tired of attending to the funerals of our friends while doing nothing but sitting on the sidelines," she thought. "You've made some significant progress, but that's not enough." After checking Tista with Lifestream, Falul shook her head. "Yet if you intend to keep up like this, I allow you to start using Invigoration again. Your core is starting to fall behind your body, and to achieve your true potential they must be kept balanced." Then she examined Floria, Quilla, and Freya in this order. Floria had Tista's opposite problem, and some of her impurities had to be removed before they clogged her mana flow. Floria wasn't the type to shy away from hard work, and even though her awakening was recent, her body had almost reached the peak of the deep blue. Start using accumulation as well, and use it to forcefully remove the following impurities. Falul showed Floria her body and how she had to alter it. Quilla had an amazing body for a fake mage, but between her overloaded core and the lack of fusion magic, she was on the brink of collapsing. "You need to rest more, you're only human, never forget that," Falul said. As for Freya, being already at the peak of deep blue due to the Hydra's awakening technique, Falul needed a short spar to assess her apprentice's progress in getting accustomed to her awakened body. "Very good, but you're still lacking, and so am I need to get back in shape, and you've come here to help me with that." Falul said while looking at them one at a time. I thought you called me here to learn gravity fusion. Lith scratched his beard in confusion. Please do. He uses his inhuman mass as an excuse to avoid his family. If the kids were allowed to see him, Lith would never stoop so low, Sola said. Don't worry, that's exactly why you all are here, Falul nodded. Wait, what? Quilla said. We all have a normal weight and I can't even use fusion magic. What's the point of us being here? Gravity fusion is useful to non-emperor beasts as well because it can be used as a movement technique, Falul said. As for you, Quilla, I'm aware of your efforts to learn fusion magic, so you can listen to both learn how to defend against it and deepen your understanding of the differences between fake and true mages. Chapter 1431, Gravity Fusion, Part 1. Quilla was the closest thing to a true mage mankind had ever reached, so she shut up and listened, hoping to find a clue that could help her to awaken safely. What do you mean movement technique? Now that we know spirit magic, we can warp and fly even in the presence of elemental sealing arrays, Freya asked. Indeed, but they would also expose you as awakened. Unless you leave no witnesses, the kingdom would consider you a threat to national security, and the council would kill you all, Falul replied. Gravity fusion, instead, can allow you to reach amazing results that can be explained thanks to human lore and superstition. Many of you have certainly heard nonsense about becoming one with your weapon, or about martial masters, standing on top of a twig floating on the surface of a lake, correct? Everyone nodded. All the heroes of the legends were known for feats that every apprentice strived to achieve until they realized it was a fool's errand. Now please look at this. Falul threw a handful of leaves in the air, using them as stepping stones to jump so high that she reached the ceiling of her lair. Then she conjured a knee-deep pond of water that she crossed by wetting solely the soles of her feet. What the fuck? Lith asked, taking the words off everyone's mind. That, my apprentices, is another application of gravity fusion, she said while sucker-shaving Lith's beard while he was still off guard, reducing it to a stubble. They are impressing, and you can gibberish your way out by claiming to have reached enlightenment or any of that crap, since they produce no visible effect. The arrays seemingly work on you, and it looks like the result of physical rather than magical training. Still, my advice is to use gravity fusion in a detectable way as little as possible to avoid unwanted attention. Unless, of course, you are Mr. Hero here who could pull a dragon out of his ass without anyone batting an eye. Falul chuckled while pointing at Lith. How does it work exactly? Nalrund asked. I am capable of using hexafusion ever since I was a kid, yet it never triggered any kind of effect related to gravity magic, otherwise my village would have gone extinct way before Akala freed dawn. It's easy to understand but hard to perform, at least for those like you who have yet to become spirit masters, Falul replied. Fusion magic consists of activating the elements that comprise your bodies in order to gain their properties. Even once you can use all of them at the same time, all you get are 6 different energies that run parallel to each other. To get gravity fusion, they must converge into a single balanced energy that encompasses your whole body from the innermost nerve to the shortest hair. Once you do that, you'll be able to affect yourself with gravity magic, but beware. Too much or too little energy will harm you. On top of that, you can't affect anyone else with it just like you can't use fusion magic on others. Which means that the ladder of leaves trick wouldn't work while carrying even a bag, the Hydra said. Start with small amounts of energy and try to mix them together. Anyone capable of using Tier 0 gravity magic understands when they are doing it right. While everyone else tried to create 6 small elemental flows of equal power and make them harmonize with each other, Quilla used her best diagnostic spells on her friends to identify the effects of fusion magic and try to understand how to replicate them. Damn it, I know how to use gravity magic, but only by affecting a specific area around me and by using the external elements. If only I had a clue about what kind of runes fusion magic uses, she thought while using her outstanding mana perception to sense any alteration in her sisters' bodies. After a few minutes, both Lith and Sola stood up, managing to reach halfway through the pond that Falul had conjured before plunging down. Excellent, how did you manage to accomplish it that fast? The Hydra asked. It's not a big deal, Sola shrugged. It's the same thing we did to learn spirit magic. We are already used to create 6 different elemental flows and make them merge. The only issue was adapting the method to fusion magic. Do you feel like trying with the leaves ladder? No, thanks, Lith said. It still requires too much focus. Either I make gravity fusion work or I look at the damn leaves. If I try doing both, I would fall on my ass. While Solus challenged the pond again, Lith emitted a spark of life force in the gravity fusion flow, turning it into spirit fusion. "I did it, Solus," he yelled. "Spirit fusion does exist." "No does, so what?" Falul said with a scoff. "What do you mean, isn't it amazing?" "Amazing how? Spirit fusion can't hurt you and you can't project it outside your body, otherwise it's just spirit magic," she replied. "I can use it to cast dimensional magic." "And do what? Warp your blood and organs away? Can you even survive without them?" Falul cut him short, destroying with few words all his dreams for power. "I'll say this again, you can't project them on the outside, and you're not the only creature on Magur capable of using origin flames. Besides, all awakened know spirit magic and can circulate it without your convoluted method." "And no one has ever found a way to use it?" Lith asked. "No, because fusion magic is just the opposite of spirit magic. While mana contains the 6 elements plus your life force, fusion magic is the ability to split mana into the single elements so that it is energy cheap and easy to use," she replied. "That's why all the progress I did as a child applied to all elements," Lith blurted out in surprise. "It was because spirit magic holds all of their runes, so practicing it is akin to practice all of them." At those words, something clicked in Quilla's brain. While Lith and Solus tried to cross the pond and the others tried to obtain gravity fusion, Quilla used her wand to draw a single strand of mana from her core. She moved it through her body until it reached her hand, cutting the link with the wand before it reached the outside. At the same time, she used what she had learned about spirit magic to enhance the fire aspect in the mana strand. "Worst case scenario, I'm just wasting time and mana since my own magic can't hurt me. Best case scenario, I can finally get a grip on fusion magic," she thought. The time before the mana strand reached the wand was shorter than the blink of an eye, yet she had to both cut the link and enhance an elemental aspect before it happened. On top of that, spirit magic consumed a lot of mana, forcing Quilla to ask Falul for invigoration before the 1-hour mark. Soon, Lith and Solus had already managed to cross the pond 10 times out of 10, and were trying the leaves ladder trick, while the others had started to grasp the correct technique to conjure gravity fusion. Chapter 1432, Gravity Fusion, Part 2. By the end of the lesson, Lith and Solus had yet to jump on the second leaf successfully. The others had tried and failed several times to cross the pond, but it was only a matter of time before they succeeded. As for Quilla, invigoration didn't work on her anymore. Sweat drenched her body faster than the self-cleaning properties of her Featherwalker armor could cleanse it, leaving her in a sorry state. Falul had to forcefully stop Quilla's senseless training before her core ran dry. Only then did the Hydra notice that the floor near Quilla's right hand was covered in more dust than the self-cleaning spells of the lair allowed. "What the heck have you been doing until now?" Falul asked. "I learned how to manifest the fire element of spirit fusion," Quilla said while placing a pebble as big as a pea in her palm and pulverizing it with the sheer strength of her grip. "Space. Excellent work, guys," Falul said while wrapping up the lesson. "Tomorrow there will be a special lesson for Freya, Solus, Lith, and Morak. Everyone else will perform physical training." "Can't we practice fusion magic again?" Quilla had no use for more body training, not now that she had finally found a way to learn the runes of all kinds of elemental fusion. Step 1 is using the wand to exploit spirit fusion to learn the runes. Step 2 will be learning how to use them individually to conjure fusion magic instead of wasting so much precious mana, she thought. Not a chance. Everyone here needs to strengthen their mana core through their breathing technique, and that's possible only when their body will become strong enough to withstand a break trough, Falul replied. On top of that, as Morak so kindly pointed out, I need to lose some weight, so we'll combine business with pleasure and I'll join you in your workout. Now go home and sleep. There's only so much time in a day. Before we leave, I've got a question, Tista said. After seeing what happened to my brother, what do you think will happen to me once I reach the blue core? That's a very interesting question, Tista, but I'm not certain about how to answer. A dormant bloodline resurfacing is a very rare phenomenon, and so far, yours has followed the rules you already know. My hypothesis is that either you'll be forced to choose between one of the 2 life forces, or you'll follow Lith's path, because that's what happens when a successful hybrid turns into a new species, Falul said. What do you mean? Tista asked. Think about it, Falul replied. Regular hybrids are born in a situation similar to Nalron's. They have 2 life forces that don't mix, and the more a hybrid grows, the stronger the life forces clash until one of them has to go. Nalrund is different because by having a second body and a second core, each life force has its respective space, keeping the conflict between them from reaching a critical point. In Lith's case, instead, the two life forces worked in synergy from the beginning to keep in check his abomination side. His second life force didn't manifest until he reached the blue core, when his body was strong enough to withstand it. Then the life forces started to mix as the core refinement progressed, merging at violet instead of at a specific age. Which means that if the same applies to you, you'll gain a second life force at blue, and then they'll merge at violet, no matter your age. The good news is that you'd be able to retain your human side indefinitely as long as you don't refine a violet core. The bad news is that the moment you go beyond the bright blue core, you will not be human anymore, Fallow said. Thanks, Tista gave the Hydra a deep bow. Thanks for what? I just told you that you'll either have to make a tough choice right when you reach the blue or that you have no choice at all. I can deal with tough choices, whereas not knowing what to expect was eating at me from the inside. Tista had already decided to refine the blue core as soon as possible. Fallow's insight had given her the information she needed to plan ahead. If my life forces work like those of a regular hybrid and I have to choose between human and wormling, I'll take the human side. I have no time to learn how to shapeshift and to adapt to a new body. Whoever killed Lark and Destar will not give us the time, she thought. Nalrund, do you mind coming to my place after dinner? Lith asked, while Fallow warped Morok to his master's lair and the rest of the class to the gate in the barn. Depends, will you bathe before my arrival? The Rizar pinched his nose. Happy now? A wave of Lith's hand and a pulse of darkness magic removed the smell and most of the dirt. Not even close. If you want my company, you'll follow my rules. While I was on the run, I had enough of musk for a lifetime. Now the only smell I enjoy is that of soap, Nalrund said. Fine, see you at 9 sharp. Lith checked on his clock, giving them 2 full hours for dinner and personal hygiene. Are you trying to piss me off? I don't have a damn armor, let alone a frigging clock. The Rizar didn't like being the Cinderella of the group. Even Morok had access to all the enchanted metal and mana crystals. He needed thanks to the services he provided to Adjeter the Drake. Fine, I'll pick you up then. Since you're playing hard to get, at least wear something pretty. Lith chuckled, obtaining a finger in return. Space. Lith spent dinner between the clang of silverware and awkward silences. His birthday was behind the corner, and he could almost hear the questions that the members of his family wanted to ask, but they kept to themselves, instead to not hurt his feelings. It was one of the many reasons why Lith had searched for Nalrund's company for the first time since they had met. After dinner, Lith took a long hot bath like he hadn't done for too long, washing away both dirt and worries. Well, what are we doing here exactly? Nalrund asked while in the comfort of the tower, sitting in what looked like a club lounge filled with sofas and alcohol bottles. I usually don't need personal advice from anyone, but after my breakup with Camilla, I feel the need to have a second opinion about what I did and about what to do next, Lith replied. And you're asking me, why not Morok, or even better Protector? You two know each other for a long while and he's the happiest among us, Nalrund said. Please, Morok is Morok. I wouldn't ask him anything about relationships even if we were the last 2 men on Magur. As for Protector, he has no experience with breakups, and his relationship with Celia is unusual at best. You instead told me that you had a regular life in your village. You were even about to marry, which makes our situation pretty similar, Lith said. Except that my fiancé is dead while yours just dumped you, Nalrund said with a snarl. Lith ignored his remark and showed the Rizar his last meeting with Camilla and her parting words via hologram. Chapter 1433, Domination and Flames, Part 1. Well, the good news is that Camilla hasn't actually broken up with you. She didn't throw stuff at you, didn't say mean words, or even use the words break up. You offered her a choice, and she simply refused to make one, Nalrund said while sipping a strong whiskey. The bad news, however, is that Camilla's feelings for you definitely changed. She said that she loved you, considering it a thing of the past. Long story short, you're screwed, my friend. She hasn't sent me back the camellia, the tuner, nor any of the other gifts I gave her during our relationship, so I was thinking to invite her for my birthday. You what? Nalrund almost choked on his drink. Well, my mother and her sister are still friends. Also, usually I'm the one that gives gifts for the occasion, and Zinya's children would surely want to attend. That's why I was thinking about testing the waters, Lith said. Don't, for the love of the gods, don't. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and we both hang out with Morok, Nalrund said. You just told me that Kami didn't really break up with me. What's so wrong with my idea? Lith asked with a scoff. Everything. Look, if you're looking for validation, then I'll take my leave and let you do whatever stupid thing you're planning. If you're looking for advice instead, listen carefully. So far, you've done the right thing. You let Camilla go, giving her the time and space that she needs to think. If you barge into her life uninvited, you'll ruin everything. She might get angry at you and say things that she'd regret forever. Just like she might forgive you and then leave you the day after. Is that what you want? Nalrund asked. No, I just want to make things better. Lith put away his glass of water, suddenly feeling very dumb. Then just let it go. It was her decision to walk out of your life, hence if she decides to be a part of it again, it must be her decision as well. Speaking of your life, we're soulless, the Razar said. In her room with Tista, Lith replied. The room fell into silence, with Lith brooding and Nalrund not knowing what to talk about. They spent a lot of time together between the kids and Falul, but their relationship was closer to that of colleagues rather than friends. It was based on mutual needs, not trust. Before I leave you with your thoughts, I need some advice as well, he said. Freya gives one date to anyone who asks her out as long as they're not a creep, so you don't have to worry about being rejected, Lith said. She likes strong liquor and hates small talk because it's dull. You have to wait until the gala to make your move, though. Gianni doesn't let any of her daughters out until this thing with Darius is settled. I meant about my beast half, Nalrund said, a little too upset for Lith not having touched a nerve. You sure did. What about it? Lith sighed deeply, his mind wondering about the present that Camilla had surely prepared for him beforehand, and that now would get dusty in a damp corner of their home. I've tried everything I could. Meditation, mind links, shamanic rituals, yet nothing works. I can't get in touch with my beast half, no matter how much I try. How did you control not two, but three different natures at the same time? Nalrund asked. I didn't, Lith replied, making the Razar's jaw hit the floor. What do you mean? I didn't control them because I had no need to. I'm not the fusion between an abomination, a human, and an emperor beast. I am, or better, I was all of those things at the same time. They were akin to different aspects of my personality, not different personalities, Lith said. Damn it, this means that not even you can help me. Nalrund angrily gulped down what was left of his drink and moved toward the door. Not necessarily. Lith's voice had found its old edge back, making the Razar stop in his tracks. It wasn't dreamy or depressed anymore, only filled with the coldness of a doctor dissecting a corpse in search of answers. I think you've been addressing the problem wrong the whole time. If you and your beast half are really two separate entities, then how can you freely control both bodies? How can the beast's instinct take over whenever your lives are at stake? Lith asked, mostly to himself. I told you. In the past, human mages used forbidden magic to fuse prisoners with emperor and magical beast too. Fuse just like me, Lith cut him short. You know, recently someone told me that humans are nothing more than particularly cunning animals, and that the reason why normal beasts lose to humans before evolving into magical beasts is that they lack intelligence. After the evolution, instead, humans lose to beasts because we get so obsessed with what we are that we forget who we are. Lith quoted Scarlet's words before explaining his theory. What if they fused your minds just like they fused your bodies? What if all the urges and the rage you feel are actually your own? An emperor beast's mind is on par with that of a human. That's why it's so hard to recognize a shape-shifted beast from a human. What if what you call Nalrund has never been a human to start with? What if you're just like I was, an imperfect fusion waiting to fully merge? He said. Nalrund suddenly felt his knees buckling and needed to sit down before his legs betrayed him. The Razar had lived his whole life considering himself a human trapped in a monstrous body, yet now all that was left was the monster. Are you sure of it? He said in a whisper. No, it's just a theory that is up to you putting to the test, yet it would surely explain a lot, like the reason why you can use true magic even in your human form and why you don't suffer from any shock whenever you switch body, Lith said. Another longer and more awkward silence ensued, while Nalrund suddenly understood Lith's recent passion for alcohol. Losing everything you held dear hurt a lot, and the whiskey dulled the mind enough to make it stop. Is it really that easy to get a date with Freya? He asked, desperate to think about something else, even at the cost of making a fool out of himself. If you're not a creep, yes, Lith poured Nalrund another drink. They talked about everything that came to their mind, until it became late enough for Nalrund to leave without being rude. Space. The following day, at Falul's lair, The Rizar found solace in the fact that both Freya and Lith were surrounded by a dome that kept them apart from the rest of the class. He didn't feel like he could look either of them in the eyes. "Oh gods, Lith, you really make me want to kick your ass out of envy," Falul said, pointing at his 7 opened eyes, each one of them shining with the power of a different element. Chapter 1434, Domination and Flames, Part 2. Do you have any idea how long does it take a Hydra to get the 7th head? I got mine once I became a fully developed Emperor Beast, around my 60s, yet here you are, barely 19, and with a full domination set at the ready. About that, why didn't I get my 7th streak once he reached the Violet Core? Solus asked. Although duller, the hair of her stone doll form bore the same streaks that her human body had in Kalga, and it still lacked the emerald green color. Same, when do I get the 7th? Freya asked while checking Lith's body. It was her first time seeing his Tiamat form in person, and she found it truly majestic. Freya took her time touching his horns, the black feathers on his wing, and even the long tail that came out of his back. Alas, Lith was still akin to a cat that doesn't consider the tail as a part of its body yet hates it when someone touched it. The moment Freya grabbed his tail, Lith instinctively whipped at her with it, hitting her square in the face. "That hurt, you jerk." "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," he replied. "Yet I bet that if it was me groping any part of your body, your reaction would have been much worse." Freya blushed in embarrassment, but Morak missed the opportunity for one of his usual inappropriate remarks due to his blind envy. Me too. With just 5 eyes, he felt left behind from the rest of the class, which pissed him off big time. Until a year ago, everyone treated me like a genius because I had 4 eyes at barely 25. Now, however, even though I got another in less than 1 year, everyone else already has 6 elemental properties minimum. The tyrant inwardly griped, wondering if it hadn't been a mistake to not awaken inside the fringe. "I'm sorry, guys, it doesn't work that way," Falul said. "Elemental affinities work the same for all races. You either are born with them or you don't. Some bloodlines, however, like Hydra's, tyrants, and—" She pointed at Lith, not knowing the name of his species. "Tiamats," he said. "And whatever that is, have the ability to turn the mastery over an element into affinity through the practice of magic. We develop a new head, or eye, when our understanding of the corresponding element reaches a threshold that varies from person to person. The emerald streak of spirit magic, however, is different. It manifests only in individuals that have mastered all of the other 6 elements and have grasped the true essence of mana," the Hydra said. "Meaning?" Morak asked. "It means that Lith had already mastered the elements as a wormling, and what kept his 6th eye from opening was just his hybrid body that couldn't withstand their combined power. Hence the moment his 6 eyes could manifest at the same time, he gained the 7th as well," Falul replied. "Interesting," Solus pondered. "Yet something is off. We both learned spirit magic at the same time, and we used the same method to create an artificial flow of mana by injecting life force into 6 elemental streams. I know about domination as much as Lith does, and I learned gravity fusion as quickly as he did. Then why did he get the emerald eye, and yet I lack my emerald streak?" she asked. "I'm sorry, but I have no clue about that." Falul shook her head. "All I can tell you is that the moment you've mastered all 6 elements in spirit magic, you're supposed to develop the 7th streak, eye, head, or whatever. That's how I plan to train Freya, by making her discover what elements she is lacking in and then make her cram until she gets her emerald streak. By my mom, there's only one possible explanation for the gap between Lith and me," Solus thought. "It must be because of my hand's form. I always used that to train while Lith used his own skills. I always considered the abilities of the tower as my own, but they acted as a crutch that limited my understanding of magic instead. Fuck me sideways." "What about me?" Morak asked, even more pissed off by Falul cutting him out from the conversation. "You are much easier to manage. You lack a single eye, and we are going to train that. After that, you'll be done with our domination classes, since a tyrant with the 7th eye is simply unheard of. No Balor nor tyrant did ever achieve it. Lith's species is the first with 7 eyes that I have ever seen," the Hydra said. "Is Tiamat such a hard word to remember?" Lith said with a snarl. "There are no Tiamats, only you. One person doesn't make a species, let alone a race. We'll discuss this again once you give me a godchild or 2. Falul giggled. "Now follow me. The others will practice regular domination, whereas I've got something special in store for you." The Hydra left a golem with her appearance behind, and led Lith to a part of her lair that he had never seen before. "Is this your Forge Mastery lab?" he said while his eyes wandered in awe over the heavy adamant tools and what looked like a forge entirely made in Davros. Yes, it is. You're finally going to pay me back for my lessons like we agreed at the beginning of your apprenticeship. Fallel wore a heavy set of blacksmith clothes, comprised of an overall, a lab coat, and a pair of gloves. All of them had been crafted from the red scales of one of her heads. Don't worry, I'm no masochist. I don't rip them off nor any of the dragon kind does. I simply collect the old ones when I shed, and then I either sell them or use them myself. The red scales are imbued with my 300 years of fire mana and offer great protection from heat, Fallel said. Then she took several crates of metal out of her dimensional amulet. This is your assignment for today's class, she pointed at the raw metal. You are going to purify my batches of adamant. Then, once you've mastered your origin flames, we will work on my orichalcum as well. Wait, shouldn't we work the other way around and start from the less precious metal? Also, until now you never let me purify anything because you know that I use my origin flames mostly to fight, Lith replied. Wrong, it's better to start from adamant because even if you mess up, it takes no damage, and I can fuse it again to make its composition even whereas one wrong move, and you'd evaporate my precious orichalcum, Fallel said. As for the origin flames, you would be right if it wasn't for this. She pointed at the emerald eye in the middle of Lith's forehead. Origin flames are based on life force, and now you can dominate them. By combining domination with origin flames, you can greatly improve your purifying skills while training them both at the same time. 3 birds with 1 stone. As for me, now that I have the hands of Menadian, I need materials to experiment with them and step up my game. Chapter 1435, Davros and Darwin, Part 1. Lith pondered Fallel's words, realizing that between being capable of producing origin flames and of domination, he was basically sitting on a gold mine. Stop gloating over your gold mine and start breathing fire, kid. I'm already envious. You'd better stop asking for a beating. The Hydra poked his head to snap him out of it. How did you know what I was thinking about? He blurted out in surprise. We dragons all make the same face while counting our treasures. Fallel wore a set of heavy protective glasses while preparing the furnace. The smithy of the Hydra was nothing like Zekel's. A complex system of arrays would keep all kinds of heat contained, no matter if natural, magical, or origin flames-based. A huge hole in the middle of the lab channeled molten lava from the depths of Magus inside the furnace, where it was used in the place of charcoal to keep the temperature steady. What is the lava for? Lith asked. Even under normal circumstances, keeping the temperature high enough to liquefy adamant takes a lot of focus. While using my 7 heads on 7 different tasks, however, it's nigh impossible without a source of fire element, Fallel replied. It's only thanks to the lava that I need barely a sliver of focus and mana to control the temperature of the furnace. There's no Forgemaster that works without one of those. The Hydra pointed at the hole, adding one more thing to Lith's already arm-long list of to-do things. Today's lesson will be special. Since there's only a limited amount of origin flames you can produce before hurting your life force, and we've got a lot of metal to purify, I'll show you my domination technique. I expect you to learn it by imitation. Fallel put in front of him a rectangular block of smelted adamant that was 2 meters, 6.6 feet, long and 1 meter, 1 foot, wide and high. Lith placed his hand on it and activated invigoration, using the flow of mana to detect the size and position of the impurities based on the resistance that they offered to his breathing technique. Then he took a deep breath, focusing his will on his life force so that the origin flames would pass through the metal and affect solely the impurities. At least in theory. What actually happened was that the mass of deep violet flames had many random hot spots that would deform the metal, moving the impurities away from their position and greatly reducing the purification's effectiveness. Lith took control of the origin flames with his emerald eye and did his best to focus them on the impurities while also removing the unwanted hot spots. He displayed technique, willpower, and determination, giving birth to a glorious yet utter failure. The adamant block sagged like a badly cooked soufflé, and the flames missed most of the impurities, removing a minimal fraction of them. Wow, that sucked hard, Fallel said after checking the metal with Lifestream, her breathing technique. I should make you pay me for purifying this stuff. She put the adamant in the furnace, melting it inside a mold to give it a regular shape again. Making sure that every part of the metal melted completely, and mixing it evenly required time, patience, and technique, so almost 5 minutes passed before they could take another shot. Gods, this was so much easier with Zalgrish's forge. All I had to do was wish for it, and the forge would do in a split second what it took you minutes. Lith whined. Agreed, when you manage to make a lick spill their secrets without triggering a war, let me know. Falul replied with a scoff. Again, but this time leave domination to me. Lith checked the new position of the impurities and breathed another stream of origin flames. There were fewer hot spots, but by focusing on that, Lith had reduced the fire's piercing ability. Fuck me sideways, this way I'll melt the surface and will waste more time, he thought as Falul's eyes turned emerald green. The origin flames came to a halt as the Hydra got rid of the hot spots and of the sections with low piercing power. Only a few handfuls of tongues of fire remained, but they seeped inside the adamant and completely destroyed the impurities that Falul had targeted. Can domination really do that? Lith looked at the Hydra in awe. Maybe it was for the loneliness, or maybe it was because he brimmed with gratitude for all the marvels that she kept teaching him, but Lith had a hard time not kissing Falul. Yes, of course. This method is really wasteful since we used less than 1/10 of your flames, but at least it's guaranteed to give results. Check the block now. Lith used invigoration again, discovering that while the smaller impurities were gone, the bigger ones had shrunk in size. Now it's your turn. Remember to never overthink. Domination and the violet core work in a similar fashion. If you need more focus than that required to wave your own hand, then you're doing something wrong, Falul said. Easier said than done, Lith sighed. I'm one of the greatest overthinkers on Magus. He breathed once more with feeling. Trying not to think only made things worse as he thought about what to do in the case something went wrong at every step of the process. Fuck no, Falul burst the flames before they could reach the adamant. Stop worrying. Here you don't need contingency plans but to live the moment. You can't succeed if you keep picturing in your mind all the possible ways that you can fail. 5 minutes break. Do I need to meditate to clear my mind? Lith asked. Not for you, dummy. For me. Falul was in dire need of using her breathing technique to regain her strength and relieve the mental pressure from practicing 7 different disciplines at the same time. She sat cross-legged on the ground, bringing order to the mess that the shared mind of her multiple bodies was. Fuck, Falul takes care of a whole class and I can't even make one thing right, Lith thought. That's because I have 300 years of practice, you 19-years-old runt. Stop trying to imitate me and just be yourself, she replied. How do you? I'm no mind reader, but if you grit your teeth harder, I'm pretty sure they'll crack. Falul conjured an ice mirror in front of Lith. The Tiamat returning his gaze was stressed, angry, and needed to take out the stick up his ass. Lith took a series of deep breaths trying to relax. Manipulating the origin flames was hard because not only was it his first time, but also because he had to perform several tasks in a split second. The temperature, the hot spots, the piercing ability, and domination all needed him to exert surgical precision and to make fast decisions. By the time Lith was forced to stop to not compromise his life force, they had purified just 2 adamant blocks. Great work. It took us a long time to get the job done compared to a decent fire breather, but it still saved me a couple 100,000 of gold or a few artifacts. Falul patted his back. Chapter 1436, Davros and Darwin, Part 2. I'll go back practicing domination with the others. Invigoration has no effect on my life force, but it can still replenish the mana I spent on domination. Lith's voice was coarse and deep as if the flames had burned his throat. No, you're going home. You're done for today. The Hydra took off her working clothes while shaking her head. Sweat made her clothes stick to her like a second skin, and her face, reddened from the heat, looked even lovelier than usual. I'm still full of energy, Falul poked Lith's forehead, cutting him short and making his vision go blurry. Rest is an integral part of training. You have no idea how exhausted you are. The physical, mental, and emotional stress will kill you if you don't take care of yourself. Lith tried to use invigoration, but he didn't feel any better for it. Your life force is severely shaken. I let you overexert yourself to show you the consequences of abusing origin flames while in a controlled environment. Falul helped Lith to get up as his head cleared little by little. How do I get better quickly? He asked. There's no shortcut. Food, sleep, and relaxation are the only cure I know. Bye. She warped Lith in his barn while it was still noon. He would have gladly gone back at the tower, but without solace there was none. Elena and Roz rejoiced at the idea of spending some time with him after so long. Gods, look at that, dear, Roz said. The stubble, the hair, the black circles around the eyes, Lith looks like crap. Roz, our son, great mother almighty. Alina didn't like how Roz had expressed his diagnosis, but she found it accurate. Go take a bath while I prepare you something nutritious. Roz had failed to notice the bloodshot eyes and the loss of a few kilograms, but Alina's routine checkup didn't. After the bath, Alina forced him to get rid of the stubble and to eat enough for 4 quillas. Mom, Dad, I've made up my mind. I'm going to celebrate my birthday only once and only with my family this year. I can't stand nobles sucking up to me, and I don't have the strength to smile as if nothing happened. Not now, Lith said after cleaning his plates. Of course, dear, she nodded. Lith gave her a brief guest list that included solely his family, the Erna's sisters, and Protector's family. Not seeing Camilla among those names, or at least Zinnia, pained her, but Alina said nothing. They made small talk about the farm and the animals until the end of the meal. Lith offered to heal for free cattle and farmhands before going back to his room. Falul can say what she wants, but I've got no time to waste. I can develop a new breathing technique without putting any extra burden on my body even by myself. The first thing I need to do is... He fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Lith woke up a few hours later when it was too late for practicing but too soon for dinner. Also, Solus and Tista had yet to return. Lith warped to the Hydra's lair, drawing a lot of hateful gazes on himself. He looked well-fed and rested, whereas they looked like miners at the end of a double shift. I told you to rest, Falul said while focusing on her breathing technique. Having one less person to take care of made her work easier. I am not going to train, I just want some information. Lith took the Darwin out of his pocket dimension and showed it to Falul. Where did you get this? Her eyes shone with the same greed that Lith saw too often while looking in the mirror. Maybe she's right, maybe all dragons make the same face while looking at the objects of their desire, he thought. Lith told her how he had found the magic-resistant metal while fighting a rockworm. He had searched for information about Darwin while in the army, but it was classified as Royal Forgemaster only. Now that I'm learning how to use both domination and the origin flames, I might be able to turn the Darwin into something good, if someone just tells me what it is, Lith said. Darwin is a metal as rare as Davros, and the reason why you never heard about it is that they are two sides of the same coin. Falul checked at the lumpy black mass with her breathing technique. How could someone be so stupid as to use this Darwin as it is, and not even bother trying to get it back? She had no idea that back then the Master's organization had no Bitra, and that even Vaster's knowledge as a Royal Forgemaster didn't help. Refining Darwin was something only Awakened could do, and the Master had so much of it that he didn't even care retrieving what he had given to one of his most worthless minions. What do you mean? Lith asked. Believe it or not, while a common metal gets refined by the world energy until it becomes Davros, the same happens to its impurities. During the natural tempering process, impurities lump together until only those more resistant to magic remain. You can obtain Darwin only by smelting Davros. It's an amazing metal that can be used for cloaking devices far superior to those that use gold and to craft protections that offer you little physical protection but absolute magical defense, Falul said. You can use it for crafting, but how? I tried everything I could and failed. It's too hard making it brittle. Also, I can't use invigoration to spot impurities, and all of my attempts to melt it and then give it a shape failed, Lith said. That's not something a beginner can do. To craft something out of Darwin, it first needs to be purified of the Davros impurities. Once you're done, you have to treat it with regular blacksmith techniques. To make matters worse, due to its magical resistance, it can only be treated with natural fire, but Darwin requires temperatures that no furnace can produce without magic. Falul pointed at her lava pit. That's why I failed to melt it. How do I purify Darwin? Lith asked. You're not going to like the answer. You do it by brute force. Falul put her hand on top of Lith's and both over the metal before activating Lifestream. Darwin was resistant to both mana and world energy, requiring the power of a violet-cord individual just to examine it. Unlike what happened for normal magical metals, impurities could be found wherever the energy flow became easier. Can you feel those points? When you work with Darwin, you must treat Davros, adamant, and even silver as impurities. In order to craft something out of it, you first have to completely remove them, she said. How do I do that, Origin Flames? Lith asked. You wish. Darwin is resistant even to those, Falul chuckled. Then how? Lava for melting the Darwin and Origin Flames to melt the impurities at the same time. Do you understand now why Royal Forgemasters have yet to crack the secrets of Darwin? Falul gave him back the metal and wrapped up the lesson. The Hydra had used Lifestream so many times that it had lost most of its efficacy. Chapter 1437, Family Time, Part 1. Excellent work, everyone. See you all tomorrow, Falul said. Wait, how do I? Lith said. Bye. The Hydra warped them to the barn before checking herself with Lifestream. That was an excellent workout. A few more lessons and I'll be back in shape thanks to my awakened metabolism. Meanwhile, in the barn, Morok swore like a trucker during a Sunday morning jam. Why did she send me here? I was supposed to go back to Master Ajeter's lair. It will take me time and effort to get there by the City Gates network, unless... He looked at Quilla's lovely features. Fatigue reddened her lips and cheeks like no makeup could, also making her skin sparkle at the faintest light. Can I stay at your place for the night? He asked while appreciating how her sweat and training clothes left little to his imagination. No, Quilla jumped through the gate the moment she realized that Morok had been talking to her breasts, and asked the whole time, turning to a bright shade of purple. Creep, Freya and Floria said as goodbye while crossing over. It was worth a shot, Morok sighed deeply. Bye, guys. Once the tyrant disappeared through the gate, Lith looked down on Nalrond. And you wanted me to ask him for advice about women, Lith said with a sneer. Look at the time, I really need to go. Bye. The Rizar pretended to have something urgent to do and ran away to avoid further mockery. Mom, we're back. Lith opened the steps to the kitchen where Alina greeted him and Solus with a hug. Finally, I have both of you for dinner. I'm sorry I couldn't prepare anything special for you, Solus, but Lith gave me no notice, and I thought you two would be staying in the tower again. Did you grow bigger again, dear? Alina said. Don't worry, Alina. This is a pleasant surprise for me as well. I can finally dine together with the family. Solus returned the embrace, noticing that Alina was right. After staying cooped up in the tower with Lith for days, her stone doll form had grown of a few centimeters. Please stop making a fuss about this, Lith said. We dined together for lunch and it didn't happen ever since you returned from Lightkeep. Roz rebuked him. First, we left you alone to grieve Mirim and recover from your breakup with Camilla. Then, you buried yourself in work so much that whenever we came to visit at the tower, we only met Solus. Do you realize that we've spent more time with her than with you? Yeah, Solus nodded. I hoped that after you introduced me to your family, we'd spend more time all together, not less. This is your family as well, Solus. You don't need that grumpy-ass permission to come here whenever you want. Roz caressed her head, making memories of Thrain, her father, resurface. She only remembered the feeling of her father's touch, while his face was just from the image that Lakra had shown her. Had Solus tears, she would have cried, but her stone form allowed her to hide her feelings. Thanks, Roz. Lith, Solus. Aaron and Lyria brimmed with joy at their appearance, eager to spend time with their brother-uncle and impress their newfound friend. Their respective parents had put time and effort to explain to them how important Solus was to Lith, and why they couldn't speak about her with anyone else, yet they had just preached to the choir. After having magical beasts for steeds, learning magic, discovering Lith's Tiamat form, meeting phoenixes and Tezca, the kids had no problem adding Solus to the list of secret oddities of their life. They had become so used to having strange guests that even if an elder dragon appeared out of the blue claiming to be their long-lost uncle, they would take their word at face value. The kids knew both about Solus and the tower, failing to grasp the magnitude of her existence, but glad to have a new playmate nonetheless. Solus's stone doll was now barely 1 meter, 33, tall, way shorter than them, so they considered their duty to protect her. Solus didn't like much being treated like a child, while Lith was treated as a hero, but it still beat fear and mistrust. I'm sorry if I made you angry, big brother. Please, don't be like Uncle Ryman and come back home, Aaron said, making Lith feel like a monster and gaining him several reproachful looks. I'm sorry too, Uncle. I'll be a good girl, I swear. Lyria hugged him, sobbing a little. The kids didn't know what kind of mess Lith's life was. Their parents had kept them in the dark to protect them, yet their ignorance made the children blame themselves for Lith's disappearance. It wasn't your fault. I was just very busy. Lith hugged them both, making them sit on his lap. Really? Really, an archmage has a lot of duties to attend. I'm sorry for making you worry, he said. Then why did Aunt Camilla never visit as well? Was she busy helping you? Lyria asked, unwittingly stabbing Lith's heart. It took everyone a bit of effort to reassure the children and make them drop the subject with the excuse that dinner was getting cold. Solus's stone body could taste the food, but not digest it. Alina's dishes would be stored inside her belly until she turned into her humanoid form and started doing whatever that body did to get rid of the things she ate. Having her own seat at the table, eating with others, and taking an active part in the conversation with her own mouth, instead of Lith's, made Solus's voice crack several times with joy. Everyone was moved seeing how things that they took for granted brought such happiness to the newest member of their family, and made them scold Lith many times for having kept Solus isolated for so long. During dinner, Lith listened to the most recent events in the Distar region. The new Count Lark had moved back into his ancestral home after the royals had rebuilt it to its former glory down to the smallest detail. As for Brynja, she was the new Marchioness, and much like Lith, she had drowned herself into work to not let grief get the better of her. Lith then told his family about what he had learned from Falul, even offering the kids a small demonstration about his skills with gravity fusion. "I was thinking that after dinner we should research a new breathing technique," he said once everyone was sated and relaxed. "What?" Solus's happiness faded at those words. "I just practiced the whole day and you want me to do more." "Well, I already had plenty of rest today and you don't need to sleep to reset invigoration, only to stand above a mana geyser." Lith shrugged. "There's only so much time in a day, and now that I've reached the violet core, invigoration is outdated." "Not a chance." Raz put himself between them as if Solus needed his protection. "I didn't see you for almost a week, and now you want to run away from your family right after a meal." "I'm not running away, Alina pointed at the kids, and their eyes veiled with tears, cutting Lith short. "Fine, what about a compromise? We'll stay until bedtime and then we are going to practice. You guys need to sleep." Alina and Raz exchanged a sad look before rolling their eyes. "Deal," they said in unison. Chapter 1438, Family Time, Part 2. "Excellent," Lith snapped his fingers, warping everyone in the woods. Winter had yet to arrive, but the late fall's weather was way too chilly and windy for the light clothes that the Verhens wore in the comfort of their home. "Lith Verhen," Alina said, "do you realize that not everyone here is an awakened, and that if it weren't for the armor we wear we'd be freezing out here? First, I made those armor. Second, we're not going to stay." Lith shrugged while Solus dived in the ground as if it was water, making the tower appear. "By my mom, Alina, you made me eat too much. I feel like I'm going to burst at any moment." Her energy body opened the door to them, holding her belly. "I'm sorry, dear, but every time I see that small stone body of yours, I can't help but treat you like a growing child." She chuckled. "You're much prettier this way. Why don't you always look like this, Aunt Solus?" Lyria asked. "I'd love to, but I can't," she said while the young girl played at catching Solus's floating hair one lock at a time. Lith made his family get in, and then gave them a full tour of the tower. It didn't take much since none of them really understood magic and Tista was at home already, but they really liked Solus making a room for each one of them and decorating them to their heart's content. The children made an ugly, tacky room for themselves. It was filled with heavy armor, weapons, and magical books before realizing that the conjured metal was dull and conveniently too heavy for them to use. As for the books, once one flipped the flashy cover, they were actually full solely of fairy tales. After everyone was done with their respective room, Lith used the tower warp to show them all the places where he had been in the past. The north of the kingdom was already covered in snow, giving everyone the opportunity to build a snowman. Making the classic 3 big balls of snow and piling them took the Verhen's effort and helped them digest. Once the snowman was done, the kids used water magic to turn the snow into ice, making it look like a crystal sculpture that loosely resembled Raz. "Isn't it magnificent? We look like twins," Raz said while hugging the creature with buttons for eyes and a big round pebble for a nose. "It's cute," Lith replied. He had been forbidden to participate in the team effort along with Tista and Solus. With their strength, they would have ruined the game, and Lith's habit of cheating with magic would have only made things worse. "Seriously, did you really have to?" Alina wiped off the sweat from her forehead, while the children stared in awe at the ice dragon the size of a house that Lith had made with magic. His reply came in the form of a blue flame that came out of the dragon's maw, tickling those it touched instead of burning them. Light Mastery's constructs could take any shape and color, even resemble fire. "Cool, can we ride it?" the kids asked. "Of course." Lith put them on the back of the statue while Solus fused with it to make the dragon move and gave them a ride around the tower. "What are you doing?" Rena asked while Lith pointed his council amulet at the screaming children atop the trotting dragon. "Saving this moment?" Lith replied while showing her a hologram of what he had just filmed, including the Verhens building the snowman. I'll make a remember from this and give one copy of the hologram to each one of you. Thanks, son. His parents hugged him, thanking the gods for blessing their lives with such happiness even during their darkest hour. After that, Lith brought them back to Lustria County, but not in Lucia. What is this place? Tista asked, staring at the main building of a mansion that was in no way inferior to the Lark household. It lacked furniture, but the walls had been already painted with white and gold. The floor and the ceiling had been made of precious marble that made her magical lights shine like gemstones on their surface. There were so many rooms and corridors that it was easy to get lost, forcing the group to never stray too far. When Lith brought them to the living room, their jaws hit the floor. The room had been already perfectly furnished with padded cherrywood chairs and tables. It had also been decorated with vases, paintings, and small statues of famous magicians of the past like Lachra Silverwing. On top of that, the room alone was bigger than the first floor of their house in Lucia. "Welcome to the Verhen Mansion," Lith said, using a light spell to make the room as clear as day. "It's far from being completed, but if you agree with it, I was thinking about hosting my birthday here. We'd have all the space we need, and thanks to the geyser, Solus can stay in her humanoid form the whole time. She's prettier this way, but not much taller." Aaron used a hard light measuring tape to show how she was closer to the kids than to Lith and Tista. "I'm not short, it's the two of them who are beanpoles." "Sure, dear." Elena caressed her head with love, but due to the over 10 centimeters, 4.5 inches of height gap between them, Solus really felt like a child. To make matters worse, Elena was the shortest in the family. "You're so soft, just like Dad. In your doll form, you are as hard as Uncle Lith." Lyria shamefully poked at Solus's soft belly, making both she and Senton blush in embarrassment. "I must put you on a diet," Renam mumbled. "I'm working out already, I swear." "Well, what do you think?" Lith ignored the love handles issue and waved at the room. "Thanks, but no thanks." Roz dismissed it with a wave of his hand. "No way," Solus shook her head. "Can I at least know why?" Lith asked after his family unanimously turned down his offer. "Because no matter how beautiful this place is, it's not our home. I have no fond memories here, making it cold and distant. Our home, instead, is where I lived my whole life and raised my beloved children," Elena said. "I wouldn't give up on it for the world." "Same here," Solus nodded. "I don't care what form I take as long as we are together and I can be an active part of your life." Lith had held her hand the whole time to help Solus retain her humanoid form despite the distance from the tower, making his family a bit confused about their relationship, and Solus as happy as a clam. Space. Later that night, after putting the rest of the family to bed, Lith and Solus went back to the tower to finally experiment on a new breathing technique. "Kowalski analysis," he said. "You are still acting like a pompous jackass, but at least you've stopped pitying yourself and moping around," Solus replied. "I was asking you for a recap of the advanced breathing techniques we know, smartass," Lith said with a snarl. "I know, it's just that I love being able to mess with you without making you really angry. I missed you a lot." Solus hugged him while sniffling a bit, making Lith feel like a monster for the second time in just a few hours. Chapter 1439, Birthday Party, Part 1. "I missed you more, Solus. I'm sorry, but I needed and I still need to be alone. You can't ask me to forget about the loss of Lark and Miriam in a few days, let alone a 3-year-long relationship with a woman I might have married." Lith caressed and kissed the top of her head while sighing deeply. "But you never cut me out of your life like this before," she replied, hugging him more tightly. "That's because you never had a body before. I need to sort out my feelings, not to make them even messier. We are both lonely, and our emotional feedback is akin to my drinking alcohol with Falul." "I don't want to do something that we would both regret later," Lith said. Solus had actually a lot to say, but she understood his feelings and respected his wishes. "Okay, we have experienced only 3 breathing techniques for long enough to allow me to study them." She conjured 3 different body holograms to aid her explanation, but she didn't release him from her embrace, sitting on his lap instead. "The first is Scarlet's aura. From what I could perceive while she interrogated us, Scarlet is able to mix spirit magic with the world energy so that when she floods her target's body with it, she can do the next best thing to mind reading. The world energy allows her to get so deep in your head that, when you answer a question, she knows when you're lying. Also, by seeping deep inside the brain, aura allows her to obtain an effect similar to the soul projection. Fascinating. What more? Lith nodded. The second is Fallel's life stream, which also is the technique we have experienced so many times that I know it best. Unlike aura, life stream is more focused on the body than the mind, allowing Fallel to almost hijack the mana flow of others. She has demonstrated to be capable of not only manipulating someone's body akin to body sculpting, but also of making mana cores, flows, and even impurities visible to the naked eye, she said. If I managed to do the same, I could pass my breathing technique off as a spell and become the best healer in the kingdom. Not even Manohar could compete with me then, Lith said. Yeah, and as the new god of healing, you would have to take his place. I'm sure Manohar would love it, Solus chuckled. The third one is Malishka's sun and moon. Even though she used it on you for several minutes, I didn't get much. Based on her words, however, I'm betting that it's better than aura and lifestream combined. Well, Scarlet and even the Hydra bloodline are newborns compared to Baba Yaga. Her breathing technique must be capable of doing everything that any other technique can. What about our invigoration? Lith asked. It's the basic of the basics. If breathing techniques were houses, invigoration would be a natural cave. If they were paintings, it would be a stick man. I get it, invigoration sucks. Now get to the point. He angrily cut Solus short, yet she chuckled as if he had made a funny joke. Fallel didn't exaggerate when she said that the deep violet is the best moment to start working on a better breathing technique, she replied. At bright blue one has to compensate for the faulty vortexes, and at violet it would be too late. Invigoration just allows you to draw in the world energy, moving it throughout your body and into your core, but it doesn't make use of the auxiliary cores nor does it nurture them. First, we need to devise a way to make mana and auxiliary cores work together. That way, we draw in much more world energy with each breath, and it would nurture all of them at the same time, Solus said. Agreed. If my hypothesis is correct, then obtaining the violet core is possible solely when the auxiliary cores divert the excess energy, creating a network that distributes the mana flow evenly without overloading the core like it happened to Quilla. To grow past the deep violet, not only the mana core, but also the auxiliary cores must grow in power and increase their mana capacity. Only after we find a way to refine all of my cores at the same time can we worry about developing breathing skills, Lith said. One more thing. Solus really enjoyed the physical contact now that she didn't feel guilty about it anymore. Lith was still heartbroken from the end of his relationship, but he was single nonetheless. Don't forget that we can practice the first step on our own. But to develop any breathing skill, we need a test subject since you can already read my mind. And achieving Lifestream's effects on yourself is something that even invigoration can do. We'll worry about that later. First things first. Lith pushed Solus gently away and sat cross-legged on the floor. Then he started to use the rhythm of invigoration as he breathed, modifying it in the attempt to involve the auxiliary cores in the process. Solus sighed and followed his lead. She had reached the Cyan core for a while, and thanks to their bond, she was capable of using her own breathing technique to affect Lith's body. It allowed both of them to search for a way to make accumulation also affect the auxiliary cores without interfering with each other's experiments. Space. Days of training turned into weeks, and finally Lith's birthday arrived along with the start of winter. A thin layer of snow covered the fields outside the Verhin household when Alina burst Lith's door open. Happy 19th birthday, dear. Alina threw her arms at his neck while he was already conjuring several spells and activating the house's arrays. Mom, what if I was naked? What if I wasn't alone? Knock before entering, damn it. Lith could hear his heart pounding so hard that he feared it would jump out of his chest. First, I've seen you naked countless of times. As a baby. Second, I wish, Alina sighed, seeing only one side of the bed unmade as if it was still waiting for Camilla. Sorry, dear, I just wanted to be the first to wish you a happy birthday before that annoying amulet beats me to the punch. Thanks, Mom. Lith hugged her, enjoying the warmth and the affection of her embrace before all hell broke loose. Happy birthday, Lith. The rest of the family quickly followed, and Solus was with them. Now that her existence wasn't a mystery anymore, she had moved to Tista's room to avoid unpleasant misunderstandings. When her turn to congratulate him arrived, she slipped on his finger to regain the energy she had lost during their separation before their guests arrived. Lith had been forced to spend the whole day at home with no hope of escape. Solus wouldn't move from there, and Fallel was the guest of honor, leaving him no place where he could practice magic. Lith had barely the time for a quick shower and breakfast before his contact amulet started to blink non-stop. The royals asked him about his well-being, and if he liked how the building of the Verhin mansion progressed. Chapter 1440, Birthday Party, Part 2. After wishing him a happy birthday, many members of the council wanted to know how he had reached the Violet Core so quickly, the secret behind his silver pillar, and what powers his Tiamat bloodline possessed. Unfortunately for them, Lith considered such topics as his cue to hung up the call. Between his apprenticeship under Falul and how casually he called Salark grandma, no one dared to question him twice. The Fastero family was the first to arrive. Ever since Lith had revealed his Tiamat form to the kids, Protector's children had done the same. Lilia and Laren showed off their skull skills, making Aaron and Lyria green with envy. The Erna sisters and Falul arrived together since Gianni was busy, leaving the Hydra to take care of her daughters. "Happy birthday, Lith," they said while taking turns hugging him and giving him their respective gifts. The Ernas had bought plenty of raw mana crystals and magical metals respectively for the mine the tower had and the one they hoped it would develop. Solus was close to completing the 3rd floor, and with it was likely to come another underground level. "This is to celebrate both of your birthdays." Falul handed 2 Davros ingots to him. 19 years ago you've been born a human, but not long ago you've been reborn. Your new body is a gift, not a curse. Never forget that." "Don't worry, Professor, I won't. Just like I won't forget that a couple of ingots aren't much compared to the over 1 million gold coins you saved thanks to my origin flames," Lith said with a sneer. His domination lessons now consisted in purifying as many batches of enchanted metals as he could without compromising his already crippled life force. After mastering the hands of Menadian, Falul would need a lot of materials to craft a superior version of her best equipment. Thanks to Lith, she could invest her resources into buying raw metal that they purified together. "It's not a trade, ingrateful runt, it's a gift. My lessons saved your life countless times, and I consider your services a small price compared to what you learned under my guidance," Falul said. At that point, Lith had to admit that she was right, and gave her a deep bow of gratitude as he stored the ingots inside his pocket dimension, and doubled the amount of Davros in his possession. The house wasn't built to host so many people, so Alina had to bring more tables and chairs for the occasion. The dining room was a bit cramped, but everyone was happy. The kids played in the snow together with their magical beasts and Zinya's children until lunch. "I can't believe I finally get to catch my breath for a full day." Freya closed her eyes as she enjoyed the soft comfort of the sofa in front of the fireplace. "No one is forcing you. You can take a few days off whenever you want," Quilla said while juggling 1 silver coin with each one of her hands. "And fall behind you workaholics, no thanks." "How do you do that?" Lith could make a coin move back and forth between his fingers with ease, whereas Quilla had never been so nimble. "Water fusion. I finally learned the necessary rune, and I'm getting used to employing it without my wand." "Training during Lith's birthday. You're asking for a spanking, young lady." Alina took both coins away faster than Quilla could say. "But Alina, I don't have an awakened body. Using water fusion is the only way I have to stretch my body and keep it as flexible as Tista's." "Either you rest or I'll make you." Alina put a cup of hot chocolate and a plate of biscuits in her hands, ending the discussion. "Wow, at this rate, soon you'll be the first human true mage in the history of Magur," Sola said while taking a cup for herself. "Yeah, but Quilla is also courting disaster. The more she gets close to true magic, the more danger her own Violet Core poses to her life," Lith said. "Since we're already talking about depressing stuff, I can't believe that Camilla will not be here today." Celia's words made an awkward silence fill the room, ending the argument before it could even start. "Today you're allowed to have only happy thoughts, Lith, otherwise I'll kick your ass. I'm nowhere as gentle as Alina." Celia went to help Renee and Nalrond with the triplets. Like most kids, the trouble they caused grow bigger along with their healthy bodies, requiring all hands on deck to handle them. When lunchtime arrived, Lith was already bored out of his skull. The others, instead, loved having so many light masters at their service to provide them with an experience that not even movie theaters could compare with. "Fuck me sideways. I always thought that dying of boredom was just an expression, yet unless something happens soon, I'm going to go to sleep early to make this day end as soon as I can," he thought after putting the kids to sleep for their afternoon nap, jinxing the day. A couple of hours later, when the sun had started to set and the kids woke up for their afternoon snack, someone burst open the door of the Verhin household. "Has the party started yet? Because from the outside this looks like a graveyard." Salark, overlord of the Blood Desert and Lord of War, waltzed in like she owned the place. She had the appearance of a stunning woman in her mid-20s, about 1.76 meters, 59, tall. Salark had silky black waist-long hair, emerald eyes, and a bronze tinge of skin so clear that it seemed to emit a gentle radiance. She wore a blood-red robe, the Blood Desert equivalent of a gala dress, that left exposed her fair shoulders and arms. The robe was loose enough to give her freedom of movement, but also tight enough to emphasize her figure. "Happy birthday, my grandchild." She lifted Lith from his chair with the same ease as if he was a baby, kissing him on the forehead and cheeks before anyone could snap out of their respective shock. "Congratulations, my son." She dropped Lith and lifted Roz, delivering a new set of kisses that turned him to a bright shade of purple as abundant blood rushed to his head above as well as to that below. "Get your hands off my husband, lady." Alina jumped up in outrage. A stunner acting all familiar with her son was hardly a novelty, but seeing her husband receiving the same treatment was beyond outrageous. "Alina," Salark spoke with confidence, as if the two women had known each other their whole life. "Don't tell me that after being married for so long you trust the poor Roz only so much." "Oh, I do trust my husband. Grabby unknown women that barge into my house, not so much." She crossed her arms while furiously tapping her left foot on the ground, waiting for an explanation why anyone had yet to blow the intruder's ass. "You really are your father's daughter, Alina. You should think less and feel more," Salark said, placing a hand above her heart. "As for you, Lith, I'm so disappointed in you for never mentioning me to your family that I'm considering not gifting you anything anymore." Chapter 1441, Birthday Party, Part 3. The word gifts, coming out of Salark's mouth, snapped Lith out of his stupor and knocked his greed to the 6th gear. "I did mention you a lot, Grandma. I just never showed them your hologram because I never had a reason to. I planned to do it before visiting you in the desert." Alina finally managed to piece everything together, figuring out the identity of the annoying transgressor. "Thank the gods I didn't try to kick her ass, otherwise things might have gotten ugly for me." She inwardly sighed in relief. "What about Grandpa? Don't tell me that you included him in the family picture." Salark's eyes were reduced to 2 fiery slits of white mana. "Who?" Roz asked in confusion. "Then everything is forgiven," Salark said with a warm smile of triumph. "There's no need to be jealous, Alina," Salark said, taking her hands into her own. "At least of me. I was only congratulating the man who carries my blood for giving me such a wonderful grandchild." "Wait," Alina was so shocked that her fear faded away, making her forget everything about honorifics and etiquette. She now treated the desert's overlord with the same familiarity she had with Celia. "Are you telling me that he's the phoenix and I'm the dragon?" "Well, of course, just look at our baby." A snap of Salark's fingers forced Lith to shapeshift into his Tiamat form. "Everyone knows that boys always resemble the mother, otherwise he would have many more feathers." While everyone was still shocked out of their skull, Salark moved around the house as if she had lived there all of her life, greeting people in a way that made them feel as if it was her party they were attending. The overlord used her breathing technique, mother-son, on all the members of the Verhin family, sniffing them to understand who carried whose bloodline more. "Not to be rude, Grandma, but to what gifts were you referring earlier?" Lith said while offering her a cup of hot chocolate after she was done with the introductions. "Always straight to the point, huh?" Salark raised an eyebrow in annoyance at his greed. "It was a dragon thing, hence she didn't like it much." "I brought you 3 gifts. The first is peace. You have my word that for today and the next few days nothing bad will happen. I've sent my agents to protect all of those who have received a Balker card. If the culprit planned to ruin your birthday, they'd better think twice about it." Salark had a cruel smile that reminded everyone of Lith's, making them wonder if it was really all Magus doing of if the two were actually distant relatives. "The second gift is companionship. Of course I don't mean just mine, but also that of those you love and of those you should love." At the same time, several phoenixes in human form walked through the door, bringing food and drinks for everyone. Meanwhile, on the outside, Captain Locrias had just had 2 brushes with death. Seeing the monarch of the Blood Desert waltz inside the Verhin household had made him choke on the birthday chocolate and biscuits that Alina had offered to his team. After that, witnessing a flock of legendary birds appear from the shadows around the farm, and then shapeshift into human form before walking inside had given him a stroke. No need for reinforcements. Overlord Salark is there on an authorized diplomatic mission. Silpha lied through her teeth, wondering why Tyrus had forbidden her from interfering with the attempt to cajole one of the most promising archmages of the kingdom. The 3 units of the Queen's Corps that patrolled the house thanked the gods for their mercy. The sight of Salark's court was enough to make their lives flash in front of their eyes. They had as many chances of stopping them as they had of keeping the sun from rising again. Meanwhile, Salark placed her left thumb on the forehead of Solas's stone doll, turning her into her humanoid energy body. "By my mom, how did you do that? Could you make me human again?" Solas asked while looking at her hands that now had nails and veins. "Your form is currently limited by 2 things, your damaged cores and the world energy. I can't fix the former, but I can provide you with plenty of the latter. As for your human form, I could, but only as long as I'm here." "Believe me, you don't want that trauma again." Salark caressed Solas's head, making her feel like a small child. "Damn it, why is everyone so tall in here? Even now that I have my humanoid form, I still need to float to look people in the eyes without getting neck pain," she thought. "Grandma, who are those people?" Lith asked, not liking the arrival of even more uninvited guests. "The people you should love I just mentioned. Your brethren, silly." "Okay, but my house is too small, maybe. My 3rd gift is a lesson of creation magic. Watch and learn." Salark's words plunged the room into silence as everyone capable of casting magic stared at her as if they had found their soulmate. She raised her hands in the air, making the dimensional blocking arrays become visible to the naked eye. While practicing magic, always remember that many things that people think as opposites are actually 2 sides of the same coin. The line between sealing and strengthening magic is paper-thin. Salark widened the arrays, creating enough space to insert several dimensional runes. She did it nice and easy, without explaining anything, but giving everyone the time to understand what she was doing and why. Just like the lessons Salark gave Balker, it was up to the student to become capable of creation magic. When she was done, the living room had become 4 times longer, and wider, yet neither people nor furniture had been deformed by the dimensional stretch. "Is this dimensional magic?" Freya asked, as she was once more proud of her rare dimensional mage specialization. "Indeed, child. I have affected solely this room and only for the duration of my stay, yet it's not omnipotent. We still need more pieces of furniture." New tables and chairs appeared in a blaze of emerald flames, giving everyone a place to sit. "No, you can't keep them," Salark replied to Lith's silent question as he stared at the high-end furnishings. "Now let's get this party started." A clap of her hands made an upbeat music fill the room. The desert's overlord proved to be an unparalleled singer, dancer, and to have forced her children to learn her favorite choreographies. She even helped the kids making a family portrait with their crayons, creating what looked like an original Van Gogh. Why?" Lith asked in amazement while she hung it to the wall. "Your grandfather likes to dabble in arts and I'm very competitive," Salark said with pride. "More like obsessed with winning," Creven said with a sneer. "Creven, you don't badmouth family on your first meeting. Some things require tea." "Are you really my grandmummy?" Aaron stared at her with his big puppy eyes while tugging at her dress. "Of course I am." Salark lifted him in her arms, too moved by his words to care about the stains that Aaron's dirty hands left everywhere. "Why did you never come to visit before then? Is Granddad dead?" Lyria asked, raising her arms in the air to be lifted as well. Chapter 1442, Birthday Party Part 4. "I've lost contact with your family for a long time, but now I'm here." She had each kid sit on one of her arms as if they weighed nothing. "Granddad is fine, he's just grumpy like Lith." "Can we meet him? Pretty please?" The kids used the double puppy stare, which turned out to be super effective on the mother of all phoenixes. "How could I say no to these pretty faces? I'll be right back." Salark put them down before opening a long-distance warp gate that shrunk to the size of a pinhole after her passage, to not let anyone see anything. "Move your ass, old lizard, there are people waiting for you." Her voice sounded sweet, but her words had no warmth in them. "I don't give a damn about birthday parties. I'm in the middle of an important exp." Ligon's voice was cut short and replaced by the sounds of a ferocious tussling. The noise of shattered glass and cracked stone alternated with furious roars for a few seconds, until the gate opened again. The 2 guardians walked through it arm in arm like a real couple. Salark looked the same as when she had arrived first. There was no trace of stains on her dress anymore. Ligon, instead, looked like a true gentleman. He had the appearance of a lean albino man in his mid-30s, 175 meters, 59, tall, with snow-white hair and skin. His eyes were purple and had a vertical pupil. The father of all dragons wore a black gala suit and gold-rimmed round glasses. Multiple spots of his skin were halfway turned into scales, making Ligon look like he had tattoos. "Cool," all the kids said in unison, intrigued rather than intimidated by the inhuman features of their guest. They tried to touch his scales and examine his glasses, things that Ligon allowed them to do. He even knelt down to let them observe him closely. After Salark introduced him to Lith's family, Ligon stared at Alina with annoyance. "Nice to see you again, violent woman who took my BL," Salark nudged him with enough strength to crack his ribs and cut him short. "I mean, who inherited my blood." "Yes, but luckily she got her mother's looks," Salark chuckled. After a while, Lith managed to have some alone time with his grandfather. "What about my gifts?" he asked. "Don't push it, boy. I didn't even want to be here. Besides, Salark has already given you more than enough," Ligon replied. "Do you know the full story of what happened to Solis?" "I know everything about Menadian and her daughter." Ligon picked another serving of ice cream. It was the only good thing that had come out from his forced visit so far. "But are you going to share it with me?" Lith asked. "No, you're broken. Your partner is broken. What both of you need now is some relief from your pain, not to be burdened by a cruel past. Is it me, or when awake and get older they either turn into insensitive jerks or into suckers for everything they consider cute?" Lith pointed respectively at Ligon and Salark, who was playing with the kids. "It's the natural order of things. To survive endless losses and solitude, you can only close your heart or open it up as much as you can," Ligon replied. "I chose to love things over people because they never disappoint me." Salark, instead, chose to put people over things because they fill her life with feelings. She doesn't care if they are good or bad. As long as her heart isn't empty, she's happy. Ligon took a long pause, thinking back to all the disciples he had high hopes for before they betrayed his trust and turned into power-hungry warmongers. "I bet that the bird dared to show off her singing skills. Let me show you how a real pro works." He went up the stage, showing off the several talents that Salark had mentioned earlier. Salark had just started a duet with him when someone knocked at the door. "What the heck, is it sundown already?" Lith thought while looking at the darkness outside the window. "Time sure flies during a home invasion. I wonder if this is Tyrus or—" "Happy birthday, little brother. Sorry for not answering your calls for so long, but I've been busy. I hope you don't mind us crashing your party." Zenegrosh hugged Lith, giving him a kiss on either cheek. In her human form, she looked like a woman in her early 30s, about 1.6 meters, 53, tall, with black-shaded brown hair and youthful chestnut eyes that contrasted with the ancient wisdom of her gaze. Her skin was naturally so pale that it almost looked sickly, and was full of freckles. She had sharp features, a squared jaw, and a nose a tad too long. She wore a light blue evening dress that was just stylish enough for a family party without being ostentatious. "Well, I'm glad to see you here, and I've got no problems with your surprise visit, but I don't know how the other guests will react." Lith pointed at the two singing guardians who stared at the newcomers for a second longer than it was polite. "Don't worry, tonight this home is a neutral zone. As long as no one looks for trouble, we can graciously coexist." Salark's voice resounded in the minds of the concerned parties, making Ligon sigh in relief. He didn't want to turn his first reunion in centuries with his daughter Zorith into a battle to the death. Quite the contrary. Now that Magur had banned the Guardians from hunting down the Master, he was eager to study her condition and find a cure. "Lith, this is Baitra, my best friend and my girlfriend. Baitra, this is my little brother, Lith." Zenegrosh introduced him to her +1. Baitra looked like a lovely woman in her mid-20s, about 1.75 meters, 59, tall, with golden eyes and silver hair. She had a pixie cut that emphasized her oval-shaped face and delicate features. She wore a light red evening dress that complemented that of her date. Lith shook her hand, having no idea he was in front of Menadian's killer. "Mom, Dad, this is Zenegrosh. She's the shadow dragon that saved us when Night and her army attacked our home. This is Baitra, her date." "Thank you so much for helping Lith so many times." Alina hugged both women. "I wish I discovered being a dragon years ago. It would have made things so much easier. By the way, is Ligon your grandfather as well, or—" "He is my dad," Zenegrosh chuckled. Alina proceeded to introduce them to the rest of the family, which led to more gifts and more entertainment for the kids. "I could really use a few lessons about origin flames. I suck hard." Lith sighed while offering Zenegrosh some ice cream. "Wow, so subtle. You're lucky this is delicious, or I would kick your ass for being so blunt. Birthday or not. Baitra, you have to try this." she said to her companion who was exchanging pointers with the Forgemasters among the Phoenixes, Salark and Solus included. Menadian's heir had introduced herself as part of the Overlord's court, and both of them were eager to learn about the latest breakthroughs of the legendary fourth ruler of the Flames. Chapter 1443, Master Plans, Part 1. Seeing the short woman made of light and hearing Solus's voice gave Bytra a headache that usually led to a fit of blood madness and to recover unpleasant memories. Yet she had long learned how to repress those urges along with her memory. In a minute, Bytra replied in frustration. She had come to the party hoping to meet Xenogrosh's little brother and take work off her mind, yet it was all she had been talking about ever since her arrival. As for Solus, she had never seen her own killer due to the original Bytra backstabbing her heart before Elfin could even realize what had happened. On top of that, during her first life, Solus had only deep spite for Bytra. Elfin Menadian had considered the Reiju as a phony ruler of the Flames, since Bytra had not only given just a derivative contribution to the Forgemastering arts, but she had also been incapable of making a tower of her own. For those reasons, the two women had very few shared memories, making Bytra's human appearance as relevant as a wallflower in Solus's mind. What about my lessons? Like a hound on a bone, Lith refused to let go. Hey, big sis, how have you been? Xenogrosh mimicked his voice between spoonfuls of ice cream. I'm fine, Lith. I was worried for you as well. Okay, fine. I'm sorry for being a jerk, Lith sighed. Why didn't you reply to the message I left Tezka? I started to think you had dropped me like a bad habit. I was busy. I always am due to this damn war with the undead, she sighed. I couldn't even come here earlier because the master was busy. We came here together once we were done with our respective jobs. The professor is here. I was starting to think he had been dragged away again to do the kingdom's dirty job, Lith said. Don't worry, he is going to keep his word. The master is at Zinya's, Xenogrosh replied. He will keep them company and make up for everything they are missing tonight due to, you know. I'll call him tomorrow first thing in the morning, yet I'd appreciate it if you thanked him on my behalf tonight. Lith didn't even look at Xenogrosh's nod while he stared through one of the windows. The sounds of the party become a dull noise to his ears while he sighed deeply, thinking back at everything he had lost from the day Camilla had left the tower without looking back. Meanwhile, far away enough from Lith's house to escape being detected by the ancient monsters assembled there, a blue-robed man stared at both households in hatred. The state-of-the-art cloaking devices he wore were the only reason why he was still alive. I wanted so badly to inflict more pain to Verhan during his very birthday, but at this point, writing a sob story and sending the manuscript to him is the only chance I have to make him cry. There's so much mana in the air tonight that just being near Lucia is akin to staring into death's face. His breakup with Camilla was supposed to make it easier for me to kill those whores, but even the Yavel household is a fortress, he thought. Aside from the lowest tier of standard protective arrays, Zinya's house actually had few defenses. What the man perceived as a threat was the presence of the abomination hybrids that had followed the master. I know that I shouldn't drag you into the mess that my personal life is, Professor Vaster, but do you think I could go to Lith's just to give him my present? I bought it in advance and I can't return it anymore, Camilla asked. She held a carefully wrapped gift box the size of a book, while moving her eyes from the window to Vaster nonstop. Absolutely not, he and Zinya said in unison. I don't know why you broke up with him, but I can see that you're still a mess. Until you sort out your feelings, seeing him again is a terrible idea, the master said. It's the same thing I told her countless times during the last few days, Zagar, Zinya nodded. I hope that Kami had at least opened up with you, but it seems you know even less than I do. A few days after learning about Solus's existence, Camilla had moved to Zinya's house because everything inside her apartment reminded her of Lith. On top of that, whenever she was alone, Camilla couldn't stop wondering how much of those last 3 years had been a lie. The silence of her home in Belias drove her crazy, and the takeaway food only cut deeper into her wounds, because she always ended up buying food for 2 out of habit. I'm so sorry for troubling you so much, Zin, yet I'm barely holding myself together and I'm afraid that if I stay alone for too long, I'd fall apart for good. Camilla sniffled while clenching the gift box. The breakup made her suffer much more than Lith. While he could talk about the issue with his family, friends, and his mentor, Camilla was completely alone. The only people who knew about Lith's secret were part of his life, not of her own. She couldn't vent her feelings to anyone, not even her sister. Telling the truth had set Lith free, yet it had also trapped her in a lonely, dark place. It made it hard for Camilla to think about anything with a calm mind whenever she wasn't busy with work. "Don't you dare to thank me for so little, Kami, not after everything you've done for me over the years." Zinnia stopped cooking to hug her from behind. "This is your home too, and you're free to stay here for as long as you need. You can tell me what happened when you're ready. We have all the time in the world. I can use a hand with the kids and you can use some homemade food. It's a fair trade." Zinnia was worried by how much weight Camilla had lost before moving to Lucia. "Speaking of kids, I know that I'm not exactly a toy maker, but I hope you'll like them anyway." Vaster took several presents out of his dimensional amulet. Some he had enchanted himself. Most were Lith's handiwork that he had asked Vaster to deliver in his place. It took Camilla a glance to recognize who had crafted what. Vaster's toys were more expensive, while Lith's enchantments had the flair that Frey and Philia loved. Vaster had yet to spend with them enough time to know their taste, and even though Camilla wasn't an awakened, she could almost feel Lith's energy signature. The familiar feeling made her weep a silent tear that she wiped before anyone could notice. "Why can we play with the others, but Uncle Lith never visits anymore?" the kids asked after thanking and hugging Vaster for the beautiful gifts. "It's complicated. Go wash your hands. Dinner is almost ready." Zinnia tried to change the subject to not pour salt on Camilla's wounds. "Why is Auntie hurt? Is Lith a bad guy like Dad?" Frey and Philia held each other in fear. Chapter 1444, Master Plans, Part 2. Just like the kids of the Verhan household, the sudden distance between their respective families confused the children, making them think that they had done something wrong at first. Once their mother had reassured them multiple times, however, the trauma that Falmug had inflicted upon them made Philia and Frey fear that Lith had turned out to be like their late father. "Gods, no," the three adults said in unison. "Don't worry, kids," Camilla said while caressing them. "Lith never hurt me and he would never do you any harm. It's just that he had many secrets and some of them are too much for me. I'm just sad you have my word." Zinnia thanked the gods for making children so blunt and yet capable of cracking the toughest armor. Now that she had an idea of what had happened, there was just one question left in her mind. "Did he cheat on you?" she asked, making Camilla throw such a mean look at her to understand that it wasn't that the case. "Uncle Lith doesn't cheat, Auntie. He always plays fair." The kids believed they were talking about games since it was the only kind of cheating that they knew. Either Kami suspected him of having an affair or she had a rival. There must be another woman involved, Zinnia thought. Yet while her sister knew Camilla enough to also see the pain in her eyes and to know to have struck a nerve, Vaster failed to notice it, misunderstanding the issue. Damn it, they must have broken up because Lith lost his humanity after turning into a Tiamat. Poor girl. Vaster inwardly sighed, pitying Camilla, but mostly himself. If Camilla couldn't accept Lith's real nature after being together for 3 years, what chances do I have with Zinnia? We barely shake hands, and unlike Lith, I'm more of a monster on the inside than I'll ever be on the outside. There is so much blood on my hands that it's impossible to wash off. The things I've done as a High Master first, and as the Master later, make even Tezka look cute in comparison. I can offer my abominations a second chance. I might even be able to give the kingdom a more rightful and just system. But no matter the outcome of the battle, there are no spoils of war waiting for me except more fucking blood. Vaster looked at the tenderness with which Zinnia hugged her children and took care of Camilla, wishing with all his heart to be worthy of such affection as well. Yet he was painfully aware of being too old, too dirty, and too dangerous for her. If the Master's plan failed, being close to him would make Zinnia a target for all of his enemies. If it succeeded instead, the Griffin Kingdom, if not the whole Magar, would enter a new golden age, yet everyone would learn about his misdeeds anyway. Having Zinnia so close, and yet being unable to reach her drove Vaster mad with fury. His wrath spread through the bond they shared to the abomination hybrids that protected the area, making his grief their own. They immediately searched the area for someone so stupid as to threaten their family. Someone that would give them a way to vent their wrath in unspeakable ways that they had perfected over the course of the millennia. Suddenly, a shiver ran down the spine of the blue-robed man, and he found himself covered in a cold sweat. As the abomination hybrid's mystical senses scanned the area, he felt as if now he wasn't just looking death in the eyes. Death was looking back at him, spreading its arms to engulf him in a deadly embrace. The blue-robed man swallowed his pride and ran for his life, too scared to remember to use magic. Space. Golden Griffin Academy, Keller region at the same time. It had taken Thrude quite a while to reach her destination. Moving with an army of emperor beasts wasn't an issue so much as her growing cravings, fatigue, and appetite. Her pregnancy gave her great powers, but the more the day of the delivery approached, the greater the problems she had to deal with. On top of that, traveling through the whole Garland continent to pick up the legacies of her late accomplices wasn't an easy task either. Right after Zedros's death, she had emptied his lair first since the Wyvern was the most notable member of her crew. His arrays had weakened after his defeat, making it a child's play for Thrude to use the Sword of Arthon to take control of them. After that, she had asked the apprentices that she had saved to lead her to the secret lairs of their respective masters, taking everything that they had and leaving only dust behind. Traps, arrays, and even golems could only submit to the sword's domination once boosted by life maelstrom. You told me that the Golden Griffin is running dry on resources, my love, but with such a treasure, I'll be able to teach and craft everyone anything they need, Thrude said with a warm smile while Jackra caressed her swollen belly. Indeed, I would have never thought that such ancient creatures could hoard so many riches without using them. The Emerald Dragon was still flabbergasted at the amount of mana crystals and unused adamant that they had found. Magic suffers from obsolescence, darling. Once forged, an artifact is set in stone. They were probably waiting for something powerful enough to not waste the metal. Too bad that such a thing will never happen. There's no time like the present to craft something good. On top of that, most of them lacked origin flames, and casting something out of impurified adamant is twice the waste. Luckily, we have no such problem. She playfully scratched his throat. Thrude used the sword and the armor of Arthon to scan the arrays surrounding the Lost Academy, and find a way to override the complex system of magical formations without triggering any alarm. The Mad Queen spent days outside, checking the arrays over and over until she was certain to not have missed any detail. Jackra helped her thanks to the Arthon set's ability to bear two imprints at the same time. Just like the original, it had been crafted as a set for a royal couple. Then she used a powerful burst of life maelstrom to push the Sword of Arthon to its utmost limits, and forcefully take control of the barrier system that sealed the Golden Griffin. Once inside, Thrude was greatly disappointed by everything she laid her eyes on. Good gods, this place is a cesspool. Bedpans, common rooms, who's the caveman who planned this place? She said, slaughtering her way forward. It took the power core of the Academy a while to recognize the energy signature of Arthon's offspring. Thrude's experiments had altered her body to the point that most of the enchantments left by the Mad King failed to identify her. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience, Your Majesty. Sevenus Histar appeared in front of her, kneeling and with his forehead touching the ground. He wore an ample golden mage robe and was about 1.6 meters, 53, tall. Histar looked to be in his mid-50s and had long brown hair and a beard streaked red all over. Chapter 1445, Freedom and Prisoners, Part 1. Histar was both the headmaster of the Golden Griffin Academy and the cursed object that controlled the lost city down to its slightest detail. He turned the labyrinth into a straight path that allowed Thrude to quickly reach Huriol's power core. It seems that you've done wonders with Arthon's madness. The power exuding from your body exceeds the king's wildest dreams, yet if not for the Sword of Arthon, I would have never recognized you, he said. That would have been your problem, not mine. She sat on the headmaster's seat to give her swollen feet some relief. When I'm in a good mood, I dominate stuff. When I'm in a bad mood, I beat them into submission. A simple burst of her mana made the entire office quake. Along with growing pains, the child in Thrude's belly also gave her more power as its body and mana core developed. Between the Griffin-Dragon hybrid and Arthon's set, a living legacy or a toy castle were the same to her. Of course, my liege, how can I serve you? Histar asked. First, update this shithole to more comfortable standards. Thrude gave him the blueprint of modern bathrooms and everything she thought that a happy army might need. It can be done, but the Academy's resources. Thrude emptied one of the dimensional amulets she had brought along, cutting Sevenus short and giving him more than he hoped for. Alas, the arrays keep me from draining enough energy from the mana geyser to. A snap of Thrude's fingers made the magical formations outside lose much of their power, giving the Golden Griffin all of the world energy that it needed and making Sevenus Histar revert to the appearance of a 20 years old. Yes, you really are the fated heir I've been waiting for all this time. I knew that sending Jackra to find you was the right choice. What are your orders, my queen? Histar asked. I have brought with me plenty of resources and the secret of awakening. I need you to share them both with those who are already immortal while my army receives the Academy's blessing. I want all of them to survive the process, Thrude replied. It might take a while to make my students regain their sanity, but consider it done. Histar nodded. As for your army, in a few hours the unwavering loyalty array will make them incapable of both die and refuse your orders. Thrude was puzzled by his words, but according to Jakra, Sevinus was her greatest ally, so she just nodded. Just one warning, my liege. Dragons have such a strong vitality that even my slave's spell doesn't last long on them. You should have come here sooner. Jakra is close to regaining his freedom, but it's nothing that I can't. What did you do to him? Thrude jumped up, staring at Sevinus with a hatred that made that she felt for Tyrus look like a candle. What was necessary, my queen? I knew of your existence, so I sent him to you to inform you of the legacies that your father has left behind, to give you what you needed the most, a family. Histar had the warm smile of a puppy waiting for its master's praise. Are you telling me that my husband has been enslaved all along? That everything between us was a lie? That my father didn't leave behind loyal servants, but only the unwilling victims of his experiments? Why are you angry, my queen? You needed a companion capable of giving Arthan's bloodline an heir and I. A burst of life maelstrom sent Histar flying against the wall, his body writhing in pain. How dare you trick me? Thrude yelled at the top of her lungs. How dare you make me believe to have finally found someone who loves me for who I am, that shares my same dream, just to take him away from me? With each word, her control over the Golden Griffin's power core grew, causing Histar a pain like he had never felt before. Thrude was his master, and she only needed a thought to have his whole body, mind, and core torn apart. I apologize, my queen, have mercy. I just wanted to hasten your return. Immortality was indeed a curse, allowing Thrude to kill him over and over without ever making his pain stop. He's still by your side. There's no reason to be angry. Just like your father wanted, betrayal is impossible for the students of this academy as well. There cannot be lost magi. His voice cracked along with his body, yet death gave him no relief, only more agony. Do you think I couldn't force myself on a man if I wanted? That I couldn't just pretend to be some noble maiden if all I wanted was a child? His words didn't quell Thrude's anger, they only made her grow more furious. What you gave me was a lie. What you did was to make me unwittingly stoop lower than I've ever done. I have no qualms killing people, but I always do it for a reason. I do it to restore the Arthan's bloodline on the throne and make the Griffin Kingdom a better place. What I did to Jakra because of you is monstrous. You made my child be born out of an act of unforgivable violence. They will grow without a father because there's no way Jakra can look at either of us without remembering what I did to him. But your majesty, he cannot leave your side. He can and he will. Thrude stopped the torture and looked at the Emerald Dragon. Jakra, this is my final command, awaken. The Emerald Dragon did as instructed, following the Wyvern's bloodline awakening technique. Violent waves of mana originated from his bright blue core with each breath he took, turning his body into shreds over and over. Safely awakening a bright blue-cored individual was something that only a few could do because the damage that such a powerful core caused exceeded the regenerative abilities that invigoration had. Yet just like Sevinus, Jakra couldn't die. The Academy kept putting him back together over and over, fixing his body in a way that complemented the body, refining and making him stronger for it. After a few minutes of agony, Jakra had still a bright blue core, but now his body was full of vortexes and he was awakened. You're free now? Thrude removed the slave spell from him, also taking away his immortality. Jakra felt the shackles that restrained his mind disappearing. After almost 6 months, he wasn't a prisoner of his own body any longer. Yet he didn't move, nor did he cry, because he didn't know what to do with his life. After being enslaved for so long, after spending so much time with Thrude, the feelings that the slave spell had forced upon him had almost become reality. Almost. He now felt a strong affection for both Thrude and the baby, yet his body also experienced a strong revulsion every time that he looked at the Mad Queen. He was torn between the need to hold her and to run away screaming from her. On top of that, the realization that she had never been aware of his enslavement together with the memories of the tenderness and affection Thrude had showered Jakra with, made his Stockholm Syndrome even worse. Chapter 1446, Freedom and Prisoners, Part 2. Why are you letting me go? The Emerald Dragon managed to say after Thrude erected a wall between them to hide from his view and opened a way out for him. You need my origin flames for your army. You need me as your general. You've spent months training me, sharing your plans of conquest with me. How can you free me knowing that I might betray you the moment I get out of here and ruin everything? I don't need a slave. I already have plenty of them thanks to my crazy father, she said amid sobs. I can always find another Zedros for the origin flames. Magur is full of idiots like him. The only reason I needed you was because I thought that, after hundreds of years of solitude, of being treated as nothing but the offspring of the mad king, I had finally found someone to share my life with. As for my plans, you don't have to worry about me. Soon everyone will know about my return, and I can use the knowledge you'll share with them to my favor. I can't, and I won't stay hidden for long because I have no need to anymore. I know that I have no right to ask anything from you, which is why I'm begging you. Please, whatever you decide to do, wait at least 3 more months. The wall disappeared, revealing Thrud on her knees and with her forehead stuck to the ground. I can't awaken until the baby is born. It would be too risky. On top of that, I can't enact my plan before that term without putting their life at risk. Please, I beg you, don't do it for me, but for the baby. They have no fault. If you have to hate someone, hate me. She kept crying, but her voice remained steady. Jakra felt his heart as if a vice squeezed it, but his body refused to move, and he shivered in disgust, even at the thought of coming one step closer to her. I promise that I will not endanger our child's life, he said. Thanks. Thrud slammed her head against the ground until she started to bleed in a sign of contrition. One last thing. If my plan fails, if I die on the battlefield, please take care of the baby in my stead. Victory or defeat, I want this to end with me. Don't let them grow in my shadow nor people mistreat our baby because of me. Promise me that if something goes wrong, if I can't give them the throne, you will at least give our child a normal life. I promise, Jakra said before turning his back to her and escaping from the Golden Griffin for the last time. He soared through the skies towards his home, the Gorgon Empire, feeling the need for the support of his family. Yet the tears that came from his eyes non-stop weren't of joy or relief so much as of sadness. With each flap of his wings, Jakra got further away from his tormentor, yet he also grew more miserable. Space. Giera Continent, ruins of the city of Yankar, Baba Yaga's hut, a few days later. Right after saving Dawn from the effects of Valoran's true griffin spell, the Red Mother had been called upon by the Red Sun as well. Silverwing's annihilation, the anti-guardian spell that the first Magus had left as a part of her legacy to the kingdom, had damaged Dusk's steed beyond what Sunset's self-repair capabilities could mend. Baba Yaga had spent the previous weeks working hard to keep Dawn from being forced to sacrifice Akala to save her own life, and to punish Dusk to the best of her abilities. The bright day was already in such critical condition that she couldn't withstand any more harm without dying. The Red Sun, instead, had been stripped of his powers, and Baba Yaga had passed on to him half of Sunset's injuries to ease her work. Dusk had also been forced to take his human form. He looked like a handsome man in his mid-20s, about 1.9 meters, 63, tall, with blonde hair, bright red skin, and orange eyes that seemed to flicker like flames every time he moved his gaze. His body was covered in bloody bandages, since his wounds didn't heal any faster than those of a regular human. The pain and the bleeding, however, were nothing compared to the helplessness he felt. For all of his life, Dusk had been the apex predator among apex predators, whereas now he was so weak that any of the hybrid children who lived in the hut could easily beat him. He stood up from his bed with a grunt, holding his right shoulder and left side to not let the wounds open again, and walked to Dawn's room where the fallen ranger lay. "Why are you doing this to us? To me?" Dusk asked in a rough voice as the weakness of his knees forced him to sit on the nearest chair. He had barely made a few steps, yet his breathing was already ragged from fatigue. "I know that you can instantly heal us both if you want, Mother." "I can, but I won't." Baba Yaga shook her head while changing Akala's bandages and applying barely enough healing magic to not make his wound fester and keep the recovery process steady. "I'm tired of your antics. Tired of seeing my horsemen focus on something as irrelevant as conquest and forget about the mission I gave them back when you 3 reached adulthood. It's time for you to learn that actions have consequences. You are supposed to be adults, not a bunch of crybabies that call for their mom the moment something doesn't go as they expected. I'm not going to heal your wounds because you've brought them upon yourselves," she said. "How can you say that?" Dusk snarled. "We did what we did for our brethren. After Giera's fall, too many undead moved to Garland. We sent to the eclipsed lands all those that they could accommodate, but after they reached full capacity, war was the only possible answer. How could the courts possibly feed so many mouths otherwise? Or maybe you would have preferred that we culled our own, just to spare a few animals whose lifespan runs out in the time it takes me to blink my eyes. Tell me one time that I asked for your help, one time that I meddled with human affairs. Among the horsemen, I'm the one who has dedicated his entire life to the mission you entrusted to us, Mother. I even took the body of a lick and used his resources to find a way to overcome the weaknesses of your faulty children, he said. Every creature has the right to live or at least to fight for their survival. That's why I didn't interfere with your stupid war. Also, I can't deny that, unlike your sisters, you never needed to be rescued before. Baba Yaga gave to the ranger a broth of herbs that would naturally speed up his recovery. Then why are you punishing me like this? Is it because we took the steeds? Dusk asked. No, you idiot. I couldn't care less for the steeds, she replied with anger, yet not before having hushed Akala's ears to not disturb his sleep. Chapter 1447, True Path, Part 1. The steeds are just things, and as such, they can be crafted again if needed. The lives that you three have destroyed instead are something that not even I can bring back, Baba Yaga said. What do you mean? The Red Sun said. What good could war do? What if you won? Were you planning to force the other races to breed like cattle and make them live solely for your entertainment? You say that you've followed your mission, but you couldn't have done it any worse. When will you and your damned undead courts understand that I've not created the undead as the new master race? Baba Yaga said. Your words make no sense, Mother. If war is the wrong answer, then what were we supposed to do? Dusk asked. You should have let the balance take its course. When there isn't enough prey, the number of predators has to drop or they have to adapt. Otherwise, the predators start a vicious cycle that leads to their own extinction, Baba Yaga replied. Are you telling me that we should have just sat on our hands and do nothing? Dusk's voice oozed sarcasm. No, you idiot. You should have taught those morons from the courts to feed without killing. Ordered them to give up on their riches to pay people willing to be fed upon. Anything but triggering a full-scale war with the living. You have made an enemy out of the three great countries, of the Masters' organization, and even of the Awakened Council, she replied. Big deal, we already were criminals to the countries, rivals to the organization, and vermin to the council. The war didn't make things worse, quite the contrary, it forced them to recognize our power, the Red Sun said. It made everything worse, you naive fool. Criminals are no enemy of the state, and are allowed to live in the gray area between law and corruption that every system has. Yes, you were already at war with the organization, but at least you were beneath the council's notice. They left you alone and didn't care for any of your activities. Now instead, they are united against a common enemy, you. Baba Yaga turned into her mother form and pointed her forefinger at his forehead with such fervor that Dusk feared she would pierce him. I see, he replied. No, you don't, and that's why among my 3 horsemen you're the one who disappointed me the most. The Red Mother shook her head, tending Akala's wounds one last time before leaving the room. How can you say that? The Red Sun followed her despite his wounds. Those words inflicted Dusk more pain than he had suffered through his millennia-long life, making the physical discomfort completely irrelevant compared to his need for an explanation. I have amassed countless knowledge and riches. I have found a host that's almost perfect. I'm the only one who has forged his own Davros equipment in a sign of commitment to both my host and my mission. You said it yourself, I never required your aid before. Then how can I be the one who disappointed you the most? Hasn't Dawn spent centuries trapped just to end up defeated and bedridden in a state much worse than mine? Hasn't Night killed thousands of undead with her shenanigans and even involved the council in the first place? He asked. You fool! Baba Yaga inhaled sharply while sitting heavily on a chair and forcing Dusk to lie down. He had been so caught up in his speech that he had failed to notice that the mother had brought him back to his room. She then turned into the maiden, the form of Dawn. The bright day has indeed been trapped, but after surviving a confrontation with Sinmara, the Phoenix of Darkness, holding her ground against a white cord awakened and escaping destruction without my help or her steed is quite an achievement. Also, while trapped inside the fringe, Dawn didn't stand idle. She used Magus itself to make countless breakthroughs in all the disciplines she knew, and even some that she invented herself. Those stupid, arrogant Razars believed to be in control, that they were forcing her to do their bidding, but it was the complete opposite. Through them, Dawn put to the test her theories and discoveries, using them as test subjects. What they mistook for attempts to escape and deception were actually failed experiments. Dawn used her time wisely, finding ways to use light mastery to perform almost everything, even affecting the arrays that kept her prisoner. Of course, once she was ready and the right host presented himself, she escaped and killed the Razars. They deserved it for trying and enslaving her for centuries, for believing that such a powerful being could be restricted forever. To me, what Dawn did is no different from an awakened master killing their unworthy disciples. The Razars couldn't be entrusted with her legacy and knowledge. Their death was the consequence of their arrogance. Never forget that. As for Akala, look at Dawn and tell me if she looks anything like you remember her. The maiden had a hologram of Dawn's room appear, showing the bright day at the ranger's bedside. She used a hard light construct to keep him company and hold his hand, sharing his pain. Ever since I brought her here, she let Akala keep his body to make his wounds heal faster. She's nursed him in my absence. She treats him as a peer, not as a steed. For a moment, the hard light construct became flesh, but the wounds both Dawn and the ranger had sustained made such form fade. How is that possible? Dusk pointed his finger at the scene in disbelief, ignoring most of what Baba Yaga had just said. I told you, she treats him as a peer. Thanks to that, they are now capable of merging into a single being or having each their own body, as long as they are close. Dawn's power core is second only to a white core, and once fused with Akala's mana core, everything becomes possible. Baba Yaga shapeshifted into the crone, the form of night. As for the Black Knight, I know of all the damage and the death she has caused. She is whimsical, impulsive, and cruel, yet she always served her purpose. Night caused the extinction of several undead species that were too smart or dumb for their own good. She struck fear in the heart of the humans, making my children appear mightier than they really are into our enemies' eyes. I consider her a catalyst of natural selection, weeding out those too stupid among both the undead and the other races. What limited her so far was her inability to take any matter seriously. While Dawn buried herself in her work, and you worked hard to make some space in the 3 great countries for the undead courts, Night went insane at some point. Her eternal life and her power combined with countless failures led her to believe that everything is pointless. That victory or defeat don't matter, only having a good laugh does. Orpal is an arrogant, petulant child, but he managed to make her take the matter with Lith as more than just a hobby. He made it personal. Chapter 1448, True Path Part 2. Orpal's incompetence caused Night so much suffering and humiliations that she finally returned to her senses. His obsession with the Destroyer is now hers. Night finally puts efforts in what she does. She plans ahead and schemes instead of just charging forward. She even convinced you all to steal your steeds and is the only one missing along with her own, Moonlight. Orpal is an illness, but the fever he causes is doing some good. Night now understands how hard-earned a true victory is and has finally started to study her powers. My immature youngest daughter replays every single one of her defeats in her mind, learning from them and working hard to make Orpal her equal rather than her slave. I have no idea where they are now, but I can feel their determination. Baba Yaga shapeshifted again, this time in the mother, the form of Dusk, making the horseman shiver even though his body was supposed to be incapable of feeling cold. Dawn is the one who has gotten closer to understand her role and the reason why I have given my horsemen the need to have a host. Even back when Night changed her host like a soldier changes his socks, she was still better than you. Fusing with so many people allowed her to learn more than you ever will and to rid Magur of a lot of power-hungry morons. It also allowed her to never stop searching for the right host, instead of settling for someone powerful like you did. Baba Yaga sighed, looking at Dusk and wondering if he wasn't the one who had actually gone insane. Wondering if being a lick was not only a perversion of undeath, but also a curse of madness that had spread to her beloved son. When the undead from Giera arrived, you should have known that a war would have only culled our numbers. Valoran's true griffin spell ended the war just because with all the undead who fell during the simultaneous attacks to the 3 cities, the balance is restored. When Night angered the council, you should have contacted them and explained that it was just Night being Night. You should have made peace offers and apologized, not ride her insanity. When she proposed to steal your steeds, you should have simply refused. You may have become the hushed king of the Dusk Court, but you're no leader. Your fellow liches ignore you, and all of your plans have only brought ruin upon your kind. Yet your most unforgivable act isn't fusing with a filthy lick, but having completely obliterated his mind. What's left of the powerful Winwold the Lick, one of the greatest minds of many generations, is nothing but an empty shell that adds nothing to your union. Dusk, your power has grown stale not because you didn't work hard, but because the answers that you obtained from studying a Lick's body are unfit for all of my children. Also, by erasing Winwold's personality, you have gotten full control of his body at the price of losing the brilliance that once brought that damn Lick to such heights that even I was interested in his work. By getting your hands on the legacy of Winwold's past, you have deprived Maugre of his future discoveries. The mother took a long pause to let Dusk ponder her words and finally realize the error of his ways. What you have done is much worse than Night ever did. You have dragged our entire race in a war against the other three that we cannot possibly win. The longer it goes on, the more our numbers will dwindle until we become extinct. You have smothered your own potential and become so foolish that Night actually makes sense in comparison, she said. What can I do to fix this? Dusk asked. It's not up to me to tell you what to do. You've created this mess and you will clean it. The only thing I can do to help you is to give you a clean slate, a fresh start. What do you, Dusk was cut short when Baba Yaga plunged her hand inside the Lick's chest and took Dusk's red crystal out, breaking their bond. I've healed your wounds, but your powers will remain sealed until you find a way to unlock them. Any last words before I kick you out of here? How can I survive if I'm powerless? What can I possibly offer to a host to make them accept me? He said in panic. Let me see. Baba Yaga pretended to think before answering. Awakening, spirit magic, your millennia of wisdom and knowledge. I'd say you're still quite a catch. Don't worry, I left you the ability to use the basics of spirit magic. You'll communicate with mind links and use telekinesis to move around or defend yourself. Good luck. A snap of her fingers warped Dusk to a random location, leaving him at the mercy of both fate and his own wits. I wonder if he understood from my words that only his host can unlock his powers, Winwold, she said while using all of her best healing spells to find the scattered remnants of the Lick's mind and put them back together. If you want to take revenge on my son, I will not stop you. He deserves your rage. After a while, however, Baba Yaga managed to gather up enough of the Lick's consciousness to form a single thought. Kill me. Centuries of abuse had left nothing behind, and the only thing that Baba Yaga's healing attempts had managed to do was to make Winwold feel pain. After a few more attempts, she took the phylactery out of his chest and broke it. The blood and the mana core merged into one after being split millennia ago, giving the Lick's soul the time to utter a few words before leaving. Thank you. I choose to bond with your son to escape the boredom of loneliness and because I craved his powers. I don't resent Dusk because he did to me what I wanted to do to him. Had our positions been reversed, would have you saved him? No, bonding with a Lick was madness in the first place. I'm very patient and sooner or later, even those like you die. Baba Yaga shook her head as Winwold laughed his ass off and his spirit disappeared. Dusk is out of commission and Dawn is too wounded to take any more punishment. I can only hope she keeps learning from Effie and make herself a good life. Who would have thought that Menadian would have managed to use my horseman technology to bond her tower to Effie and let her in turn bond with someone else just like one of my children? I wonder if it was intentional of her or just luck. She inwardly sighed while looking at her oldest daughter kissing Akala's hand in a moment of tenderness that forced Baba Yaga to avert her gaze. Now I only have to find Night and kick her ass into oblivion. I should be enough to put an end to this war. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on Garland, Night and Orpal switched from one body to another as she trained her magic and his spearsmanship. Chapter 1449, Too Much of a Good Thing, Part 1. Night's steed, Moonlight, stood atop a mana geyser, giving the horseman and her host the energy that they needed to train non-stop. They had been at it ever since their defeat at Vaster's hands, without taking a break except that for resetting invigoration, eat, and fuck some lives up. Are you sure that your mother can't find us? Orpal asked. Damn sure. Unless both she and I open our link, Mom can't track me. Now shut up and practice. Your body needs some serious training if you want to get past your deep Saiyan core. I can't wait to discover if your brother is unique or not. Imagine everyone's face when we give birth to a second Tiamat, even better than the original. We only need to give you a proper undead side to replace the abomination, she said. I'm the firstborn, hence I'm the original, Orpal replied with a snarl and doubled his efforts to put Night's memories into practice. He cheated to get there first, just adding another line to the long list of things he has stolen from me. Space. Lith's birthday passed, and soon the new year started. Unbeknownst to everyone, The blue-robed man had followed those who had received his cards, aiming to kill one of them on the winter solstice, but he failed to find a proper opportunity to attack. Marth was the easiest next target after Zinnia, but he never left the academy for an unsafe location. Manohar now lived at the Urnas to learn both swordsmanships from Orion and how to properly use his new equipment. Vaster traveled so quickly and so often that tracking him was impossible. Wainmeyer had a royal guard always with her, and to make matters worse, she was undertaking the exams to become a royal forgemaster. She spent her time either at the White Griffin Academy or at Valoran, and both places were beyond the reach of the blue-robed man. The Yavel sisters were supposed to be easy prey, but whenever he got close to Lith's home, death kept looking at him. The blue-robed man was no fool and followed his instincts, running away the second after he arrived. As for Lith, now that Aaron and Lyria were close to turning 6, he had decided to teach them magic like Nana had done with him. They already knew how to read, write, and count, so the village school was obsolete for them. The kids had proven to be responsible with their own powers, and Lith decided to prepare them in the case they wanted to join the academy at 12, or if they needed to defend themselves. During the morning before going to Falul, Lith taught Tier 1 magic to Aaron, Lyria, and Protector's kids. Thanks to their Skull half, Lilia and Laren had amazing magical potential, and they were in dire need of magical training. Protector couldn't teach them fake magic, and he took part in the lessons as a student as well. He would always stay home during winter, but this time Ryman had decided to work less and enjoy his family more. He had taken a break from the missions that Falul assigned him to take care of her turf, allowing him to stay home until summer. Protector appreciated Lith's teaching methods that he had derived from his experience as an assistant professor at the White Griffin and as Falul's apprentice. Like a professor, he had prepared books for his students that they would use during the lessons and to study on their own. Lith had written down the spells he considered the most useful along with the tips and the insight he had gained over the years. Like Falul, Lith was always strict in his teaching ways, but also kind. He never scolded the kids, letting them make their mistakes and patting their heads when they learned without further explanations. He also wouldn't help them unless they proved to him to have tried and failed on their own until they had run out of possible solutions. Lith wanted them to learn how to face their own problems rather than spoon-feed them and make them reliant on him. Good gods, I can't believe you put so much thought behind Tier 1 magic lessons, and yet you still have no kids of your own, Ryman said. One more word and I'll double your homework, Lith replied with a snarl. You and your kids are already behind. If you have the time for stupid remarks, then focus more on your accents. Beasts with their nimble fingers had an easy time tracing the correct hand signs, yet they found it incredibly hard to remember their correct sequence, along with the pronunciation of magic words. Aaron and Lyria, instead, had no true magic to use as a crutch, so their fighting spirit to match their friends' spells made them progress much faster than the rest of the class. This is boring, Lilia said. I already know how to make these spells with true magic. Why must I learn all this stuff? Because home is the only place where you can use it without arousing suspicions, Protector repeated for the umpteenth time. Use too many or too few words, and any mage that sees you will notice that something is wrong. On top of that, the common spells are well known. If kids like you start having too many personal spells, they will take you for geniuses. And why is that a bad thing? Laren asked. Because once they put you to the test and discover that not only you don't know a single fake spell, but also that you have no idea how to use it, our family will be in a lot of trouble, Ryman replied. He already had almost been found out several times while interacting with human society. Beasts asked no questions and dead men told no tales, but to become part of a mercenary guild, Ryman needed to pass a magical exam. Without a guild, he couldn't get access to the high bounties that would allow him to work less, but his ignorance about the simplest spells and the lack of free time had forced him to compensate the low payout of his bounties with quantity until that moment. After teaching the kids, Lith would go with the others to Falul's lair. Becoming a Tiamat and having gained the body of a creature over 20 meters, 66 feet, tall had forced Lith to stop taking his dominance lessons. Now he took part in the physical training along with the others, but in his Tiamat form. Of course, Falul had no qualms giving him private lessons. Why the heck do I have to come here even when the others got their day off? Lith said amid pants, trying to catch his breath. Don't be such a sourpuss. You're single and I'm single. How can you say no to a hot woman who invites you to some steamy hot action? Falul replied while sweat made her rosy skin sparkle in the dim lights of her cave. First, I'm not over my relationship with Camilla yet. Second, all the double entendre on Magur don't make purifying hundreds of kilograms of magical metals during my free time any sexier, Lith said. At least tell me that by using my emerald eye to make up for my poor control over the origin flames, I'm training all kinds of domination. Chapter 1450, Too Much of a Good Thing, Part 2. You sure are, kid. Falul nodded while using her own domination to help him and preparing a new batch of metal. So I was right. Spirit domination, just like spirit magic, contains the runes of all elements, Lith said. No, it's just that dominating origin flames is much harder than the elements because they last for a very short time. Now shut up and focus. If you ruin this batch of orichalcum, you're going to compensate me for it. Very few things could make Lith go over the top like a threat to his wallet, so both he and Falul greatly benefited from the time spent together. As for training his Tiamat form, having now a bigger body with several extra prehensile limbs, Lith had to learn how to move and fight like an emperor beast. Falul was usually his sparring partner, either using her Hydra form or that as a seven-headed dragon to make him practice footwork. When she was too busy or tired, Falul would call Fila or one of her friends from the council so that Lith could practice fighting against both two- and four-legged opponents. Fuck me sideways, Lith said after Fila had head-butted him into a wall. Why do you seem to have eyes even on your tail, whereas I always trip on mine? Behemoths were as physically strong as a griffin and had a tail as long as a dragon's. With her rich battle experience, Fila forced the Tiamat to not rely solely on raw strength, since she was much stronger than him while also showing Lith how to use his horns and extra limbs. Because back when your ancestors had yet to settle down in Lucia, I was already a skilled fighter, she replied with a huge grin on her feline snout. You must learn how to think less and to rely on your instinct more. Horns are great to turn a block into an attack, and your tail is akin to a third hand, if you know how to use it. What about my wings? He asked. Keep them folded in your back unless strictly necessary. If there's something that your fight with Kaisel should have taught you is that they are too thin and exposed. They are a great asset when you have the space to fly around, but in an enclosed space like this cave, they are just a liability, Fila replied. Unfortunately for Lith, there was no emperor beast with prehensile wings, so no one could teach him how to use them to fight. The only thing Falul could do was to provide him with training equipment of his own size. Along with a gigantic body, Lith had also gained the need to acquire enormous amounts of magical materials to craft equipment that he could employ in both forms. Sure, Solus could merge with war and the armor to make up for that, but only in the presence of a mana geyser. Without the ability to manifest the tower, she lacked the necessary mass and power to support them. Unfortunately, mana geysers were rare, and Lith couldn't just rely on dumb luck for all of his fights to happen near a source of world energy. On top of that, he also had to get used to wielding them according to the environment around him. Fila had no issues standing on her hind legs and wielding weapons, which together with her incredible strength made her the perfect sparring partner. The behemoth had lived long enough to be skilled with all kinds of weapons, providing Lith with plenty of battle experience and ass-whooping. Damn, I can't believe that something like too much bounty really exists, he said while they took a break so that Lith could heal from the bruises and catch his breath without wasting one use of invigoration. I worried so much to achieve the violet core, and now I wish I didn't get it. I have to train my body to get used to the extra mass from scratch, to train my wings and tail, to develop a new breathing technique and find new equipment. That in addition to what I was already doing, living my life, and so much more. Lith couldn't tell his mentors that he was also studying the Orc Crystal, thanks to Vaster's explanation, nor about Solus training her eye's form. Even by working the whole night whenever he could afford not to reset invigoration, Lith kept falling behind in his schedule simply because there were only 24 hours in a day, and only one of him. Gods, usually I joke that being single at least gives me a lot of free time, but I miss Camilla more than ever. Whenever I'm really tired or after an utter failure, I always expect her to call me and force me out of my lab. He sighed. The two Emperor Beasts knew that there wasn't anything they could do to make him feel better, so they quickly changed the topic. By the way, Falul, between your invention and Hogg's legacy gone public, the Council is undergoing some big changes. I'm proud to say that I'm pushing for a more active policy that should prevent Zedrose's horrors from happening again, Fila said, pretending to not have heard Lith. What do you mean? The Hydra asked. Thanks to your wand, we can teach spirit magic to our assistants without awakening them. It gives us the possibility to reject an apprentice candidate without having to kill them in the case they don't meet our expectations. Now that their lives are not on the line anymore, the youths have no need for bullcrap like the fool's gold or to resort to conspiracies to keep their seat. As for those who get awakened, the knowledge contained in Hog's legacy gives them so many things to learn that it will take them decades to master everything. This way, the future heirs aren't in a rush to inherit from their masters, while those who are not chosen don't go back home empty-ended, Phila said. Wait, so you made his legacy semi-public or what? Falul asked. Or what? The council deemed that even a shallow legacy like Hog's was too dangerous to spread it freely. Yet it's available to anyone who gets themselves a master or simply gains the council's recognition. Even rogue awakened, like Lith was, can have it as long as they abide by the council rules and accept to be subjected to regular inspections. It sounds bad, I know, but using Hog's legacy for forbidden magic to make up for their lack of a master would be much worse. Phila replied. Glad to be of help, Lith said with a sneer. I'm sure that all those guys who died in Zedros's cave would be ecstatic to know that their sacrifice led the council to move its ass. I'll let it slide because you're too tired to think clearly, kid. Phila offered him a special tonic of her making that made him instantly stop panting. Change is a good thing only if it happens in a slow, controlled, but constant way. Too much and too fast leads only to anarchy. Even what might look like a completely harmless tool is just waiting for a jackass creative enough to find a way to turn it into a weapon. Chapter 1451, Endless Training, Part 1. Lith took another sip of the tonic and nodded. Phila is right. Back on Earth, even something dumb like social media became a great tool for stalkers, psychos, and thieves of all kinds. There's no telling what the wrong person might accomplish with a magical legacy, he thought. Once the behemoth left Falul's lair, Lith could finally speak freely with the Hydra. After studying with Solus his fight against Jakra to deepen their understanding of origin flames, Lith had noticed how his last attack had dealt much more damage than it was supposed to. How the heck did I do that? He showed Falul the fight from start to finish so that the Hydra could study both opponents. I'm sorry I know nothing about origin flames. That's why we keep using domination. I need results and you need to train your eyes. Spewing flames with a trial-and-error approach would just waste our time. You need to accept Xenogrosh's offer and get some training with her, or wait to finish your apprenticeship to have the time you need to master them, the Hydra said while pointing out the mistakes Lith had done during that fight. Jakra was such an expert fighter that made her stare at him in all more than once, wondering how could have Lith possibly survived facing such a monster. I meant the last slash, the one that cracked his armor and put the Emerald Dragon out of commission, he replied. You've just complained that you don't have the time to even breathe normally. Do you really want to add another thing to your to-do list? Falul asked. Fuck me sideways, Solus. He was too tired to think, leaving the decision to her. Tell me via a mind link, and I'll share it with him the moment our schedule has a spot open. Lith can't be trusted with such knowledge. He would just torture himself the whole time until he finds a way to practice it, Solus said. Lith nodded, knowing that she was right. If power was involved, he would easily become obsessed with anything that could increase his battle prowess. He would have no peace until he found the person behind the Balker cards and made them pay. That kind of attack is known as a Tear Blade spell, Falul said via mind link. What's that? Solus asked. The reason why almost all awakened sooner or later become Forgemasters, and why rulers of the flames are so prized by the council. To give you an example, if spirit magic can be considered Tier 6 magic, blade magic is considered Tier 7. What? Solus was flabbergasted not only because she had failed to understand how powerful spirit magic was, but also because Falul's words made her wonder how tower magic had to be ranked. Think about it, spirit magic can do everything that the other kinds of magic can, but in an easier and more powerful way. On top of that, it's not hindered by arrays, hence Tier 6. Okay? Falul asked. Okay, Solus nodded. The same stands for blade magic. It can do everything that spirit magic does, but better, hence Tier 7. How does it work exactly? Solus pondered those words, reaching the conclusion that based on such definition, tower magic added one tier to any kind of magic it was applied to. After all, now Lith and her could cast spirit tower magic, and if they learned blade spells, then Tier 8 blade tower spells would be born. Blade tier spells require at least one piece of equipment with a power core. At that point, the wielder has to synchronize with their equipment until it becomes akin to a part of their body. Only then can the mage add the power of the pseudo-cores and of the runes to that of their own mana core, allowing them to exceed the limits that even a bright purple core has. To oversimplify things, let's say that blade tier spells require the mage to fuse with their equipment as if it was a living legacy. Hence my hypothesis is that, since you are alive and back then you were fused with Lith's equipment, you too triggered a blade spell, Falul said. Good gods, if Lith knew about this, he would never let me hear the end of it. A cold shiver ran down Solas's back at the thought of how much Lith would have whined, until he got the opportunity to train blade tier spells. It was enough to make her ears bleed. Wait a minute, what does blade magic have to do with forgemastering and rulers or the flames? She asked. This is easier to understand. To become one with your equipment, you need to be attuned to it. It's not a matter of power or complexity of the enchantment so much as of choosing those that are natural for you to use. Those spells that, even though they might not be the most powerful, suit your combat style best. Becoming a forgemaster allows you to craft all kinds of gear and to experiment in the hope to find the right one. I know awakened who wasted their entire fortunes without ever achieving blade magic. As for the rulers of the flames, they were all famous for being able to know what kind of equipment their clients would be attuned with, Falul said. Can you use blade magic? Solas asked. I have my Hydra legacy, and I'm a skilled forgemaster, but it's not that easy. Otherwise, all bloodlines who practice forgemastering would learn it. Blade magic, it's both a matter of equipment and of the user. That's why many people just give up on it. You may know the entire procedure, and yet never manage to use them for reasons you can't really understand until you get there, Falul said. By the way, have you two seen this? The Hydra showed them the images of the fight between the horsemen and the kingdom's champions, making Lith's and Solas's jaw drop to the floor. How did you get those footages? They aren't anywhere on the kingdom's interlink, Lith said. From the Emperor Beast's network. The survivors of those battles passed their memories to our forgemasters with a mind link, and in turn, they converted them into data that could be shared. It would have been easier if we had more light masters. Falul sighed, yet she had no desire to share such power with others. What did the corpse do? What did Valoran do? Who the fuck are those people? Lith pointed at the various moves that had turned the tides of what looked like impossible battles. Respectively, I don't know, Solas knows, and those are King Valoran's teammates, Falul chuckled. That woman with the rainbow hair resembles you a lot. Are you two related? Solas asked after noticing too many similarities between the unknown mage's visage and her mentor's. Correct, that's Firwal, my mother, she nodded. Your mom helped to found the kingdom, Lith and Solas blurted out in surprise. Yes, she also gave a great contribution to the Hydra legacy thanks to what she learned from Valoran, Falul said. Is she still alive? Lith asked. Of course she is. I'm barely over 300 years, and an awakened Hydra's lifespan is around 3,000 years. Chapter 1452, Endless Training Part 2. By the way, that Manohar is probably running for his life now. He has put the kingdom in great danger, the Hydra said after recognizing both the true Griffin Blade spell and the When All Are One Spirit array. Why is that? Solas asked. Space. The city of Valoran, capital of the Griffin Kingdom. Right after the lost spell of the first king had defeated Dawn, and the collective power of the horsemen, Silpha had personally chained the god of healing before bringing him back to the royal castle. Manohar's display of strength had been far from shameful, but fighting the whole time solely with light mastery and leaving his sword in its sheath had demonstrated how lacking he was in too many disciplines. While the chains kept Manohar from running away, Silpha had summoned to Valoran Orion Ernaz to train him and Citri, Manohar's mother, to achieve complete dominion over the god of healing's mind. You have much to do to compensate the kingdom for its losses, the queen said while Orion forced Manohar to learn swordsmanship from its most basic and boring sets of movements. What losses? The undead army got destroyed, and Belias is safe. Everybody wins, the god of healing said while practicing bare-chested due to an amount of sweating that no cleansing spell could get rid of quickly enough to not drench him. Manohar had a slender and flimsy build that would make most shut-ins look like professional athletes. Now that Marth was too busy to force him to train, and thanks to his wanton absence from the forge, Manohar had just enough strength to withstand the use of his personal spells. You moron! Silpha had to stop herself from strangling him with her own hands. If Manohar could achieve so much with so little, there was no telling how powerful he would get once properly trained. That was the last true griffin stored in the spell hoarding cube, and to make matters worse, you completely wasted the when all are one array. Baba Yaga never messes up with our kingdom's affairs. She posed no threat to you. Didn't you receive the memo? She asked. Yes, I did. I received all of them. Manohar took what looked like a big toilet paper roll out of his dimensional item. The royal documents are perfect to clean my ass after a big dump. Soft, small, and utterly useless. Citri, Silpha said while staring at him in hatred. Yes, my queen. Manohar's mother looked up from the sweater she was knitting, but her hands never stopped. Citri Manohar was a woman in her late 50s, barely 1.52 meters 5, tall, with black hair streaked silver all over and brown eyes. She was even leaner than Manohar, giving her a frail look. She wasn't a mage nor a fighter, yet her resume was filled with amazing achievements, all related to her son, of course. Her second greatest success was to have given birth to the god of healing, but the first was being the only person capable of making him behave, more or less. Don't let him get a single moment of respite until he has cleared the tasks on this list. Silpha handed Citri a piece of paper written with so many words that it looked black from a distance. It shall be done, my queen. With all due respect, though, you are underestimating my son. He should definitely work more on his midriff. Citri clicked her tongue in disapproval while comparing Manohar's wimpy body to Orion's build. Despite his age, between a strict routine schedule and Lith's rejuvenation, Orion had a physique that few awakened could flaunt. Mom, he's way taller and bigger than me. You can't use him as a benchmark, the god of healing said. Lord Orion is also older, yet he probably didn't waste his youth playing with flasks and dead animals, she replied. I don't play, I make experiments. Krishna Viraja Manohar, don't use that tone with me. Yes, Mom, I mean, ma'am, Mom. The mad professor had conducted countless experiments and made the impossible possible many times, yet he still had to find a way to beat that small woman. Silpha, why are you doing this to me? The pact was that you called, I answered, and you wouldn't involve my mother. Why are you breaking your word? First, I'm Queen Silpha for you. Second, that's not a pact. It's the bare minimum to overlook your blatant disregard for the kingdom's rules. Third, I'm not breaking my word. I'm just making sure that you pay back your debt for wasting so many powerful spells. The queen replied. What the heck are you talking about? Everyone knows that the spell hoarding cube can replicate a stored spell as long as it has enough power, Manohar said. Just like everyone knows that Valorin never actually died, that the sword of Sifil grants the royals omnipotence, and that I am a griffin in disguise, Silpha roared. Are you? That would explain a lot. The mad professor couldn't believe to have failed to understand the truth for so long. No, you idiot. Those are rumors. Rumors that we spread to confuse our enemies and reassure our allies. You wasted the last remnants of Valorin's era without even killing Dawn, and now someone needs to refuel the cube. We can't count on when all are one anymore because of you. The beasts informed us that Thrud is back. We still have to deal with the undead, and the person behind the Balker cards is still at large. Since you deprived the kingdom of one of its strongest weapons, it's only fair that you'll train until you give us something of equal value. Manohar opened his mouth to reply, but no word came out. After comparing his personal spells with Valorin's, he had to admit that the first king had probably been a bit stronger than him. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. His words gave the queen a stroke while Orion dropped his sword and Citri raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You gave me something to think about. I'll be back in a minute. I just need to go out and buy some milk. According to the rumors, Lord Ernest beat the god of healing until he became a decent man. Then, the concussion healed and Manohar returned to normal. Space. Village of Lucia, outside Lith's house. In the evening, after Fallow's lessons, Floria would teach the basics of swordsmanship to the children. The fields were already covered by snow and the frozen ground was slippery, but nothing that an array couldn't fix. Lith prepared one big enough for everyone, himself and Protector included. The children just learned about the importance of footwork and of using the wrist before practicing the basic movements, whereas the grown-ups underwent much stricter lessons. Protector had never received formal training, still relying on raw speed and power rather than technique. He needed to make up for that as well if he wanted to join the mercenary guild and to fight on par with older beasts more skilled than he was. As for Lith, he did it to strengthen the basics that Floria had taught him in the first place. Despite all of his efforts and strict training routine, Lith's time was stretched thin due to him practicing too many branches of magic. Chapter 1453, Past and Present, Part 1. Compared to the time and effort that Floria had put in swordsmanship her whole life, Lith was still a beginner. During the years they had spent apart after the academy, the gap between them had only grown larger. Wow, for someone who has to train light mastery, bloodline powers, and everything, you still keep a secret from me. Your skill is impressive, she said after whooping his ass and moving on to protectors. They could speak freely because the array also hushed them, keeping the members of the Queen's Corps and everyone else out there from overhearing them. Thanks, I guess. Lith watched at every one of Floria's movements as her estoc barely touched Ryman's mace, and yet managed to alter its path so that it became harmless. 3 moves later, she moved back to the children while Protector spat a mouthful of snow. Why do we have to do this boring stuff? Lilia asked, tired of doing what looked like a silly dance to her. Why can't we practice as you do? Swordsmanship is about 3 simple things: wrists, footwork, and moving your sword, no matter if to block or attack. Yet by combining them, you can achieve endless possibilities. Floria performed the silly dance over and over again, adding 1 more movement with each repetition until the kids' mouths hit the floor. Practicing the sword is identical to the study of magic. If you don't master the basics, you can't move forward. Also, if you ever decide to enroll in the academy, you need to learn how to defend yourself. Remember your uncle's stories. There are a lot of bad guys on Magus, Floria said as the kids nodded, eager to start practicing again and reach the level of their respective role models. While Lith and Protector fought against her or each other until exhaustion, for the children it was just a light training that lasted around 1 hour before dinner. At that age and without invigoration, anything more intense would have crippled their growth. Lith gave everyone homework, but he wouldn't check it unless requested, nor would he force anyone but Ryman to study. Magic had to be a passion before that a profession, and he wanted the kids to take their time discovering what they wanted to do. They are too young to make any important decision. Whatever path they take in life, it must bring them happiness, not just make them live up to someone else's expectations, he thought. Strong words for someone who worked his ass off ever since I got memory, Solus chuckled. I wasn't a kid back then, I've never been one, he replied. Solus couldn't practice outside with the others without revealing her existence, so she did it in the living room by following their every move through a window and her bond with Lith. My son has truly ruined you, Elena sighed, watching at the young woman in her stone doll form that spent her free time doing more training and studying. Before the class returned home, Elena always prepared a hot bath for the kids, warm towels for the grown-ups, and hot chocolate for everyone. No, he didn't, Solus shook her head. This is much better than wasting my time doing N. Elena's compassionate gaze cut her short, making her realize how much she sounded like Lith. I stand corrected. He ruined me. Despite her words, Solus didn't stop. Her fight in Kalga had shown to her how lacking her body coordination was, and she wanted to be able to stand by Lith's side once she regained her human body. The door suddenly opened up and the class walked in. The adults had worked up quite some sweat, and the kids quite an appetite. They devoured the biscuits and gulped the chocolate as if they didn't eat for days instead of hours. I must say, for someone without much free time, you made a lot of progress. Protector and his children had gone back to their home, leaving Floria as the only guest in the Verhin household. She felt like time had turned back to when they attended the academy together, and she came to visit him during the 5th year. She smiled a lot more than during the lessons, feeling at home again. As most of my achievements, I couldn't have made it without Solus. She has a perfect memory that, together with the ability to shape the tower, it will allow us to replay your lessons. On top of that, she can conjure as my sparring partners small golems that move exactly like you, Lith replied. Really? Then you must be as good as I am already. Floria admired Solus's mind and was a bit envious of her ability to learn so quickly. I wish, Solus sighed. The tower golems move like you because they reproduce my memories, whereas my stone body is nowhere that skilled. To make matters worse, the only time I had my human body, it didn't have any muscle memory, remember? You're right. Floria's smile became even more radiant now that Solus looked more human and less like some kind of perfect being. I'll use the bath in my room. Floria, you can use that in Tista's room. See you later. Lith disappeared behind the door of his quarters, leaving them alone since Elena had already brought the kids to the big bathtub. How are you holding out, Solus? Floria asked after hushing them. What do you mean? Being forced to hide like a criminal can't be pleasant for you. I guess that the more freedom you gain, the heavier the limitations that you have left become. Floria replied. Well, yeah, but at least now I can always share the meals with the others, and I'm not limited to speaking only with Lith or Tista anymore. Solus replied, dodging the actual question. Yeah, look, I know that we had a really rough start and that even now we aren't exactly best friends. Yet let me give you a piece of unsolicited advice anyway. Don't do that, Floria said. Don't do what? Solus's eyes turned to a shade of purple. I know that Lith is now single, and I can't even start to imagine how messed up your feelings must be, but don't try to catch him on the rebound. Leave him some space, Floria said. I know that you are right, but I've waited for so long, and with all of our dead friends, we're closer than ever. It's hard to do the right thing instead of what I want, Solus replied. It took Lith years to start trusting even the members of his family, and it was all thanks to you, Solus. Floria knocked on Tista's door, entering only after she made sure that there was no one inside. First he trusted you, then the rest of us. If you make your move while he's at his weakest, if you betray that trust, sooner or later it will backfire, and there will be nothing left to salvage. Freya told me how badly Lith reacted to girls hitting on him while he was down after I broke up with him. Even after all this time, he still despises them. In your case, it would be much worse since at your next fusion, he would discover the truth, and there's nothing you could say to change his mind. Chapter 1454, Past and Present, Part 2. Once Floria finished undressing, it took Solus a couple of seconds to recover from the sight of her naked body. Floria was still lacking in the chest area, but between her long legs, her sweet ass, and her chiseled body, Solus felt like a lazy smurf in comparison. By my mom, my human body is nowhere that fit, yet in my memories with Malishka I looked more like an awakened and less like a cheese enthusiast. Guess that after the end of my rebellious phase I must have turned into Senton, she thought. Are you coming on to me? Floria asked, not liking being stared at like that for so long and in awkward silence at that. No, I was just pondering your ass, I mean your words. Solus's eyes became more purple. What do you think I should do? When will my moment finally arrive? The Great Mother knows. I'm in your same boat, sister, yet I know that the best thing to do is to be there for him and help Lith getting back on his feet. It's the only thing I seem to be good for since the academy. Floria sighed deeply. I'm so pathetic. No, you're not, Solus said in outrage. You are the only person Lith has willingly opened up to for years, and he still treasures you leagues above others. You've done wonders in turning a little monster into a human being, sort of, kind of, ish. Thanks, Solus, Floria chuckled. Your words mean the world to me, but I've got to ask you to wait for me outside. You are still staring at me in a creepy way. Oh, you should see how I look at Lith, Solus replied in embarrassment. What? Nothing. She ran outside Tista's room, her mind finally set on a new goal. I need to find a way to work out. Space. After every training session, Floria would stay for dinner like during the old times. Roz and Alina were really happy about having her back with them, and the children even more, yet it still confused his parents big time. Lith spent now a lot of time with her, and even more with Solus, making them wonder if they could hope for something to happen, or if that kind of thing was considered normal in the awakened community. I'm sorry for not being able to bring you to a nice place to thank you for your help, but when I mentioned the idea to Gianni, she almost ate my face. She said that I'm not qualified enough to protect you, and that it'd ruin months of her hard work. We'll have to wait until after the gala, Lith said. Between the three phoenixes, the Eldritch hybrid, and the core, this place is as safe as Valoran, Lith thought. I hate to admit it, but Gianni is right. If Darius is still connected with the courts and the two of us moved alone, they could keep me busy long enough to kill Floria. I wonder when Vladian will come up with a damn answer. I need to know who the person behind the Balker cards is. Don't worry, homemade food always tastes the best, and the fact that you're asking me out is more than enough, Floria chuckled. We missed you a lot, Aunt Floria, and we didn't even know how cool you are, Aaron said. Are you going to disappear again? I never disappeared. I was just busy. Floria couldn't explain to the children how complicated the relationship with her ex-boyfriend was. I don't believe you. Aunt Kami works a lot and she is always exhausted, but she always finds the time to visit us. Lyria pouted, still considering Camilla her best aunt. It's too bad that she always comes when Uncle Lith is away. I liked seeing them together. Lith froze at those words, looking at Alina for answers, but she could only gesture him to wait. Well, that's because now there's a warp gate in the barn. It makes things easier for her. Floria didn't know whether to feel more embarrassed by her lie being exposed by a 6-year-old girl or by the comparison. That's true, Lyria pondered. But you're a mage and she's not. Why didn't you visit for over 2 years? It's complicated, Floria said. I'll explain it to you when you're older. Renaz stepped in to save her. But Mom, I want to know now. No ice cream if you don't behave. Lyria suddenly dropped the subject like a bad habit and focused on her broth. After dinner, Lith finally could ask his mother about Camilla's visits. That poor girl is completely alone now, Elena said. She is in desperate need of answers, but the only people that can give them to her are all related to you. Can you imagine how awkward it is for her to come here and ask for help after breaking up with you? I can, Lith nodded. What did she say? Not much. Camilla just wanted to know how you are doing and what kind of relationship you have with Solus now that she's out of your hair. The same things that I would ask if I were in her shoes, Elena replied. She didn't use those exact words, of course. What did you tell her? Lith asked. The truth, that you feel like crap and that you're not seeing anyone. She looked really relieved when she heard that what you told us about Solus was the same thing you told her. I didn't just tell, I showed you all, Lith said with a snarl. Well, you lied to everyone on a regular basis for years. I can't blame her for suspecting you had fabricated part of those memories. After all, we aren't awakened. Your mind link, your rules. Elena crossed her arms while giving him a reproachful look. Don't you believe me, Mom? Lith felt more hurt than he thought possible. Of course I do, silly, but I'm your mother, she said while caressing his cheek. Camilla is not, though, and you can't keep a woman hidden from another woman and act like you just owned a secret pet. She feels betrayed, she is deeply hurt, and she has no one to talk to. You got out of your little cage of secrets, but she's still locked there. She can't open up to anyone without giving away your secrets. On top of that, she still cares for the kids, and didn't want them to think she had abandoned them. Fuck me sideways. Lith inhaled sharply, realizing how terrible Camilla's situation was. Mom, I can't get close to her without making everything worse. Can you please do it in my stead? Dad, Celia, and Protector can help you. We are already doing that. Camilla went to Celia first and only later to me. Despite her pain, she's a smart woman. Now go back to your friends. This is not the kind of problem that you can solve with a spark of magic and a snap of your fingers. These things take time, Elena said. Thanks, Mom. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Lith went back to the living room where a tussle was taking place. Chapter 1455, All Work and No Play, Part 1. Usually winter was the worst time of the year for any beast, be them magical or not. Cold, hunger, and long battles to get their fangs on scraps of food had been the rule for years. For pets, however, it was the best season. Due to the snow and the storms, the kids would spend most of their time indoors studying, leaving Abominus and Onyx nothing to do but long naps. They would eat to their heart content, and the food would be delivered to them on a silver platter. At nightfall, when the wind howled and the temperature plummeted, they would hog all the space in front of the fireplace, exposing their full bellies to the warmth of the flames. Move it, Lardes, Tista tried and failed to make Onyx leave her some space. The Shife just meowed with a pained voice, making Aaron cry. Stop bullying her, Yumini. She got here first. The magical beasts had become capable of emitting sad puppy noises that made anyone who tried to move them away from the fire look like the bad guy, summoning the children to their defense. I would like to say that Onyx did nothing all day while I worked my ass off, but arguing with Aaron like that would be childish of me, she thought. At least until Tista noticed the smug expression on the Shife's snout, as Onyx waved the tail in what Tista was certain had to be the feline equivalent of giving her the finger. You son of a. How is your research on the orc crystal going, Solus? Floria cut Tista short and forced her to sit down before she made a fool out of herself. Slowly, but at least it's helping us to deepen our understanding of both Menadian's eyes and hands. Solus replied, while taking Lith's hand the moment he sat down beside her. Being away from a geyser, and having spent so much time apart, physical contact was the quickest way to replenish her energy reserves without being forced to turn into a creepy talking ring. The steady flow of energy from Lith's deep violet core also nurtured her damaged life force, and holding hands felt nice, combining business with pleasure. Both, Floria echoed without failing to notice how casually Solus had made her gesture. Yes, while I'm in my tower form, I can freely access all of my forms at the same time. On top of that, the Mana Geyser allows my power core to manifest, relieving me from most of the toll that controlling such powerful artifacts requires. Solus said. We can use the eyes to study both the orc crystal and the energy tracking system that the master planted into it. The instructions that he gave Lithback and Lightkeep help, but thanks to the eyes, we have further perfected the master's method. Yeah, Lith sighed. I wish we acquired the eyes form back when I touched them for the first time during the Academy's mock exam. That way, we would have gotten the opportunity to study Zalgrish's enchanted adamant forge, and maybe we'd have learned how to do it ourselves. Back then I was lucky to still have my mana core. Solus sneered at his unquenchable desire for more despite barely having the time left to breathe. I was able to pick up and mimic the eye's energy signature only thanks to my power core. Without it, taking that form would have fried my brain, and you would have spent years nursing me back to health. What about the hands? How are they related to the orc crystal? Floria asked. That's the odd part, Lith said. The more we learn about the orc's technique to manipulate the crystals, the more I'm convinced that Menadian either had an unfallen orc helping her to craft the hands, or that she procured herself one of their crystals after treating it the same way the master did. Why do you say that? Because as our study progresses, we are discovering new abilities that the hands possess. They closely resemble both what we have experienced from orc shamans and what Nandi did to you back in Baba Yaga's hut, Lith said, while Solus turned into a pair of silver gloves that slipped on his hands. The colored gems on his knuckles lit up, allowing Lith to mess with the fire element in the air and making the enchanted fireplace dim. Floria and the others tried to cast fire magic, but they discovered that something messed up with their spells. This is amazing, Floria said. This is unfair, Tista said. You two already have too many abilities, leave some for the rest of us. This is neither, Lith replied while Solus went back to her seat. You have no idea how boring it is to stare into the crystal for hours while hoping that our mana flow triggers one of the pathways that the master managed to mark. Also, with our current mastery of the hands, we can mess with the elements, but it just takes you some effort to override our control and cast spells. On top of that, we can't affect equipment as Nandi did, and I'm quite sure that power cores are shielded from us anyway. Last but not least, without a proper power source, using any of Solus's forms takes so much of her focus that it's really not worth the effort. What Mr. Positive Thinking fails to mention is that, while inside our tower, between the eyes and the hands, we've enhanced all of our capabilities beyond our wildest imagination, Solus said. Thanks to the hands, both Lith and I have achieved control over the energy that comes from the geyser. We can use it to boost the tower's defenses, the arrays, nova spells, or to make complex forge-mastering processes like that of the Lorian easier. What, how? Floria was flabbergasted. Before it was only Solus who could control the world energy, and only that flowed through the tower. Now, instead, we can control even the surplus energy and use it as we see best, Lith said. This way, I can relieve Solus of part of the burden of keeping the forge-mastering circle active, allowing her to participate more in the process. Or I can further boost the circle and our hammers to craft artifacts of superior quality. But Solus had her glove form for years, much earlier than our visit to Kalga, and yet you never had this ability. Did you learn it from the hands? Tista said. Not at all, Solus shook her head. We learned it thanks to the eyes. As long as we are inside the tower and the power core protects my mind from sensory overload, the eyes enhance our ability to comprehend the laws of magic. They have no mind nor intelligence, so it's up to us to come up with theories and interpret the data. But the amount of information they provide us with is priceless nonetheless. That's why I scolded Grumpy here. Without the eyes, it would have taken us years to understand the hand's true potential and even more to decipher the crystal. The master gave us his method, but he has no way to interpret the data since he never got his hands on the treated crystal in the first place. Chapter 1456, All Work and No Play, Part 2. Thanks to the eyes, I'm certain that Lith and I have performed more discoveries than the master and his organization would in the same amount of time. And they are a bunch of old-ass monsters without a life. The more Floria learned about the capabilities of Menadian's tower, the more she understood why Lith had kept Solus a secret from her for that long. An artifact of this power would trigger wars between countries, humans, and even continents that might last forever. A mage tower is truly a mage's greatest dream. At first, I got really angry with Lith, but now I'm certain that he did the right thing. Sure, their relationship is creepy as heck, but he can't reveal Solus's existence to anyone without also revealing the tower. My only question is, how could he realize all of this by himself while he was still a kid? Floria thought. Just one question, she actually said. Does the tower have a mind or sentience of sorts? Because I don't understand how a thing like my glass or this tea table can help you think, Solus. No, the tower has no sentience. It's just a bunch of magic and stones. You must think of it as of Solus was about to say supercomputer, but then she realized that on Magus no one knew what even a microchip was. Explaining Floria about computer programs that ran up simulations to predict phenomenons, and sped up the resolution of the algorithms she came with would have just been a massive waste of time. Of an extra brain that I can metaphorically attach to mine to become temporarily smarter. That's just great. Solus is right. You got plenty of spoils from your little trip to Lightkeep. Stop being a sourpuss, Lith. Floria whistled in approval. What Happy here fails to mention here is how little we actually learned and how boring the process is. We had to stare for days at both the crystal and the gloves, then read lots of stuff to make sense of them, and then trying to put what we learned into practice. The eyes can tell us what something can do, but not how they do it or how can we make them do it. Not to mention that due to Solus's weak power core, we both get a massive headache every time we use the eyes for too long. Lith felt a phantom pain just talking about it. What did you learn about the orc crystal? Elena asked. She wasn't a mage, but learning about magic was the only way to have a meaningful conversation with her children, so she had sucked her boredom up and understood at least the basics of it. On top of that, theoretical magic worked wonders for the kids, making them fall asleep faster than any fairy tale could. Aaron and Lyria had dozed off before they even started to talk about the eyes. They were hugged to their respective magical beast, using their soft fur as mattress, pillow, and blankets. Disturbing things. Lith's words made even Elena curious and scared. Her son would rarely be upset by anything but the death of someone close to him, let alone some brainless piece of crystal. During our fight with the orc shaman, she used spells that no member of their race is supposed to know. Orcs can't use magic above Tier 3 unless they are some kind of Manohar, and that shaman definitely wasn't so smart. Yet she managed to cast a Tier 4 spell because it's memorized in the crystal. Once we made this discovery, we checked the Eye of Kalga and the other mana crystals in our possession. What we found is that all of them have some kind of memory function, Lith said. How is that possible? Elena asked, wondering if crystals could learn from their user to the point of achieving sentience. Beats me. I can't see a practical use for this, nor can I devote so much time to this theory. Orc spells may be powerful for orcs, but they are crap for humans. I'm much more interested in using crystals to control world energy, Lith said. He had no idea of the hidden potential that memory crystals had. They allowed a mage's thralls to act as one, to learn from each other's experiences, and to pass that knowledge on to others. By linking their lesser undead or golems with a memory crystal, a mage became capable of keeping themselves away from the fight while collecting and sharing the data. Memory crystals allowed to give a brain and learning abilities even to inanimated creatures, turning them from mindless monsters into a well-trained army simply by accumulating enough experience. Very few people on Magus knew about this, and most of them were guardians. The only human who had successfully employed them in recent years was Balker. Without the memory crystals, he would have never managed to give his undead thralls and valors a hive mind, nor be so successful in his endeavor and bring the Griffin Kingdom to its knees. Also, the secret of powerful artifacts like the spell Hoarding Cube lay in memory crystals. It was thanks to them that not only the mana, but also the will of the mage could be stored inside of it along with their spells and kept them indefinitely. The rumor about the cube memorizing the spells was actually true. Only the part about it being able to cast them at will was made up. The royals and countless people before them had failed to learn Valoran's true Griffin or Tessa the Titania's when all are one. Alas, knowing and doing are always two entirely different things. Lith knew nothing about those things and saw in the small seed of knowledge in front of him just a waste of time instead of a mighty tree that might one day bear even mightier fruits. What did you learn about the Davros? Floria asked. Do you want me to die? Just the thought of the massive workload that waited for Lith on his desk every single day gave him a massive headache. Just talking about this stuff made me so tired that I'm not going to pull another all-nighter. Today I'll sleep in my Lith remembered about the kids. Farming bed. Space. The city of Valoran, Royal Castle, 2 months later. During that time, Vladian had kept Lith regularly posted about his investigation. The Eclipsed Lands owed the firstborn vampire a huge debt of gratitude, and having their relationship with the undead courts turned sour, they had no qualms dealing with the court's members with a heavy hand. Vladian was slowly but steadily moving to bigger and bigger fish. The firstborn had assured Lith that soon he would keep his part of their bargain. Lith, however, wasn't very pleased by the news. He had never considered that for an undead and a firstborn at that, the word soon had an entirely different meaning. While Lith meant hours or days with it, when coming out of Vladian's mouth, soon might mean months, if not years. "Turn that frown upside down, darling, or you'll ruin the gala for everyone," Falul said while holding Lith's arm as if she was deeply in love while they walked the red carpet side to side. Chapter 1457, Royal Gala Part 1. "Can you please not call me darling? It creeps me out," Lith replied. The only times the Hydra acted flirty with him was when she needed origin flames to refine a new batch of materials. Falul's experiments with the hands of Menadian required a constant supply of resources that was up to him to purify. The process had already made Lith interrupt his research several times, and wasted precious time to recover from the fatigue that the extensive use of origin flames inflicted upon his body. Sure, it counted as spirit domination training, but Lith hated both being interrupted and his work schedule being scrapped. "No can do, darling. You asked me to be your +1 for the night, and I'm just playing my part. Am I such a bother that you'd rather be swarmed by noble dames and gold diggers?" Falul said. "The jury is still out on that. You son of a Spellbreaker Archmage Lith Verhin and Lady Falul Metina Reiste Nixtra." The royal valet announced them and cut her short. As a recognized descendant of one of the founding members of the Griffin Kingdom, the royals had given the Hydra plenty of names to befit her status. Yet very few in the room knew that she actually was an emperor beast. To the others, she was just an incredibly pretty woman wearing a gorgeous dress. Falul looked like a young woman in her mid-20s, about 1.7 meters, 57, tall, with waist-long light brown hair and hazel eyes. Her face had a delicate oval shape, and the light makeup she wore along with her voluminous soft hair framed her fine features. She wore an emerald green gala dress embroidered in gold and decorated with several mana crystals shaped to look like precious gems. It left exposed her fair shoulders and arms, sticking to her body like a second skin until the hips. Her gown was loose and fluffy, giving the impression that she walked on a cloud that danced around her with each step she took. The simple grace of her slender body seemed to be perfectly attuned with her demeanor, making the final result much more stunning than the sum of the single parts. As for Lith, under his deep blue archmage robe, he wore the high uniform of the kingdom. It was comprised of a deep blue jacket with golden epaulets, deep blue mid-waisted black trousers with gallon, a trim one with 2 silk stripes to conceal the outer seams, and black shoes. He wore a silver brooch shaped like a phoenix with rubies for eyes on the collar of his white shirt, and the gold embroideries on the lapels of his jacket were shaped like feathers. It had taken quite a while to organize the royal gala, but since the investigation had come to a halt and the mysterious sender of the Balker cards had yet to strike again, the ceremony couldn't be delayed any longer. Lith had given a lot of thought to his choice of a dance partner. He couldn't ask Floria without giving her hopes, couldn't ask Camilla for obvious reasons, and he couldn't even ask Quilla or Freya without Jeannie beating his ass into oblivion. "First my daughter, and now my apprentice. Do you have something against me in particular, or it's just that you are impossible to please?" Lady Ernaz had never resented Lith before since it had been Floria who had broken up with him. Camilla, however, was another story entirely. Between the tears and her being adamant in not sharing a single detail about the events, Jeannie was certain that whatever had happened was Lith's fault. "I can't blame Jeannie. If I went to an award ceremony with Freya or Quilla, rumors would spread that I cheated on Camilla with either of them. On top of that, I don't like the idea that people might think that I'm sleeping around with the entire Ernaz household," Lith thought as the magically amplified voice of the valet spread through the throne room. It was over 40 meters, 133 feet, long and 30 meters, 100 feet wide, with a single red silk carpet with gold embroidered edges going from the 3 meters, 10 feet. Wide double doors up to the 2 steps that distanced the floor where nobles stood and the raised platform for the royal family. That way, even while sitting on their golden thrones, the royal couple would be able to look down on everyone present, reaffirming their status and authority. The whole room was lighted by crystal chandeliers, fueled by magic, leaving no space for shadows or need for maintenance. On the walls, magically enchanted tapestries would recount over and over the great feats that the current king had accomplished to be deemed worthy of his power. Both the floor and the pillars of the room were realized from gold-veined marble, the most precious and robust material available in the Griffin Kingdom. The room was filled with nobles and mages of all ages and relevance. Some Lith knew personally, like General Vorg, Baron Iros Wyallen from Jamble, General Burian, and the Erna's family. Others were his sworn enemies like Archmage Darius, Archmage Quart, and the headmistress of the Black Griffin, Archmage Onia Gotharn. The rest of them were complete strangers to him. Lith wore Solus on his finger, hidden under the white gloves that covered his hands. "Falul is really pretty in that dress. She is definitely the right pick for the gala," she said via their mind link. "Unless Camilla thinks that I've slept with my teacher and adds it to the list of her grievances against me." Lith sighed. "Keep your eyes peeled, Solus. I know that Valoran is the safest place in the kingdom, but this is also the perfect opportunity for the sender of the Balker cards to strike." "Right, sure." Solus pointed at the royals wearing the Seaful suit, at Manohar whose core burned brighter than ever and was in perfect shape, at Vaster's now violet core, and at the dozen of soldiers wearing the royal fortress armor in the room. "I stand corrected," Lith said. "A meteor is the only thing that might put a dent in this room. Any chance you can turn into the eyes and give a few artifacts a look?" "No way. There's enough magic in this room to blind my mana sense. If I activate the eyes of Menadian, I'd be lucky if I became just a babbling idiot," Solus replied. Lith's entrance was accompanied by the most quiet and polite uproar he had ever seen. Etiquette required people to be silent until the newcomer bowed to the royal couple, but there was too much juicy gossip to talk about, and everyone started whispering about their favorite topic. Some wondered about the identity of his companion, envying her beauty, while others discussed Lith's feat of crafting the Du Lorien that had him being recorded in history as one of the Tier 1 forbidden mages. Yet the noisiest and most frequent topics were all related to his personal achievements. "How did Verhin manage to destroy not one, but 2 lost cities?" Duke Falmer said. "The first time he was lucky enough to find the blueprints of the Black Star, but the second time he succeeded with a group of 3 where entire armies failed." Chapter 1458, Royal Gala Part 2. "Who cares about a bunch of ruins?" Grand Duchess Calmy replied. "Didn't you hear how the great Manor got his ass handed to him by Dawn, the same horseman who Verhin defeated after foiling her plans? I'm telling you, the stories about him running away are bogus. I was in Belias during the fight. You can't escape from someone that powerful. I can't wait to see if Manohar throws a tantrum and attacks Verhin out of envy." "Your story makes no sense. Why would the royals hide such a feat?" Falmer asked. "Because they are keeping him as a secret weapon, you naive fool," Marquis Zenth chimed in. "I've got friends in the army who told me that back when the other horseman, Knight, attacked the Verhin household to avenge her sister, a swarm of monsters appeared from nowhere and kicked her sorry ass to the moon and back. According to the official report, the first to arrive on the scene was the 7-eyed demon who helped Verhin back in Arthur. Then, even bigger and more powerful creatures arrived to back him up, forcing even Baba Yaga to retreat." "Exactly," Calmy nodded. "Verhin is not just an archmage, but a living army. Even having one of those things at his beck and call is more than most can even dream of. The royals are probably trying to keep the other countries from snatching Verhin away." "Someone is really popular here." Falul giggled at those baseless, outrageous rumors. "By the way, why didn't you bring Tister as your date? You could have watched each other's back." "First, she and Floria have been summoned to court as part of the team that caused Kogaluga's destruction. We decided to come on our own to avoid more pointless rumors about my relationship with Floria and to avoid getting swarmed. The last time I brought Tista to a gala, they surrounded us, leaving no way out. Everyone knows that we are siblings, so we can't play Tista's usual boyfriend routing without passing for perverts," Lith replied. The couple arrived in front of the royals, bending their knee until they received permission to stand up and join the other nobles to the sides of the red carpet. "God of healing Krishna Viraja Manohar and his mother Citri Manohar," the valet said. The mad professor wore a suit of clothes identical to Lith's, but completely white to emphasize his status as the current god of the healing arts. He was a man in his early 30s, around 1.74 meters, 59 meters tall, with black hair streaked silver all over. The white of the uniform, coupled with his slender build, made him look taller, while his pained expression made him look like a man who had forfeited his life. His eyes were glued to the small woman walking by his side, as if it was a ticking bomb. Citri Manohar was a woman in her late 50s, barely 1.52 meters 5 tall, with black hair streaked silver all over and brown eyes. She was even leaner than her son, giving her a frail look. She wore an elegant yet somber light blue dress that covered even her neck while evening glover hid her arms. Citri glared at their audience, making the room become appropriately silent. She was the only person known to be capable of controlling the god of healing, and she wasn't afraid of unleashing him if provoked. Many noble dames had found out the hard way what happened when someone badmouthed Citri or her son. Some of them had yet to be cured of the mysterious illness that plagued them. Headmaster Duke Marth and his wife, Rissa Marth, the valet said, making Lith's jaw almost hit the floor. Have I gone insane, or did he say wife? His question was answered the moment the couple stepped on the red carpet. The headmaster of the White Griffin was a man in his mid-40s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with thick blonde hair. Aside from his goatee, his face was perfectly shaven, giving him a calm and youthful appearance. The gray hair from the last time Lith had seen Marth had disappeared. The headmaster stepped forward with the face of a man who had achieved everything he wanted in life. His uniform was identical to Lith's, but his brooch was shaped like a white griffin. Rissa the Dryad looked like a gorgeous woman in her mid-20s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall with the heels of her dress. She had wheat blonde, straight hair that fell like a waterfall down to the small of her back. Rissa had big yellow eyes that sparkled under the magical lights like masterfully cut pieces of amber. Her visage was simply stunning, from the delicate features to her full lips. The only thing that betrayed her non-human nature was the light green skin, but neither that nor her belly swollen from the late pregnancy diminished her beauty, making her the most stunning woman in the room. Wife it is, Lith said while admiring Rissa's scarlet dress that emphasized both her skin and hair. After Marth and the Dryad, Vaster, Tista, and the Urnas also arrived. Except for Gianni, who walked the red carpet arm in arm with Orion, everyone else had no partner. They all wore their best clothes, and each one of them raised a different kind of whispers. For a royal gala, the order of introduction was irrelevant since everyone had to arrive on time to undergo the necessary ID check and body search. Each guest would hear the others being announced either from inside the throne room or from the waiting room where they were lined up in order of arrival. Once all the guests had aligned to either side of the throne room, the royals stood up whereas their subjects kneeled. Today is a joyous day, King Meron spoke first. There are many things that need to be celebrated and to be recorded into the kingdom annals. In the past year, the lost city of Kogaluga has been destroyed, freeing the Keller region from a threat that was considered to be eternal. Easier and faster trading routes have been opened, allowing the region to prosper. All the resources that until that point were invested in the arrays that sealed Kogaluga are now used to build more granaries and to cultivate the once barren lands around the lost city. Without the constant stream of dark energy from the lost city, life is returning. Thanks to the recovered fields, the threat of a winter famine has become less likely. The mana crystals and the magic that once isolated the city are now being employed to rebuild it. In time, Kogaluga will thrive as a trading hub and life will once again conquer death. Meron's gaze wandered through the room, studying the reaction of his guests. During that same year, the same person that gave us Kogaluga back also created a wonderful device that will one day change the lives of all the citizens of the kingdom for the better, Queen Silpha said. The Du-Lorien is a marvel of magic that crosses the known boundaries of both law and magic, forcing us to put a halt to its production to keep the wrong people from turning an instrument of progress into one of anarchy. Chapter 1459, Royal Gala Part 3. Thanks to Archmage Verhin and to the work of our valiant royal forgemasters, one day everyone who can afford a Du-Lorien will have one while those who can't will still be able to travel faster and more safely than ever on something we call train. At Silpha's cue, Lith materialized the 3D hologram of a scaled-down maglev train as large as the red carpet. The locomotive appeared from the double doors and arrived right at the feet of the royals, carrying cars filled with people and goods. Then once it reached the raised stand, the hologram shattered into a rain of golden sparkles. And that is not all, Meron resumed. The war against the undead courts has been long and bloody. Many times our kingdom has gone close to being defeated and our people enslaved. Yet we are still here. Our cities still stand, and our citizens walk free, whereas the ashes of our enemies fertilize our fields. All of this has only been made possible thanks to valiant heroes, some of which have decided to remain anonymous. At a wave of the king's hand, the light in the room dimmed and Manohar found himself under a spotlight. The mad professor whined loudly enough to be heard, knowing that with more honors, he would also receive more unwanted work. Vaster the High Master and the members of the corps officially didn't exist, leaving the god of healing as the only person that could take credit for defeating the horsemen. In days past, the master would have gritted his teeth in envy, cursing Manohar and regretting his fate. He was one of the few gods of the kingdom whose feats didn't receive any praise nor recognition. Now, however, all he could think about was to get it over with the gala and go back to Zinya's house. Yet many sad things also happened during the last year, Silpha said. Some of the most loyal retainers of the kingdom have been killed. The 3 horsemen have returned and focused their war effort on us, killing thousands between soldiers and civilians. Last but not least, we have received news of the return of the Mad Queen. We have endured a lot and will have to endure even more if we want to protect our home, but don't despair. With each hurdle we overcome, we grow closer and stronger. With each enemy we defeat, the kingdom becomes a better place. Tomorrow, we might have to fight tooth and nail to protect our life work, but tonight we are assembled here to celebrate our victories. The guests stood up and exploded into an uproar, giving the royals a standing ovation that made the walls tremble. After a few seconds, Meron raised his hand and the commotion instantly died out. Later, we'll award our heroes, but now it's time for you to know each other and set aside your differences. Only by working together and using our respective unique skills can the kingdom keep growing in strength and secure its future. Dismissed. A clap of Silpha's hands warped the guests and the royals from the throne room to the dance hall. The room was of rectangular shape, 5 meters, 165. High, with the long side 200 meters, 656 feet, long and the short side 100 meters, 328 feet long. Tables filled with delicacies and drinks from all over the kingdom were lined up against the walls where valets stood on the attention, ready to serve anyone who required their assistance. At the end of the dance hall, there was another raised platform with 2 thrones where the royals sat. 4 orchestras were playing the same soft tune from the circular alcoves placed at the 4 corners of the room, leaving the full dance floor to the guests. Crystal chandeliers enchanted with light magic lit the room, producing colorful rainbows over the walls and on the ceiling as they refracted each other's light. Groups started to form immediately since everyone preferred to face their enemies only after assembling their respective allies. Politics was a kind of war that never shed blood in the open, but that didn't make it any less unpleasant or dangerous. I must say that I'm kind of disappointed in you, Marth, Manohar said while staring at Rissa with contempt. Because I married a non-human. Marth clenched his fists, ready to vent over a decade of frustration at once the moment the mad professor dared to speak out of line. No, because you married, Manohar sighed, wondering how could such a brilliant man also be such an idiot. What happened to our single forever oath? Look at Vaster, he even divorced to keep his word. I don't remember ever taking such an oath. Marth looked at the god of healing, wondering if one experiment too many had driven him crazy for good. My divorce has nothing to do with you two, Vaster said with a snarl. Sure thing, Zagi, Manohar winked as if there was some kind of complicity between the two. Well, what's done is done. Cursing the past is pointless. We can only work together to build a better future. When is the child due? Manohar Jr. will need all the help they can get to not be drowned by the idiocy of this world. I'm not going to name my child after you. Marth became purple in outrage while Rissa laughed her ass off at his expense. You should visit more often, Krishna, she said with a chuckle. Until a second ago, Duke was so tired that I was afraid he might fall asleep at any moment, yet now he's brimming with energy. That's because he's old and sad. Sure, not as old as Zagi here, but he's working on it one day at a time. Manohar replied, making the other 2 archmages wish that Dawn had killed him. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Rissa, Lith said in the hope to keep things from escalating. Manohar's mother was talking with the royals, leaving the beast unleashed. It's nice to see you too, Lith. My sister still asks me of you sometimes. Maybe now that you're single, the 2 of you could take another shot. Rissa hugged him and talked as if they were lifelong friends instead of strangers who had met twice. Headmaster Marth, how come I didn't hear anything about your marriage? Lith asked to quickly change the subject. That's actually my question, Marth replied with a snarl that made Vaster sound like a tame puppy. You never call and never visit unless you need something. I didn't invite you to the wedding to teach you a lesson. How could you not bother asking anyone about me ever since Laerul? Don't take it personally, Lith. Marth wanted something private. He didn't invite me either, Manohar said. That's because I wanted one nice dinner without having food and drinks checked every other minute. It took us weeks to fix all the changes to my guests that your crazy potions caused at the engagement ceremony. Marth raised his voice to the point of almost yelling. Science stops for no one, and the banquet was boring. You should thank me for spicing up your life and turning your engagement ceremony into an unforgettable event. Manohar said, forcing Rissa to put the headmaster's hands on her belly to keep them away from Manohar's neck. Chapter 1460, Royal Gala Part 4. I'm really sorry, headmaster. Lith gave him a small bow. It's been a crazy year for me. So many things have happened that I could barely focus on my survival. Marth was about to give him a snarky reply when Rissa clutched his hand, sharing with him some of her dryad mystical senses. Suddenly, the headmaster of the White Griffin could feel the gloom that Lith hid behind his poker face. There was no attraction between him and his date, only friendship. On top of that, Marth could sense that Lith's existence had become more majestic and yet more detached. He was there, yet he wasn't. Don't worry, kid. I'll forgive you as long as you help me to keep Manohar away from my child, Marth chuckled. Don't listen to him, Junior. You and I will make a great team. The mad professor patted Rissa's belly as if it was the shoulder of a friend. Say that again and I'll kill you, she said in anger. People are starting to think that I've been unfaithful and that I bear your child. Nonsense. Junior is not mine. We'll name them like that only to avoid confusion when we are both in the same room. While Vaster needed all of his considerable strength to hold Marth, Lith walked away with Falul to check the room for potential allies. Now that Miram was dead, he needed to make sure that his relationship with the Mage Association and the army wouldn't change. Oh gods, White, is that really you? Someone grabbed Lith's shoulder, forcing him to turn around. The man in front of him was 22 years old, about 1.73 meters, 58, tall with blonde hair and deep green eyes. He had the build of a soldier rather than that of a noble, and wore a uniform identical to Lith's but deep green, identifying him as a great mage. He was accompanied by a stunning redhead that made Falul pale in comparison, and who looked at him with loving eyes. I beg your pardon, Lith asked. It's me, Red. I can't believe we are meeting again like this. Who? Lith racked his brain, but the only image that the word Red conjured in his head was that of wine. For my mom's sake, he's the student of the Fire Griffin who participated in the mission against Gadorf the Wyvern, Solus said. Then after noticing that Lith still had no idea who she was talking about, she added, the guy who taught us about the importance of array-detecting spells. She also projected a flashback in his mind, just to stay on the safe side. Gods, you inspired me to the point that I worked my ass off to match your achievements, whereas I was so insignificant to your eyes that you don't even remember me. Red sighed. Red, of course. You were the second saddle of Captain Yerna's team. Do I have to keep calling you Red, or do you have an actual name? Lith tried to make it sound like a joke, but not knowing a great mage's name was actually quite rude of him. Great Mage Lyndon Gorth at your service, Red said while giving him a small bow. This is Frenna Gorth, my wife. She gave Lith a curtsy, to which he replied with a bow. Spellbreaker Archmage Lith Verhin, at your family's service and yours, Lith replied. This is Falul Metina Reista Nixtra, my date. After exchanging greetings, Lyndon bored Lith to death with his many achievements that had led him to become a great mage at a young age. Seeing you fight with that wyvern was an eye-opener for me. Until that day, I always thought that a mage's place was the backline, supporting the others from a safe position, Red said. Gods, please, you tell this story every time you meet someone new. Can you please spare me the speech so that we can have some fun instead? Frenna rolled her eyes as she could almost feel her ears bleeding. Yet after seeing someone younger than me fearlessly fight an adult emperor beast, Lyndon threw a reproachful look at his wife for her words and another for cutting him short. He enrolled in the army as soon as he finished the academy, learned the battle mage specialization, and fought his way to his current position in the association in the attempt to match his hero, the great Lith Verhin. You? Frenna abridged the chronicles of her husband's life, hoping to put an end to that torture. Yes, Red stayed true to his name and turned to a bright shade of purple. Yet you always remained several steps ahead of me. Look at you, Archmage and Spellbreaker before even becoming 20. The honest admiration with which Lyndon looked at him made Lith feel like crap. I have influenced so many lives, and yet I barely remember what I had for breakfast. Is my mind turning into that of a lick? He thought. Depends what's Red's wife's name? Solus asked with a sneer. Finna. 40% lick confirmed, Solus laughed her ass off. I'm sorry for your breakup with Captain Yavel. I was looking forward to meeting her. Lyndon's words just threw Lith from the pan into the fire and earned him a heavy nudge from his wife. I mean, Lady Nyxtra looks like a wonderful woman. You two make a great couple and your kids will be. I apologize on his behalf. Frenna covered Lyndon's mouth with her hand. My husband means well, but the excitement for meeting you got the better of him. I'll make sure that he calms down before he says things that he would regret forever. Red looked at her in anger until his brain caught up with his mouth, turning him pale as a ghost. He has a point. Fallow had a hard time not laughing at Lith's expense and embarrass Lyndon even more. Our children would look great. Can you imagine creatures with 4 wings like a Tiamat and with 7 heads like a Hydra? Are you serious? Lith suddenly regretted not having brought a regular woman as his date. No, but I can tease you more if you'd like, she said with a giggle, dragging him to one of the banquet tables for a drink. Gods, now I remember why Mom didn't want to have anything to do with the royal court after founding the Griffin Kingdom. Fallow referred to her mother, Firwall the Hydra, one of the members of the First King's Guard. This place smells so much of rage, hatred, envy, and lust that it's making me nauseous. Those things have a smell. To Lith's young nose, the sense of the many perfumes that men and women alike wore filled the air like a blinding mist. They do, and it's most unpleasant, the Hydra sighed. Lith took a glass of strong whiskey for himself and another for Fallow. They both needed help to stand a second round with Manohar or anyone as annoying as him. While he offered the drink to his mentor, Lith's eyes fell on a familiar-looking woman. She was a beautiful woman in her late 30s, about 1.67 meters, 56, tall. She had bronze skin, light brown shoulder-length wavy hair, and hazel eyes. Chapter 1461, Old and New Friends, Part 1. Her long legs and soft curves had made the noble dame attractive even during their first meeting, when she wore a gray prison jumpsuit, let alone now that she wore makeup and a gorgeous evening dress. Nindra Luce, is that you? Lith asked. Yes, I am. Do I know you? She replied with a voice as surprised as Lith's, trying to remember how could have she forgotten about meeting an archmage. Right, you forgot about Red, but you still remember about her, Solus said with a sneer. Does it have anything to do with having seen her naked? No, I just remember my patients and students that I met multiple times, whereas I always feel free to forget about random guys who stand in the background while I fight. Lith replied. Prove it. The jealousy in her voice surprised them both. I remember the nice overweight lady as well, Neha Zaire, and that asshole of Gareth Senti, he said. Yes, you do. We met in peculiar circumstances back when I was this tall and I wore a plague doctor mask. Lith's exploits had long become public, making the revelation of his active role during Candria's plague old news. Back then you called me doctor and invited me to visit you in Candria. Unfortunately, my travels never brought me there again. Wait, aren't you Archmage Lith Verhen? Nindra had noticed him when the valet had announced his coming. Correct. The same Archmage Verhen who turned 19 just a while ago, she said while turning as red as her dress, to the point that it was hard to guess where the fabric finished and the skin started. Correct again, Lith nodded. Doesn't that mean that when you were still a 4th-year student at the White Griffin? Lith finished the phrase for Nindra to avoid her any further embarrassment. Nindra suddenly became as pale as a ghost as she realized that 7 years back, she had made her move on a 12 years old instead of on a short, charming, talented healer. She saw the ground coming closer as if Magur was swallowing her, but it was actually her knees buckling up since the planet had no care for her embarrassment nor for that of anyone else. Lith grabbed Nindra by the waist, helping her to stand and drawing a lot of curious looks since they were basically holding each other to keep Nindra from falling. Fallow, this is Nindra Luce, the overseer of Candria's branch of the Mage Association. Great Mage Luce, this is Fallow Metina Reista Nyxtra, my date for tonight, Lith said, hoping to relieve enough of her stress that she could stand up on her own. Nice to meet you. Fallow gave her a small curtsy before offering Nindra her hand. The great mage shook it, but she remained glued to Lith as all the raw emotions for 7 years back resurfaced. The pleasure is all mine, she replied while trying to fix the mess that her brain was. Okay, Nindra, be cool, she thought to herself. The good thing about having hit rock bottom is that it can't get any worse. Things are already awkward as heck. You must choose your next words carefully to salvage the situation. You two aren't together then, Nindra said, making her wonder if her brain and mouth had been disconnected from the shock. Actually, no, but I'd like you to keep the information for yourself. Lith replied, cursing his slip of the tongue. I don't want to spend the night being bothered by suitors. I recently broke up with my girlfriend, and I'm not looking for another yet. Most reasonable. Nindra managed to get her hands off him and patted her dress as if there was something to fix or some dirt to dust. If you need someone to talk to or you just want some company, this is my contact rune. Only after she gave Lith her card did Nindra realize what she had said and done, running away in embarrassment before he could give her an answer. What did I say, lust all around us? Falul clicked her tongue. Are you really keeping that? Why not? Lith put the card in his breast pocket for later. I'm not interested in her as a date, but I could use someone inside the association. I don't think that woman is interested in giving you political support so much as playing doctor again, Falul said with a sneer. I don't see why I shouldn't combine business with pleasure if I feel like it. I'm fucking single. The coldness and the pain in his voice made the Hydra drop the subject. Losing Lark had been hard, but losing Miriam, his humanity, and Camilla in the space of a few days had scarred Lith. He now lacked both political and emotional support, leaving him in a psychologically unstable status. Do you think that woman wants to give you her card as well? Falul nodded at a noble dame with a beautiful face, but a furious expression that was stomping her way to them. Brynja Distar, daughter of the late Miriam, was 22 years old, about 1.63 meters, 53, tall, with silky blonde hair that almost reached the floor, looked like a golden waterfall, and sky-blue eyes. She wore a golden gala dress embroidered with several precious gemstones, and that left her arms, neck, and shoulders exposed. Good evening, Archmage Verhan, Lady Nixtra, Brynja said while giving them a deep curtsy to make up for her breach of etiquette. She could barely contain her emotions and wanted to go straight to business. There was no trace of her usual bright smile, and her face was a mask of cold determination. Allow me to introduce you to Aints Flemstar Distar, my husband and soon-to-be headmaster of the Black Griffin, she said, as the man that followed her gave them a small bow. Aints was a man in his early 30s, about 1.8 meters, 511, tall, and wore an Archmage high uniform identical to Lith's. He had long fingers, pitch-black hair, and eyes, with some odd black shades that seemed to devour sunlight on contact. He had sharp and intelligent features, with a blood-red gemstone embroidered on the white scarf around his chest. Husband, Lith echoed in surprise. Because of his personal pursuit of Miriam's killer, he and Brynja called each other often to exchange their respective list of suspects and leads, yet he had heard nothing about their marriage. I'm sorry for not inviting you. I decided to go for something simple and private. I didn't feel like celebrating after burying my mother. Brynja clenched her fists hard, but aside from that, she still looked like a lovely lady having a conversation with an old friend. I needed to marry Aints because once he gets the seat of headmaster, between the 2 academies in my marquisate and the Black Griffin, half of the 6 great academies will be under my control. What she means to say is that with the Marchioness seat empty and her father crushed by grief, my Brynja needed to step up to the occasion, but she couldn't make it alone. That's why we have decided to marry. The Marquis looked embarrassed by Brynja's straightforwardness. As for me becoming a headmaster, I'm still young and I lack qualifications. There's no way to be sure. Chapter 1462, Old and New Friends, Part 2. Oh please, Lith's no enemy. There's no need to play politics with him. Brynja cut him short. Aints will get that seat because between the support of my faction and the fact that Onia's latest achievement dates back to her academy days, no one will cover her ass once I expose her incompetence. You may be right, kid, and maybe your plan is foolproof. Yet you have no idea who might be listening, and even the most brilliant scheme is bound to fail once exposed. Gianni seemed to appear out of nowhere, making everyone flinch in surprise. Lady Gianni Ernest was a petite woman, barely 1.52 cm, 5 tall, with long hair that extended midway down her back and sapphire blue eyes. The silver parure and circlet she wore were both embedded with black diamonds, emphasizing her golden hair while the diamonds her rosy skin. She wore a beautiful light green evening dress with gold embroideries, and her hair was perfectly curled, framing her face as if she had been taken out of a painting. Her dress left exposed her neck, shoulders, and the upper part of her bosom. She was in her early 40s, but thanks to proper care and frequent rejuvenation sessions, she looked like she was in her early 30s, giving her the allure of a mature yet youthful woman. Many had mistaken her frilly appearance with her real self, and most of them died for it. Lady Ernest, why are you here? Brynja asked. To answer your question and to warn you. No, neither Lith nor I have yet any clue about the murder of your mother. Gianni said, making Lith nod. My sources are digging everywhere, even in the undead courts. The good news is that my man found someone who can give us the name. The bad news is that you two have to shut up and clench your teeth. As I said before, I came here to warn you that Darius is coming in your direction, and I doubt that he has good intentions. Gianni cut him short. Remember that this is a royal gala. I know that you two are grieving and have gone through a lot, but the slightest mistake can snowball into terrible political consequences. Please, Lady Ernest, you are offending me, Brynja said with a sneer. I was raised and prepared for this moment all my life by Miriam Kintar de Star. I know the rules of this game like the back of my hand. Gianni opened her mouth to rebuke her overconfidence, but Darius was already there, forcing Lady Ernest to smile and hope for the best. Based on what the girls told me, Lith is barely holding together, and Brynja has been nothing but a spoiled brat her whole life. She may think herself a player, but politics are no place for someone who wears their heart on their sleeve. Much to Gianni's surprise, the expression of all her companions softened. They laughed as if Brynja had just told a wonderful joke, feigning to not have noticed Archmage Darius' arrival. He was accompanied by Archmage Quart, the current leader of the Mage Association, and by Archmage Onia, the head mistress of the Black Griffin. They all wore an Archmage high uniform, but Onia's was pitch black instead of blue. Marchioness de Star, it's a pleasure to see that you've managed to recover from the misfortune that recently befell your household, he said with the sweetest voice, and yet each word was coated in poison. Darius was a man in his early 50s, about 1.68, 56, tall, with red hair streaked yellow, blue, and gray all over. His face smiled, but his eyes didn't bother to hide the hatred and resentment that he felt towards the people in front of him. If Darius could, he would have killed them all where they stood, each one of them for a different reason. Lith for having betrayed the cause of the young magical bloodlines, for having refused to become his heir no matter how many times Darius had asked him after Uriel's death, and for being a constant pain in Velen's ass. Gianni for protecting Quilla from the consequences that murdering the heir of the Darius household was meant to have, for refusing to give him one of her daughters as compensation, and simply because he couldn't stand the thought of seeing the Ernas thrive while the Darius withered more with each passing day. Brynja because he reminded him too much of her mother, the annoying, puny Marchioness that somehow had managed to always foil Velan's political ploys, despite the fact that he was both an archmage and a Grand Duke. I've given up on hoping that Gianni might slip up. The little monster is too smart and cunning to fall for my provocations, but the young Brynja is just perfect. Darius inwardly grinned, full of grief, rage, and with no real experience at court. Your mother was a great woman. She managed to bring a marquisate to the heights that even most archduchies can only dream about, he said while throwing a spiteful look at Gianni along with a not-so-veiled insult. The Ernas archduchy had no great academy under their influence, whereas both the Darius and the de Star had 2 of them each. We were fierce opponents in court, but I always deeply respected Miriam. I believed that her only flaw was to listen to her heart more than she did to her head. If only she had chosen her allies more wisely, maybe she would still be with us. Now that you have taken her place, you must reconsider her choices, otherwise history might repeat itself. Your mother was. A sudden slap cut him short, echoing through the entire ballroom like thunder. Brynja didn't just hit him. She had pivoted her foot, transmitting her strength through the ankle, knee, waist, shoulder, arm, and wrist by twisting them in a single fluid motion. Archmage Darius' head spun, and his vision blurred under a hit that would have knocked him down if not for the magical protections he wore. Insolent woman, Velen roared the moment he had managed to regain his balance. This is the royal court, who do you think? A second, even stronger slap brought him to his knees under the astonished gazes of the entirety of the court. How dare you spit on my mother's grave while her corpse has yet to grow cold? How dare you threaten me in front of my husband and friends? Brynja spoke through her diaphragm, making it impossible to not overhear her. Then her voice suddenly turned into a whisper barely audible as she mumbled a few words. This is indeed the royal court, and it's full of secrets you don't know, you idiot. Grief must have driven you insane, Marchioness. I'll have your head for. What's happening here? Silpha Griffin appeared in a blur, staring at Darius with eyes brimming with bright violet mana, and full of such hatred that the 2 archmages that followed him discovered to have suddenly forgotten how to breathe. Your Majesty, Archmage Darius blamed my mother for her death, saying that she deserved it for associating herself with Archmage Verhin and Archon Ernas. He also said that I'll end up dead like her if I don't cut my ties with them, and called Mom an insolent woman. Chapter 1463, Feints and Traps, Part 1. Brynja had just repeated Darius' words in a much less subtle way, and used the slap to alter the meaning of his words at her own convenience. Silly girl, Gianni inwardly cursed while Darius gloated. There's no way such a simple ruse can work. And yet there was. Neither of them knew that Miriam had been Silpha's closest friend for over 30 years, her beloved academy mate, her closest aide, her confidant, and shoulder to cry on during her hardest times. Silpha loved the late Marchioness like a sister and Brynja like a daughter. The queen had spent her whole life hiding her feelings, but that didn't make them any less intense. She had hidden her grief and rage all along because her role demanded it. Now, however, Darius had spat on Miriam's corpse and threatened her daughter right in front of the grieving queen. Oh shit, King Meron thought, while activating the armor of Seaful and hoping that either it would be enough to stop his wife or that he wouldn't need it. Did he? Silpha's voice became stone-cold as her mana flow going wild caused a small storm that not even the arrays that sealed the world energy in the room could stop. Darius opened his mouth to talk, but no word came out. Air abandoned his lungs, and yet his vocal cords were frozen in fear. The queen had never been known for her beauty, but no one disagreed on how terrible she could be. Just looking Silpha in the eyes was enough to bring Velen onto his knees along with his cohorts, whimpering like a pack of beaten dogs. What did you say exactly? Silpha helped Velen to stand up by grabbing his neck and lifting him a few centimeters off the ground with just one hand. Archmage Darius said that my mother died because she ill-chose her allies. Brynja said, making Velen sigh in relief at her naivety, and nod like a parrot to reassure the queen of his good intentions. Either he is blaming two of the most valiant subjects of the kingdom for her death, or he is accusing my mother to have dealt with shady figures, if not with the undead courts. Brynja added, making Silpha's eyes turn into torches and Velan's face into a pale sheet. Are you accusing my honored guests or Distar's alleged allies of her death? Silpha calmed down, loosening her grip enough to let Darius talk. The latter, he replied, having to follow the court's etiquette. There's no other explanation to how Miriam managed to make her marquisate flourish so much, and to how the killer got inside her. The queen clenched her fist, squeezing the air and almost the life out of him as his neck popped. Archmage Darius had fallen for Brynja's second trap. Only she and the royals knew that the reason why the Distar marquisate was so rich was that Miriam invested into it all of her rewards, as both the Lord Commander of the Queen's Corps and of the Corps. What would have been a legitimate doubt in any other moment had turned into a stab to Silpha's heart. Not only had Darius attempted to dirty Miriam's reputation, he had also unwittingly blamed the queen for her death. Miriam died because she was too weak to defend herself. She died to defend the entire kingdom. Without her, Prode would have fallen, and yet this ungrateful vermin is trying to exploit her death to drag my friend in the mud. He has no idea of the sacrifices Miriam made for this country. She's a hero that will forever remain unsung for national security reasons, but I'll be damned before I let anyone sully her memory. How dare you? Silpha said as Velan's vertebrae popped one by one, and her hairdo came undone. Mana and fury made her hair whip around like a bunch of angry snakes. He also called my mother an insolent woman. Everyone here heard him. Brynja dealt the final blow. Is that true? Silpha asked. Lith, Aints, Gianni, and everyone nearby nodded in unison. Even though the slap had interrupted Darius, the entire hall had heard him saying, your mother was an insolent woman. Explaining the truth would have been hard for Quart and Onia. They would have to call a liar 2 archmages, an archon, and several other leading figures of the kingdom. On top of that, they were afraid to be the next in Silpha's line of fire, so even Darius' allies didn't hesitate to turn their back on him to save their skin. Good to know. Silpha let Darius's neck go and then punched him while he was still in midair. The hit shattered his sternum and all of his ribs, sending him to crash against the wall like a human projectile. The body of Darius almost folded, and his bones produced a sound awfully close to crunching cereals as they broke. I had lifted your ban from social events to celebrate our victories and give us all a fresh start. Yet you dare to come into my house, to accuse my guests, and to sully the memory of a loyal servant of the kingdom, Silpha said. If not for the healing spell imbued in her fist, for the magical protections Darius wore, and for the castle's safeguards, he would have been turned into a bloody pulp. I hereby renew your ban. Heal Archmage Darius enough to keep him stable and then send him away. While the valets followed the queen's orders, the members of the young magical bloodlines came forward to complain about the unfair treatment their leader had received. Then they looked Silpha in the eyes, gave her a deep bow, and ran to the closest restroom to clean their pants. Did they say anything about Miriam? Silpha stared at the two remaining archmages like a bloodhound at its prey. No, your majesty, they didn't. Brynja had to be honest. There were too many witnesses, and even though Silpha would believe to her lie, it was bound to backfire later. Besides, she didn't need to add a single word to ruin their reputation in front of the queen. The spite and hatred in Silpha's eyes said it all. She considered them guilty as well by association. If you'll excuse me, I need to fix my hair. Silpha disappeared as she had arrived in a blur. Nice move, kid, Gianni whistled in approval. You got Darius out of our hair, renewed his ban, and helped your husband by crushing the reputation of his rival. Thanks, Lady Ernez, Brynja said, smiling again. Now I hope you understand why I've been wearing my heart on the sleeve like a tantruming kid until a while ago. It was a trap all along, Lith said. I know that I'm the weak link of our group, but that makes me weak only compared to you two. Also, if I play it smart, I can turn my weakness into strength just like my mother taught me, Marchioness de Star said. How long have you been preparing this ruse? He asked. Ever since you left my house. After calming down, I noticed the pity of my allies and the contempt of my enemies while they looked at me. At that point, I decided to act all broken until this very day in the hope that someone would take the bait, Brynja replied. Chapter 1464, Feints and Traps, Part 2. Gianni nodded, glad to discover that the daughter of a dragon was still a dragon. Brynja had lived a sheltered life, but she had never stood idly. Ever since she had discovered her utter lack of magical powers, Brynja had worked hard to help Miriam in every way she could. She had learned how to administer the de Star Marquisate to lessen the burden on her mother's shoulders. She had looked for a talented spouse that would bring new magical blood in the household, and she had dirtied her hands in the political arena. Lith, thank the gods you're still here. Manohar rushed to them, stopping for a split second in horror at the sight of Gianni. You have to help us. Help you to do what? Lith asked, noticing that the mad professor had dragged along Rissa, who couldn't stop laughing as tears of hilarity streaked on her cheeks. Rissa and I want to convince Marth that as soon as Junior is born, he must work hard to make Manohar the third. If his kids are close in age, it will be easier to train them at the same time, and the gods know how hard it is to find capable assistants, he said. Yeah, Rissa said while desperately trying to catch her breath. But Duke is already scared at the idea of having one child, and he says that he'd rather go to war again than make another too soon. On top of that, I'm not going to name one of my children after you, let alone two. Marth rushed to them wearing an angry face that was the opposite of Rissa's warm smile. You know nothing about children. A man doesn't become a father just to get lab assistance, and I'll be damned before I let you anywhere near them. I know everything about children. I just don't want to make any of my own. Manohar projected a hologram about the ancient discipline of conceiving, making many people blush and forcing a royal guard to ask him to stop or be arrested for indecent acts. I must say everything I heard about Manohar doesn't do justice to his madness. The day he decides to become a lick, the whole Maugr is bound to tremble. Falul said to Lith via a mind link while laughing her ass off. I needed a good laugh, Lith said to Gianni while updating her about Vladian's latest discoveries, thanks to the perfect cover that Manohar's fuss had created. Don't relax too much. Brynja may have dealt with Darius, but half of the people in this room are our enemies, Gianni said, taking a brief pause while she stared Lith in the eyes. She had many questions to ask him. Gianni wanted to know why all of her daughters spent so much time with him, why he had powers that no human was supposed to have, and also what was the secret that he shared with Nalar. Yet Gianni knew of the storm brewing at the horizon, just like she knew that even the best plans failed when an unforeseeable event threw a monkey wrench at them. She couldn't risk alienating one of her most valuable allies. Why did you break up with Camilla, and why does she refuse to speak about it? That poor girl is still devastated to this day. When she received her invitation to this gala, she burst into tears and refused to come to not embarrass you, even though her absence will hinder her career. Saying no to the royals is a dumb move, no matter the reason. What did you do to her and to my daughter to make them care so much for you even after you went separate ways? Gianni asked, the only question she had left. She had even checked both women for slave items, finding them clean on multiple occasions. It's complicated. Lith could feel Solus's ring weighing his hand as if he was holding a whole planet instead of a small stone. It's not, either you care for them or you don't. Anyway, that's our cue. Gianni pointed at a royal valet that was coming their way. The young woman had a perfectly ironed suit consisting of a white shirt and scarf, a red waistcoat, and deep blue pants. She wore such a neutral expression that to Lith she looked like any other valet, whereas Gianni recognized her as a bearer of bad news from the nervous twitch of her left pinky finger. Archmage Verhin, Archon Ernest, King Meron has required your presence. Please follow me. She spoke with a perfectly audible voice, yet it was so low that somehow no one else overheard her. Please lead the way. Lith checked his clock. Between Manohar's shenanigans and Brynja's ruse, it wasn't long before the award ceremony. After that, there would be only the ball before the gala came to an end. It was the perfect time for his enemies to make their last move before it was too late. The valet led them to a side room, where King Meron and Headmistress Onia, Darius' second in command, waited for them. No queen nor guard, Lith thought. Either the king wants our testimony about what happened between Brynja and Darius, or Onia is targeting me to keep her seat as the headmistress of the Black Griffin. Your Majesty, Lith and Gianni said, giving him a deep bow, how may I be of service? Meron looked both disgruntled and worried. He stared at Onia like at the worst party pooper ever, while at Lith with a spark of doubt that needed to be extinguished. Archmage Verhin, you have been summoned here to answer an urgent questioning. I would have never arranged one in the middle of a gala if Archmage Onia didn't raise some disturbing doubts that need to be clarified before the awarding ceremony. Giving prizes that might soon after be taken away would set a dangerous precedent, something that I can't afford. I hereby order you to answer all of our questions with the truth and only the truth. Archon Ernest is both your friend and a loyal servant of the kingdom. Her role will be that of witness of the questioning and of your legal aid, were you to need one. Is everything clear? The king asked. Yes, your majesty, Lith replied. He and Gianni had expected some last-ditch political blow from Darius or his faction, knowing that the attempt of making Brynja lose control and humiliate her in front of the entire court didn't qualify. To the majority of the Griffin kingdom, Miriam de Star had been just the marchioness of an important region, and so was now her daughter. Brynja wasn't the lord commander of anything, making her downfall a sideshow at best. What either Lith and Gianni had failed to anticipate was that instead of striking right before the gala, Darius would attack right in the middle of it. It allowed his faction to perform an unexpected move at the worst possible time. No matter the outcome, a questioning regarding a loyal member of the kingdom like Lith would remain private. During a gala organized specifically to award him along with the heroes of the recent war against the undead, however, a crack in the bond of trust between Lith and the royals would be immediately exposed. Chapter 1465, Cornered, Part 1. If the king didn't award Lith and his group during the ceremony, he would send a clear message to everyone who had half a brain. It would let the upper echelons of the kingdom know that Verhin had fallen from grace, and that there was something fishy about his alleged achievements. It would destroy Lith's public image, and make him lose all the political supporters that he had left after Miriam's death. Few of them cared about the opinion of the young magical bloodlines, but none of them would risk losing the royals' favor for a nobody. This would have never happened if Miriam was still alive, Solus said via the mind link. Thanks to her nature of fake awakened and to her bond with Tyrus, she would have found a way to disprove whatever accusation Onia is about to throw at you. Now that she's gone, however, Tyrus has no direct connection to those factions of the court and of the awakened community that like you. Miriam's successor is probably too busy finding a new member of the corps and adapting to their new responsibilities to care about you. I know, without Miriam, I'm politically exposed from every side. Let's see what Onia has prepared for us, Lith replied. Very well, Onia, proceed. Meron took a step back, letting the headmistress face Lith. Know that I draw no pleasure from what I'm going to say, yet it's something that any loyal subject of the kingdom would do. Onia was as genuine as a $3 bill, but her acting skills impressed even Gianni. You see, after reviewing your amazing feats, there's something that's really bothering not only me, but the entire court. Every time you achieved something unprecedented, like fighting Dawn, you were alone. Casually, whenever witnesses or treasures were involved, like the Orc Crystal, you failed. The mission in Kula was a disaster. You barely provided assistance against Thrud and Author, and in Jamble you cost the kingdom precious silver mines that later you conveniently took over with means considered impossible for humans. Onia's eyes and voice oozed sarcasm and spite. We all have witnessed Dawn's prowess. She brought the legendary god of healing on his knees, a peerless genius who needed one of the royal artifacts to survive, yet somehow you lived to tell the tale. Some even say you actually won. You've crafted the DeLorean, something that not even our best royal forgemaster can replicate, and last, but not least, you've brought down another lost city. Countless geniuses tried and failed, yet you succeeded despite being no genius at all. I've reviewed your academic scores, your patents, and albeit impressive for someone your age, they are nothing much if compared with what Manohar achieved during his youth. On top of that, not only did swarms of powerful beasts intervene when your home was attacked, but also you followed an emperor beast past the kingdom's borders, uncaring of causing a diplomatic incident with the Empire to solve their problems. Finally, during your last birthday, several phoenixes visited your home, and I can see they gave you a pretty gift. Onia pointed at Lith's phoenix-shaped brooch. As I and many like me see it, this poses the question where your loyalty or lack thereof lies. For years there have been rumors of beasts disguising themselves as humans and infiltrating our society the same way the undead courts do. Onia took a holographic device out of her sleeve, depicting Lith's fight against the Vagrash while the beast had shapeshifted from his human form. What are you accusing me of exactly? Lith asked. Everyone knows that for some reason you've always been on the best of terms with Emperor Beasts, to the point that one of them even took you in as her apprentice, something that's rarer than a double rainbow. What I'm saying is that I suspect you to be a double agent of the beasts, that I suspect that you achieved nothing on your own and relied on their help to perform any of the alleged miracles listed in your resume. It would explain everything, included why you've taken care of bringing to the beasts' side some of the most promising youths of our kingdom, like Mages Quilla and Freya Ernas, and even the ex-ranger Eerie. Onia stepped back, leaving the stage to the king again. Sadly, I can't refute Headmistress Onia's allegations without a proper explanation. Meron believed that Lith was an awakened, but even that wasn't enough to dispel the doubts that Dara's faction had planted in his head. Not after Zedros had become Thrud's follower and with the ongoing war against the undead. The royals couldn't afford a war against the beasts as well. If they really were infiltrating the kingdom for political reasons, they had to be weeded out before it was too late. Your Majesty, how am I supposed to prove that I didn't do something? It's impossible. I can't make Dawn come here and fight her in front of you again. I can't craft another DeLorean in the presence of witnesses because it would mean giving away my secrets. Lith wasn't referring only to his spells, but also to Solus's existence and Freya's involvement in the project. Also, I can't topple another lost city on demand. Both times I succeeded thanks to luck and because I got help. In Kajuria against the Black Star, I would have never won if not for learning its ancient language, and for the aid of the very forgemasters who crafted the living legacy. Kogaluga would have never fallen if I didn't find by chance the device that fueled the Dark Rift, and without the help of my sister and Captain Ernas. You can ask them if you don't believe me, Lith said. Questioning two people you've brought to the beast's side months after those events would prove nothing, Onia chimed in. You had all the time you needed to make your versions of the story match. Then what do you want me to do? Lith ignored the headmistress and looked only at the king. Unless someone can conveniently turn back time and bring us on the sites of my missions, my words would be just as empty as Headmaster Onia's. Correct, words can't prove anything. Actions, however, would speak volumes about your character, Meron said. I beg your pardon, Lith raised an eyebrow in disbelief. I can't ask you to disclose your secrets without setting an even worse precedent that taking back merits would, but I can ask you to prove your talent. The king curled his upper lip in disgust, looking at Onia's smug expression. Everyone knows that you are an incredible fighter. The army even marked you as an M-tier soldier, which makes your physical prowess out of question. At those words, Lith sighed in relief. For a moment, he had feared that someone would check his life force again, suspecting him to be an emperor beast in disguise. Yet thanks to his many medical records, and having been examined by the best healers of the kingdom in the past, the loss of his humanity wouldn't be discovered. The problem is that even during the Academy's ritual fight, you always settled things up with raw strength, never with spells. What Onia said is right. The only notable thing from your academic records is your skill as a diagnostician. Chapter 1466, Cornered, Part 2. I need you to showcase your skills as a mage, not as a brawler against someone who is a universally recognized paragon of skill, and in front of enough witness to dispel any doubt about your ability to perform such miracles. Maron said. Do you want him to fight right here and now? Gianni was flabbergasted. Not only was such a request unprecedented, but failure to comply or win would also destroy the many years of Lith's hard work. It would potentially turn the youngest archmage of his generation into another Nana. Damn it, between my projects with Vaster, protecting my family, and my job, the lack of communication between the Erna's Archduchy and the Distar Marquisate allowed Darius to beat me. If only Miriam was still alive, she would have taken care of this nonsense, or at least she would have warned me and I would have done the rest. Either my network of spies has been compromised, or the chaos following Miriam's death crippled it, Gianni thought. Correct, Archon Ernas, the king nodded. Archmage Verhin, if you accept my unreasonable and untimely request, you are going to fight one of your peers, another archmage, and you can only use magic. Anything that even resembles a physical attack will result in your immediate defeat. I'm sorry and proud to say that just like people call Manohar the Never Magus, they also call you the Soldier Magus. It's not your physical strength we're questioning, only your magical talents. What if I refuse? Lith asked. I wouldn't be able to give you nor to any of your associates any award tonight, and Archmage Court would receive the royal authorization to review all of your past reports and actions, while you were both a student and a ranger. The king replied. Gianni draw Lith close, whispering to his ear all the possible consequences that his fall from grace would cause. I don't give a shit about tonight's rewards, but I can't compromise everyone's career, the future Verhin mansion, and the security of my family in one fell swoop. On top of that, it would also affect the kids' chances of joining an academy and even Camilla. Lith's fury rose to a point that he needed to close his eyes to conceal it. I accept. Who do I have to fight and how? This is a royal gala, not a gladiator arena. We are going to introduce the event as a friendly spar meant to showcase your talents. Maron said. Of course, no magic outside Tier 0 will be allowed. It's also prohibited to hurt, cripple, or kill the opponent. The kingdom can't afford to lose a single archmage, so we'll use a first blood array and elemental blocking arrays of all elements to avoid accidents. The king threw a mean look at Onia, who pretended not to notice. Archmage Verhin, know that I, Maron Griffin, have absolute faith in your talents and loyalty, yet as a king, I can't afford such a luxury. I'm not a tyrant, and I must abide by the laws of the first king like everyone else in this room. Thanks, your majesty. Lith gave him a deep bow while Gianni enjoyed the headmistress scowl. Maron's words meant that he still sided with Lith and that he had no intention to implement harsh punishments. On top of that, the king had also reminded Onia of the powers that the law bestowed upon him. Your opponent will be Archmage Court. His achievements are undeniable, and he is the youngest chairman that the association had in decades. Maron had been forced to pick the youngest archmage among the Darius' faction to clear any doubt. Archmages were rare to start with, and anyone who was considered having a good impression of Lith might have been suspected of losing on purpose. The king had chosen Court for several reasons. He was closer to Lith's age than his peers, limiting the advantage that practice and experience would have given to any other archmage over the youth. Also, due to the well-known animosity between them, the result of the fight would benefit Lith. Considering how much Court despised Archmage Verhin, in the case of defeat, people would not take it to heart and would blame the result on the age gap, limiting the damages to Lith's reputation. If Lith won, instead, the same reasons that would alleviate the consequences of his failure would make it a crushing defeat that would force Darius' faction to shut up once and for all. Two birds with one stone. Everyone followed the king while he walked back to the dance hall, stopping the music and drawing the lights on himself with a snap of his fingers. My dear subjects, I'm pleased to tell you that two of the youngest and most powerful archmages of our generation have decided to make this night even more memorable for us. Maron said with a magically amplified voice. Yeah, right, Grand Duchess Calmy whispered. I told you so. Manohar must have thrown a tantrum and forced the king to set up the stage. He wants to beat Verhin to a pulp, but I bet that he will get his ass handed to him. SHHH, many said while nodding. Manohar's talent was loved like a savior, whereas his person was valued akin to a rabid dog. A wave of Maron's hand activated both the First Blood Array and the Life-Preserving Array, while also lifting the restriction on First Magic in a circle with a diameter of 15 meters, 45 feet. The first magical formation would stop the fight the moment a single drop of blood was spilled. The second would prevent the death of either contestant in the case something unpredictable happened, while the third limited their powers to Tier 0 only. Our first contender doesn't need any introduction. Archmage Verhin performed so many amazing feats that to list them all it would take us the whole night, Maron said, while making Lith step inside the circle of light and pinning a griffin brooch to his chest. I've got bad news, Solus said. Somehow the brooch blocks my tower half, and by doing that it's also affecting me. I can't cast spells anymore. You are on your own. Damn it, it must be a safety measure to keep cheaters from using artifacts, Lith thought. Meanwhile, the crowd exploded with cheers while Calmy nudged to her left and right, wearing an "I told you so" smug grin. The second, but neither for skill or reputation, is Archmage Quart. Maron attached another brooch to him as Lith's opponent stepped forward. Archmage Pezket Quart was a man in his mid-30s, about 1.76 meters, 59, tall, with gray eyes and brown hair streaked blue and yellow all over. He had reached the position of chairman of the association because his talent for magic was only matched by that he had for politics and by his ambition. He came from a powerful family that had made his rise to success easier, but not because of their support so much as for the amount of training they had allowed him to undergo and for the resources they had invested in his studies. He waved at the crowd with the bearing and the confidence of a winner, only to be welcomed by a deafening silence that only the chirping of crickets might have made worse. Maybe. In your face, pay up, Duke Falmer said, realizing that the room had gone silent only when it was too late. Calmy, the king, and many others glared at him, but the Grand Duchess paid him nonetheless. Chapter 1467, Violet Cores, Part 1. I've got more bad news, Solus said. The fucker wore a cloaking device that kept me from noticing earlier that he has a blood core. Quart is a thrall. Unbeknownst to her, Solus was dead wrong. Darius had predicted how things would have gone and what kind of demonstration the king would have opted for down to the smallest detail. He had not only forced all the archmages of his group to practice first magic like madmen and to pass unto each other the tips they had collected their whole lives, but he had also hired a vampire from his contacts in the courts to give them just enough juice for the task at hand. Vampires didn't take thralls easily since it drained from them the power that they bestowed upon their servants, but the price that Darius paid would allow the undead to keep enjoying his luxurious life while also staying out of the war. Fuck me sideways, Lith replied as whispers filled the room. No one wondered why Manohar had given up defending his honor. They were too busy making bets and discussing the most likely win rates. I give Verhin 3-1 and Quart 6-5, Marquis Zenth said. Bullshit, I give Verhin 1-2 and Quart 5-1, Orion said. I bet 10,000 gold coins on Verhin, Manohar said to Zenth, obtaining a receipt. If I win, I'll prepare a baby-sized lab for Junior in their crib. Let me go, I'm going to kill this fucker, Marth roared while Vaster needed all of his abomination strength to keep the headmaster from putting his threats into practice. 10,000 on Verhin for me as well, Rissa said, making her husband freeze in a stupor. He is my student, how can you do that? I like human clothes, and you keep saying that I need to get my own money instead of spending yours, the Dryad pouted. I wanted you to get an honest job in the academy, not to become a gambler. Maron inhaled sharply, not knowing whether to be more enraged by the bets or by the fact that they all knew what was at stake, and yet no one but Marth seemed to care. Dick move, dear. Jeannie glared at Orion, who was swarmed by those who had inside knowledge of quartz skills, and by Darius's allies who wanted to ruin the Urnas by sucking their finances dry. Not at all, we've both seen the little monster fight. This way I can make up for the money that your crazy experiments are draining and suck Darius's cohorts dry at the same time. He shrugged. Do you think that Lith can win? Floria asked while shaking Tista as if she was a tree whose ripe fruits would fall. Floria looked lovely in her golden evening dress that emphasized her olive skin and the blue shades of her long hair. I think that I will puke if you don't stop immediately, Tista replied. As for your question, I don't know. Lith has gone through a lot, but chore magic can still cut his skin. On top of that, no one becomes an archmage for nothing. Quart was almost double Lith's age, and everyone assumed that it also gave him a similar head start in magical practice. Aside from Solus, no one knew that Lith had started his career as a magician from the crib. Before Lightkeep, I would have said no, Quilla replied. I've seen Manohar cast so quickly that you can barely see his fingers. Most archmages don't even need to chant the hardest runes if they want to cast silently. Yet now that he's got the you-know-what, It should be enough to make up for the gap in experience. Alas, Quilla had no idea of the vampire blood coursing through Quart's veins that boosted his abilities. "Don't worry," Freya said, trying to keep people from looking down her v-neckline. "You're forgetting that beside you-know-what, Lith also has you-know-who by his side." Too bad that the mystical seal had turned Solus into just another spectator, leaving Lith alone. Lith was the only one to know all the truth about his own odds and started to cast his spells the moment Meron announced the fight. Too soon would drain his focus, too late, and it would have been meaningless. Quart did the same because no matter the title bestowed upon them, even an archmage could keep only so many spells at the ready, and reaching his limit too soon would have wasted tons of precious mana. "I'm almost sorry for you, Verhin, almost," Quart thought. "You have an amazing talent and a seemingly limitless potential, yet you chose to squander it all. You could have easily climbed the ranks of the Association. You could have helped me to save it from the pinch the Association has been in ever since Balker started to attack the kingdom. You and I could have made Magra a better place for all of our fellow mages, no matter if of noble or commoner origin. Yet you chose to become the army's lapdog instead, helping our rivals just to feed your own petty ambitions. And what did you get for your trouble? A rank you don't care about and a power you never used except that to get discounts when you shopped with your girlfriend. Defeating isn't enough, I need to destroy you. I'm not going to waste time with pointless banter or playing around. I'm going to win so quickly that everyone will think that you are an incompetent mage who betrayed his own race to get the help of the beasts. You and I know that it's not true, but with all the rumors that Darius has been spreading around, people will believe it. After all, people don't give a damn about the truth. The only thing they care about is having fun. And there's nothing funnier than seeing a so-called hero fall from grace. Reading the records of what happened to Lady Nerea made my stomach churn, but it also inspired me. I'll make sure you end up like your master, so that once the Balker copycat kills your whole family, the rest of the young mages will learn the consequences of not being on the good side of the Association. In this world, truth and talent are pointless in the face of power and influence. Quart thought while gritting his teeth and remembering Lith's past feats that had made the army stronger and weakened the Association. "Begin." Meron's voice allowed both mages to unleash their respective first volley of first magic spells. Much to everyone's surprise, Lith included, the result of the clash was a draw. Lith had a quicker cast thanks to his deep violet core that allowed him to weave spells with his body, but Quart with his bright violet was capable of keeping a greater number of spells at the ready. Quart snarled, activating air fusion to move beyond the limits of a human. The vampire blood coursing through his veins gave him an unnatural affinity to air, and darkness, magic, and Quart had trained specifically for that event. The combined effect of his bright violet core, the vampire's blood, and his relentless practice allowed him to cast a second barrage of over 45 first magic spells, while the first volleys were still clashing against each other. Chapter 1468, Violet Cores, Part 2. Quart weaved 15 spells with his hands, another 15 with his voice, and everything else with his mind. The contenders had infused their spells with willpower so that they could use them as both attacks and shields. A single drop of blood was all that it took to lose the competition, making defense of paramount importance. Lith instead had managed to cast barely over 35 spells, of which 10 from his mind, hands, and voice each, while the rest came from body casting. He had 19 years of magical training, whereas Quart had over 25 of them. To make matters worse, Lith's time had always been spread thin between the many disciplines he practiced, whereas, during the last few months, Quart had devoted himself solely to this duel. Unlike him, Lith had no training in using so many different kinds of casting methods at the same time. It required him a focus that kept him frozen in place like a scarecrow. The only reason why Lith managed to last after the second volley was that the hard light shields that he had conjured before the start of the fight, as a part of the first volley of spells, had tanked Quart's attacks in his stead. "I can see why you like beasts more than humans. They taught you light mastery, something I've been begging Manohar to share ever since we were still students at our respective academies. I hope your fall will make that jackass suffer," Quart thought. "Fuck me sideways. The problem with casting while moving is that I need to actually move, but the king warned me that if I perform something that even resembles a physical attack, I'll be disqualified," Lith thought. On top of that, there's little space in here, and focusing to produce so many spells in so little time from 4 different sources is really hard. Lith gritted his teeth seeing the bright purple light burning inside Quart's eyes, as he unleashed a third volley of over 50 spells, making the jaws of the spectators fall onto the ground. 50 spells at the same time? Decca casting is already hard, but 5 times that. Is that even possible? Even the awakened hidden among the court members looked at the chairman of the association with respect, remembering why fake mages couldn't be underestimated. Yet glory and admiration were wasted on Quart, whose aim was to finish the match quickly, not to impress a bunch of sheep. This should have been over from the first volley. The longer this goes on, the more people will see Lith as the amazing mage that he is. If it keeps up like this, even if I win, he will not be humiliated in the least. Lith pumped more mana into his shields, strengthening them as he took a small step forward that conjured 3 more spells. The backs of his hands touched, producing 5 more, all the while his fingers never stopped tracing runes from what was an awkward position. Then Lith brought his hands apart while quickly sidestepping an air blade that had gotten past his defenses, producing 10 more cantrips for a total of 53 spells. Only thanks to his mental fortitude and strict training did Quart manage to not blurt out a what. That would have interrupted his casting. The spectators stared with their mouths agape, realizing that even though the number of active spells cast from either side matched, Lith had moved to the offensive nonetheless. Unlike Quart, he had carried over his shields from the first volley. Every spell that they intercepted allowed Lith to send one of his own against the chairman who couldn't afford to ignore them. Quart used air fusion to sidestep while using a part of the newly conjured spells to defend himself. Lith mirrored his movements to always remain at the opposite side of the field and also to weave 5 light bullets, bringing his spells to 58. With each step that Quart took to dodge, he also allowed Lith to move around and cast more spells. Soon all the chairman could do was to focus on defense, whereas Lith had found his rhythm. "Thanks, jackass. I had almost forgotten that while you just use magic, I am magic," he thought as he weaved runes through the beating of his heart and the blood flow in his veins. Once over 70 of Lith's spells filled the air, Quart raised his hands in surrender. Lith, however, pretended to not notice and didn't stop. He made the cantrips strike at the chairman all at the same time so that the first blood array wouldn't stop them. The swarm of spells turned into a wave comprised of blunt objects that drowned Quart. Bruises didn't shed blood, and neither did cracked bones. A crunching sound akin to snapped twigs filled the air as the magical tide lifted the helpless chairman in the air due to the collective strength of their hits. "You must stop the fight." Onia grabbed Meron's arm, obtaining only a glare and 2 heavy hands on her shoulders for it. The royal guards brought Onia onto her knees for touching the king without his permission. "What did you say?" Meron's stone-cold voice echoed through the hall. "Did you really have the gall to give an order to the king?" "Your Majesty, please, I beg of you, stop it. It's just a massacre now. Verhin is exploiting the rules. Don't let him taint these hallowed halls with blood." Onia kneeled while hitting the ground with her forehead in a plea for mercy. "Exploiting the rules. Why does this sound familiar?" Meron took his time thinking, while Quart suffered internal injuries from Lith's relentless onslaught that now filled the space inside the dome. "I hope this will teach you a lesson. Actions have consequences, and even though I'm no tyrant, I'm the king. Bend my laws and I'll bend you in more ways than you can conceive," Meron said, addressing the entire room, not just Onia. "But you are right. We've seen enough death already, and we are here to celebrate, not to hold a funeral. Archmage Verhin, stop." An air blade cut Quart's cheek, activating the first blood array and making Lith's victory undeniable. "The winner is Spellbreaker Archmage Verhin. It's no wonder you managed to achieve so many amazing feats with such a talent for magic," the king said, while a group of healers took away the unconscious chairman and cleaned the abundant blood that had started spilling from his mouth. "Many say that your height makes you quite attractive, but I think that your real charm is your eyes. Why don't you show my guests what I mean?" Meron said with a warm smile as he removed the magical seal from Lith's clothes. "Son of a gun, I had almost forgotten what Miriam told me. The king is a fake awakened, which means that even though he has no invigoration, he still has life vision," Lith thought while finally letting his mana reach his eyes that shone of a deep violet. The entire room gasped in amazement as they realized what Meron had known all along. Even though people had no concept of cores, after centuries of magical studies, the fact that the glow in someone's eyes matched their raw strength was well known. Chapter 1469, Award Ceremony 1. The fact that magical talent could increase until the 20 years of age was public knowledge, which allowed Lith to showcase the progress of his core, whereas Vaster had to hit his own. The magical community valued people like Manohar, Quart, and ain'ts not only because of their genius, but also because of the violet light in their eyes. For the same reason, once Vaster had reached 20 and remained bright blue, he had been classified as a second-rate genius. This stupid game allowed me to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the king thought. I foiled Darius's plan and I finally confirmed my suspicions. Lith is an awakened. Amazing talent, my royal ass. The only way he could beat Court was with body casting. Still, reaching the violet core at 19 is even more impressive, unless Lady Fallow the Hydra taught him, of course. Yet this will be a question for another day. I won. Manohar and Rissa hugged each other, each of them lost in their respective fantasy. Pay up, pal, Orion said to those around him, collecting a small fortune. Only those who wanted to bet against Lith had gone to him, making Lord Ernest have only gains and no losses. That was crazy. Why did you show off like that? Fallow said after congratulating Lith. To send a message to Darius, to the person who sends the Balker cards, and to anyone who might be considering to mess with me, he replied. To let them know that once I start attacking, I won't stop unless I'm forced to. The banquet went on only until the dance hall was cleaned up and everyone calmed down. Then, the moment for the awards ceremony arrived. Princess Scintilla, Winna, and Peonia, the only ones still unmarried and of a suitable age for Lith, looked at him with annoyance. Fallow was glued to his arm like a clam to a rock, and he didn't give them of a single look. Brynja is right, he is an archole. Scintilla had gone to the desert to reach Mage Hassa and undergo cosmetic magic for the occasion, yet she couldn't compare with the Hydra. Agreed, Winna replied. Marrying a princess is the dream of every commoner, and yet he never accepted to go on a single date with any of us. I'm happier this way, Peonia shrugged. He may be strong and talented, but he brings nothing but trouble. I don't care about what Mom and Dad say. I already live in a cage, and Verhin is not worth receiving a Balker card. The other princesses pondered her words for a while before deciding that the grape was sour, and that they had actually dodged a bullet. Please, heroes of our kingdom, step forward, the king said while magically amplifying his voice. A red carpet split the room in 2 halves where the guests lined up on either side, leaving both the red carpet and the space in front of the royals raised stand open. General Vorg, Manohar, Lith, Tista, and Floria were lined up in this order, bending their right knee in a sign of respect. General Vorg, you are a soldier and our loyal master warden. With this award, I'm not only thanking you for your services, but also all of the wardens and the soldiers who fought bravely to keep Belias, Prode, and Vesta standing. Without those courageous men and women, the kingdom would have fallen. For your hard work and sacrifice, you have my gratitude. Meron gave Vorg a golden staff that guaranteed honors to him and annuities to the families of the fallen soldiers. Spellbreaker, Archduke, Archmage. Here the king had a hard time not adding Archole to the god of healing's many titles. Brynja's buzzword had quickly become popular. Light Master, Krishna Viraja Manohar, your talent and amazing feats are a beacon for every mage in our kingdom. With this award, I'm not only rewarding you for protecting Belias, but also all the mages out there that will remain unsung heroes yet will never be forgotten. Meron spoke only about his talents, not of Manohar as a person, because he was still a nightmare for everyone who had the displeasure to meet him. Couldn't you give it to one of them then? I've got stuff to do, and the king's glare triggered a powerful array that made the god of healing shut up as he received a golden robe that symbolized the wealth that the mages of the kingdom but him would receive. Until Manohar cast a spell powerful enough to replace the when-all-are-one array that he had wasted, there would be only training in his future. Spellbreaker Archmage Lith Verhin, ever since your days as a student of the White Griffin, you have shed countless tears, sweat, and blood for this country. Your feats are too many to list them all in the space of a single night, yet 2 of them deserve a very special mention. The first is the destruction at your hand of not 1, but 2 lost cities. The death of those eternal monsters allowed the kingdom to create safer and faster trading routes that save people days of travel, to turn wastelands into cultivated fields that produce enough food to make the winter of the north less scary, to invest the resources that are no more necessary for the surveillance of the living legacies to make life better for the inhabitants of the Keller region. Just one of those things is worthy of praise, but all of them at the same time are the most precious gift that the kingdom could have asked for. The second, instead, is an act of creation. The Lorien you crafted bent the boundaries of magic and law as we knew it, but that's not a bad thing. Even though you refused to share its secrets, you showed us that the impossible is actually possible. You didn't show us the way, but now that we know where the destination lays, Others will be inspired by your work and find their own way to reach it. It's for this reason that I have the pleasure to announce that the Verhin household will soon have a mansion worthy of its name. At a snap of the king's fingers, one of the gemstones in the ceiling generated in the middle of the dance hall a 3D hologram of the blueprint for the Verhin mansion that Miriam had designed. The crown will take care of building your new home and fund its array system, also bestowing upon you the title of Protector of the Lustria County that gives you full authority over those lands. I will not offer you lands or titles because I know that you'd refuse them. What I can offer you, however, is this. Another snap made a solid block of adamant appear in front of Lith. Your blade is a masterpiece that can hardly be equaled, let alone surpassed, whereas I know that your current armor is but your first piece as a runesmith. I'm certain that once you've achieved enough mastery, you'll need adamant to put your skills to the test. It's still impure and much smaller than Zalgrish's, but together with the adamant I got from Giera, it should be enough for a new armor even after purifying it. Lith thought while giving the royals a deep bow of gratitude. Chapter 1470, Award Ceremony 2. Mage Tista Verhin, I've heard of your contribution in taking down the lost city of Kogaluga, and I'm pleased to learn that you're following in your brother's footsteps as a guardian of this kingdom. Yet your achievements are too small to allow me to make you into a great mage. Would you be interested in becoming a feudal lord and help Count Jadon Lark in administering the Lustria County? You would have your personal fief and the authority to protect both your family and friends, the king said. Thanks for your kind offer, your majesty, but I have to refuse. The practice of magic requires too much time for me to properly take care of even one single farm. Yet I have a request if you will allow me, Tista replied. Speak freely, Maron nodded. Before her death, Lady Nerea Nana asked my brother to promise her not to seek justice for her. Yet I don't share his oath, and my mentor was precious to me. I can't live with the thought that even in death she's marked by infamy. To make peace with it, I need to know what happened to her, Tista said. That will not be a problem. Silpha clapped her hands, making a small booklet appear in front of Tista. Those events happened almost 60 years ago, way before my time, and most of the people involved are dead. Those are the official records, hence I'm granting you clearance to read its contents, but not to divulge them. Are we clear? Thanks, your majesty, Tista gave a bow in reply. One more thing, my husband and your brother have one thing in common, they are too stingy. Silpha made a block of adamant appear for Tista, almost giving Maron a stroke. We can't expect someone to perform great deeds if they lack the proper resources. Get yourself a decent armor, and consider that adamant as an investment that the royal family is making in you. She is also getting the damn mansion. You're going overboard, the king said via their mind link. Does Valoran's blood make you a cheapskate, or is it just you? Silpha replied with a scoff. You just said that we're saving millions of gold coins from not having to look after the lost cities anymore. What's the big deal with a bit of adamant? Not saving, reinvesting, Maron said with a snarl. It means we're not getting anything in our pockets. We are spending the same sum as before, but for different reasons. Reasons that in due time will make us a fortune. Now quit whining and let's get over with the ceremony. Silpha cut the mind link and looked at Floria. Captain Ernaz, you ranked third at the academy despite having a single specialization. After graduating, you immediately enrolled in the army, and from that moment onwards you dedicated your life to serve your country. You sacrificed your personal life. You put your life on the line every single day, and achieved one of the most brilliant careers that the kingdom had ever seen in centuries. Alas, the mission in Kula, of which you weren't responsible in any way, didn't cost you just the life of your loyal soldiers and of the people you had been tasked to protect. It also cost you your career. There's no telling what heights you might have reached if greed didn't blind us all to the point of underestimating the Odie's trickery. That's why I'm glad to tell you that your trial is finally over. After revising the testimonies and the evidence collected, the Crown, the Mage Association, and the Army unanimously declare you not guilty on all charges, Queen Silpha said. Turning an archaeological expedition into a scouting mission was an ill-fated decision to which you opposed with all of your strength. She projected a record of Floria asking to abort the mission and wait for reinforcements. It was the professor's choice that led them to their doom. No matter how valiant a defender is, they can't defend someone from themselves. Yet even though it was the professors who demanded to continue the mission, they are not the only ones at fault. General Burian and us royals took the decision out of your hand. If there's someone guilty among the survivors of the Kula failure, that's us. Yet ensuring the national security will always be worth a few lives, and the horrors that the Odi were about to unleash on Garland proved us right. They had the technology and the means to be a threat even greater than the undead courts, and if not for that ill-fated decision, we'd have discovered their presence only when it was too late. For that reason, Burian shall not be punished, and the crown is not going to apologize for doing what was best for the kingdom. Captain Ernaz, the crown appreciated your personal sacrifice during the mission. We also appreciated you willingly submitting to our judgment, instead of trying to muddle the waters and dirtying state affairs with political plays. Silpha's eyes glared at Onia and Quart for just a few seconds, but long enough for everyone to notice. We can never thank you enough for your contribution in bringing down Kogaluga, even when your country seemed to have turned its back to you. For all these reasons, I'm ready to reinstate you in the army with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, if you still want to be a part of it. I'm promoting you of 2 ranks because destroying a lost city would have made you a major, and if not for this trial, I'm sure that by now you would have collected enough merits to rise the ranks of your own. Silpha said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Warm tears streaked down Floria's face, but her voice remained steady. Your words mean the world to me, and I've been dreaming of hearing them ever since the day I have been suspended. Yet my answer is no. I've dedicated my entire life to join the army, considering it my second family. It has always been my dream to earn my stripes as a member of the Knights Guard, but dreams always end at sunrise. Now I've got a new family that needs me and new dreams to pursue. I will always consider the Griffin Kingdom as my home, but if there's something that I've learned during the past 2 years is that I don't need to be a part of the army to protect my country. Orion flinched at those words and his eyes turned watery. He had fond memories of his little flower-playing knight as a child, wearing the huge uniform of her father and pretending to be one of his soldiers. He had still a beef with the army, the association, and even the crown, so what hurt him wasn't Floria quitting the army so much as she changing her life in a direction where he couldn't protect her anymore. Your words sadden me, but the choice is yours to make. Maron stepped forward, raising the sword of Seafel so that everyone could see it. I still grant you the army rank and clearance level of a retired lieutenant colonel of the army as a reward for your loyal services. Chapter 1471, Dance Partners, Part 1. Also, since no number of merits can expand an archduchy, and your noble title is second only to the crown, the only way I have left to not waste your considerable merits is to bestow upon you the title of Great Mage of the Griffin Kingdom. The king said while tapping the flat side of the blade on Floria's left shoulder, then on the right one, and lastly on the top of her head. Great Mage Floria Ernaz, if you ever change your mind and decide to actively join the Mage Association or the army again, the Griffin Kingdom will always welcome you with open arms. You may rise. The 5 assembled heroes stood up, and the crowd welcomed them with a burst of applause and cheers as they returned back to their positions. Aints Flemstar Distar, step forward. Silpha's words made the crowd freeze in surprise. The award ceremony was supposed to be over, and Archmage Distar had played no major role in any recent event. Brynja's husband walked up to the royals' raised stand, stopping exactly where Lith had been until a second ago before kneeling. Cocky brat, Gianni grunted. Someone wants a measuring contest, Fallow giggled. Yeah, too bad for him that I can change size at will, Lith said with a scoff. Yeah, your next girlfriend is a lucky woman. Fallow threw him a naughty look that made him blush. What do you owe? Freya nudged Quilla, cutting her short as she turned to a bright shade of purple. Archmage Distar, you've always been considered the most talented student that has graduated from the Black Griffin Academy in the last century. Headmistress Onia's age makes it hard for her to keep up with all the changes that these difficult times require, and she applied for retirement, Silpha said. Many turned to look at Onia, mistaking her staring at the ground as a sign of sadness for not being able anymore to perform a duty that was supposed to be lifelong. What they didn't know was that the earlier fight between Lith and Quart had been more political than magical. By showcasing his talent and clearing the doubts that Darius's faction had planted in the royal court, Lith had also proved their trickery and their willingness to twist the truth to get what they wanted. Onia knew from the start that Quart's defeat would have meant not only for her enemies to gain something, but also for her to lose something along with all of her cohorts. Even if the royals didn't force her to step down from her position as a consequence of the fight, Floria's acquittal would have forced Onia to resign as headmaster anyway. She had called in too many favors and put too many assets on the line to stand up against Gianni and the royals. After being defeated on all counts, she would become the laughing stock of the magical community if she kept her seat at the Black Griffin. It's all over. Onia wept on Quart's shoulder, who had been brought back to his peak condition to fully enjoy the rest of the gala. Darius is done, but you're not. I'm still the chairman of the association, and even in defeat I proved my valor. The royals cannot replace me without looking vengeful and unfair. I can offer you a position as my assistant, Quart said. I'll gladly accept your offer, Onia nodded. A mage's funeral doesn't take place the day they die, but when they stop working. Quart didn't offer his help out of the goodness of his heart so much as because Onia knew too much. And once she fell from grace, there was no telling when she would become desperate enough to drag them all down with her just to have company in her misery. Keep your friends close and your accomplices even closer, he thought. The Black Griffin needs a new headmaster, someone young, talented, and powerful enough to face the many academical challenges ahead and to protect our students from any threat. Are you willing to accept such a burden? Silpha asked. It would be my honor. Aints lowered his head even lower. Then you may stand, Headmaster Distar. The queen tapped his head with 2 fingers, making his blue archmage high uniform turn black while that of Onia turned blue. Let the dances begin. Maron sheathed the sword of Seafel and clapped his hands to signal the orchestras to play. Lith danced with Falol first, to make it clear that he was already taken and that any approach would have been pointless. Only after he was certain that the message had been received did he change dance partner. Gods, this sure brings back a lot of memories, Floria said while they danced the Magur equivalent of a waltz. Yeah, do you think they cleaned our footsteps after I used gravity magic to make us dance on the ceiling, or did they keep them as a memento? He said with a chuckle. By the way, congratulations for becoming a big shot in the army. Thanks, Master, she giggled. Does Solus want to cover my evening gloves so that she can experience dancing with you? The stone ring seeped through Lith's gloves, covering Floria's with gray for a split second before adjusting the color. Thanks, you have no idea how much this means to me, Solus said to her via a mind link. Then you should have said it earlier, and we would have arranged a small gala inside your tower, Floria replied. It's not a bunch of stuck-up people that make this a party, only the pretty clothes and the good music. I guess you're right, Solus chuckled. By my mom, some of these guys really abuse their cologne. That's because it's still better than their smell, Floria said, making Solus happy about not having a nose. The couple danced in silence for a while, until Floria found the courage to speak up. You know, in hindsight, I regret breaking up with you. Her words made Lith miss the step and stomp her foot. Not because you're an awakened, the Lord of Destruction, nor because you can change size at will, she chuckled. That was just joke, me and my big mouth, Lith blushed. The reason I regret my choice is that you have been the only person who has never been intimidated by my name, by the gap in our status, or by my physique. Floria had long since accepted the consequences that her rigorous training had brought upon her body. Alas, during social events, most people seemed to be incapable of looking past the comparison between her and Gianni. When Freya was involved as well, Floria would be treated like a wallflower by anyone but gold diggers. You always understood why the practice of the sword and of magic meant so much to me. You've been more than my friend and boyfriend. You've also been my colleague and sparring partner. I've never found someone with whom I could share so much of my life as I did with you. On top of that, the fact that you didn't stop caring for me the moment after we broke up, and that you've always been there for me makes it hard to forget about you. Chapter 1472, Dance Partners Part 2. Look, I'm flattered by your feelings, and I'm not afraid to say that I consider my vow to still stand, Lith said. If you ever need my help, just call my name and I will come. I will discard my duty and my honor. I will pierce through the gates of heavens and netherworld if they stand in my path. Where everyone else saw either an asset or a monster, you saw me as a person back when even I didn't consider myself as such. You've taught me to be human, and for that, I'll always be grateful to you. Yet I've just broken up with Kami, and I don't feel like. I'm not asking you to get back together, you pompous ass. Floria cut him short while chuckling. What I was going to say is that it took me a while to understand that even though you're not a good person, you're a good friend and boyfriend. After discovering about Solus's existence, I was deeply hurt. The fact that we had broken up for years softened the blow, so I can't even imagine how Camilla must have felt or the pain that she endured. Yet after getting to know you and Solus as separate entities, I understood that even though she's a part of you, she's not you and that everything we had together was real. You just called Camilla with her moniker, which means you still deeply care for her. She might come to my same conclusion if you give her the time and the opportunity that she needs to sort facts from suspicions, Floria said. I'm sorry, but you lost me, Lith said. Gods, Tiamat or not, you're still as dumb as any man. I'm saying that if you want, I'll go and speak with Camilla. I am probably the only person on Magur who has walked many miles in her shoes and who can relate with her struggle, Floria said. Thanks, but no thanks. Lith pushed her closer, turning the dance into a soft embrace. As you pointed out earlier, I'm your master. If you go to her, Camilla might think that I sent you. She has no reason to trust you or me, for that matter. If she comes to you on her own, however, please be fully honest with her. More lies would fix things in the short term and ruin everything in the long term. The dance came to an end, and the past went back to being the past. Quilla took Floria's place, after throwing her a reproachful look. What was that? Lith asked. She just got promoted to lieutenant colonel and great mage. You've got your violet core, a huge ass mansion, and the gods know what bloodline powers. If you add the fact that even though Freya is still a mage like me, she's basically the new Silverwing, I resent you all for leaving me behind in the dust. She pouted. Wow, did you take Freya's awakening that badly? He said. No duh, who would have ever thought that being a natural violet was actually a handicap? Fuck me sideways, Quilla replied, making him laugh at her impersonation. Well, you still got your family and awesome powers, whereas I just lost my humanity. Don't you dare to ruin my attempt to make you feel better at my expense, she cut him short. I beg your pardon, Lith was flabbergasted. I'm not really angry, you dummy. I was just trying to cheer you up since you've gone through a lot lately. Quilla sighed deeply. Look, I didn't want to tell you to not ruin the mood, but I really think that there is something wrong with you that has nothing to do with your special talents. You've just won a big-ass fight everyone thought you would have lost. Your enemies have been humiliated and your friends got rewarded for their hard work. Yet here you are, frowning as if there's a killer on the prowl. I thought that I knew your past, but I clearly don't. What the heck happened that not even Alina knows to make you so dark and gloomy even in your brightest hour? Quilla had no idea of Lith's life on Earth as Derek McCoy, nor of how it still haunted him to that very day. It's complicated, I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it, he said. Well, that's good because I don't want to know about it, Quilla replied. I just want you to let that go or you'll be forever miserable and drag everyone you love down with you. What do you mean? Lith asked. Maybe it's because you've been my first crush, but ever since we met at the academy, I have always looked at you from a distance, so I know that, just like me, you have a big burden on your shoulders, Quilla said. At first, I thought that the people of your village treated you like crap, like it happened to me because I was an orphan. But then I met your family and I understood how wrong I was. Then I thought that you were ashamed of something, but you turned out to be a piece of work who doesn't give a shit of what other people think. Heck, after you shared with us and with your family all of your secrets, I thought you would finally lighten up, yet you're still like you were back at the academy. What am I like? Lith asked, finding her honesty to be refreshing compared to everyone else walking on eggshells to not hurt his feelings. You are someone that, whenever something bad happens, he carries it with him forever. Like when you thought that Protector had died or after I killed Uriel, Quilla managed to say without either her voice or hands quiver. When something good happens instead, you smile for a second and then ruin the moment, worrying about what could go wrong instead of enjoying your happiness. That's unhealthy of you, Lith. He pondered her words for a while before being forced to admit that Quilla was right. Lith didn't think about Ezio, his father back on Earth, unless he witnessed child abuse, just like he didn't think much about his lost brother, Carl. Yet their shadows were always there with him. Ezio poisoned every concept he had of human relationships, making it hard for Lith to trust even his own family unless he had no other choice. Losing Carl, instead, had led him to be so worried about protecting those who were close to him that he always ended up spending more time arranging their security instead of enjoying their company. I don't know what big secret you still hide, and honestly, I don't care about it because I know you long enough to fully trust you. It's fine if you don't want to share it because knowing won't change your problem, Quilla said. Whatever it is, you need to get rid of these chains that you brought upon yourself. I've gone through a lot of bad stuff myself, like the death of my parents, hunger, abuse, and then everything that happened during the academy. Yet I also got a loving family, amazing friends, and great powers. Just because I had it rough it doesn't change the fact that if I just managed to find a damned boyfriend, I wouldn't hesitate to call my life perfect. Chapter 1473, Lights Out Part 1. You instead have everything I have and so much more, yet you're still as miserable as when you were the son of a poor farmer. You are allowed to suffer and cry when bad things happen, but not to carry them over the years. Leave the past in the past and don't let it poison your present. The same stands for the good things. You are allowed to be happy and laugh without worrying that an enemy might pop out of the shadows and ruin everything. Maybe you've lost your abomination side, but you don't need a black core to corrupt everything good that you have built. Look at how worried your parents were for you, at how you let your own bias ruin your relationship with Floria first and Camilla now. Why don't you allow yourself to be happy? If you keep up like this, even once Solus will be back at her prime, it wouldn't be enough to make you feel safe. No title nor any amount of magic can defeat the monsters that prowl in here. Quilla patted his chest. Only you can. After that, she remained silent until the music stopped again, giving Lith the time he needed to think. Was this what Baba Yaga referred to when she told me about my power being corrupted, and about chains that made me strong in the past, but that also keep me from moving forward? He asked Solus via their mind link. It would actually make sense. Abominations are souls strong enough to reject death itself, and as Carl said, the reason why you keep reincarnating is that you don't really care about anyone, she replied. That's not true. I love my family and I care for them, Lith said in outrage. No, you care for their safety. That's different. You keep saying that you love them, yet you always keep them away from your life, and you never let them have a word about the important decisions you must make. Solus shook her head. That's because I don't want them to worry, and because they have no idea what does it mean being a cursed thing forced to wander forever, he said. They are ignorant only because you didn't tell them. Or are you saying that leaving them in the dark is the right thing to do because they wouldn't understand your problems anyway? Do you really love them, or do you consider them just as pets you feed? Solus's words struck a nerve, forcing Lith to calm down and reconsider his past life choices. Fuck me sideways, Quilla is right. Ever since Carl died, I didn't treat anyone in my life as a person, just as a piece of a game where I set the board and make the rules according to the circumstances. I never gave them a voice in any matter. Everything happened either because it was convenient for me or because I had no other choice. Even with Camilla, everything can be summarized with me dumping a bomb on her and praying that she would withstand the blast. Sure, there was no way to soften the blow when I introduced Solus to her, but I could have surely handled things better when I introduced Solus to my family, starting with asking her damn opinion instead of throwing everything on her in a fit. Lith thought. Solus dreamed for years to meet my family, yet unlike that with Camilla, I had prepared nothing nor did I give her the time to introduce herself properly. Everything must always happen how, and when I decide so, without any care for others. Even now, everyone is worried about me. Floria offered to help me with Kami. Quilla tried to remove the stick out of my ass, but what did I do for them? I didn't congratulate Floria for either her acquittal or becoming a great mage. I didn't bother asking Tista why she wanted the truth about Nana's past, nor did I offer her my help in her endeavor. I didn't worry for Quilla's attempts at awakening, or for the fact that she must be feeling left out, being the only non-awakened of the old gang. Now that I think about it, I should have also consoled Freya as well. Just like Quilla, she has worked her ass off non-stop and has demonstrated a talent on par with Silverwing, yet she isn't allowed to reveal either to anyone, and I didn't offer to teach her anything. Lith kept thinking about his past behavior, finally noticing that after saving Floria's life from awakening, he had washed his hands of her, leaving to Tista and Solus to teach her even the basics, just like now he had dropped Freya on Falul. He also remembered that after Floria's suspension from the army, he had been there for her as a teacher and fellow mage, but never as a friend. I'm always like that. The only thing that matters to me is my master plan. I save the lives of the people I claim to love, but I don't give a fuck about the things they live for. It's no wonder that Carl warned me about my reincarnation problem. My brother was the only one who could ground my soul somewhere, because he's the only person I have ever treated as my peer, leaving him free to live his life, to make his decisions while still having my full support. In this life, I'm no better than Gianni. I just manipulate everyone from the shadows for my ends and screw the consequences. I'm doomed to reincarnate because, as Solus said, I treat everyone as dumb pets. Lith cursed himself and went to make things right. Congratulations for your acquittal and for becoming a great mage, he said while hugging Floria. I want you to know that I never blamed you for anything that happened in Kula. Your leadership skills are out of the question, and the only reason you had to endure all this crap is politics. Floria silently returned the embrace. She had been long waiting to hear those words from one of the survivors of the mission, and now her eyes were too veiled with tears, and her voice too quivering to reply. Tista, I hope that once we get back home, you'll let me read Nana's records with you. She was my mentor as well, and promise or not, if you need my help, you only need to ask, he said. What about my armor? Tista replied. I can purify the metal, but for the crafting process, I'd wait until I step up my forge-mastering skills. I need to rethink my Scalewalker armor, but if you're fine with it, I can make you one tomorrow, Lith said. No, thanks, Tista hugged him with joy. Magic metal doesn't grow on trees, and I'd gladly wait for something with a power core. What about the crystals? I'll use only violet mana gemstones, and they'll be my treat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Her joy for something so trivial made Lith feel even worse, and realize what kind of a cheapskate he had been. Tista, Quilla, I'm really sorry that you two will remain unsung heroes. Both of you deserve to be great mages for your achievements. If there's anything you need help with, you can count on me, Lith said. Chapter 1474, Lights Out Part 2. How cute, Quilla giggled. Look at how he tries to act all fallow-ish. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lith, but you'd look horrible in a dress, Freya said with a laugh. What about your leave me alone with my pain routine? Okay, fine, I'm sorry for having been so distant lately. He gave them a bow. Distant and rude, Tista said. And self-centered, Falul added. And a sourpuss, Floria said. And uncaring, Freya added. And thank you very much for putting up with me for so long. Lith cut Quilla short, not wanting to hear any more about the flaws he was well aware to have. Thank you so much, Solus. I never took you for granted, but that doesn't mean that I always appreciate enough how your presence in my life is often my last line of defense against myself, he said via their mind link. You are welcome. Thanks for dancing with me tonight, Solus replied, taking another involuntary stab at his heart. It had been Floria to have the idea, not him. I promise we'll have our scaled-down gala, so that you can do more than cover someone else's gloves, okay? Okay, but not now, Solus replied. You're still too hurt to be happy, and I want the gala to be something we both enjoy, not a form of torture for you. Once again, Lith noticed how the most important people in his life, like Camilla and Solus, put his feelings in front of their own, whereas he mostly cared for himself. Deal, he said, knowing that more apologies would have made things even more awkward. Mom, now that the gala is over, can we show Lith the gardens of Seafel before leaving Valoran? Floria asked. Absolutely not, Gianni replied. It's night and it's still too dangerous. Come on, Mom, Quilla said. We've been prisoners inside our own home for months. The Queen beat Darius to a pulp, the Crown destroyed his political power, and Valoran is the safest city in the kingdom. That's exactly the reason why this is the perfect moment and place for an ambush. Power doesn't fade in an instant. Darius might have staged something with the resources he had before his downfall for the moment when we lower our guard, Gianni said. Come on, dear. There's me, you, Lith, and the arrays. The girls have been begging me to go outside in the garden for months. Don't be the Lith of the situation and let them celebrate our victory, Orion said. But, please, Mom, just for the time to give Lith a tour, Freya cut her short. I've been to Valoran countless times. What makes you so sure I never visited the gardens? Lith felt annoyed by their words. Because they hold no power nor knowledge, only beauty. The Dolby surround reply irked him to no end, especially because they were right. Fine, both he and Gianni inhaled sharply, hating being outnumbered. Let's wear something more comfortable first. I want everyone to be ready in the case something happens, Gianni said, dragging the girls in a changing room while Orion waited for them outside. We'll meet you at the gardens. Why don't they wear the armor as I always do? Lith asked. Probably because it's considered universally rude to wear protections during a party. It means that you don't trust your host. Also, no matter how good the shape-shifting spell is, the fabric is never as soft and smooth as the original, Falul replied. That's not true, Lith said. I felt both the original and the armor. They are identical. No, they're not. It's just you being a man, Tista sighed. What color is that? Yellow, yet she had pointed at him ochre tapestry. What about that? Falul pointed at a peach-colored sofa. Orange, do you think I've gone color blind or what? Just proving our point. Now come, we don't want to get late. Gianni will let us stay in the gardens 5 minutes tops. Tista dragged her brother away and through the internal gate network of the palace that led them to their destination. Good gods, Lith said in astonishment. The gardens of Seafel were not only a place filled with the smell of finely cut grass, with flower beds, and trimmed bushes that adorned the cobblestone paths that went across the whole park as far as the eye could see. It was also a place of beauty, where every single tree, every single topiary figure had been placed so as to not hinder the sight of the visitors. It allowed them to admire with a single gaze several compositions at the same time, allowing the beautiful landscape of the gardens to always be greater than the sums of its parts. Statues and topiaries of the first queen were everywhere. She was either depicted with the first king or with their children. It took Lith just a glance to understand that only a man deeply in love like Valoran could have made such a thing. Fuck me sideways, compared to him, my heart is colder than winter in the north. He deeply regretted Camilla not being there with him and never having brought her to the gardens. Here you are. Quilla appeared from an entrance to the west from that Lith had arrived. Don't stray from the group, damn it, Gianni yelled as Quilla ran towards Lith. It's Valoran, Mom. What could a beam of the fire element as thick as an apple pierced her Featherwalker armor and chest, leaving a charred hole where her heart had been until a second back. Assassin, Orion yelled as he activated the war mode of the Royal Fortress armor he wore and used its wings to protect the others. Everyone tried to blink to either escape the ambush or heal Quilla, but the same arrays that were supposed to protect them kept them locked in place instead. Lith activated the full guard spell imbued in his armor and rushed forward to heal Quilla before her core started to fade. She was coughing out blood, but it meant that she was still alive. 3 more beams flashed at the horizon. The first, aimed at Floria, was deflected by the Royal Fortress armor's wing. The second, aimed at Lith's head, was dodged solely thanks to full guard's 20 meters, 66 feet, range and to his awakened reflexes. The third beam of fire hit Quilla square on the head, leaving solely a steaming pile of ashes above her neck. She's dead. Sola started to cry as both the life force and the mana core of one of her closest friends instantly disappeared. The memory of how full of life Quilla had been until a few minutes back, of how until her last breath she had been worrying about him, drove Lith past the brink of fury. A primordial roar shook the treetops and sent petals flying as the 7 eyes appeared on his face one after another. They all scoured the direction of the beams, searching for their source. Such was his fury that if not for the first king knowing everything about Awakened, the gardens would have quaked, and all of its shadows would have come to life in an unyielding quest for revenge. Why does everyone I love get taken away from me? Lith screamed as 3 more beams hit Orion and 3 more aimed at him. Chapter 1475, Lost Magus, Part 1. Lith unfolded his wings and used air, fire, and water fusion to boost them, while spirit magic conjured an air current that no array could stop. He moved so fast that only the glittering moonbeams that reflected on the adamant of his Scalewalker armor betrayed his arrival. Even though Lith flew close to the speed of sound, light was still faster. What the heck? One of the kingdom's lost magi managed to say before a being made of shadows, fire, and pure rage struck at him with a screaming blade whose edges spun akin to a chainsaw. Quilla's death affected war as much as Lith. Orion's feelings that still lingered inside the blade grieved no less than its master, and just like him, war knew only one way to express its fury. I'm making the death of Lith's enemies, but the final step of a long journey made of agony and despair. Darius, Lith repeated obsessively, even though the man in front of him wasn't Uriel's father. Tynan Zavra was a man in his late 40s, about 1.8 meters, 511, tall, with blonde hair and ice-blue eyes. His face was covered in freckles and scars that he refused to heal, to never forget his hatred for the Griffin Kingdom. He belonged to Balker's generation and was the second lost Magus, also known as the God of Murder. Losing both Zavra and Balker due to their short-sighted policy regarding the academies had led the previous royal couple to abdicate the throne. Unlike regular mages, Zavra had learned how to combine together different spells of different tiers, assembling them to alter their effects, power, and range. It was how he had managed to hit with such accuracy a target over 600 meters, 2,000 feet, away. Spells didn't go that far, and even the few mages capable of doing it would have had their attack lose most of its power. In Zavra's case, instead, 1 kilometer or point-blank range was the same. He had developed that magic to kill his enemies from a safe distance, while having plenty of time to escape in case someone noticed him. Or so Zavra thought until war bit deeply into the adamant staff that he used to focus and amplify his magic. Nice try, kid, but not nice enough. Zavra pushed Lith back with inhuman strength before the angry blade could cut Whale, his staff, asunder. Close combat or distance makes no difference. You'll die like all the other dogs of the kingdom. Actually, the lost Magus was no idiot and had no desire to fight. His strong suit was attacking helpless opponents, making them experience the despair that he had felt when the people who had scarred his face and murdered his family had suffered no consequence for their actions. His goal was to goad Lith into a frenzy and escape as soon as he could. Valoran was known for its tight security, and every second spent fighting was a second too long. How the fuck did he find me from that distance, and how did he move so fast? The air-sealing arrays are supposed to keep people from both flying and warping inside the city, Zavra thought. He was unaware that Lith's 7 eyes had nothing human, and that to a phoenix like to a Tiamat, the sight was how they found their prey. Lith hurled a jet stream of origin flames while also lunging at the lost Magus's head. The emerald light of domination engulfed war, protecting it from the destructive effects of his fiery breath. Zavra showed his middle finger, but not as a taunt. He simply needed to activate the power of his ring and conjure a sudden burst of fire all around himself. The explosion ate at the flames and produced a shockwave that sent Lith flying, leaving him open to the Magus' next attack. Whale emitted a highly focused beam of ice magic that moved faster than a bullet and split evenly into 7 smaller streams aimed at Lith's eyes, turning his enhanced sight into a weakness. Zavra's unique magic allowed him to use a Tier 5 spell as a framework for another, weaving the second spell on top of the first. The final result could go from a quadra-elemental spell to a still 2-elemental spell that combined the properties of several completely different spells. It was how he could keep the long-distance efficacy and focused power of earth magic with the intense heat and explosive effects of fire magic that Zavra had used to kill Quilla. Such effects were too different for a single spell to achieve them all at the same time, but by combining 2 or more of them, Zavra's arsenal was nigh limitless. Lith's blue eye blazed in the night, incapable of overriding the powerful will infused in the spells, yet domination still managed to dispel them by consuming as much mana as Zavra did to weave them together. What? The lost Magus had no idea what domination or spirit magic was. Each one of Lith's impossible skills would have left a lesser mage paralyzed in shock. "Are you some kind of demon out of a fairy tale?" Zavra said, almost guessing the truth. Lith roared again as war clashed against Whale, producing a shockwave that would have made the ceiling of the building where the Magus has set up his ambush crumble if not for the powerful barriers protecting the city. The longer and heavier staff deflected the angry blade, even though Zavra wielded it with only one hand, using the other to punch at Lith's throat with the same strength that had allowed him to foil the Tiamat's attacks time and time again. Tynan Zavra had given up on many things to pursue his revenge, including his humanity. Tired of fighting a lonely battle without allies nor a haven, the moment the war against the invading undead from Giera had started, he had joined the undead courts. His bright violet core had quickly reached its blood core equivalent, and undeath had given him many gifts that had multiplied after the lost Magus had accepted to become one of Night's chosen. The crystal prism that now beat in Zavra's chest allowed the horseman to share his abilities as a blood warlock, while to him it gave immunity to darkness magic and the same abilities of his fellow chosen. On top of his bloodline skills, Zavra now also had the strength of a Draugr, the regenerative abilities of a ghoul, and the piercing shriek of a banshee. None of them used mana, making them immune to the arrays that protected Valoran. Lith's left fist intercepted the lost Magus's right, shattering the undead's bones and ripping through his flesh up to the elbow. What? Zavra sounded like a broken record, yet he had no other way to express how confused and surprised he felt. His dodge and counter routine would have worked on Lith if he hadn't seen it used with much greater mastery by Jakraback and Lightkeep. Compared to the Emerald Dragon's surgical strikes and centuries of experience, the god of murder looked clumsy and amateurish. To make matters worse, the base body of the Blood Warlock was that of a human, whereas Lith was a Tiamat. Under his human skin lay a body mass of several tons that, along with his inhuman speed, gave to each of his fists the energy of a speeding train. Chapter 1476, Lost Magus, Part 2. Fuck! Zavra used the power of the Draugr chosen to grow in size and close the gap in mass between them, while he conjured the undead equivalent of life Maelstrom from his own blood core. Lith couldn't use his full size without losing his equipment, but he had no need for it. Usually, full guard's aura would be a problem since it betrayed its user and revealed the position of its caster from a distance. Yet for someone who had worked really hard to go unnoticed, it was the worst nightmare. The blue aura coupled with Lith's roars was a beacon in the darkness of the night that revealed their position to anyone who wasn't blind, deaf, and dumb. "My baby, you've killed my baby." Orion's voice came out akin to the snarl of a wounded beast from the griffin-shaped armor as he put all of his weight behind the lunge of his longsword. "Please, both my armor and whale have grown with me. The attack of a mere human can't." Ignoring Orion was the first and last mistake that Zavra did that night. His assessment of the situation was, in theory, correct. The Royal Fortress armor was made of Davros, but due to its small size and to Blood Maelstrom empowering Zavra's adamant armor, Orion's attack was nothing more than a mosquito bite. Alas, each Royal Fortress armor wasn't just made of Davros. It was made of tons of highly compressed Davros that gave its wearer the same mass of an Emperor beast and the mobility of a dragonfly thanks to gravity magic imbued in the metal that worked akin to fusion magic. The Royal Fortress armor wasn't just an artifact, it was a Guardian's artifact. Orion's attack pierced through the boosted adamant and flesh alike, turning Zavra's left lung into mincemeat. Had the lost Magus not moved his heart away from its original position, the fight would have been over. Lith exploited the shockwave, and the surprise that the massive wound created to throw War right inside the already regenerating hole in the Blood Warlock's chest. The angry blade unleashed all of its skills at the same time, making the flesh rot in its wake. Zavra screamed in pain as the World Mirror ability hijacked his mana, and counterflow reversed the regeneration into decay. At the same time, War dug through the flesh like a mole, searching for the undead's heart. "Dogs of the kingdom, 2 against 1 and fighting only by using dirty tricks. You cowards don't deserve your powers," the Blood Warlock said. "Cowards," Orion roared with such a might that it overshadowed the voice of the giant. "You killed a little girl from the shadows, my little girl. If I'm a dog, then you are a cockroach that fears the light." A violet aura erupted from Orion's body as he activated his Tier 5 spell, Urna's Full Guard. It was based on the same spell that Juria Urnas had used to aid Valoran in battle, but it had also been enhanced by her descendants who had made it stronger with each generation during the last millennium. In the form that Juria Urnas had originally planned, Full Guard not only didn't have a fixed range, making its area of effect depend on the user's power and skill, but also it gave her perfect spatial awareness. Full Guard allowed its caster to know the exact position of their enemies, of their allies, of the ongoing spells, and to blink without the need to look. Inside the boundaries of the spell, an Urnas had the same abilities of a rare dimensional mage, and they could move wherever their presence was required. The version that Orion used, instead, covered the space around him for 20 meters, 66 feet, and allowed him to imbue Orion's spells with the dimensional coordinates of everything that Full Guard perceived. Urna's Full Guard not only turned all kinds of magic into homing spells that could pinpoint even a speck of dust without any focus on Orion's side, but also stacked the willpower infused, making them much harder to dominate. Alas, Orion didn't know spirit magic and couldn't bypass the arrays that protected the capital, but he had the next best thing. The Royal Fortress armor used holograms to project an interface to its user, listing all the spells imbued in the armor, the number of times they could be used, and even which ones were not available due to the presence of arrays. Orion controlled the interface with his mind, fighting with the same ability of an awakened Violet Cord individual that could cast their spells while moving. The only things that the Royal Fortress armor couldn't provide him were spirit magic and breathing techniques. Orion and Lith attacked at the same time from opposite sides, forcing Zavra to focus on the much more dangerous grieving father. He blocked Orion's sword with his staff and used the Banshee's scream to get rid of Lith. The power of the undead bloodline generated a powerful shockwave that would have burst Lith's eardrums if not for the adamant of the Scalewalker armor protecting him. The vibrations of the attack sent Lith flying and reverberated through his bones, making it hard for him to control his body. Yet it didn't affect his mind, and unlike Orion, Lith was a true awakened. He and Solus unleashed their Tier 5 twin spirit spell, Primordial Roar, that they had reverse-engineered after watching Scarlet the Scorpicore use it several times. An Hexaelemental spell was still too much for either of them to use it on their own, but now they were together. Usually, Solus would have used most of her focus to study the opponent, their equipment, and their spells. She would have also studied their ally to grasp the secrets of Orion's strength. Now, however, her pain and grief matched Lith's, reinforcing each other in a constant loop that had turned them into bloodthirsty monsters. They barely cared for covering the primordial roar with flames to hide its spirit magic nature. The mix of cold and vibration slowed down Zavra's movements, while the ice and earth aspects of the spell conjured spikes that pierced through his body while darkness at it inside out. The Blood Warlock had to call upon the powers of Night's prism to survive, conjuring a thick layer of darkness magic to save his hide. Yet the sight of the magical relic only furthered Lith's rage, making him summon the demons of the darkness. He didn't call them himself, but used war to do it. His bond with the blade allowed Lith to continuously flood it with power, making the demons burst out of the angry blade that was still digging through Zavra's flesh in search of his heart. The demons spread like a disease, clawing and biting at their enemy, while War's skills kept the regenerative abilities that the lost Magus borrowed from the ghoul from working. Seeing Lith's spell filled Orion with awe and snapped him out of his frenzy. How could he conjure such a powerful attack despite the arrays blocking most of the elements, he thought. How can he possibly fly without magic? Can Lith really have once again upgraded his armor? His scientific curiosity lasted for less than a second before grief took over his mind once again. Yet this time, Orion's fury was cold. Chapter 1477, Lost Magus, Part 3. Instead of charging forward like a wounded beast, Orion imbued the Royal Fortress armor's spells that he couldn't use because of the arrays into his sword, which in turn converted them into golden beams of light. The weapon had been developed with the combined efforts of royal forgemasters, alchemists, and even Manohar, allowing its user to convert any kind of spells into sunlight. It was the kingdom's ultimate weapon for the war against the undead, and even against Balker, in the case that he ever made his return. "Hide from this, vermin!" Orion yelled as a hail of golden rays pierced Zavra's body, turning it into Swiss cheese. The beams punctured the undead's heart, but due to its humongous size, the wounds were far from lethal. "Prepare to die, you moron!" Zavra had no time to lose and activated the Blood Warlock's version of the Leviathan's bloodline power, Blood Tide. Thanks to Night's prism borrowing the powers of several undead and their respective elemental affinities, Zavra was capable of using all the elements in their true magic form akin to a true mage. Due to him having been recently turned, the lost Magus had no idea how to use true magic, but he still needed the full elemental affinity to unleash the true power of Guardian's skills. That way, Blood Tide stripped the area around him of the world energy down to the last bit, releasing it a split second later in the form of a hexa-elemental tidal wave, instead of just the two elements that blood witches were attuned to. Suddenly, Lith's and Orion's spells stopped working due to the lack of world energy. The demons faded because there was no darkness to draw upon, the golden rays lacked the light element, and the resulting shockwave from Blood Tide damaged the roof. If not for Lith's ability to fly on his own, he would have been sent far away as it had just happened to Orion, and Zavra would have had an easy time running away. Damn it, I really didn't want to use Blood Tide. The lost Magus, though. On the one hand, I'm finally healing and the arrays don't bother me anymore. On the other hand, until the world energy returns, my equipment is akin to scrap metal. I don't have the time to cast a blood warp, and blood blinks consume too much life force. Why did neither Darius nor Orpal warn me about this monster? The repeated use of the bloodline abilities of the Guardians had taken a heavy toll on the lost Magus, who was now running on fumes. Unfortunately for him, both Lith's wings and spirit magic didn't need Maugre's help to work. Now that all forms of magic had been denied, the fight depended solely on the physical prowess of the contestants. It was the reason why Feniger didn't use his Doom Tide against Tyrus, and why Dusk didn't bestow the power of such ability upon his undead army. The Griffin's physical prowess outmatched that of the Leviathan, while the resulting shockwave, if not properly used, would have slaughtered the undead army. Lith charged the Tier 4 spirit spell, Piercing Explosion, inside of his own body and dived inside the still open hole in Zavra's chest before releasing it. Solus cast her own, doubling the damage and bringing the lost Magus to his knees. Without world energy to fuel it, the prism couldn't defend him from the darkness generated by Lith's and Solus's mana cores. How can he still move? Why does this wound hurt so much? I'm an undead. I'm not supposed to feel pain anymore. I'm a fucking Magus. The moment Blood Tide blasted him away, I was supposed to have my opening and run away, Zavra thought in outrage. Alas, reality begged to differ. The alarm had resounded the moment Zavra had killed Quilla, alerting the royal guards. On top of that, having a blue and a violet beacon in the sky made it hard to not spot his position, and the sounds of the battle only shortened the guards' reaction time. A shower of sunlight beams erupted from the weapons of the royal guards that had surrounded the area, cutting off every possible escape route. They had taken their time to aim and launch an attack that wouldn't harm their allies. His final thoughts weren't of the nobles he hated or of those who had killed him. Zavra couldn't stop thinking about Orpal's crazy laughter after reading Darius's request, about how instead of turning it down, he had accepted, claiming that it would be his congratulations present for his little brother. The lost Magus disappeared in a burst of light as his undead body quickly turned into ashes. War had quelled its hunger in the flesh and blood of its enemy, and Quilla was avenged. Yet aside from the weapon, everyone considered such a victory as hollow as their hearts were. Gianni's cries of grief as she bawled her eyes out was the only sound that broke the silence of that peaceful night. Space. It took Gianni but a few minutes to regain her cool and 2 days to arrange the funeral for her lost daughter. During that time, Falul held no lesson and grieved in the loneliness of her lair, feeling as if she had failed Cedra first and now even her apprentice. Lith barely spoke, eating solely when Alina forced him to. Solus suffered in silence, refusing to take a humanoid form, even that of a stone doll. I wanted a family and to have friends for so long, yet everyone I care about dies. Am I cursed? Did my mother did something so horrible that every one of her works is tainted by misfortune? She thought over and over. If only I practiced spirit magic more, I would have instinctively used spirit blink instead of blink, bypassed the arrays, and saved Quilla. Lith ruminated his alleged mistakes, failing to consider the truth. Falul had failed as well, but even if either of them didn't, the council would have wanted their heads for showing spirit magic to humans. Even if the council absolved them, they would have revealed to their enemies one of their best trump cards, and Quilla might have died anyway due to her injuries. Lith made Solus feel worse and vice versa, forcing them to stay away from each other as much as they could. Lith didn't have an abomination side anymore, so there was no risk of chaos ravaging his body, yet grief crippled his mind anyway. Surrounded by people that suffered and grieved like him, he didn't feel any better. He couldn't speak or vent with anyone without aggravating their pain. Lith felt as if he was surrounded by wailing ghosts, and he was one of them. Quilla's funeral was held in Valorin's royal cemetery, in the presence of the royals, the Distar couple, and of all Quilla's friends. The blue sky was clear and small birds chirped, uncaring for the sad event taking place below them. On Magur, people didn't wear black for funerals. They just had to avoid bright colors. They would wear their high uniform if they had one, or their best clothes to give their loved ones the last farewell. Lith was glad to see that Morok wasn't there. He didn't feel like putting up with any of the tyrant's usual tomfooleries. Also, he was even more glad to see that Camilla was there. Despite the passing of time, Orion was still so broken that he burst into tears from time to time, needing Gianni's help just to not fall onto his knees. Gianni's face, instead, was back being a stone mask that betrayed no emotion. Chapter 1478, Lost Magus Part 4. The only sign of weakness Gianni allowed herself was to clench Camilla's hand in search of support, to gain the strength she needed to carry the burden of the entire Erna's family. Her children were too distraught to even stand, and needed Gianni to comfort them whenever their eyes fell on the closed casket. Lith envied Gianni, yet he didn't speak nor did he approach Camilla because he was afraid of what might have happened if he lost control in front of so many witnesses. Headmaster Marth spoke first as the man who had been Quilla's professor, mentor, and the one who had given her first job as assistant professor at the Wit Griffin. Manohar and Vaster were beside him, forming an unusual picture. They had one hand each on either of Marth's shoulders to help him keep his composure. Vaster looked like someone who was inwardly praying for someone to attack him and give him a reason to unleash his full power, yet it was an unlikely event. The royals had brought the Seaful set, and there were so many protections in place that Lith doubted that even one of his Nova spells could put a dent in the barrier surrounding the funeral. As for Manohar, he looked dead serious for the first time since he had fought Dawn. No one needed to punch or restrain the mad professor to keep him from running away or speaking out of place. Seeing him shut up and be civil was beyond amazing, especially considering that he had left his mother home, to not put her into danger. Once Marth was done, Manohar said a few words. Quilla Ernaz was born an orphan, with nothing to her but a name someone else had chosen, and a few clothes that other people had tossed away. Yet she didn't let any of it affect her path in life. Even though she was born amid trash, dressed with trash, and fed with trash to the point of almost dying of malnourishment, she turned what others threw away into a treasure. She picked up the books that others were too stupid to understand and became a self-taught magico first, then a healer, and then she enrolled in the prestigious White Griffin Academy, where even the children of noble and magical bloodlines can only dream to enter. Quilla's life can be summarized with 2 words, magic and will. Will gave her the strength to rise above the dumb masses, while magic gave her the means to fix her life one bit at a time. At the academy, she found more than education. She found friends, a family, and colleagues that loved her. I want to remind all of them that our Quilla didn't die, she has been taken away from us. When I find the person who hired the loser Magus, and I will because I never fail, I pray to the gods that none of you will try to stop me. I hate attending to funerals, and I would hate even more causing another. While Vaster was giving his eulogy, Archmage Darius and some of his most loyal retainers walked near the fringe of the barrier surrounding the funeral site. They all dressed in bright colors as if they were at a party, speaking loudly without a care in the world. They stopped walking for a moment while Darius savored his final victory. Orion's tears, the people's wails, the fury twisting Lith's face, and even Gianni's stone expression were akin to a victory march to him. One of his bodyguards whispered gibberish into his ear, giving the Archmage the pretext to laugh heartily, as if he had heard the best joke on Maugre while looking at his defeated opponents in the eyes. Orion's muscles tensed up, turning into steel as he prepared to launch at Darius's throat, but Gianni clenched his hand and stopped him. "Don't, I can't afford to lose my husband so soon after losing my daughter." She pointed at the many weapons that Darius and his men wore in the hope to use them for self-defense. Lith was armed to the teeth as well, and unlike Orion, he had no one capable of stopping him. Not with Solus enraged as much as he was, feeding him her fury along with images of war shutting Darius up for good. "Don't." Camilla held his right hand as hard as she could, ignoring the awkward feeling that the contact with the stone ring gave her, making her skin crawl. Darius's actions have been utterly rude and tactless, but they are not a crime. If you attack him in front of so many powerful witnesses, you are just going to give him even more spoils of war. After Quilla, he would also take your reputation and have you charged with treason for attempted murder on an Archmage of the kingdom. Camilla looked him straight in the eyes, glad to see that there was no trace of the blackness of Lith's abomination side. "He sent that fucker, and you know it, Kami. Darius has deep ties with the Night Court. He sent them after Floria at the Famer Mines, and Zavra had a fucking black prism in his chest. The 2 things can't be just a coincidence." Lith wanted to snarl, but his voice came out soft, and his grip was gentle rather than furious. That and using her moniker made Camilla's heart skip a beat. Knowing and proving are 2 completely different things. The truth behind the events of the Famer Mines is just hearsay without proof, and Tynan, Zavra was a notorious killer for hire. Maybe Darius paid him, maybe Knight just sent him to screw up your life, or maybe one of Gianni's many enemies, if not all of them, requested his services. "Now that the lost Magus is dead, we will never know the truth," she replied. "I had no way to take him alive, nor any will to do it." Lith replied at the words that sounded like an accusation to his ears. "Please don't let your grief twist my words," Camilla said while having a hard time keeping her conflicting emotions in check and not bursting into tears. She knew and liked Quilla a lot, but now Gianni and Lith needed her more than she needed to cry. Stopping a Magus is something that usually requires an army. Stopping an undead Magus fueled by a horseman is the stuff of legends. You survived the encounter, avenged our friend, and put an end to Zavra's threat. It's more than than anyone could ask. I was just pointing out how good Darius is at covering his tracks. He planned Quilla's murder just like he planned his coming here right now, when everyone is at their weakest. Best case scenario, some of us fall into a frenzy and he ruins them. Worst case scenario, he still gets the fun of flaunting his victory knowing that there's nothing we can do to him. Yet. Camilla clenched her fist, wishing for a bolt of lightning to strike Darius. What happened instead was a tall albino figure covered in eyes and adamant that charged at Darius's group from their blind side, unleashing a hail of ice, thunder, and darkness. Morak wasn't in the first rows because Quilla's parents despised him, and he didn't want to cause them any more trouble. Chapter 1479, Fathers and Son, Part 1. Morak had been grieving as much as Lith, blaming himself for quitting the army and losing the right to attend the gala. The young tyrant also blamed himself for being too weak, for being non-awakened, and for letting the second person on Maugre he truly cared about die a dog's death. So once Darius had appeared, spreading salt on his wounds with mockery on top, Morak had lost it. The good thing about being an emperor beast was that all tyrants looked identical to humans. The good thing about having no tie anymore with the kingdom was that even if someone recognized him, he had nothing to lose. Alas, his strength and fury were nothing compared to strategy and planning ahead. Darius had prepared his defenses so that they could handle Lith and Orion at the same time, let alone an angry beast. The barriers stopped the onslaught of spells, making Morak lose the advantage that the ambush was supposed to give him, yet he still managed to get close enough to strike with his twin battle hammers. "Are you having fun yet, fucker?" The right hammer crushed both the shield and the arms of the first bodyguard, the left sent the face of the second mercenary flying on the grass, and the eyes sucked all the magic in, neutralizing the protections that Darius had set up. "Is that?" Orion asked amid sniffles, without moving a muscle to help his fellow archmage. "One of our friends?" Freya stopped sobbing long enough to cheer for Morak and point out the weak spots of the enemy formation. "Good lad, I wish that Quilla dated someone with a spine like him instead of that Morak." Orion nodded, hoping to see Darius's head crushed under the battle hammers like a watermelon. Unfortunately, the third and fourth bodyguard blocked the tyrant's arms while the archmage unleashed the Tier 5 battle mage spell, Needle Storm. One ray of ice and darkness came out from each of his fingers, accompanied by countless small darts guided by Darius's will that cut off every possible escape route. The rays hit Morak at point-blank range, without giving him the time to absorb them into his eyes and making him cough out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, if not for Master Adjutor's Wormguard armor I would have died on the spot. I need to get away from here," Morak thought. Death didn't scare him as much as the thought of dying before his hated enemy, as the thought of becoming another notch on Darius's winning record. Morak managed to use the mercenaries as shields against the rays, but the archmage didn't pull his punches. They were hired muscle, not friends. Darius could always hire more. To make matters worse, the royals couldn't stand idly any longer and had sent the royal guards to help their loyal subject. "Goodbye and good riddance, fucker." The tyrant sucked the hail of spells through his eyes at great personal cost and pain, but it gave him the opportunity to fire them back all at once, blasting Darius away. It also created a smokescreen that allowed him to blink away to safety, and then open a warp back to his master's lair with a device that Adjutor had prepared in the case. Morak pulled one of his stunts. "Kid, I barely finished crafted that thing and it's already a broken mess. What am I supposed to do with you?" The Drake took off his giant gold-rimmed glasses to look the tyrant in the eyes. He resembled an oversized lizard covered in sapphire-blue scales with a huge white horn coming out of his snout. Adjutor wasn't short-sighted. It was just books being so damn small and paper too expensive to have tomes of a size suitable for a Drake. "You can help me to awaken," Morak said after closing the gate and making sure that no one could follow him. "Are you insane?" Adjutor was so used to say those words to the young tyrant that now he considered them a proper conversation starter. "After I awaken, I can use spirit magic to bypass Darius's arrays." Morak ignored his mentor and kept daydreaming. "Then, thanks to my newfound strength, I'll kill his bodyguards before taking my time with him. I'll tear Darius limb from limb, leaving his heads for last." The image made the Drake shudder, glad that his gonads were protected by thick scales harder than orichalcum. "I'll rip his fucking skull and turn it into a chamber pot so that even in death his head will be full of shit like when he was alive," Morak said while panting. The healing spells and his furious rant had left him breathless. "Okay, first what, second the fuck? No one awakens because of a girl they dated once. Is your revenge really worth risking your life? You're a blue core for Ligaan's sake. Awakening now would be very dangerous for several reasons. Your core is too powerful, your body is a mess. Nothing that a breath of invigoration can't fix," Morak cut him short. "It's called foresight and it's my breathing technique, runt. As I was saying, you are a mess even in the mind. There is no way for you to survive awakening as you are, even if Magur decides to help you," Adjutor said. "That's why I'm asking for your help. I know you have a bloodline legacy that would increase my survival chances. I'm sure that Magur will make the process easy because she pestered me all the time while I was inside the fringe," Morak replied. "If this stupid planet wanted to kill me, there are easier ways than inducing me to commit suicide by awakening." "You would be right if this was a fringe." Adjutor sighed deeply while pinching his snout to fight back the massive headache that talking sense into his apprentice usually caused him. Look, I'm not saying that your idea is crazy, even if it is, just to lay down and rest. I want you to have a clear mind before taking such a big decision. You can still kill Darius without awakening if you keep training and wait for the right moment. Besides, the moment you awaken, your father will get here, and that's not a meeting you're looking forward to. Correct. The Drake reminded the tyrant about the tracking spell embedded in his life force that Gleemos had marked his son with. Correct, Morok nodded. He's the second person I hate the most after Darius. Then we are on the same page. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Besides, learning spirit magic is not easy, and I never offered to. Thank you for everything, Master Adjetor. Morok cut the Drake short and gave him a deep bow. Then he took a deep breath, followed by another. Morok had learned the secret of awakening back inside the fringe. He had simply refused to use it until that moment because he was too scared of dying or to become like Lith. Something so powerful that no human could relate to him anymore. Being at the academy, in the army, and becoming a feudal lord had all been unpleasant experiences to Morok. Even back when he was still partially human, everyone had treated him as a monster. Students, fellow soldiers, even his suitors after he had become a baron, they all looked at him as if he was either a rabid beast or something to put on a leash. Chapter 1480, Fathers and Son, Part 2. Quilla had been the first person to treat him like the annoying prick he was even after witnessing his skills. The first person to stand up to him despite being puny and weak. The first person that not only had treated him the same after discovering he was a tyrant, but she had also accepted to go on a date with him. Quilla had been the first human to treat the tyrant like a human, something that not even his own mother had been willing to. Sure, beasts always acted friendly to him, but they were too detached, incapable of giving Morok the warmth he so desperately yearned for. And now she was gone, leaving him alone again. "You stupid son of an asshole," Adjetor said as a golden pillar descended from the sky, engulfing the tyrant to ease the burden that awakening inflicted upon someone with a blue core. Morok had trained his whole life, and his body was stronger than that of any human. Yet the impurities amassed inside of him over the years now clogged his mana flow, causing his limbs to bloat, and then burst just to be reassembled again by his newfound breathing technique. The density of world energy inside the pillar was so great that the Drake needed all of his might to slowly move against the flow and reach his disciple. Morok's sixth eye was already opened, and along with the other five, it shot beams of world energy non-stop to reduce the strain on his body. If not for such bloodline ability, he would have been already dead, yet it wasn't enough. The wounded body, twisted mind, and grieving soul didn't allow the tyrant to have the necessary focus to handle the process properly. His body suddenly bloated from head to toe, ready to explode beyond recovery. Then Adjetor took the small tyrant into his hands and activated Foresight. It destroyed the biggest impurities, reducing them to a size that Morok could handle while also mending and strengthening his body. "Well, that's new," the Drake said once the awakening was over and the pillar had disappeared. Morok's body wasn't white anymore. Under the light of the cave, now it shone akin to a precious gem due to the glistening rainbow-colored scales that covered him. "Also, that's something you weren't supposed to see, kid," a voice said, forcing Adjetor to turn around. Gleemos the tyrant looked like a man in his mid-20s, about 1.83 meters 6 tall, with thick golden hair and ice-blue eyes. He had a lean, almost effeminate build that made him look even taller and handsome features. "Thanks for taking care of my son until now. I'll handle the rest from here." "Hold your dragons," Adjetor stood in front of the tyrant, blocking his path. "You abandoned him back when he was just a child. You ignored Morok his whole life, and now, in his darkest hour, I should entrust him to you." He was small, weak, and ugly. Gleemos' upper lip curled up in disgust while pointing his slender finger at his son that had reverted into his human appearance. "He would have just been a burden to me." Adjetor choked on his answer as a fury that dwarfed Morok's built up in his gut. "I had no time to spoil a brat, and he needed to become strong in order to be useful," Gleemos said. "Useful?" Adjetor echoed with eyes wide open that brimmed with violet mana. "Now stand aside. You didn't awaken him, hence you're not his rightful master. By the laws of the council, you have no authority over him. To you, my son is just a stray mutt you picked up out of pity, whereas I'm his father." "A mutt," the Drake growled. "My blood flows inside his veins. I've given Morok life, and it's time I also give him a purpose. He can't waste his talents just to avenge some broad who—" A mighty roar and a double sledgehammer fist cut Gleemos short, squashing him like a bug. The ground below his feet had turned into a 3 meters, 10, deep crater despite the arrays protecting the cave. I'll overlook your foolishness because you clearly care for the boy. Glimos shrugged off the fists with a flick of his hand, revealing that the attack had failed to even crumple his designer clothes. Now step aside before I make you agitator. A bright violet aura erupted from his body as 2 eyes appeared on his palms, 2 on his shoulders, and the remaining 2 took the place of his human eyes. The drake was flabbergasted and stood on his hind legs in surprise. Then he started to giggle like a little girl, before turning his laughter into a maniacal cackling. Do you have any idea who I am, old man? Ajatar's body turned from blue to white as the world energy flooded it, giving his horn an eerie glow. How dare you coming into my home, ordering me around and talking like that about my apprentice? I know who you are. You are a lesser dragon, a failure to your own species, whereas I can bend the laws of magic to my will. Glimos's eyes burned with the power of the elements, yet Ajatar's laughter only grew louder. I may be more of a scholar than a fighter, but I've also written more books than you'll ever read. I know more ways to destroy you than you can imagine. Now clench your teeth and use darkness fusion, because I don't want you to faint from pain while I'm halfway through with you, the drake said. What to you the appearance of all the arrays that had remained inactive, until that point cut Glimos short. He was older and stronger than Ajatar. The tyrant could use domination to turn the drake's own spells against him, yet he was inside Ajatar's home, surrounded by his life's work. On top of that, dragons were calm by nature and not prone to rage. Yet when it happened, when they completely lost it, their fury made even phoenixes think twice before fighting them. Ajatar hushed Morak to not disturb his sleep, before beating Glimos the tyrant into a pulp for so long that the sun set, and rose before he was done with his uninvited guest. Space. The city of Valoran, Quilla's funeral, right after Morak's escape. That's what I meant, Camilla said while nodding at the bleeding tyrant on the run. Vengeance is born out of the fire of rage, but it has to be served cold to be perfect. Otherwise, it's just a child's tantrum. You're right, thanks for stopping me. Thanks for being here, Lith replied. You don't have to thank me. She held his hand tighter in reply. We may not be together anymore, but I know how much Quilla meant for you and Gianni. She meant a lot to me, too. We even went on vacation together once. Yeah, too bad that it lasted just 1 day before we all got dragged to Larul. Lith chuckled at the memory, and so did Camilla, surprising them both. They had been sniffling until a second back, yet now the pain in their hearts seemed to have become lighter. After the funeral ended, Camilla realized that her hand was still glued to Lith's, and she tried to let go of it. Chapter 1481, Motherly Duties, Part 1. I'm sorry, but I should really go now, Camilla said. Please stay, I don't want to be alone, not now. Lith opened his hand, yet he opposed a tenuous resistance, leaving to her the choice to broke the contact or not. Alone, how? She looked at the stone ring with suspicion. Her mind was now messier than ever. Solace is not a thing. She has her own grief, and in moments like this, we have to sever our link to not let our negative feelings flow into each other until they drown us. Quilla was the first person that approached us back at the academy without a hidden agenda. Solus cared a lot about her, and being unable to attend her funeral in person, to give Quilla a eulogy like everyone else only makes her pain deeper. Thanks to you, I managed to console her at least a bit, Lith replied. He had been sending Solus several happy memories that they shared with Quilla, to remind Solus of the way their friend had lived rather than the image of her disfigured corpse. Thanks, Lith, she half-sobbed and half-laughed while remembering the fiasco of Quilla's first dungeon raid. Thank Camilla for me and bring me home. I don't want to stay in my ring form 1 second longer. Look, I don't want to be rude, but if you want me to stay, we need to go somewhere that's not your house and you have to take her off, Camilla said while never moving her hand. I don't feel like facing your whole family, and I want to make sure that I'm talking only with you. Belias, Lith said. I don't live there anymore. I go to the apartment only between shifts, barely once a week. The place is a mess. Camilla shook her head. We can go to Zinya's. The kids are dying to see you again, and it's close to your home in the case something else happens. Lith tried and failed to perceive the energy signature of the camellia on her, making his heart tighten. She doesn't have it on herself, and she doesn't live in Belias anymore. I guess she must have let it with her. Maybe we are really done, Lith thought. Gianni canceled the wake she had planned after the funeral, sending everyone back to their respective homes. Darius's stunt had nauseated her and brought the rest of the Urna's family on the verge of madness. Her children and husband needed peace, not wasting the little focus they had left entertaining their guests and talking about things that would deepen their wounds. Once they arrived at the gate in the barn, Lith entrusted Solus to Elena, who briefly hugged Camilla before walking away. Elena went to the site of the Mana geyser in the Tron woods, allowing the tower to form so that Solus could finally cry all of her tears while enjoying the soft warmth of a mother's embrace. Her energy body quivered as Solus inwardly thanked Camilla again for having taken Lith away. Solus didn't want him to see her so weak nor to worry about her. "Why am I so frail while you're so strong?" Solus sobbed, holding Elena tight while making sure not to hurt her. "Because you need me to be strong." Elena kissed her forehead while caressing Solus's long golden hair. "Poor child, you've lost so much, yet you have always been so worried about Lith that you never allowed yourself to feel." "What do you mean?" Solus sniffled. "That maybe, as long as you considered yourself just a tower, you lived Lith's life instead of your own. You never had the opportunity to love someone he didn't, to hang out with someone he didn't like," Elena said. "You didn't even try to find out what happened to your mother or what happened to her belongings and relatives. Quilla's death is a terrible event, yet it can be your first opportunity to not worry about him and focus on yourself. There's no abomination side to contain here, no battle to fight, just you and me." She hugged Solus tighter while carrying her to the nearest sofa and covering her with a blanket. "Thank the gods for Lith's lack of imagination. The kitchen is identical to that back home," Elena thought while preparing warm tea with milk. "You did the right thing by leaving Lith's side. Unless you learn how to take care of yourself and to separate your feelings from his, you'll never be your own person. Everyone has the right to be selfish sometimes. It's what makes us human and happy. You can't learn how to share with others if you don't have anything of your own." Elena bit a cookie, almost chipping her teeth. "Did you make these?" "Yes, they are a bit too crunchy, but they are tasty, right?" Solus asked. "More like stone-hard, dear. Not everyone has the maw of a Tiamat or of a tower." Elena threw the cookie, making it bounce on the floor, and yet coming out unscathed from the impact. "Oh gods, I'm so sorry, Elena. Did you get?" "Hush, child, there's no need to apologize." Elena ruffled her hair. "Now drink your tea and bawl your eyes out. We can worry about your cooking skills later." "Can you teach me?" Solus rested her head on Elena's womb as exhaustion finally caught up with her, making her eyes droopy. "Of course, what's a mother for?" Elena said, obtaining a loud snore in reply. For the first time since the day Quilla had died, Solus's mind was finally at peace. "Space. I'm back, Zin. We have a guest," Camilla said while walking through the door. "Welcome back, Uncle Lith. We've missed you a lot. Where have you been?" Frey and Philia said while hugging him with joy. "I'm really sorry, kids." Lith swallowed his grief and did his best to put a smile on his face while he ruffled their hair. "Aunt Kami and I had a bit of an argument, so I had to give her some space." Zinnia turned around from the stove to glare at him, her eyes reduced to slits filled with doubt and suspicion. "But she's at work for most of the day, whereas you're still unemployed. Why didn't you visit during office hours?" Lilia, the oldest of the two siblings, asked. "Because I was scared of your mother," he honestly replied, making the two kids chuckle. Visiting the kids meant visiting Zinnia, and she would have asked me questions that I can't answer, he thought. "An archmage is afraid of Mom." Frey looked at his mother with renewed respect. "Don't worry, Uncle Lith, she's harmless. The worst she can do is to fatten you as she did with Volgun and Brionac." He pointed at the two magical beasts that lay at Zinnia's feet with their exposed bellies, in the hope to either be pity-fed or at least catch any ingredient that slipped off her hands. "He has a point, though," Philia said with a pensive face that was adorable in a 10-years-old girl. "Even Uncle Zogger is an archmage and he's afraid of Mom. He often runs away for no reason. She must have some secret skill." Normally, Zinnia would have blushed at her daughter mentioning how Vaster left the moment things got too romantic for his taste, but the chaos in her mind kept her from showing any emotion that wasn't silent reproach. Chapter 1482, Motherly Duties, Part 2. Zinnia had imagined that moment countless times, preparing long-winded speeches to nail Lith to the wall and demand an explanation for making her little sister suffer. Yet the moment she stood in front of him and saw his extended hand, all she could do was push it away and hug him like a long-lost brother. No matter how angry she was at him, Zinnia couldn't forget that Lith was the first man she had ever seen. He was the one that had given sight to her, love to her sister, and to both of them more happiness during the past 3 years than they had for their whole life. Even if Lith and Camilla ended up not marrying, Zinnia would never stop considering him an irreplaceable member of her family. We all missed you, dummy, she said, putting emphasis on all and refusing to let go until he returned the embrace. I'm really sorry for your loss. I never knew Quilla, but I heard a lot about her from Kami. Thank you, Zinnia. Your words mean the world to me, Lith said while checking her up with invigoration just like he had done earlier with the kids. Thanks to Vaster, they were as fit as a fiddle. Their bodies now contained so few impurities that Zinnia seemed to age backward, and the kids would grow into beautiful youths. You two look like you could use some spicy tea and some cookies. Zinnia didn't wait for their opinion and put the kettle on the stove while taking the adult spice, also known as whiskey, from a cabinet too high for the kids to reach. Thanks, I'm sorry for coming here empty-handed, but it was a last-minute decision, Lith said while taking a bowl and several ingredients out of his pocket dimension. This should make up for my rudeness and be ready at the same time as the tea. The kids stared in awe at the spatula mixing the milk, eggs, sugar, cream, powdered chocolate, and vanilla by itself, while water magic slowly turned them into ice cream. No one in the house qualified even as a magico, so they considered the simplest trick akin to a small miracle. When the tea was ready, Lith gave a hearty serving to everyone while Zinnia poured the whiskey in the cups. The magical beasts barked and meowed respectively, desperate to get their due, yet the lord of the house was adamant about their diet. The contrast between the cold of the ice cream and the hotness of the tea complemented each other, giving the reunion that sweet kick that it needed. Zinnia felt as if it had been yesterday that the Verhens and the Yavels had been one big family. After running out of small talk with the kids about his latest adventures, Lith projected a movie for them while hushing the space around the fireplace to allow the grown-ups to speak freely. I'm so sorry that you had to see Quilla die, Zinnia said after Lith had told them about the events that had transpired the night of the gala. The only silver lining in this horrible business is that with the death of the lost Magus, you can stop worrying about those Balker cards. I wish, Lith and Camilla said in unison, making Zinnia wonder for the umpteenth time what could have possibly driven them apart. Zavra wasn't the Balker copycat. Whoever they are, they want to make me suffer, whereas Gianni was the target of this attack. I was just an extra, Lith said. The Balker copycat has always attacked their mark while they were alone and their protections at their weakest, whereas Zavra attacked right after the gala, in the presence of all the royal guards of the kingdom. He had clearly planned for a hit-and-run attack, but my quick response ruined his escape and led to his doom. Zavra wouldn't have had the time to butcher Quilla's corpse nor to write the word present anywhere. On top of that, the lost Magus was specialized in killing people from a distance, without even giving them an opportunity to retaliate. The Balker copycat, instead, always took things up close and personal. After the kill, they even take time preparing the scene so that the first response team sees the corpse first and the message immediately after. They don't want witnesses so much as an audience to impress. To Zinnia, both Zavra and the Balker copycat sounded like madmen who sent shivers down her spine. Hearing Lith speaking of them almost with respect, trying to understand why, and how they performed their murders only made her feel worse. The only real silver lining of this situation is that now Zavra is dead and that the Balker copycat is not Balker. He would always send his cards to his marks, set a date, and then face them head-on all at the same time, Camilla said. He gave them the chance to prepare for the fight or run away, not fearing any amount of manpower or resources that the kingdom would employ. The copycat, instead, attacks one mark at a time, starting from the weakest and working their way up. Who do you think will be the next target? Lith pondered for a while, yet he found no plausible answer. The Erna's household was a fortress. The White Griffin was even stronger, and attacking those like Manohar or Vaster who kept moving freely would have been suicide. Can we please move to something else? Zinnia asked. I'm regretting not staying with the kids and watching the movie. If I hear one more word about murderers, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares tonight. Speaking of nightmares, it's pretty late. You should go back home, Camilla said after noticing how much time had passed from their arrival and how awkward she felt in that situation. For a few hours, speaking of work with Lith in the comfort of her home had made her feel as if nothing had changed between them. It had made her feel relaxed and happy despite the recent tragedy. Yet everything had changed, and pretending otherwise would sooner or later backfire. Sure, before I go, do you mind giving us a bit of privacy, Zin? Lith asked. Sure thing. She went to sit in the hushed zone together with the kids. It was too late to understand the plot of the movie, but the ugly guy who was bound to be the bad guy had been defeated, and the two lovebirds on the screen were about to have their happily ever after. Do you remember what I told you about Lightkeep? Lith asked. How could I forget? Do you mean about the undead, Thrude, Zedros, or the loss of your humanity? Camilla shuddered at the thought that, despite months had passed, it seemed yesterday to her. The undead, sort of. Do you remember what I told you about meeting Ilthin, the firstborn Banshee? Yes, she nodded. Back then, Camilla had laughed at the Banshee's shameless attempt to hit on him, but now something else clicked in her brain. Creatures like her feed upon the unfaithful. Was Ilthin attracted to him because she wanted to corrupt Lith, or because he was already ripe for the taking? Being with two women at the same time was the very definition of unfaithfulness, making Camilla feeling even more cheated on. Chapter 1483, Home Invasion, Part 1. Back then, Ilthin told me something that I treasured deeply, and then she gave me this. Lith handed to Camilla the communication rune business card of the Banshee that he had never used, yet he didn't throw it away either. Are you showing off your mad pickup skills, or what? Camilla regretted her choice of words, and the poison they were coated in the moment she heard them coming out of her own mouth, yet it was too late to take them back. Her wounded heart demanded payback, but, in her case, cruelty was a tool pointy at both ends, and it inflicted the same amount of pain to both of them. No, I just want you to have it. Lith flinched at her allegations, but just for 1 second. Maybe if you speak with Ilthin, she'd tell you what she told me. Can't you just repeat her words without the need of a middleman? Camilla took the rune card and stored it away. Let's be honest. You don't trust me much anymore, so anything I say would sound fake, especially since you know how good a liar I am, Lith replied. On top of that, if our wordings are too similar, you might think it's a rehearsed speech. Gods, I had almost forgotten how paranoid you are. Camilla couldn't help but chuckle. These cards are single-use, and I doubt you can force a firstborn to do anything. Anyway, I want to let this be your choice, not mine. Goodbye. Lith left the moment the movie ended. He had followed Nalron's advice while also giving Camilla a tool to dispel her doubts. Back in the tower, after revealing Solus to her, Camilla had chosen to get out of his life. Yet if she still cared about their relationship, she would call Ilthin and maybe choose to be part of it again. Space. Gorgon Empire, the city of Nestamoth, capital of the Empire and current access to Ligoin's lair. Jormung Nidho, also known in the Griffin Kingdom as Jakra the Emerald Dragon, had finally returned home after over 2 months of wandering and 500 years of imprisonment. Right after leaving the Golden Griffin, he had thought about going straight to his siblings, but that would have meant breaking his word to Thrude and, more importantly, endangering the baby's life. Now, however, the pregnancy had almost come to term, and Jakra couldn't hold back any longer. Training alone to master his abilities as an awakened, and searching for a way to obtain the violet core kept his mind busy, but only until invigoration lost its effectiveness. When exhaustion forced him to stop and rest, Jakra's sleep was haunted by the memories of the centuries he had spent inside the Golden Griffin, and of the months he had been a prisoner of his own body at Thrude's service. He had come to fear sleep more than death because while the latter would give him peace, the former tortured his mind and body, making him regret having left Thrude's side. While under the slave spell, at least he would sleep like a baby, not only because the forbidden magic forced him to, but also because there was some sort of relief in knowing that none of his actions were actually his responsibility. With freedom, instead, also came the burden of the consequences of his actions, and the regret for the lives that he had been forced to take. After one restless night too many, and having come too close to taking his own life, Jakra had chosen to go to the only person who might understand his situation without judging him. Ligoin, the father of all dragons, the Lord of Wisdom, and more importantly, his father. Dad, he asked while knocking on one of the many back doors of the lair that Ligoin always prepared in the case something happened. Can I come in? The door opened and closed by itself the moment Jakra stepped through it. Well, 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 the prodigal son returns. Have you finally come back to your senses, or is this some kind of elaborate form of suicide? Ligoin asked. He was in his dragon form, a creature covered in black scales so big that the only way to see his full figure was to look at him from a few hundred meters of distance. I'm surprised you didn't bring your girlfriend or at least reinforcements. Aren't you going to introduce me to my grandson? Ligoin's words oozed spite and sarcasm, yet they were meant solely to vent the pain that Jormung had inflicted upon his wounded fatherly heart. So when the Emerald Dragon fell onto his knees, begging for Ligoin's help while sobbing like a hatchling, the Lord of Wisdom's rage disappeared. His heart only ached more as soul vision revealed the pitiful state his beloved son was in. To his mystical senses, Jormund looked like a dragon whose scales had been ripped off with a rusty knife. His pink skin bled nonstop, and it was almost invisible under the many scars that covered the entirety of his body. His eyes were lifeless, and his spirit broken to the point of being almost beyond saving. Almost? Who dared to do something like this to my son? Ligon took Jormund amid his huge hands, forcing him to revert into an emerald dragon. Jormund was still so small compared to Lord of Wisdom that Ligon could rock him like a baby while searching for external wounds with his breathing technique, Worldkeeper, finding none. I did it to myself, Jormund said amid sobs. I was so stupid as to. Hush, child, you don't have to shoulder your burden alone. From now on, I will be with you. Ligon used a mind link to share his son's memories, gaining a clear understanding of everything the Guardian had witnessed during Scarlet's tribulation. A slave spell, an army of awakened. Magur Almighty, what have you done? Ligon blurted out in surprise. Yet the Emerald Dragon didn't reply, lost in the first pleasant dream he had since requiring his freedom. Between the almighty protection of his father's embrace and having shared his anguish with someone who could understand him, Jakra's mind was finally at peace. Space. Grand Duchy of Daris, the capital city of Temshin, Daris' household, at the same time when Lith left Zinya's home. With only 2 generations of wealth behind him, there was only so much that Velan Daris could make to ensure the safety of his home. All households had to start from the most basic arrays and add more powerful formations on top of them as soon as they could afford them. Until the mid-tiers, the arrays were basically standard equipment, something that all households had in common with minuscule variations. Only the higher-tiered magical formations could be custom-made based on their master's wishes. It was the reason why the small figure donned in black had no trouble avoiding the guards, managed to not trigger any of the alarms that she knew like the back of her hand, and even to pick the magical lock of a window without the arrays noticing her presence. Today you crossed a line that you shouldn't have, Daris. Assassin Gianni Erna's thought while she navigated through the mansion with ease thanks to the blueprints that she had spent weeks memorizing down to the smallest detail. Chapter 1484, Home Invasion, Part 2. I won't stand you making my whole family suffer, nor will you force my daughters to spend the rest of their lives in hiding. You're about to discover that you're not the only one who made good use of these last few months. I've spent countless hours planning how to take you out once and for all, preparing for every possible contingency. I would have liked to have a bit more time, but I can't delay it any longer. I must act before Orion does something stupid. Your act of defiance at the cemetery forced my hand, Daris, and now you'll pay the price for your foolishness. She had entered from the most recent, and also the least protected wing of the house, moving towards the most secure areas only after scanning the arrays surrounding her with devices that Gianni was supposed to use solely as an archon. Between her Featherwalker armor and the many weapons she wore, Lady Erna's was confident in taking down even an archmage, but she needed to play it smart. She couldn't afford to be detected nor letting Daris understand what was happening until it was too late. Killing someone as powerful and influential as Daris was akin to setting up several domino tiles. She needed to make sure that they would fall in the correct sequence so that the ensuing investigation would clear her household and have no long-term consequences. Any other outcome would have led the Erna's household to fall soon after the Daris, and that Velan's death would have been a hollow victory. The Daris household was already on the decline, with his ties to the royal court severed, no heir to take its reins, and its lands ready to be redistributed the moment the current lord died. Archmage Velan Daris had nothing to live for except for his revenge. He was a dead man walking, ready to drop his own corpse in the Ernaz's well to poison their waters and bring them down with him. Gianni instead had a thriving archduchy, several children with a bright future ahead, and a husband she loved that she wanted to die of old age. So, unless she perfectly completed her task, it would have been Velan's victory. To make matters worse, Gianni had to act quickly, before grief drove Orion mad and he ruined everything she had prepared. It was one of the reasons why she had been forced to hasten her plans. It was only a matter of time before her husband killed Daris and got executed for treason. Gianni Erna's had several royal pardons saved, but they couldn't be used to clear crimes punishable with the death penalty. Thanks to the night goggles Orion had crafted for her, Gianni moved quickly through the empty corridors and servants' passages, stopping solely to avoid patrolling guards or to let her device scan her surroundings for traps and arrays. Yet it took her over 1 hour to cover the few hundred meters that separated the window from Velan's living quarters. Once she finally lay eyes on his familiar gold-painted double door, Gianni made the device perform a triple scan while she double-checked her equipment and prepared for the worst. I wish I could have brought Daito along, but I'm the only person for whom Orion violates the kingdom's rules about royal forgemastery. He crafted for me artifacts meant solely for special ops units that should require the royal seal even to be used, she thought. Once everything was ready and charged, she moved to the door and touched it with a small sphere that unleashed the Tier 4 forgemastering spell, Clean Slate. The mixed pulse of light and darkness opened the magical lock, while also disabling all protections on the door. The spell caused any artifact to temporarily lose its imprint, making Gianni's hand akin to that of their master. She slowly turned the handle that opened with a soft click, stopping for a few seconds to make sure that no one moved, talked, or even breathed nearby the door. The devices Orion had prepared for her were beyond illegal, but neither spouse cared. Once Gianni made sure that no guard nor concubine was inside the room, she slipped in and closed the door before its enchantment started to work again and detected the intruder. Her black suit covered her from head to toe, leaving exposed nothing but her eyes. To be safe, she had even shaved her hair and eyebrows to make sure that she would leave no trace of her passage. It wasn't just Gianni having no care for appearances, but she could also always ask Manohar to regrow them later. She had taken 4 gods of the kingdom as allies, and each one of them played an invaluable role in her plan. Gianni reached Darius's bed, where he slept alone with an obnoxious smile on his face, probably dreaming about Quilla's death and her funeral. Yet she bid her time, letting the device scan the arrays in the room, her target, and even the walls for hidden passages or reinforcements. Only once Gianni made sure that no one was around, and that the person in the bed really was Velan Darius, not just a body double, did she move to the bedside. Her left hand covered Darius's mouth, while the right held an enchanted poison knife that pierced both of his eyes and heart in quick succession. A skull was hard, whereas eyes were soft and led straight to the brain. She took no pleasure in such a quick and painless job, but family came first. Her gloved hand muffled Velan's yelps of agony, as the knife kept moving non-stop with ruthless efficiency. What the fuck, she thought as Velan's hands grabbed her own, and a huge smile appeared on his face. Gianni, it's a pleasure to see you. His pajamas shapeshifted into a deep blue archmage robe as his eyes and chest regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, making his words more than a pun. You're a bit late, though. Velan only needed a small flick of his wrists to break both of her arms and make Gianni drop the knife. I was starting to worry that you wouldn't come anymore, and that I had to poke that big dumb oaf of your husband again. She tried to activate some of Orion's emergency measures, but the arrays of the house obeyed their master, and suppressed her artifacts with the sheer pressure of the world energy coming from the hundreds of violet crystals that fueled the magical formations. How did you know I would come, and how can you still be alive? Gianni replied, while kicking him square in the chest with the strength of a mule. Darius crashed against the wall, yet he suffered no damage. He moved as lithe as a cat, returning in front of her so quickly that all Gianni managed to see while his punch cracked her sternum and ribs was a blur. You mean, how could I not know? I paid the Night Court an insane amount of money to make sure that you witnessed the death of your beloved daughter just like you did for my Uriel. Velan kicked her hard in the chest, turning the cracks into fractures and making Gianni cough out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1485, A Monster's Plan, Part 1. I staged that show during the funeral, mocking you to make your blood boil, and even letting that dumb beast beat me around to give you a false sense of security. Darius ripped Gianni's hood, and was disappointed discovering that she had no hair to pull. Pity, I always loved your hair, and I would have loved even more ripping it off your scalp, he sighed. As for your other question, Zavra wasn't the only one who can strike a deal with a horseman. A black prism appeared from Darius's chest, its perfection framed like a work of art amid the blue of his robe. I'm alive because I'm not human anymore, at least not completely. I'm what the undead call a thrall, I believe. Velan punched Gianni hard in the face, breaking her nose and veiling her eyes with involuntary tears. After losing her dumb siblings, that dumb broad of night is desperate for resources and allies. I've got nothing left in this fucking kingdom, so I'm going to join her immortal army. Worst case scenario, I'll die bringing a lot of people with me. Best case scenario, we win, and I'll piss on your grave every day from now until the sun stops rising. Archmage Darius proceeded to break her fingers one by one, yet Gianni didn't beg nor did she shed a single tear. Do you know what's the best part of all of this? After killing you, your corpse and your precious killing instruments are the proof I need to report the Urna's household for attempted murder on an archmage of the kingdom. After hearing my testimony, the royals will be forced to make an example out of the Urnas, stripping them of most their riches. Losing you so soon after his precious daughter will drove that oaf of Orion insane, and I'm sure that he'll do something stupid that will be the last straw that will break your household's back. You thought that by coming here you would take me by surprise, but this was my plan all along. I'm not content with Quilla's death, she was just the appetizer. My real goal was to lure you here and make sure that the entire Urna's household disappears along with mine. Darius never stopped beating Gianni during his speech, yet aside from a few involuntary yelps, she neither lost her defiant attitude nor begged for mercy. You're taking the fun out of this. Scream for me or I'll kill you, he said. Then kill me, you loser. Gianni spat a lump of blood and saliva in his face. I can't believe you stooped so low as to become a slave for a mad artifact, giving up on your life and on your duchy I can get, but on your humanity. Don't you have any shame? Said the woman who snuck into my home like a thief and tried to kill me in my bed. Velen stomped her chest, making Gianni gurgle blood. Is it you? She half gasped and half said. Lark and Miriam, was it you? No, I just helped. I gave that nutjob everything I had on them and even delivered his warnings to Lark. Working both sides of the fence was hard, but it was worth it. The only problem I have left is that killing your daughter, recruiting a Magus, and getting this thing in my chest cost me everything I had. Night took even the most insignificant things from me, and the only way I have to get them back is by helping her win the war. Nutjob, who are you, T? Another kick in the chest crushed what was left of her bones, along with her heart and lungs. I'm done talking. Darius looked at her body, pitying that in his fury he had forgotten to have his fun with her. He had dreamed about seeing her naked for decades, and now not even undeath could bring her back. Well, I'm not, Gianni said, making Velen flinch in horror. He quickly destroyed her brain as well. To make sure that she couldn't survive even in the case, she had turned herself in an undead as well for the sake of revenge. Who is this guy you mentioned earlier? If you didn't kill Miriam and Lark, then Knight was supposed to be my prime suspect. The corpse kept talking despite not having a brain, a heart, nor showing any sign of regeneration. What the fuck is going on? Velen called upon the arrays of his house to sound the alarm, summon the guards, and vaporize that monstrosity. Yet this time they refused his call. It should be pretty clear at this point. This has never been your trap but mine. This time Gianni's voice came from behind Darius. The huge shadow that the curtains projected in the corner of the room lifted, revealing the Archon in her high uniform. She was wearing a crystal visor and holding a recording device usually used to collect the confessions of criminals. You're alive, what is this thing then? Darius just smiled seeing Gianni's body intact and her luscious golden hair as beautiful as he remembered it. It doesn't matter, I just have to start over, but this time I'll be careful while playing with you. Her curves stretching her uniform in the right places, making his blood rush and his pants bulge. What part of trap you don't understand? The tea or the rap? Gianni said, while a sudden hail of heat rays forced Velen to retreat. Judging from the recovery speed, the nimble movements, and the not dying from being stabbed, I'd say you're about to turn into a ghoul. Manohar, the god of healing, stepped out of the shadows as well, keeping himself right behind Gianni. He wasn't afraid of his fellow archmage, only of the petite woman in front of him. Manohar, that's how you tricked me, and what makes you so confident about your odds of coming out of here alive. That thing was one of his constructs. Velen was glad to waste time speaking since he could use it to cast true magic. No, a construct would have had the wrong warmth, softness, and more importantly, I would have never let Manohar study my body close enough to make a perfect replica. I'm a married lady, after all. Gianni shook her head while blushing like a shy maiden in an act that no one bought. Archmage Darius unleashed one of Knight's personal spells, and a part of their bargain, Slithering Thorn. The Tier 5 battle mage spell exploited the surrounding darkness to generate countless razor-sharp spikes from the very shadows of its marks, hitting them at point-blank range and leaving them no way to dodge. Much to Velen's surprise, the spikes barely poked at the Archon and the mad professor before fading away. What in the great? Slithering Thorn struck at Darius from every side, nailing him to the wall and cutting him short. Using darkness magic against me is unwise, Darius. The shadows burst open, revealing the rest of the group that had been waiting the entire time. Ilium Balker, the blood magus of the desert, had used dominance to turn Darius's spell against its own master. Gianni had brought him because darkness was both the bane of the undead and their strongest weapon. Yet as long as Balker was there, darkness magic would belong only to him, turning any number of powerful undead into lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 1486, A Monster's Plan, Part 2. The traitorous Archmage tried to activate every single one of the arrays that he had developed to defend himself in the case Gianni had one or more aces in the hole, but nothing happened. "Please stop doing that. You're just being pathetic," Zogger Vaster, the god of the battlefield, said as he channeled his mana through his Yggdrasil staff and into the array's network, hijacking them thanks to his High Master's skills. "As I said, this has never been your trap, nor did I ever fall for your trickery. I simply used your plan as a framework for mine so that the more it progressed, the more entangled you got in a web of your own making," Gianni said. "What, how?" Darius said to buy himself some time while he weaved a new spell. He had already called reinforcements via the prism, and until his enemies found his heart's location, he still had a chance. Night herself was rushing there to get even with the mad professor and the god of death for fooling her. "After countless failed attempts to eliminate you from the political scene, I realized that you were too patient and smart to make a stupid mistake that would incriminate yourself and allow me to bring you down by the law," Gianni said. "Once I understood that our battle could go on for years, forcing my family to live inside a cage of fear, I decided that if I couldn't beat you, then I had to let you win. As I predicted, after losing so many battles, the overwhelming victory went to your head. You started to act sloppy, like during the funeral, where you risked your life on the gamble that the royals wouldn't pardon a grieving father. At that point, you only needed one last push to throw yourself in the grave you dug for me. That's why I broke into your house and let you play with my puppet, to either kill you or get a confession that will end this squabble once and for all," Gianni said. "What, are you telling me that everything that happened until now, even Quilla's death, was your doing?" Darius asked. "Exactly. Right after the gala, the moment when you thought that I would lower my guard, I created several openings for your hitmen to exploit. After all, it was just a matter of when, not of if," Gianni replied. "I may be an undead, but you are a monster. How could you sacrifice your daughter just to bait me into revealing my dealings with the undead courts? If you were willing to sacrifice her, why didn't you just give Quilla to me in the first place?" Velan's mind spun so fast that he almost lost focus of the spell he had just weaved. "Oh, please, do you really think I had only one meat puppet prepared?" Gianni said with a soft chuckle while pointing at her own corpse that lay on the ground. "I knew that you wanted to make me suffer, so I had a puppet prepared for every one of my children. Why do you think I didn't let them out for months? I needed to buy the time for my project to be completed, and to make sure that not even my husband could distinguish the copies from the original." "That's forbidden magic. By exposing me, you are exposing yourself. We'll die together," Darius said while unleashing a Tier 5 spell that generated a hail of ice spikes and air blades. Yet none of them reached their target as the shield of Orion, the god of the forge, generated a pulse of light that protected the whole group. Velan stared at the grieving father in horror, not only because Orion's fury had only grown since the day of the murder, but also because he was wearing a royal fortress armor. "You can thank Zogger for the meat puppets," Gianni said while stopping the recording. "When Manohar told me about the light clone that he used to fool Night, he gave me an idea. Of course, he's too unreliable to make a copy that anyone can use even in his absence. That's where Zogger came into play. He and Manohar are the greatest experts about Arthan's madness in the kingdom, and they both saw Thrud's meat puppets in Author. All Vaster had to do was to take a few death row inmates and use his body sculpting abilities to kill their minds while leaving their bodies ready for use. This is no forbidden magic because our test subjects were already dead for the kingdom. We executed them in an unusual but lawful way with the permission of the royals," Gianni said as her plan quickly come to its fruition. "That's impossible. I saw Orion cry. I watched him at the funeral. He can't be that good of an actor," Velan said. "I'm not. She kept everything hidden even from me." Orion's eyes blazed in the darkness like violet torches as he stepped forward. He hated his wife almost as much as he hated Darius for manipulating him like that. Yet seeing Quilla, or what he thought to be Quilla, die and Velan do such horrible things to Gianni, looking at her with a bulge in his pants, had made it easy for Orion to pick who he would use to vent his anger. A series of quick flashes of his blade cut off Darius's limbs, revealing the position of his heart. His left leg recovered more quickly than the other parts, betraying the vital organ's presence. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way," Gianni stopped Orion's hand before he killed his hated enemy. Tell me who's the man behind the Balker cards and where I can find Knight. With her siblings gone, I need to take her down to end the war. Fuck you. Velen's severed head spat toward Gianni, but Orion blocked the corrosive saliva with his shield and crushed the thrall's gonads, making him scream in agony. I can play with you run out of juice for regenerating your wounds, fucker, the god of the forge said. You have no idea what I have prepared for you. Usually Gianni was the master inquisitor, but she wasn't familiar with the biology of Baba Yaga's children, let alone their thralls. Orion, instead, knew nothing about questioning but a lot about pain. He released a swarm of small golden spheres that crawled with little spider legs on Velen's body before digging through his flesh. Each one of them latched itself to the strongest mana source they detected, unleashing small bursts of darkness at the same time. Darius had one body, but he suffered as much as if he had 6, one for each severed body part, and darkness fusion couldn't help him against Orion's creations now that the limbs had been separated from the prism. Night realized what was going to happen and shattered her prism from a distance, killing Velen Darius before he could reveal her location. Their bond was a double-edged sword that allowed her chosen to find her just like Night could always find Baba Yaga. I know that I can defeat Balker and Manohar at the same time, but facing also Vaster, Orion, and whatever that madwoman has prepared for me would be plain suicide, Night said before ordering her army to turn around. Darius's loss is more than acceptable. I had already squeezed everything from him. He would have made an excellent general, but I can always find more like him. He's no Balker after all. Chapter 1487, Means and Ends, Part 1. Meanwhile, in Darius's bedroom, Gianni had just finished calling for backup and Balker had left for the desert. Just one question. How are we going to explain your puppet stabbing Velen to death in his sleep in the god of death's presence? Orion asked, his voice as stone-cold as his gaze while he spoke to his wife. Your naivety never ceases to amuse me, dear, Gianni said with a chuckle. After the events at the funeral, the royals gave me the authorization to kill Velen. Deal with the undead or not, he was too deranged. Now that he had lost his political power, the royals could finally get rid of him without the risk of escalating the conflict in a civil war. They only asked me to leave enough traces so that the investigation would shift the blame on the undead. Of course, with his confession recorded, I have no need to plant evidence anymore. Gianni showed Orion several documents with no names that had been acquired while searching the houses of traitorous nobles that dealt with the undead courts that the royals had ordered her to hid in Velan's quarters after doing the deed. As for Balker, I edited that part. That's why I asked you for a special recording device. Someone might discover my tampering, but I'm confident that no one will look too deep in the matter. It's a calculated risk, she replied. Like lying to me, like persuading our daughters to follow your crazy plan, he said. Please, as if they could be trusted. They are as emotional as you and awful actresses at that. I kept them in a stasis pod ever since the gala. Do you remember how you complained about us taking a long time to get changed? Gianni said. Are you telling me that I've lived the last few days with meat puppets? That Freya and Floria have been your prisoners all along? Orion's knees buckled up, forcing him to lean against a wall to keep standing. Of course, the sealed stasis pods ensure that if anything happens to our children's puppets, their magical items will lose their imprint just like it happened with Quilla's. Gianni nodded while making sure that no image of Balker or of his mysterious powers remained. I couldn't risk their lives in the case that Darius attempted to kill them as well, and I needed you guys to play your part at the funeral. He needed to see your sincere grief to believe that he had beaten me for good. That's why I made them stay home the whole time, keeping them from meeting Lith and Falul. I couldn't risk them discovering that there was something wrong with their bodies. Well, honey, yours is an amazing plan, yet there's something that I'm certain even you have failed to predict, Orion said while inhaling sharply in outrage. What? I want a divorce and I want it yesterday. Don't bother coming back. I'll send your stuff to the Myrock. The god of the forge warped away after saying to Archon Gianni Ernest things that were too painful even for her to withstand, making her faint on the spot. Space. Gorgon Empire, the city of Nestamoth, capital of the Empire, Ligoan's lair. The sun rose soon after Darius's death, waking Jormung up with its light. Dragons had a mental fortitude on par with that of their body, yet if not for Ligoan's soothing presence by his side, the Emerald Dragon wouldn't have recovered so much and so quickly. Good morning, son, Ligoan said. Breakfast. Thanks, Dad, I'm starving, Jormung nodded. After a hearty meal, Jormund felt better and strong enough to ask for his father's help. I know that I promised Thrud to not expose her presence until the baby is born, but I was out of my mind back then, and endangering countless lives just to keep my word is something that only a kid would do, he said. What are you going to do then? Ligon asked. I thought that coming to you made it pretty obvious. I'll stay here until I recover, and I'll give you the information that Tyrus needs to stop Thrud before it's too late, the Emerald Dragon said. Son, I think you are still out of your mind and don't think clearly. Guardians don't work like that, the father of all dragons replied. What do you mean? The mind link already gave me everything I need. You can just focus on your recovery. As for Tyrus, I'm going to inform her, but if she shares my opinion, she will not intervene in this matter as I wouldn't if it had taken place in the Empire. What, why? Jormund was flabbergasted. Ligon opened a mind link with his fellow guardian in reply, letting his son take part in the conversation. What is the hatchling doing there, and why isn't he chained? Tyrus asked the moment she noticed that Jormund was not only free, but he also still wore the equipment that Thrud had crafted for him. Ligon shared Jormund's memories with her, forcing him to face them without reliving them before answering her question. Chains are not needed because he's finally free, yet my son is still unwell. He'll need some time to recover from the consequences of the slave spell that the Golden Griffin put him under. Poor kid, Tyrus caressed the Emerald Dragon while giving him a warm, motherly smile. If there's anything I can do to help either of you, don't hesitate to ask. Thanks for your understanding, Ligon nodded. Wait a minute, that's it, Jormund was flabbergasted. Why aren't you sounding the alarm and alerting the royals about Thrud's plan? Because it would be pointless, Tyrus replied. As she pointed out, your knowledge is actually a poisoned fruit. If she started preparing for battle right after you left, not only would it take me quite some time to assemble enough troops, but I would also lead them into a trap. The Golden Griffin resisted centuries of attempts to destroy it even back when it was filled solely with mindless monsters, and without a master. There's no telling what the Lost Academy is capable of now, that it has a capable leader at the head of immortal seasoned warriors who have now been awakened. Jakra opened his mouth only to realize how foolish he had been. Only the power of a guardian might be able to take on such a powerful force. Aren't you going to kill her yourself? He asked. No, not now that I understand why Magur asked us to let Thrud go. Tyrus shook her head. Are you sitting on your thumbs just because of an order? What are you, slaves? Jormund said in outrage. Son, when someone smarter, wiser, and millions of years old gives you an advice, the best thing you can do is listen to them. Magur doesn't give orders, but they don't even share all of their knowledge with us, otherwise Fennegar and I would be useless, Ligon replied. Then why? Because her plan is brilliant, Tyrus said while sighing with sadness. That girl is no genius, but she's the greatest hard worker that I ever met. The Guardian pointed at Jormund's equipment, before conjuring a hologram that quickly recapped Thrud's scheme. Chapter 1488 Means and Ends Part 2. She has used the war against the undead to split the kingdom, the council, the undead courts, and even the eclipsed lands from each other more than they have ever been. At the same time, she crafted weapons that most awakened can only dream of, and developed a technology that allows her to recover bloodline abilities while also giving everyone the possibility to safely awaken. Thrud might become the first ruler of the kingdom who bears with pride both the human and the beast bloodline. She has built an army of loyal emperor beasts and humans like no one ever did before. If she raises to power, she might even spread the gift of awakening, replacing both the army and the association with the council. It would bring to an unprecedented era of magical wonders, where anyone can become a powerful mage as long as they work hard. You have no idea how many people are born with an amazing talent for magic, and yet without a powerful core to match, Tyrus said. But she's a tyrant. Her soldiers are all enslaved, and so would be everyone that she awakens, Jormund said. Not everyone. Tyrus replayed how Thrud had freed Jakra before showing him things from his own memories that he had overlooked. Her shock at the discovery of the slave spell, how she had kept Sevenus from infecting the beasts with the unwavering loyalty array, and how she had ordered him to make restoring the sanity of the Golden Griffins students his priority. Thrud is crazy and she has to go down, Tyrus said. Yet she might able to build the kingdom Valoran has dreamed about for so long, and that his heirs failed to accomplish due to their greed, weakness, or lack of ruthlessness. In Thrud's vision, there's no place for squabbling nobles or for corruption. She aims to reform the laws so that everyone will be granted enough magic and resources to make their life better, to make merit trample birthright. If she lets the Emperor beasts join her of their free will, if she strives to protect the people of the country and attacks solely its upper echelons like Balker did, I have no reason to interfere. Either she succeeds or fails. The three great countries have a lot to learn from how she'll handle the first awakened regular army that Magus has ever seen, and from what consequences making a society that treats all races as equals will have. Tyrus took a long pause, staring at Thrude's growing belly with envy. Her child might be the key to her success because, unlike her father, she doesn't plan on ruling forever but to leave the throne to your child after doing the dirty work for them. It makes her willing to put her life at stake because she isn't fighting for herself. You know that better than anyone else. Jormund thought back at the countless hours he had spent together with his spouse, planning the future of their child, no matter their race or gender. She only wanted the best for them, giving them the throne that had been denied to her. Thrude's plan would cause thousands of deaths, but after all, Valoran didn't become king by saying please and thank you. He might have turned into a tyrant as well, yet people had followed him, hoping for the best. Only after witnessing the results of a war, one could say if the end justified the means, or if it had just been a pointless bloodshed for power. Before intervening, I'll observe her methods and actions. If meeting Manohar taught me something is that even madmen have their usefulness. Tyrus hung up the call, leaving the Emerald Dragon to ponder if leaving Thrude's side had been the right thing to do. Space. Tron Forest, Solas's tower 2 days later. I can believe that Mom Sucker punched me at the gala, stuffed me inside a stasis tank, and had me believe that Quilla was dead for 2 days just because she thinks I'm a poor actress, Floria said in outrage. Did you cry a lot for me? Quilla was the calmest of the three. Are you kidding me, little one? I cried myself to sleep every few hours and couldn't bring myself to do anything. Freya hugged her little sister who overlooked the moniker that she hated. None of the girls was aware of the fact that Vaster's puppets had been engineered to make them more emotional so that they wouldn't attempt to train or take revenge, while Gianni didn't watch over them. I'm so glad to have you back, little one. Lith lifted both Freya and Quilla in an embrace, being careful to not hurt them. What happened to Gianni? Tista asked after making sure with invigoration that she was really talking with her friend and that she was all right. Dad asked for a divorce and we told Mom that either she left home or we would. After that, she moved back to the Myrock household, Floria said. I love my mother, but what she did is unforgivable. I'd rather live in a hotel than spend 1 minute under her same roof. Did Ginny say anything before leaving? Solas asked, brimming with joy as she checked Quilla with invigoration as well. No, she didn't, mostly because there was no one willing to listen to her, Freya replied. By the way, little sister, how did being dead feel? I don't remember much of the past few days, Quilla shrugged. One moment I was running in the garden and the next there was a burning pain in my chest. After that, the only thing I remember before opening my eyes was this warm darkness surrounding me. I wasn't scared or worried, quite the contrary. I was at peace with myself for the first time in a long while. I wonder if it's Vaster's doing or simply an effect of the stasis pod. Lith was about to say that death actually felt like that, and that Vaster probably had nothing to do with that, but he preferred to shut up. Explaining how he knew so much would have been complicated at best. To me, it felt like having a dreamless sleep and then waking up. The good news is that my body finally had some real rest and that I never felt better before, Quilla said while flexing her fingers and letting elemental fusion circulate throughout her body. What about you? Solas asked. Same, Freya and Floria replied in embarrassment. Vaster's stasis field was a variation of the madness he had used for himself. After realizing that the girls were awakened, he had used that time to study their condition. The master had also used his skills to fully rejuvenate their bodies from the effects of the harsh training of the past years. Well, all is well when it ends well, Lith shrugged. Gianni had no malice. Don't try and justify her just because you would have done the same, Floria said with a snarl, actually reading his mind and cutting him short. Tista, are you going to read the booklet that the royals gave you? Lith masterfully changed to the topic, as soon as he noticed that the rest of the girls were about to scold him as well. Chapter 1489, Red Demon Part 1. Oh gods, with all that happened lately, I had almost forgotten about that. Tista took the records about Nana out of her dimensional amulet and started to read out loud. According to the book, Nana had been born as Nerea, the daughter of Lucia's shoemaker, 75 years back. From a tender age, she had shown a brilliant mind and an amazing talent for magic. She had learned how to write, count, and use all kinds of chore magic by the age of 3. Even without a master nor proper training, by the age of 6, she had started to take care of her own family thanks to the spells that she had learned simply by observing the village's healer. By the age of 10, she had started to develop several personal spells and rumors spread throughout the Lustria County that she had inherited from her ancestors the power of the dragon's eyes. Even mages couldn't explain how such a small kid could imitate their simplest spells just a few days after watching them in action, despite not having received any explanation. The rumors had reached Count Senar Lark, Treckwell's father, who had arranged for Nerea the exam at the nearby Lightning Griffin. There, she had shocked the examiners by showing complete mastery over the first 3 tiers of magic, and even hexacasting. It would have been all the more reasons for rejecting her application, since the nobles could already see their heirs being humiliated by a dirty poor commoner. It was then that, after noticing their scorn where admiration was supposed to be, Nerea had performed Silverwing's hexagram. It forced the headmaster to let her enroll and hope that, once inside the academy, the students would have broken her. The records of the admission exams would be submitted to the association, and then to the royals. If any of them discovered that the academy had rejected a 12-years-old girl already more capable than most mages who graduated from lesser academies, the headmaster's head would have rolled. According to the records, Nerea had it rough, especially during the first months. Hazing was the rule and few professors did what they could to help her. Yet instead of breaking Nerea as her enemies hoped, that treatment made her stronger. After a while, Nerea started to ambush her oppressors while they were alone in the academy corridors, and then she beat them until the only feeling they had at her sight was fear. She would always heal them before leaving so that no proof remained. With her growing talent and outstanding grades in both her specialization as war mage and battle mage, she had piqued the interest of the royals themselves. The queen asked Nerea if she was interested in becoming one of the secret assets of the kingdom in exchange for protection for her, her family, and more money than she could count. The young girl already hated the whole world, and the idea of finally being respected was too good to turn the queen's offer down. Nana officially failed her battle mage specialization, so that she had the time to attend the assassin specialization lessons that took place on the hidden 7th floor of the academy. The 2 disciplines followed the same principles, but while a battle mage was flashy and fought on the battlefield, an assassin was inconspicuous, and their work mostly took place inside opulent households. Even though Nerea was considered to be a student with only one specialization, no one dared to mock her anymore. At least not after the queen exacted revenge on her behalf and wiped out 2 noble families that had been persistent in troubling her. Soon the corridors of the academy turned from a battlefield into red carpets for Nerea, and her life had never been happier nor easier. Yet it also made her conceited, mistaking bootlickers and fair-weather friends for people she could rely upon. After graduating from the academy, Nerea started her work in the field. The more her body count grew, the more the burden of her actions made her reliant on her so-called friends, preparing the field for the incoming disaster. A few years later, when Nerea was 21, one mission went horribly wrong. Ainla Linnea, future headmistress of the Lightning Griffin and Nana's handler, had sent her to kill Grand Duke Cregan. He was a known traitor to the kingdom, but there was no solid proof of his traffics with the Empire, and he was too powerful to kill him off with a flimsy excuse. Since he never remained alone, not even when meeting his lovers, the plan was to kill Cregan in his sleep and to keep the body count to a minimum. Alas, the late Ulrich, who was tasked with collecting info, failed to learn about the Archduke's last-minute change of plans. The late Wyla, infiltrated among the house staff, failed to inform her accomplices that in the absence of the master, the lady of the house would still be there. Linnea, in turn, failed to check on her assets, having become complacent with Nerea's skills. According to the records, when Nana realized what had happened, she had already killed Lady Cregan and her son, mistaking them for husband and wife. On top of that, Lord Cregan returned soon after, compromising her escape route. In the end, she had managed to kill the Archduke and to warp away, but she had left behind a massacre that years later would inspire Balker. Nerea's team falsified the reports and pinned all the blame on her, claiming that even after receiving the news of Cregan's change of plans, she had decided to continue the mission. The royals had no reason to doubt their loyal servants, and they needed a scapegoat. Cregan's death had already ruffled the noble household's feathers, so punishing noble heirs would have only made things worse. Making an example of a grassroots commoner mage instead would have given everyone enough reason to celebrate and created a scandal that would have obfuscated Cregan's death, especially after they found proof of his treason. Nerea found herself alone, stripped of her titles, riches, artifacts, and even forbidden to ever use dimensional magic again. It was another of the classes that she had allegedly failed, and if she exposed the truth, only death would await her. After that, Nana had returned to Lucia, indulging in alcohol and self-pity until age made her health so poor that her blue core degraded to bright cyan. "Poor Nana," Tista said. "Now I get why she was so bitter and why she wanted me to be more ruthless." "Everyone involved is dead except for Linnea, who has disappeared years ago," Lith said. "Are you really going to hunt her down, even though this isn't what Nana wanted?" "Honestly, I don't know," Tista sighed. "Too much time has passed and Linnea got her due. Even if she's still alive, she now knows what Nana went through because of her betrayal. Linnea lived all of her life as noble, yet now she has lost everything as well and has to live as rat, hiding into some dark corner to not get stomped. I'd say that's the best life sentence I can hope for. I wish Linnea has a long and unhappy life ahead of her." Chapter 1490, Red Demon Part 2. What I'm going to do instead is to keep focusing on accumulation too. A golden pillar descended from the sky, engulfing Tista and pushing everyone away from her as her bright cyan core released a powerful mana flow to get rid of the impurities that kept it from reaching the blue. "What the fuck?" the Urna's sisters said. "Quilla's death hit Tista really hard," Solus said while activating the tower's immortal body array to ensure her friend's survival. "She spent the last 4 days either training or using accumulation, taking breaks only to eat." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Tista didn't scream and her breakthrough didn't last long. Just like a human awakened, she lost her hair, her nails fell, and her flesh and bones got turned inside out to let the impurities come out. At the same time, like an emperor beast, the pillar nurtured her body that instead of restructuring itself as that of a human, it turned into something else. Everything that Tista shed would immediately be recycled to form scales, claws, and wings. With every blue pulse that her core released, she grew in both height and mass until no trace of the beautiful young woman she had been until a minute back remained. Once the golden pillar disappeared, Tista was glad that her armor was designed for Lith, otherwise the transformation would have left her stark naked. "What the heck is that?" Lith took the words out of everyone's mind. Tista was now about 2 meters, 67 meters tall, and her body was a deep red slate covered in thin scales that resembled those of a big fish. She had no horns, a small tail came out the small of her back, and she only had 2 eyes. The left eye had now a pupil of the same hue of red of her hair streaks, while the right had the silver pupil of light magic. Both of them shone with the power of the elements. 2 majestic silver-veined, red-feathered wings came out of her back, yet there was no trace on her hips of a second set. "Waf mi had I tnbk," Tista said in a panic. "You still have a mouth, Tista, but your voice is muffled by the scales. Opening them is akin to moving your lips. All you have to do is to imagine that you are baring your teeth to someone," Lith said. "What am I? How do I turn back?" The red scales slid back, revealing 2 rows of fangs and a panicked throat filled with deep blue flames. "Definitely not a Tiamat." Lith shape-shifted and stood in front of his sister to show her the many differences between them. "A demon, I'd say, and since I suck at naming, I dubbed thee the Red Demon." "I don't give a fuck about how you call me. How do I get back being a human?" Tista said in outrage as the blue flames seeped out, engulfing her body without harming either her or the scalewalker. The phenomenon gave her an intoxicating feeling, as if she was high on pure mana. "How did I do that? I never saw you doing that before. Why do I feel like stretching my wings and flying away?" Tista forgot everything about her worries while the power of the flames burning inside of her made her feel as if she was taking the best hot bath ever. "You are a woman, and according to Salark, you took more from Raz than Lith did. Everything you are feeling and doing is probably due to your phoenix blood talking," Solus said. "It feels amazing," Tista said, making the flames burn higher and higher. "Keep up like this and you'll cripple your life force?" Lith snapped her out of it. "Now use invigoration to feel your life force. What do you see?" As long as Tista was engulfed in origin flames, touching her or using a mind link was out of the question. "I see twin stars, a red one and a silver one that move in sync like dance partners, getting closer and then farther as they spin around each other," she replied. "Those must be your dragon and phoenix sides that will merge as you further refine your core," Lith said, Can you hear the melody of your human side in the background? Yes, I can. Focus on it as hard as you can while ignoring everything else. Don't listen to that of your beast half. Lith explained to her how he had shapeshifted before evolving into a Tiamat to the best of his abilities, but it still took Tista a while to succeed. By the time she turned back into a human, her life force was compromised by the abuse of the Origin flames, making Tista fall asleep until the next day. When she woke up, everyone was worried and happy for her at the same time. My little baby, Alina hugged Tista with enough strength to squeeze the air out of her lungs. Lith told me that we went this close to lose you. How could you be so irresponsible? Mom, I've never been a wormling before. It wasn't intentional. Thank the gods your brother was there to stop you before it was too late. Can you promise me just one thing? Alina asked while cupping her face and looking Tista in the eyes. Anything for you, Mom. Can you please give me a grandchild or two before refining the violet core? I love your brother like the day I gave birth to him, but after becoming a Tiamat, we have no idea if his loins work as before, Alina said. Mom, Lith turned purple in embarrassment, while the rest of the room had a hard time not laughing their ass off at his expense. Anything but that, Tista replied. I'm sorry, dear. There's nothing wrong in laying eggs or whatever Tiamats do, but I would prefer things going the old-fashioned way. Waiting for the hatch is more convenient, but nothing compares with feeling the baby kicking the mother's womb. Alina gently caressed Tista's belly, as if she expected it to become swollen at any moment. Hands off, Tista jumped up and hid behind Lith for cover. Dear, I know how you feel, but you are embarrassing our children. On top of that, the matters of the heart take time. Roz stood between them, trying to calm his wife. It took him a while to make her drop the grandchild subject. Only after Alina left the room did Tista relax enough to share what she considered a real problem. It took you 3 years to go from deep to bright blue, so I have still time before deciding what to do with my love life. What really bothers me are my eyes. Why do I have only 2 of them? I'm pretty sure they are related to the secret lessons that Falul gives to you, Solus, and Freya. It didn't take her much noticing that only people with an increasing number of eyes or streaks had received special treatment from the 7-headed Hydra. I have no idea. Lith pensively scratched his stubble. Maybe it's because my abomination side boosted the beasts. After all, both Hydras and Tyrants are born respectively with only 1 or 2 heads and eyes. Chapter 1491, Changes and Moving, Part 1. Or maybe it's because I'm the very first of my kind. After all, if I'm right and you are a demon, you acquired this form because Magur messed up our family for me. I'm the father of all demons, which makes you kind of collateral damage. Lith said. Thank you for your kind words, Tista said with a scoff while also using chore magic to shave Lith. Despite his mass and tougher than steel skin, she managed to give him more cuts than he had inflicted upon himself back on Earth while using his first razor. Gods, don't do that ever again. I'm sorry, but you really look like a hobo. I'm not used to see you so shabby, Tista replied. By the way, do you think that we should inform Grandma? Excellent idea. Lith fixed the damage to his face and needed an enchanted knife to get rid of the facial hair that his sister had missed. We should. Big sis, we need you. Aaron yelled through a window, cutting him short and making Lenana ran as if it was a matter of life and death. How does the hatchling know that I'm the healer of the group? She thought while kicking down the front door. Aaron, Lith and Tista scolded him at the same time, while the Queen's Corps stationed outside wondered once again what point their presence might have, and yet put the reinforcements on standby anyway. What? Mom always says that girls should talk about their problems with other girls. Big bro Kreven is a boy, he explained with the flawless logic of a 6-year-old child. What can I do for you, Tista? The poor Phoenix inhaled sharply to keep calm and not scold Aaron for his naivety. Tista shapeshifted into her red demon form, making Lenana jump with joy before establishing a mind link with Salark. Congratulations, child. The Overlord's voice came out of her mouth as even her demeanor switched to that of the mother of all phoenixes. So much red and so many feathers at deep blue, there's no telling how you'll become at violet. Thanks, Grandma, Tista said. Do you have any idea why I've got only 2 eyes? Not a clue, Lenana shook her head. But if it works like for Hydras or Tyrants, you should get more as your elemental mastery and your core develop. I'm sorry, but that's all I can say for now. So after finally getting here, you're telling me that I need even more practice and accumulation. Tista slouched in disappointment. Correct, even your brother started with 2. The rest were merely decorative. Grandma, would you mind if we came to visit you in a while? We've gone through so much Lith remembered about Aaron before it was too late. Stuff that we could use some peace and quiet in the desert. It's a wonderful idea. I have a lot of things that I can't wait to show and teach you. Besides, my dear friend Mymeria has a really lovely daughter who's single as well and is looking for a companion, Salark said. Grandma, I'm not interested in blind dates. Nonsense. How can the father of all demons have no offspring? It ruins your reputation and makes your title sound like a joke. Besides, adding a bit more of Phoenix blood can only strengthen the bloodline, she said. Another Phoenix, Elena chimed in. Wouldn't it be awkward? Don't worry, I checked already. They are 145th cousins on my side. Lith has probably more blood in common with the Baker of Lucia than with her. Salark chuckled. Would they have eggs, or can I hope for? Not now, Mom. Lith gently pushed his mother out of the room before continuing the conversation. When can we start packing, Grandma? As soon as you're done with your business, dear, Salark replied. I'll make sure to prepare a suitable welcome for you, your family, and everyone else that you want to bring along. Just let me know who's coming in advance so that I can make their stay special. What business are you talking about, Grandma? I'm still free. Well, aside from the insane amount of workload on my desk, Lith sighed. I can't believe that it took me almost 3 months just to come up with a decent breathing technique for the violet core. Not only am I still stuck at deep violet ever since I became a Tiamat, but I also lack any breathing technique-related skills, he thought. Oh, believe me, you are quite busy, she said with a smug grin on her face. Is there something you know that I don't? Do you want me to list the things you don't know in chronological or alphabetical order? Salark chuckled. Either way, you'd better get comfortable because it will take a few years. I meant about my business, Lith replied. Well, the council has recently discovered some ancient ruins, and I heard that it's going to be the best apprentice's task to explore them, which means you're going to be dispatched as soon as Falul informs you, she said. Ruins, I had enough with the Odi and all the crazy things I saw as a ranger. Hard pass. Lith dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. First, you can't refuse your mentor's orders. Salark's eyes lost their cheerfulness at his blatant lack of discipline. Even though you got used to doing whatever you like, you are still the Hydra's apprentice. Refusing means going back to being a rogue awakened and having to find a new mentor. Not to mention that if you publicly humiliate her, your relationship with Falul would go sour. Is a single mission worth so much trouble? No, Lith had to admit that Salark was right. Aside from purifying magical metals, he had yet to perform a single task for the Hydra, whereas Protector had worked so hard to keep her turf clean, while Lith studied under her that his kids had almost forgotten his face. Falul was more than just a mentor. She was a friend who had gone to great lengths to help him every time Lith had a problem, and who also respected his privacy to the point of never asking him anything about Solus. Also, I have yet to get to the good part. After the big stick, the Overlord offered him a juicy carrot. Awakened like Falul are not interested in the ruins because they are ancient. Everything you find will be millennia old, useless crap at best. People with a legacy, or just old enough, have no use for such things, whereas apprentices do. That's why the Council has established a finders-keepers policy for the exploration team. Ancient or not, breathing techniques are always effective. On top of that, you could find precious materials that we can use in my forge once you come to visit. At those words, the mission became incredibly charming to Lith's eyes. Yes, I'm not going to teach you my techniques, but since we're both forgemasters, I don't see why I shouldn't give you a few pointers. Besides, you need a shitload of resources for your Tiamat body, correct? Correct, the thought of crafting something that can fit my 20 meters, 66, tall body. Better make something that fits a body 30 meters, 100 tall minimum. Salark cut him short. Chapter 1492, Changes and Moving, Part 2. Why? Lith asked with a pained whine. Because you're still 19. You are young and small. An adult phoenix always reaches at least 30 meters, and so do dragons, she replied. Then I definitely must go to those ruins. Even a single ingot of adamant can make the difference, and I need hundreds of them, Lith said in frustration. Wish you luck. I'll be waiting for both the good news and your arrival. Bye. Salark hung up the call with a huge smile on her face. Gods, I've yet to find a single dragon that I can't play like a fiddle. Their logic and calculations about risk and rewards make them so easily predictable, whereas a phoenix is more emotional, but also less straightforward in their way of thinking, she thought. If it's of any consolation, I did something similar back when I became 50. Lenana spoke with her own voice now that Salark was gone. It's not that bad, and there's no telling what you can find. Thanks for cheering me up, Lith said. By the way, why are you guys still here? I didn't join the nest. I doubt that powerful people like you and your brothers have nothing better to do than be watchmen. You are correct. We should have left for a while, but our mother gave us a new task. Now we are here to study Tezca the Filgja and his techniques. Protecting your home and people is just a side job, she replied. Tezca, is he that powerful? Yes, ages ago, when he was still an eldritch, and Mom was a young guardian, they fought to a standstill. She has long surpassed him in terms of power, but now that Tezca has become a hybrid, his abilities and experience make him a formidable foe again. Lenana checked Tista's beautiful silver-veined red feathers one last time before leaving. Congratulations, little sister. I can't wait to give you flight lessons in the desert. As for you, little rascal, she turned toward Aaron, don't you ever give me a big scare like that again. I'm sorry, he gave her a deep bow. Space. Blood Desert, the fringe where the world tree lived. The Yggdrasil was more than just the elder of the plant folk, and the inheritor of the wisdom of the first awakened on Magur. It was also the most powerful violet-cored individual among their race, and an important member of the council. Along with the countless information stored within their bark, the world tree possessed the secret of the white core but refused to use it. Eternal life meant that the body couldn't age, but their mind would. On top of that, not only was their lifespan already very long, but also far from entertaining. Every member of the Yggdrasil species was a tree, hence incapable of moving around. Once they became old enough, being forced in the same place for millennia became akin to torture, and if not for the awareness that death would relieve them from their burden, they would use their knowledge about forbidden magic to change themselves. Yet by doing that, they would compromise everything their kind had worked for eons. To relieve part of the stress that arose from their condition, the world tree housed several tribes of elves inside their bark, on their branches, and even under their roots. The elves' songs and their daily activities would keep the tree's mind busy, while their guards would protect them from any threat. The Yggdrasil was a mighty magician, but their inability to move made them physically helpless. The world tree needed the elves as both their protectors and as their chroniclers. The chroniclers would travel Magur, being the tree's eyes and ears in those places where the Yggdrasil's mystical senses couldn't reach, allowing the tree to explore the world without the need to move. In exchange for their services, the world tree awakened their loyal retainers, making them a force to be reckoned with. Elves were incapable of awakening without external help, making their relationship with the tree symbiotic. The time has come for you to earn your stripes, Olaja, the Yggdrasil said to a young maiden that was kneeling in front of them. A tree couldn't speak, but the tree's mastery over wind was so great that they could form words simply by rearranging their leaves, without the need for magic. Ruins have been found, yet there's no record of any civilization living in the Sazra region in my memory. The council is organizing an expedition, and you will take part in it. I understand, she replied. No, you don't, the tree replied. It's not just a matter of curiosity. An entire civilization escaping the notice of my ancestors is beyond unsettling. I feel that there's something wrong with it, and you're going to find out what it is. Anything else? Yes, the Tiamat, the new species, will be there as well. Study him thoroughly, and if the opportunity arises, convince him to come here so that I can examine him. The birth of the first successful mix of two guardians' bloodlines might be a threat to the balance. If my fears are correct, we need to snuff him out before it's too late, the Yggdrasil said. Do I need to conceal my appearance, or can I show those hairless monkeys what a real mage looks like? She asked with a sneer. Hide while you travel among mortals. The council, however, has been informed of your coming. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Fail me and you'll go back being a farmer. Succeed and I'll give you a violet core and make you one of my chroniclers. Olaja silently clenched her fists in triumph at those words. After being stuck for centuries inside the Yggdrasil's fringe, she yearned to see with her eyes all of the marvels that she had read about in the books and that she had studied through the tree's mind. Finally, a real adventure instead of a simulation, Olaja thought. I'm dying at the idea of talking with a non-elf. I don't really care about becoming a chronicler so much as to get the opportunity to take a look at the outside world under the Yggdrasil's protection. If I can find a place for myself, I can move out of the fringe even in the case I fail. Screw the violet core, I just want to have fun. Space. Meanwhile, back at Lucia, after sharing the news of her breakthrough with her family and friends, Tista was surprised by Nalrond asking her to speak privately. For some reason, he seemed to be more excited about her red demon form than she was. "Can you please let me examine your body?" he asked. "I beg your pardon." "Come on, you know me long enough to know that I'm no creep, and that I'm not interested in you one bit," Nowron said. "You sure know how to make a woman feel special. Did you take rudeness lessons from Morok or what?" Tista replied with a scoff. "I'm sorry, I'm just very excited." The Rizar told her all about Lith's hypothesis that while Nowron's bodies had been kept apart, the beast and the human minds were likely to already be fused. "That means that there must be a way to break the barrier between my life forces." Chapter 1493, Masters and Apprentices, Part 1. I spent the last few months studying Lilia's and Laren's hybrid forms to see if I can at least reach their stage. But even if I did, I had no idea what to do next. Lith is now a perfect being, whereas you are still at the stage that a hybrid needs to undergo to make their essences merge instead of discarding one of them, Nowron said. "What do you want me to do?" Tista asked. "Nothing much. Just shapeshift along with me after I cast the body-sculpting diagnostic spell, Scanner, on the both of us. That way I can study the difference between our hybrid life forces," he replied. Tista needed to get used to her new abilities, and she had no reason to refuse. They shapeshifted in unison until the Rizar ran out of focus. Studying the process down to the finest detail took a huge toll on his mind. "Thanks a lot," he said while massaging his temples to fight a massive headache. "We might have to do this again in the future, but for now I have everything I need." "No, you don't." Only after switching from one form to another several times did Tista start to understand what Lith meant when he said that he felt more than human yet less. Somehow, all of her senses seemed to have gotten sharper, yet her mind had also grown more detached, as if most of her usual worries were now beneath her. "If you don't want to screw things up halfway through, you better study Morok's life force as well," she said. "Why, Protector or Foul are Emperor beasts too, and much less annoying at that?" he asked. "Because they are Emperor beasts from birth, whereas Morok was a hybrid until a few years ago," Tista replied. "From what I understood, you want to become like Lith, correct?" "Correct," Nowron nodded. "After living for so long with my two bodies, losing either of them would be akin to be maimed for life." "Then your plan is to make your life forces become like those of Protector's children first, then like mine, and lastly like Lith's," she said. "Correct again. Yet if you are not careful, you might mess up and become like Morok instead. By studying his life force, you might be able to gain insight about what went wrong with him once he reached the 20 years of age," Tista said. "Excellent idea." Nowron hugged her in one of his rare affectionate moments, creeping her out in surprise. "Having to deal with Morok will be a hassle, but still better than failing. How do I contact him?" "No need for that. He'll come to Fallow's lair today. The news that Quilla is alive has spread, and he's dying to meet her again. You can use the opportunity to get Quilla's contact rune again." She got free from the embrace before gently but firmly sending him away. Space. Later that same day, at Fallow's lair, the tyrant jumped with so much joy and held Quilla while shedding so many tears that she couldn't bring herself to push him away to regain a shred of personal space. "I still can't believe you're alive. Please, kick me in the nuts so that I know it's not just a dream," he said while squeezing the air out of her lungs. "I beg your pardon." The insane request flabbergasted her. "It's how we first bonded, so I find it kind of romantic." A powerful slap by an adamant-covered hand gave Morok plenty of assurance that he was wide awake. "I take that back. Thank you for sparing my baby makers. Now can someone explain to me how are you still alive? I've checked my communication amulet, sneaked inside the morgue, and saw your body." Quilla's glare cut him short, making him rephrase his statement while protecting his gonads with his hands. "I mean, I saw the body. The smell, the height, even the hair were identical to yours. Did you have a twin or what?" "Or what?" She then explained Gianni's plan to him. "Your mother is a bitch. I want a divorce," the tyrant said in outrage. "First, you can't divorce from someone you're not married to. Second, my father, embarrassing as it is, said those same words. None in the family can condone her manipulations. We told her that either she left the house or we would," Quilla said. "I'm sorry, I meant that I don't want to see her ever again." Morok raised his hands in an apologetic gesture. "Now that she's gone, we can finally marry. I don't want to risk losing you again." Morok bent the knee, but before he could open a small box he had taken out of his dimensional item, Quilla stopped him. "Slow down. I'm happy to be alive as well, but I'm not going to marry someone I dated once," she said, turning his smile upside down. But now that Darius is gone and I'm at house arrest no longer, we can have our second date. At those words, Morok jumped in joy, hugging Quiller again before kissing her passionately, and receiving the kick in the nuts he had requested a few minutes back. He curled up on the floor, cradling himself while light fusion healed the damage. As much as I'd love to keep listening to you lovebirds, we've got important matters at hand, Falul said while listening to the tyrant's falsetto yelps of pain with a huge smile on her face. I've just received word from the council about the discovery of some ancient ruins at the borders between the Griffin Kingdom and the Blood Desert. That's how Grandma knew about it, Lith thought. The council couldn't arrange for the expedition without her consent. Yeah, but I find it creepy how quickly you've come to call Salark Grandma, and yet you still consider Ligain as nothing more than a life force donor, Solus pointed out via their mind link. That's because she's done all she could to become part of my life. She protected my family, backed me in front of the council, and... Enough with the mind link. A snap of Falul's fingers broke their connection. In the Awakened community, what you so casually did is considered as one of the rudest and most disrespectful acts towards your peers. Awakened can see mind links, so using one in front of them is the same as telling them that you don't trust them, or that you're talking behind their backs. I'm sorry, Professor, Solus said while giving everyone a bow. We just didn't want to interrupt you and we're used to commenting things between us. And that's wrong as well, the Hydra said. You are two different people, yet if you keep acting like that, you are going to cut everyone else off your life since you mostly talk among yourselves. Lith apologized as well, yet Falul scolded him for a while before talking about the expedition again. As I was saying, the ruins have been dated to over 3,000 years back, thanks to Salark glancing at it and recognizing the inscriptions. They belong to the Urgamaka, a civilization comprised solely of Awakened. It was one of the first and most striking failures at making the four races coexist, while also awakening every one of its members. Chapter 1494, Masters and Apprentices, Part 2. For that reason, each elder of the council has to send their best disciple to take part in the exploration. We need to make sure that everything related to the secret of awakening is removed before someone else discovers the ruins, the Hydra said. Okay, but why disciples? Couldn't a few of you guys go and clean everything? It seems kind of dangerous and pointless to send scrubs like me, Lith said as a shiver ran down his back at the memory of Kula. We can, but we won't, Falul shook her head. We know that Thrud has raided at least a dozen bloodline legacies and has at least a few hundreds of disciples of all races that hate the council's guts. If we assume the worst, the Mad Queen is going to awaken them all, give them equipment, training, and enslave them. Once she makes her move, she'll have a blindly loyal army of Awakened who will fight with perfect teamwork. They will not question her orders, they will not let petty grudges or past arguments get in their way to victory. If the council wants to stand a chance, we need to be as well organized and efficient as Thrud. That's why we are sending our disciples. The ruins will be filled with dangerous but outdated crap, giving those who never got out of their labs some real field experience. Also, you get to know each other and work together. It will serve as a test for your skills, judgment, and for how trustworthy you are. Once you're done, we elders will perform a second sweep, and if you leave anything behind, I'll have your asses. Why are you so serious, Master? Freya asked. We have never let you down. Because it's damn important, Falul sighed. The council is testing their disciples, but mine are going to be tested twice since you are all part of my Awakened Academy project. I'm not only teaching Lith, but also to his apprentices, so if you screw this up, I'll get it worse than any other elder. She looked them in the eyes for a while to make them understand how serious she was. What do you say? Are you ready to make me proud? Don't worry, Professor. It's the least I can do to pay you back for everything you've done for me. Lith gave her thumbs up and a warm smile. That's creepy, you never smile at voluntary work. Falul raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You were supposed to whine a lot, nag at me because you've barely started to use abyssal gaze, and then haggle for. Did someone tell you about the Finders Keepers policy of the mission? Yes, Lith sighed in embarrassment as Tista and Solus laughed at his expense, while telling the others about their earlier conversation with Grandma. Good to know. I was afraid that you had gone insane from overwork, the Hydra said. Salark didn't lie to you. The members of the expedition are allowed to take for themselves the materials they find, but they have to share the knowledge that they acquire from their findings with their mentors. Lith Solus Floria, I'm counting on you. Wait, what? Freya was flabbergasted. I'm your disciple and harbinger candidate, so why are you sending them? Because Lith is stronger and more experienced than you, Falul said. Each elder can only send one disciple, so a self-awakened with a deep violet core is the obvious choice compared to a blue. Solus is one with Lith, making them a seasoned team that no one can discover. As for Floria, she's going there as Lith's apprentice, not mine. Her performance will be used to judge if Lith can become a full-fledged member of the council after he graduates from my academy. Why Floria and not me? I've got awakened seniority, a deep blue core, and this. Tista shapeshifted into her red demon form, making Morok whistle in approval. Now you are literally smoking hot, he said while pointing at the origin flames coming out of her wings that Tista had still trouble controlling. That's why not you, Tista. You broke through today, you have yet no control over your bloodline abilities, and you need time to get adjusted to your new powers. Floria, instead, has a blue core for a month now, and is capable of using it at its best. On top of that, this is a mission for the cream of the crop disciples. No offense, but while you spent your early years of awakening exploring the Garland continent, Floria dived straight into training. Between her past battle experience and her mastery of the sword, she's leagues ahead of you who still lack even a weapon of choice, Falul said. But, can you deny any of what I just said? The Hydra cut her short. No, Tista whimpered. Damn it, even if I asked for a fight to prove my worth, Floria would whoop my ass in a jiffy. Her core is stronger, her body is stronger, and her swordplay eclipses Lith's, let alone mine. I would just embarrass myself, she thought. Good, the expedition will start in a few days, right after the council arranges the final details, Falul said. Lith, no lessons for you until then. Focus on your breathing technique and prepare your equipment. Floria, same for you, but I expect you to come here to spar against me and get used to older and heavier opponents. Isn't the mission supposed to be friendly? Floria asked. No, it's supposed to teach you teamwork. That means that some of the participants might not play by the rules. Also, we have no idea what kind of enemies you might encounter, and humans are the lightest among the races. Falul shook her head. After Lith and Floria left to start their preparations, it was Morok's turn to be warped back home. Wait a second, Nalrund asked while the others prepared for their physical training lessons. We need to talk. Sorry, mate, I'm flattered by your feelings, but I don't swing both ways, Morok replied. I don't give a damn about your preferences, I just wanted to ask for your help. The Rizar briefly explained his plan to make his life forces merge. Dude, you might be interested solely in my body, but you could at least offer me a drink first, the tyrant said with a mocking grin on his face. Gods, this will be the most tiresome partnership ever, Nalrund whined as the bad jokes kept pouring. Space. A few days later at dawn, Floria and Lith were summoned at Falul's lair to be warped at the edges of the kingdom and join the expedition. Lith had actually disobeyed his mentor's orders, spending half of his time practicing abyssal gaze or trying to develop breathing skills, and the other half helping Solus to master her other forms. While studying a lost civilization, the eyes of Menadian could save us a lot of time and trouble while the hands can deal with arrays, Lith thought. If the Urgamakans built their city above a mana geyser like Awakened do, it might give us an edge. Yeah, too bad that, even though the tower keeps growing, I still lose my control interface the moment I step away from a geyser, Solus replied with a sigh. Chapter 1495, In the Deep Part 1. After several hours spent studying the tower's control system, Lith and Solus had indeed found how to limit the flow of information to her brain so that she could use her eyes' form without frying her brain. The problem was that such an option was only available when Solus assumed her tower form. Hence, she and Lith had worked hard to find a way that would make him shoulder half of her burden via their mind link. It allowed Solus to double her brain power and have the side effects of the eyes of Menadian. On top of that, now that Lith had finally developed a breathing technique that made use of his auxiliary cores, the stronger his deep violet core became, the faster the tower's power core regained its form and functions. Soon after the events in Lightkeep, Lith had discovered that accumulation provided to his mana core a negligible amount of world energy compared to what he needed to refine it further. Damn it, that's why Scarlet managed to reach the bright violet so quickly. She had an excellent technique at the ready the moment she achieved the violet, whereas I'm starting from scratch, Lith thought. Do you mind keeping me in the loop? Floria sighed. Falul is right. Now that I know when you speak with Solus, leaving me out of the conversation is both rude and creepy. Sorry, bad habits die hard, Lith said. The warp array led them to a small plateau surrounded by dunes. The air was cold and dry, while a slight wind bent the thin vegetation that grew from the fertile ground hidden below a thin layer of sand. Floria whistled in surprise, noticing that they had moved to the west so much that it was still night, and that there were lots of people from every race there. Plants, undead, humans, and beasts were waiting for instructions while looking around with a serious face as if the mission had already started. A few small groups comprised of people of the same race had already been formed, but most of the awakened kept to themselves. Judging from the sea of glowing eyes, everyone was using life vision to gauge the competition and pick their teammates. Remind me to not shake hands, to not get inspected with invigoration. Floria didn't bother whispering since everyone had enhanced senses, and using the hush spell would have been as rude as a mind link. Yeah, damn awakened traditions, Lith nodded. He could feel such a growing hostility in his surroundings that it made the royal gala look like a friendly reunion. The only time Lith had been the target of such ill-conceived rage had been during the academy, after Nalar had spread her slave items. Maybe you should avoid using words that can be easily mistaken for mockery, a feminine voice said, forcing them to turn around and meet a familiar face. Athung Sarnaut was a woman in her mid-20s, about 1.75–59 meters tall with raven-black hair that reached the small of her back. She had replaced her usual golden mage robe with a comfortable adventurer set made comprised of a jacket, a shirt, pants, and boots. The heavily enchanted clothes were loose enough to not impede her movements, but could do very little to hide her soft curves. Just like Lith, she was a self-awakened, yet she still had a bright blue core and had yet to learn how to overcome its boundaries. Lith had a barrage of questions for her, but for once he remembered his manners. Lord Athung, this is an unexpected surprise, he said while giving her a small bow. I thought this event was for apprentices only. What do you mean mockery, and what are you doing here? I was close enough to hear your partner talking about handshakes, but everyone else probably just ignored her and focused on you cussing our traditions, Athung said. Such words coming from a self-awakened who isn't a full-fledged disciple, and yet has reached the violet on his own, are irritating even for me. Many of us are past 100 years old and are still stuck at blue. On top of that, you're not an elder, but the council granted you the privilege of bringing your own disciple along. Oh, Lith said. Oh, indeed. As for your other question, Ragu has temporarily reinstated me as her disciple so that I could participate in this mission. Just like anyone else with a blue core, I hope to find clues that will help me reach enlightenment. No one cares if a legacy is old or new as long as it gets us past the bottleneck, Athung said. Mind if I join you? We'll probably go separate ways inside, but right now you need to lay low. The presence of a regional lord, who was also the apprentice of the council's human representative at that, made many stop snarling at Lith. Shit, I hang around the council members so rarely that I almost forgot how competitive you guys are, he said. You can't really blame them, Floria shrugged. You have been listed among the cream of the crop after training with Falul for a couple of years, while everyone else here worked their ass off for decades to be recognized by their respective mentors. Floria would have joked about him having the privilege of bringing a lovely companion with him. But in the awakened community where Tista would just be considered beautiful and Lith a no-looker, she felt like an ugly duckling even more than usual. Once everyone arrived, Lotho the Treant, the plant representative, appeared in the middle of the crowd. Since our undead colleagues are on the clock because of the sunrise, I won't waste time with formalities. Follow me. I'll explain the situation to you while we move. The creature looked like a giant humanoid oak. He waved his hand, making a huge cave raise from the sand like some sort of stone snake, charmed by the sound of a flute. We're not going to fly to our destination, because you need to take a mental note of your coordinates in the case you need to warp away, or you decide to abandon the mission. At a flick of his wrists, the ground turned into a conveyor belt that allowed the awakened to move quickly while focusing solely on the path ahead. The situation is simple. We've already breached the external defenses of Urgamaka, leaving to you only the task to explore and search its buildings. The mission has no time limit and isn't mandatory. Yet you are here on behalf of your respective masters and of the council, so your actions will be judged based on your results. Lotho stopped the belt from time to time to allow people to memorize their surroundings and use them to warp their way out. The tunnel is straightforward so that even in the case something or someone is chasing you, it will quickly lead you outside. Any question? The trip had lasted barely a few minutes, yet Lith could almost feel the pressure from the thousands of tons of stone above his head. Yes, how do we know when we have completely cleared Urgamaka? a sprite asked. The Fae looked like a thin birch tree turned into a handsome man with butterfly wings coming from his back. You don't, and neither do I, Lotho replied in annoyance. Chapter 1496, In the Deep Part 2. If the council had mapped this place, we wouldn't need your presence. We don't expect you to succeed, only to do your best. This place is huge. Lotho pointed at Urgamaka's external walls that would have made even Lith's Tiamat's form look small in comparison. The air and the ground were filled with runes of power, still visible even to the naked eye, but both the wall and the arrays had been breached. From the giant hole, a city the size of Valoran was visible. An underground river cut the city in half, forming several ponds and waterways that still retained part of their beauty despite the lack of maintenance. Judging from the limited damages that the passing of the centuries had inflicted upon the tall stone buildings, and from Urgamaka being as bright as day, it was clear that at least some of its arrays were still partly operational. My advice is to ignore the cultivated fields and warehouses. Focus solely on the living quarters of those who can be considered as skilled awakened for their time. I wish you all good luck. Lotho warped away, leaving the dumbstruck group still in awe. The awakened undead were the first to snap out of it. Unlike others, they had both the problem of the sun and of feeding. Their first priority was to secure a safe resting place for daytime and arrange for a source of life force in the case of need. Beasts instead just walked through the hole and started exploring the underground city in small groups. After all, finders keepers was just another way to say first come first served. Waiting would have meant missing the best spoils. The plant folk followed the beast's lead, but they used their bloodline skills to dive under the ground and the rock, in the hope to find secret storages or hidden passages that not even magical means of detection could reveal. Well, this sure bodes poorly, Athung said. If this is how the awakened army will behave, we might as well give Thrud the keys to our homes. You know my contact rune. Call me if you guys need help. Before starting to search the place, Athung shared her rune with as many people as she could while Lith was still pondering their situation. Is everything okay? He asked after noticing how pale Floria had become. Entering an underground city fueled by a mana geyser and filled with untold enemies brings back too many memories from Kula, she replied. That place cost me my career and almost my life. Yes, but this time it's just the three of us. We are all awakened, and no array can stop our spirit magic, Solus said via a mind link to cheer them up. True, but I still don't like it, Floria replied. Everyone activated their mystical senses, noticing how old yet powerful the runes of the ancient arrays still were. Once they walked past the hole in the wall, Urgamaka shone to their eyes like a Christmas tree. The city had been built with an odd design. The houses at the edges of the city were 1 story tall, but the closer they got to the center, the taller they became until they formed a huge spire comprised of buildings leaning against each other for unknown reasons. Everything had been enchanted, and the power coming from the mana geyser below had preserved most of the arrays, despite the city had clearly been deserted for centuries. Who the fuck would live in such a place? It's no wonder the cohabitation of so many awakened failed, Floria said with a scoff. What point there is in having so much space if you just pack everyone together? She pointed at the huge spire, making Lith wonder if the mind behind the city was just deranged, or if there was a hidden design that he failed to notice. Before starting their exploration, they followed Athung's lead and offered their communication rune to other awakened. Floria even offered the undead to share with them her life force if they needed, pleasantly surprising them. Lith would have gladly done the same, but now that his life forces had merged, between the influence from the abomination side and him belonging to a new species, it made his life essence undesirable for most undead and even toxic to some. He did it anyway because he was sure that among them there had to be people who actually were inspectors for the council. As Athung had reminded him, the mission at hand wasn't just about pillaging the ruins, but about bonding among awakened. On top of that, he exploited the presence of the undead to assess what kind of threat level Urgamaka posed. They couldn't die of old age, poisoning, or regular weapons, so once he observed them with death vision, he would gain 2 pieces of information. What their weak point was, and in what ways they were likely to die in the immediate future. What the fuck? Lith thought while watching the undead group into a pile of ashes apparently for no reason. They were supposed to crumble starting from their respective weak point and show him what caused its destruction, yet they just became dust at once with an alarming frequency. Only after looking around did Lith understand what the problem was. Not only the undead, but everyone he lay his eyes on but Floria would suddenly turn into cinders under Death Vision's gaze. "This doesn't bode well at all," Floria said after Lith shared the information with her. "Don't jinx it. Maybe it's just the effect of a self-destruct mechanism or something," Lith replied. "Besides, we're not going to take part in this wild goose chase." He took a small pair of stone glasses out of his breast pocket that actually was soulless in her eye's form. "I'm going to scan and ignore all the energy signatures belonging to harmless arrays or to the building's maintenance. Once we eliminate the interferences, the only energy signature left will be that of the security systems protecting the good stuff. This way we can avoid searching the buildings one by one and aim straight for the mother lode." Lith sounded confident in his words, but his grimace of pain ruined the overall effect. Solus's weak power core filtered very little, and even by sharing the burden, the sensory load on their minds was enormous. "Lith, stop holding back Death Vision and revert to your Tiamat form. Being human is only an annoyance to you now," Floria said after seeing his scales and his other eyes pop in and out of his skin out of strain. "Thanks," he sighed while shape-shifting. "I'm still having a hard time accepting that I'm not really human anymore." "Don't mention it," Floria shook her head. "Solus, your family, and even I have no problem with it, so you shouldn't be ashamed of what you look like." Her words took a huge burden off his chest, speeding the scanning process. "Also, if I remember correctly, your glasses are supposed to be a teaching tool. If they work like the original, as long as I have your permission, I can use them as well. When you feel like you can't take it anymore, I can keep scanning while you rest." Chapter 1497 Old, but Gold Part 1. "Excellent thinking, Floria. I had yet to think of that," Lith said with a warm smile. "Let's see if the fuck." The eyes had just split into two stone monocles. Lith wore the first while Floria the second. "Why didn't you tell me that you could do that?" Lith was flabbergasted. "Because I had no clue. We never tried handing the eyes to someone else." Solus's reply reached both him and Floria thanks to the invisible mind link that the eyes created on contact with their user. "By the gods, Solus, not only is the burden now split among the three of us, but we can also safely communicate with a mind link without being detected. Your mother was a frigging genius," Floria said while scanning their surroundings. "She sure was. Thanks to the monocle form, we'll finish exploring way sooner than I had calculated," Solus replied with joy. She was both proud of her mother and happy to be a full member of the team without the need of cutting Floria out. "You were right, Floria. This will not be another killer. We just need to find our prize and then we can leave. This mission will be as easy as pie," Lith thought. "Why did you have to jinx it?" Both women whined in unison. "Space." Meanwhile, Olaja the elf and wannabe chronicler of the World Tree was exploring the spire at the center of Urgamaka together, with a group of undead. "Thanks for having me," she said. "I'm aware that after the War of the Races, we elves don't have a good reputation." Most awakened resented her kind for hogging all the fringes and for not sharing their treasures of knowledge. The most popular opinion was that a race so hell-bent on playing dead might as well walk an extra mile and disappear for real. "No, thank you for covering our backs," Trevin the Nightwalker said. "Between the war with the undead courts, the incident in Larul, and the fact that we are the only race that has no need to reach the violet, the other awakened either treat us as traitors or envies us. We can use a disciple of the World Tree. Your knowledge will be a great asset, and having someone that's not helpless during the day is a big relief. By the way, did you find any clue yet?" "Yes and no," Olaja said while staring in amazement at the penthouse of the tallest building in the city. "What do you mean?" a female ghoul asked. "I didn't find any trace of the most popular hidden compartments of that time, but I can tell you that there's something deeply wrong with this place. That fresco is typical of the Renan democracy. The bed carpet belongs to the Scamian nomad tribe, and that vase was popular during the Exen dynasty." Meaning, Treven's master was an art connoisseur who loved to share her passion with her disciples, yet he didn't understand a word the elf said. "I mean that they all date to over 3,000 years ago, but who in their right mind would decorate their apartment with pieces that belong to completely different cultures? It's as if the person who lived here suffered from brain damage," Olaja said. "Space." Meanwhile, somewhere really close, and yet very far from Urgamaka, a couple of corpses were laughing their asses off behind the young Awaken's back. They were sitting in a luxurious lounge, filled with holographic screens that covered the entirety of Urgamaka, allowing them to follow the expedition team's every move. "Look at them go," Inzialot, the king of liches, was laughing so much that he had a hard time catching up his breath, mostly because his lungs had long withered into what looked like gray pears. He wore a long crimson mage robe covered in dust and holes that had been patched over time by the spiders that called the lick home. Very little remained of his muscles, and a good part of it dangled from his bones, ready to fall at any moment. He only kept enough flesh on his face to show his emotions and avoid being mistaken for a skeleton. Not only was it truly embarrassing, but it had also brought the awakened council to the brink of war several times. At least there is one competent person among those idiots. The girl seems to have noticed my ruse. I resent her calling me brain damaged, though, he said while slowly caressing a black cat sitting and purring on his lap. Is she a reverted orc or a true elf? Zalgrish the Lick asked. In life he had been a tall man, about 1.83 meters, 6, tall that now was reduced to a skeletal body that looked like a desiccated corpse. The Lick wore a golden magician robe, and the cold red light of undeath shining inside his empty eye sockets gave him a cruel gaze. His trusted adamant staff had several purple mana crystals embedded on it and rested on the floor, among the many things he had already forgotten having brought with him. She's a true elf and an apprentice of the World Tree at that, Inzialot said. The word trip, Zalgrish was flabbergasted. I thought it was just a myth. It's not. The old fart is part of the council, just like me. Maybe we can squeeze a little bit of information from her. Chroniclers are said to have access to the tree's memory, and... Status report, Inzialot. The image of Ragu, the human representative of the council, popped on one of the screens, cutting Inzialot short and making the two undead scream like little girls while showering the control room with spells in panic. You almost gave me a heart attack, hot stuff. Inzialot winked in what was supposed to be a flirty attitude, but due to his lack of eyelids, nothing actually happened. You don't have a heart. Now tell me how things are going and who the heck is that guy? Ragu was in a rush, and she had no time for the Lick's centuries-old pickup lines. It's a disaster, he replied amid laughter. Everyone is moving on their own with no coordination nor teamwork. The awakened chosen as legacy heirs are so confident in their violet cores that they are exploring the city alone. The others at least formed small groups, but they refused to work with the members of other races, especially with the undead. As for him, he's Zalgrish, one of my non-awakened apprentices. Hi there, the golden-robed corpse waved his hand at her. Misery enjoys company, and so do I. Since you dragged me out of my lab for this shenanigan, I forced him to come with me and share my suffering, Inzialot said. It's not a shenanigan. It's a punishment for your failures and repeated oversights. You infiltrated the Dusk Court without ever making a report. You even allowed Night to seal Fila despite you knowing her plan all along, Ragu said in outrage. No need to be passive-aggressive, sweetie. I remember to have passed to the council all the documents that Dusk tasked me to read as if it was yesterday. Inzialot shrugged. Because it was yesterday, you moron. Ragu could already feel the familiar pain from Lick-induced headache tormenting her, so she went back to business. Chapter 1498 Old but Gold Part 2. If everything is going south, why are you laughing? Ragu asked. I'm not laughing. Inzialot looked at her as if she was insane. I've been sitting here the whole time, and he never laughed. Zalgrish put his right hand where once his bladder was in a sign of sincerity. Never mind, she sighed. Activate the gargoyles, but make it look believable. We don't want the disciples to discover that this is just a test. They are here to learn a lesson, and if they don't, I'll put you in charge of the next test as well. Ragu out. The idea of spending even one more minute out of his lab, of leaving so many groundbreaking experiments unattended, made Inzialot focus on the screens with unwavering determination. Then, after a few minutes, he got bored and pressed the button that activated the gargoyle's energy core to speed things up. Space. After searching the ceiling for hidden entrances, Esther the Treant had climbed atop one of the tallest buildings of Urgamaka. He wanted to study the city's layout from above and guide his teammates where life vision revealed to him the position of huge sacks of mana. Did you find anything? He asked via the communication earpiece. No, just lots of crap and security systems, Pyrrha the Redcap replied. You. Nothing as well. Be careful while flying near the roofs. This place is filled to the brim with gargoyles. Esther kept his distance from the creepy stone statues that were covered in engraved runes that shone in the dark. They are the weakest and oldest kind of golems known to mage, but there's something odd about those things. They all share the same energy signature. You mean they were all made by the same mage? She asked. I wish it was that simple. They are both fueled and controlled by the same source, which means that if you activate one, you activate them all, he replied. Well, thank the gods we sent our resident bookworm as a scout. I wouldn't have even recognized that old junk. Mistaking them for a surveillance device might— Pyrrha's scream interrupted the communication. Pyrrha, what's going on? Only a small cracking betrayed the nearby statues coming to life as they encircled the hapless Treant. This is impossible. I'm alone up here and I'm damn sure I didn't touch them. Space. Soon the air above Urgamaka's buildings was filled by a black swarm of creatures that attacked anyone on sight. Gargoyles were small statues, barely 1 meter, 3 feet, tall, that resembled a demonic humanoid with short wings, horns, and a jagged tail. Unlike modern golems, their diminutive stature made it impossible for the mage to imbue many spells inside their bodies. Their main mean of offense were their claws and talons that were great against regular humans, but pointless against a good enchanted armor. It was the reason why they had become obsolete, and why none of the awakened apprentices felt threatened by their appearance. Small bodies meant a limited resistance to direct hits and being fueled by old magic. The gargoyles could only have a few pseudo-cores aside from those necessary to move. A hail of darkness and earth-based spells hit the swarm from all sides, breaking them into a bunch of rubble. Those damn leaves for brains, Quia the Naga said while butchering several gargoyles at the same time with his 6 arms. How could the Fae be so stupid? Those damned statues brimmed with mana since our arrival. This is not our fault, Pyrrha pointed her polearm at Quia, ready to resume fighting. It must have been one of your feathered friends. Who knows, maybe they took a dump while flying around without any care for the rest of us. I'm not a pigeon. A rumbling noise cut Scala the rock short and forced everyone to turn around. The shattered gargoyles had melted into a black liquid that had put the pieces back together before turning into stone again. What the fuck? Pyrrha clenched her fist, making the ground turn into quicksand that trapped the small golems before crushing them to bits like a vice. Once again, it took the broken gargoyles just a few seconds to reform. Esther, I need options. These things refuse to stay down. Pyrrha yelled inside her communication earpiece while flying towards her group. Me too, the Treant yelled as all of his knowledge proved to be incapable of getting rid of the ancient constructs. Space. What the heck is going on? All that screaming made it hard for Lith to focus on the eyes. The slightest distraction reduced the efficacy of the scan and delayed his work by several minutes. I don't know, but we better take our weapons out. In the case, several small horned creatures jumped on them before the headache that blurred their vision faded. Seriously, imps? The moment that adrenaline cleared his head, Lith crushed the gargoyles with his bare hands and got back on his feet with a kip-up. Imps don't exist. These things are not living beings, and we are far from done. Floria pointed at the broken stones turning into liquid. She had gotten rid of her own with a Tier 4 Mage Knight spell, Blast Guard. It produced a small explosion around her that had sent the gargoyles crashing against the nearby walls. Constructs were immune to fire, but the shockwave and the following impact had shattered them. This makes no sense. Liquids cannot be turned into golems. Soulless, Lith asked after Life Vision failed to locate the gargoyles' pseudocores. From his studies at the Academy and under Fallow, he knew that the only way to destroy an artificial being was to shatter its power source. Yet the constructs had completely turned into liquid, without revealing the presence of enchanted mana crystals. I'm sorry, but my head is exploding. I need a few minutes to recover, she replied as the sudden loss of contact with Lith's and Floria's minds had almost fried her own. I don't know if we have that long, Lith replied as his spells failed to destroy the constructs for good and more of them joined the attack. War had an easy time shattering them, but without a core to break, Lith could only keep a few of them impaled on the blade at the same time. Their movements would be sealed by War's counterflow skill, but that was it. Heating the gargoyles enough to make stone boil required a time that they didn't have due to the relentless onslaught. Earth could shatter or block them, but either way, the constructs would just turn liquid and start over. Okay, let's try this. Lith hurled a jet stream of origin flames that hit a gargoyle square on the chest. The mystical flames burned the stone as if it was hay, and once the construct turned into a pool, it stayed that way. Floria, get down! Lith yelled as he spun on himself, making his breath form a ring of origin flames that burned his throat and their enemies alike. Floria did as instructed, preparing a few spells at the same time in case Lith's plan didn't work. Can you do that another 100 more times? Floria asked while pointing at the countless gargoyles still flying around. Chapter 14, 99 Mistakes Were Made Part 1. As more and more golems swarmed near their position, it was only a matter of time before Lith and Floria had to fight again. I can't use origin flames like that again. Also, I think it would be a waste of time anyway. Look! Lith couldn't believe his own eyes. The black pools that looked like tar were bubbling and writhing in the attempt to regain their shape. The origin flames seemed to have temporarily cut them off their power source, but they weren't enough to destroy the gargoyles for good. "Stay behind me, I want to try something," Floria said while activating her Tier 5 Mage Knight spell, Frostmourne. The temperature in an area of 20 meters, 66 feet, around her plummeted as snow fell from the sky and ice covered the ground. Only the eye of the storm, where she and Lith stood, was safe. The black pools stopped moving while the gargoyles that dived on them from the sky froze in midair. The ice covering them made the constructs miss their targets, and once shattered, they couldn't reconstitute their bodies. "Nice trick. Is this the advanced version of Frozen Guard?" Lith asked while helping Solus to recover and searching for the golem's power source amid their fragments. "No, it's one of my original spells, and it's much better than that. Look!" Floria released short bursts of darkness that the ice absorbed and focused into its victims without weakening the water magic component of her spell. After a while, the frozen pools turned into dust, as darkness destroyed the magic that had animated the constructs. "Can you keep this up for an hour or so?" Lith asked while his brain spun at full gear to solve that mystery. "I'm sorry, I can hold it for a few minutes at best, and that's solely if I run out of invigoration and no one disturbs my spell," she replied. "I think I know what's going on. We'll keep in contact via Solus's mind link. Watch my back," he said while blinking out of the area of effect of Frostmourne and forcing Solus to activate the eyes again. "Please, no," she whined as pain invaded her stone form again. "I'm sorry, but we can't run away without humiliating Falul, and we have no chance to win on our own. The silver lining is that I want you to search solely for this energy signature and ignore everything else." Lith shared with her the data about the gargoyles, using the eyes of Menadian to locate the real enemy. "That I can do," Solus replied. The energy source that fueled the constructs managed to reach them throughout Urgamaka. To do that, however, it had to spawn tendrils of energy every time a gargoyle was broken. The tendrils stretched out from the same point in the ground, making it easy to triangulate the source's position. Lith ran through the city, blinking whenever he was cornered rather than wasting his energy with pointless fights. As soon as he reached the place directly above the power source, he used an earth spell to make the ground collapse. He found himself in an underground tunnel filled with elemental blocking arrays that sealed his magic. To make matters worse, the gargoyles swarmed from the hole in the ground and from every side as well, seeping through the cracks in the walls in their liquid form and leaving him no way out. "Space, cheeky little bastard, this will teach you a lesson," Inzialot said while making the gargoyles converge on Lith's position. "What has that woman done to you?" Zalgrish pointed at Lith's human form while losing another hand of Magus equivalent of poker against Inzialot's cat. "He foiled my plans to take over a world sapling," Inzialot sighed. "I had invested a lot of time and resources into one of my associates in Larul, yet it was all for nothing." "I'm sorry for your loss." Zalgrishes mourned the failure of any experiment more than he would the loss of any living being. "Listen, why don't you kill her along with everyone else so that we can go back home?" "Excellent idea. I wonder why I didn't think of it before." Inzialot clapped his hands with enthusiasm, moving to the max the lever that controlled the energy flowing into the gargoyles. "Master, that's no woman, that's Scourge," Ratpak said. He was a small humanoid, barely 1.3 meters 43, tall, with pale gray skin and thick grizzled hair. He had small pointed ears, pitch-black eyes, and wore a yellow mage's robe that Zalgrish used back when he was still a child. Ratpak was a chimera formed by combining parts of a dead elf, child with that of a Balor that Zalgrish as raised as a vampire with necromancy in the hope to create the ultimate being. An immortal, natural shapeshifter vampire in perfect tune with the world energy like an elf, and with a Balor's evil eyes that would allow him to amplify all kinds of magic. What the Lick had obtained, instead, was an undead creature as weak as a child with the same inability to process the world energy of a Balor. Zalgrish had somehow ended up combining the flaws of all the three species that comprised Ratpak's body without keeping any of their innate abilities. Ratpak had jagged teeth and claws at the end of his limbs, yet he used them mostly to cook or to perform house chores. Who? Zalgrish asked in confusion. Scourge, your associate. You have mine together, remember. The small undead was also the Lick's secretary, and was tasked with remembering the names that his master kept forgetting. By the gods, scant shape-shifting abilities know no bounds. Maybe you actually kept something from the Balor bloodline for recognizing him despite his disguise, Zalgrish said in amazement. That's no disguise, he always looks like that. Ratpack left the magical stove where he had been cooking until a second back to point at Lith's human and definitely male features. I'm still not convinced, Ratpack. Kant was blonde, short, and cheerful. That guy instead looks like a buff mortician. The more Zalgrish stared at Lith, the more he was certain that he had never met the gentleman before. What the heck are you doing? The sudden appearance of Ragu's hologram interrupted the master-servant quarrel and made Inzialot fall from his chair. Somehow, the black cat didn't fall. It simply moved on the Lick's back without ever changing its resting position. I'm just doing my job. You asked me to activate the gargoyles and kill them all. Make up your mind, woman, Inzialot replied. What in the god's name are you talking about? I only asked you to activate the gargoyles the moment an apprentice made a mistake. This is supposed to be a teamwork lesson, not a culling. Ragu stared at the Lick with such hatred and fury that it made her the fairest maiden to his eyes. Are you sure? Then who suggested me such rubbish? Inzialot asked in honest surprise. Zalgrish, the cat said. My master, Ratpack said. Did the cat just talk? Ragu felt the veins on her forehead bulge out of stress and outrage. Meow, the cat replied, realizing his blunder. Don't be silly, sweetheart. Cats don't talk, they just make odd noises from time to time. Inzialot sat in his chair again while holding the feline by his chest to show her it was just a regular house cat. Chapter 1500 Mistakes were made Part 2. Are you sure? Ragu asked. I picked him up to celebrate Valoran's coronation. We lived together for just a few days, but I would have noticed if Nero talked, Inzialot said. Ragu would have liked to argue that no cat could live that long, but she had run out of patience, and she just wanted that conversation to end. Don't call me sweetheart and lower the gargoyle's output. As for you, Zalgrish, play another trick on that dumbass and you and I are going to have a problem. Ragu out. I never play tricks on Ratpack. I treat him with the utmost respect. Tell her. Zalgrish pointed at the screen that now showed the awakened disciples fighting for their lives against the still overpowered gargoyles. The small undead ignored the pointless order and cranked the lever down before someone lost their life. Space. Olage's group was faring well against the gargoyles, only thanks to the knowledge that she had acquired while serving the World Tree, and to the rough Yggdrasil staff that helped the young elf to keep a calm mind. Use only spells based on darkness and water, she said. These things aren't real golems, just lumps of enchanted stone. Unless you completely destroy the enchantment that animates them, you would be just wasting your mana. Elves had many bloodline abilities, and soul vision was among them. It allowed Olaja to see the true nature of both things and people. She had used it to choose as her companions only people who she could trust. Now instead, the elf was using soul vision to save as many lives as she could. To her mystical senses, the gargoyles appeared like puppets manipulated by long strings that extended further than she could see. Every time one of them was destroyed, the energy flowing through the strings would revitalize them. Luckily, we undead are all about darkness magic, Trevor the Nightwalker said. His bloodline had turned his skin of a black color and allowed him to manipulate shadows while also infusing them with the darkness elements. A simple wave of his hand had the gargoyles bound by their own shadows, giving to the group the time they needed to destroy the constructs. Olaja sealed the windows and the cracks in the penthouse with earth magic to keep more gargoyles from entering, but suddenly the creatures became so strong that they just burst through the walls. Floria and Lith fared no better. She was alone, relying on the ice to encase the enemies while her spell slowly killed them, but now the creatures were breaking free from their prison and slowly crawled toward her. The power boost allowed the flying gargoyles that were swarming her to not be affected by the storm that Frostmourne generated, forcing Floria to use her sword to defend herself and almost breaking her focus. Oh, no, you don't, she said while noticing that more and more constructs ignored her and tried to reach the hole that Lith had opened in the ground. Floria had positioned herself so that her spell would cover the access and Lith's back at the same time, but now a single spell wasn't enough. She activated her Tier 5 Mage Knight spell, Death Bastion, that conjured a stone wall infused with darkness magic that quickly replaced the missing ground and sealed the entrance to the underground tunnel. keeping 2 Tier 5 spells active at the same time, while also cutting down the gargoyles that came too close for comfort pushed Floria to her limits, making her eyes and ears bleed. Yet she endured, opening small cracks in Death Bastion so that the constructs would mistake them for entry points, just to be frozen by Frostmourne the moment they turned liquid, and then be destroyed by the darkness magic flowing through both spells. As for Lith, after Inzialot had followed Zalgrish's advice, the constructs following him had merged into a black wave. Thanks to the sudden boost in power, the gargoyles were now capable of filling the whole corridor, dodging all of his attacks, and of moving so fast that Lith had to use Spirit Blink from time to time just to not be swallowed by the tide. "Please, Solus, tell me that we are close." He turned around to breathe a jet stream of deep violet origin flames, but the black mass was comprised by so many gargoyles and infused with so much energy that it took it but a second to smother them. "We are very close, it just passed the wall in front of us." "Can I blink inside?" Lith turned around while flying, unleashing his Tier 4 spirit spell, Experimental Roar. Scarlet's primordial roar was still beyond his capabilities, and with Solus focused on their target, it was the best that he could do alone. Experimental Roar was a tetra-elemental spell that used water magic to freeze the opponent, air to produce shockwaves, light to pierce the enemy, and darkness to eat at them from the inside. The incoming black tide froze, forming a plug that stopped the liquid constructs behind them. The light element engulfed the liquid mass, keeping it from escaping while the shockwaves reverberated throughout them. The combined effect of the 3 elements split the living wave into countless small frozen shards that the darkness element weakened even further. "No, I have no information about spatial coordinates, and the only magical thing I can see inside is the energy core. We need to force our way through," she replied while studying their mark from a distance. It would save them precious time, so that as soon as they reached their destination, Solus would know exactly how to deactivate the energy core. Then, before the constant flow of energy from the core could once again revitalize the gargoyles, Lith reverted to his real form and size while hurling a full breath of origin flames. The combined effect of his breakneck speed and the sudden expansion of his body allowed the Tiamat to destroy the thick wall that separated him from the golem's energy source as if it was made of paper. On top of that, the jet stream of origin flames that he released filled the entirety of the corridor and hit the fractured gargoyles while they were at their weakest. Experimental Roar had already worn down the black shards, allowing the origin flames to finish the job, destroying the constructs for good. The black tide evaporated as both the stone statues and the magic that animated them succumbed to Lith's combined attacks. "Okay, watch my back. I need a bit of time." Solus held war in the hand of her stone doll form while she studied the energy core with their new breathing technique, Abyssal Gaze. "Be quick, there's more incoming, and I can't take them on again for long while standing still," Lith said while cursing his bad luck. Becoming bigger had made things better, but also worse. He had burst through the walls, but he had also destroyed the layers of rock that separated the tunnel from Urgamaka. His Tiamat form had created in the street a hole so big that Floria failed to seal it completely despite her best efforts. Hundreds of gargoyles swarmed the 2 crevices, but thanks to her, only a few dozens managed to actually get inside. Lith reverted into a human, to not offer a huge target and not lose the protection of the Scalewalker armor.